Chapter 1. Remember, last night I paid for you. In a hotel room in Zhonghai City. Hey sis, can you stop crying? Even if it was your first time, it was also my first time. It's a mutual experience. You hurt. I hurt too. Plus, you're older than me, so it's like an old cow eating tender grass here, not a loss here. Xiao Feng looked at the cold, tearful woman in front of him, feeling quite troubled. To be honest, even he hadn't expected that his moment of kindness to save someone would lead to such a situation last night. But on the bright side, it wasn't a loss for him. The cool woman he saved was a top-tier beauty, both in looks and figure. It was just a bit strange that although she had been passionate and wild last night, after a night of indulgence, she was now acting like a stranger. Get lost. Upon hearing the comment about the old cow eating tender grass, the woman's expression stiffened, and she kicked Xiao Feng off the boat. Damn sis, are you really that heartless? You weren't acting like this last night. Xiao Feng winced from the pain. To be fair, she had been the one to take the initiative last night, so logically, he should have been the one feeling wronged. He'll tell you this if you dare spill what happened last night. He'll make sure you regret it. The woman stood up abruptly, her demeanor cold as ice. Don't look. If you keep staring, it'll gouge your eyes out. She whipped around, her beautiful snowy eyes glaring at him dangerously. Fine, I won't look. What's the big deal? It's not like I didn't see anything last night. Xiao Feng shrugged dismissively. However, to be honest, after spending so many years abroad and having met countless women, he had never encountered anyone as stunning as the woman in front of him. With willow leaf eyebrows, an oval face, a high-nose bridge, and delicate lips, her large, snowy eyes paired with her long, silky black hair and graceful figure at over 170 centimeters were simply enchanting. It was a pity that after this encounter, they might never see each other again. After getting dressed, the cool woman put on her high heels and prepared to leave. Wait, suddenly, Xiao Feng called out to her. What is it? Chu Yong's expression was as cold as water, her gaze filled with disgust. About the room fee from last night, could you cover half? I don't have enough cash on me. Xiao Feng scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. You. Chu Yunxi was furious, her silver teeth clenched. She had never encountered such a shameless man. He even wanted her to split the room fee. This was simply outrageous. Then, she pulled out a wad of cash from her LV bag and threw it on the boat, giving Xiao Feng a fierce glare as she coldly said, Remember, last night I paid for you. With that, she stormed out of the room. However, the moment Chu Yunxi left, two crystalline tears rolled down her beautiful face. To hide her slightly reddened eyes, she put on a pair of sunglasses, deliberately concealing her inner turmoil. After all, this was her first time. For a woman, the first time is incredibly precious, especially for a woman like her, who is as pure as jade and exudes an air of aloofness and pride. She is truly invaluable. Watching the cold woman leave the room, Xiao Feng shrugged his shoulders and let out a wry smile. What an intriguing woman. In the afternoon, Xiao Feng arrived at an entertainment club. This club was opened by his aunt, and he was here seeking refuge with her. However, after so many years, he wasn't sure if she would even recognize him now. 8 years ago, Xiao Feng's parents passed away unexpectedly. Overwhelmed by grief, he chose to enlist in the military. Now, 8 years later, his grandfather had also passed away, leaving him with only one family member, his aunt, Xiao Anna. In reality, Xiao Anna wasn't related to him by blood at all. She was a pitiable woman who had been abandoned by her parents at a young age and was taken in and raised by his grandfather. She had a close relationship with his mother, making them feel more like family than actual relatives. Hello, sir. Do you have a reservation? As he entered the club, a beautifully dressed young lady immediately approached him. Xiao Feng smiled slightly. I'm here to find someone. Haha, sir, you're quite the jokester. Everyone who comes here is looking for someone. The young lady giggled, her smile sweet. No, you misunderstood. I'm here to find my aunt, Xiao Anna. Xiao Feng waved his hands repeatedly, fearing she might get the wrong idea. Aunt Anna? You mean Anna is your aunt? The beautiful server was instantly shocked, her mouth forming an O shape. Chapter 2. Aunt Xiao Anna. What? Does it not look like it? Xiao Feng looked down at his outfit. Although it was all street vendor merchandise, he had carefully selected these high-quality replicas, and the Nike logo was so convincingly crafted that it could easily pass for genuine. No, that's not what I meant. The beautiful server hurriedly waved her hands in explanation. Although she wasn't sure about Xiao Feng's identity, She knew that in her line of work, it was crucial not to offend anyone. So, regardless of the truth, she couldn't show any signs of doubt. Let me call Aunt Anna's office first. Would that be all right? Seeing her cautious demeanor, Xiaofeng certainly wouldn't make things difficult for her. He shrugged in agreement. The beautiful server dialed the office number, but it rang for a long time without anyone answering. Just as she was sneaking glances at Xiaofeng, unsure of how to proceed, her walkie-talkie suddenly chimed in. Security, security. In the drunken ecstasy room on the third floor, there's a disturbance. There's a guest causing trouble. Just when she was feeling stuck, Xiaofeng stepped forward and patted her shoulder, saying, "Don't worry about that. Let's head to the third floor. My aunt should be there." On the third floor, a room marked drunken ecstasy echoed with the sound of a man yelling. Inside, a man wearing a floral shirt and a gold chain was kicking a woman who was huddled in the corner, while four men who appeared to be bodyguards stood to the side, seemingly unfazed by the scene. Damn it, acting like a whore and still wanting to maintain a facade. You're just out here selling yourself, so why pretend to be some innocent girl? The woman in the corner could only huddle and cover her head, unable to resist the beating as cries escaped her lips. Suddenly, the door to the private room was pushed open, revealing a mature and stunning woman who strode in, followed by a group of security personnel in uniforms. Seeing this scene, the four bodyguards inside quickly stepped forward, trying to block the intruders. At that moment, the man in the floral shirt also halted his actions, slowly making his way to the door. He shoved aside the bodyguard in front of him, eyeing the woman before him with interest. "Ugh, who are you? We'll let you in." Anna sobbed. When the beaten woman saw Xiao Anna enter, it was as if she had found her anchor. She hurriedly crawled towards her, using all her strength. Chapter 90. The necklace. When Xiaofeng first became a bodyguard for Chu Yunxi, he gifted her a black necklace, which later saved her life. This black necklace, equipped with eavesdropping and positioning capabilities, was crafted with precision, making it difficult to detect any issues. Naturally, it wasn't cheap. When Xiaofeng returned to the country, he brought back only a few. With a black necklace in his pocket, Xiaofeng drove his Rolls-Royce Phantom towards the Golden Sands Club. The club was not far from his villa, and he soon arrived at the entrance. As he parked outside, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. People were astonished by the priceless sports car and curious about Xiaofeng's identity. Many who exited the Golden Sands Club recognized Xiaofeng. They had witnessed him dealing with Yi Ba and Zhang Hongwu's men that day, rescuing Xiao Anna. "Brother Xiao, you're here. Please come in." Several staff members rushed over to greet him. They only knew that Xiao Anna was Xiaofeng's aunt, but were unaware of his wealth. Astonished that he drove a limited-edition Rolls-Royce Phantom, their attitude shifted dramatically. Previously, when they saw Xiaofeng handle Zhang Hongwu and Yi Ba's men, they thought he was just a skilled fighter. But seeing him arrive in a Phantom changed their perception entirely. They concluded that Xiaofeng must be someone exceptional. With a considerable fortune, ordinary people could never afford such luxury cars. The only thing that puzzled them was why someone so wealthy dressed so simply. When they first met Xiaofeng, they genuinely mistook him for a country bumpkin. Xiao Anna soon got wind of Xiaofeng's arrival. She took the elevator down from the second floor and saw a crowd gathered around the Rolls-Royce Phantom, taking pictures in awe. She shook her head helplessly. "Xiaofeng, they're just excited to see such a nice car for the first time. Don't mind them," Xiao Anna said. "It's just a small matter." Xiaofeng replied nonchalantly as he stepped away from the Phantom and entered the Golden Sands Club. "Auntie, this necklace is for you. It has a hidden eavesdropping device and positioning feature. If you ever find yourself in danger, just press the concealed button on the necklace, and I'll know where you are and what is happening," Xiaofeng said as he took out the black necklace and explained its functions to Xiao Anna. This black necklace wouldn't transmit sound or location under normal circumstances. Only by pressing the hard-to-detect button would all its functions activate. "Oh, how thoughtful," Xiao Anna exclaimed, her beautiful face showing surprise. The necklace was exquisitely made. If Xiaofeng hadn't explained, she would have thought it was just a regular piece of jewelry. "You've got some heart, kid. Help me put it on," Xiao Anna said, gathering her long, dark hair, signaling for Xiaofeng to assist her. Xiaofeng didn't refuse. He reached around her neck and helped her put on the black necklace. It was the first time Xiaofeng was so close to Xiao Anna. The alluring scent of her body made him feel a bit uneasy, so he quickly put on the black necklace and took a few steps back. Not bad. Looks great." Xiao Anna walked over to the mirror to admire the necklace and nodded in satisfaction. "All right, I have things to do, so I'll take my leave." Xiaofeng didn't linger, turning to leave the Golden Sands Club. Xiao Anna waved goodbye, her left hand gently caressing the black necklace, feeling a sense of attachment. "This kid is giving me a gift for the first time," she murmured to herself. After Xiao Feng left the club, she returned to the hall on the second floor to continue with her tasks. Driving away in his limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom, Xiao Feng left behind a crowd filled with envy and jealousy. They watched eagerly until the Phantom disappeared at the end of the road, slowly dispersing. Most of those admiring the Phantom were men, car enthusiasts who dreamed of owning such a luxurious sports car for their entire lives. Virum. As Xiao Feng pressed the accelerator, a powerful thrust propelled the car forward. The Phantom raced down the road, headed towards Shanghai City. Now that he had given Xiao Anna the black necklace, his worries eased. He didn't have to fear that the Ouyang family would target her. What he needed to do next was to eliminate the Ouyang family, this ticking time bomb, to prevent himself from constantly worrying about Xiao Anna's safety. After all, no matter how capable Xiao Feng was, he was still just one person and couldn't be by his loved one's sides all the time. The most straightforward solution was to uproot the source of the threat. Xiao Feng was heading to Shanghai City to dismantle the Ouyang family, ensuring they could no longer cause trouble. With a roar, the Phantom thundered down the highway, and when he hit the expressway, he pressed the gas pedal hard. The car took off like a wild stallion, speeding up rapidly, leaving other vehicles behind. Shanghai City was over 100 kilometers from Zhonghai City, and at his current speed, he would arrive in no time. Xiao Feng drove at breakneck speed, and before long, he exited the highway. Following the map, he headed towards the Ouyang family's corporate headquarters. After about an hour, he reached Longquan District, where the Ouyang family was located. Longquan District was the bustling urban area of Shanghai City, filled with traffic, which slowed down Xiao Feng's speed. As he drove the limited edition Phantom into the city, it attracted many onlookers, with several people pulling out their phones to take pictures with the car. These onlookers were all fervent car enthusiasts. Ignoring the crowd, Xiao Feng continued driving towards the Ouyang family's corporate headquarters, and after about 20 minutes, he spotted the towering skyscraper that belonged to the Ouyang family. This building is the headquarters of the Ouyang Group. Based on Xiao Feng's deductions, it's highly likely that Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian are here. This time, Xiao Feng won't take action at the group headquarters. Previously, he entered the Qi Group headquarters to intimidate its chairman, but now, he's not just looking to threaten Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian. He intends to use forceful measures to eliminate them. Doing something like this in the bustling Ouyang building would have a huge impact, and one wrong move could easily turn it into explosive news. Chapter 91. Chu Yunxi is captured again. Therefore, Xiao Feng would not act recklessly, at least not at the Ouyang Group's headquarters. Nor would he take action against Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian. It was still early, and he needed to observe the surroundings a bit longer. Xiao Feng parked his car in a lot several hundred meters away from the Ouyang Group's headquarters, and then walked to a CAF where he could see the main entrance of the Ouyang Group. He chose a seat near the glass wall, sipping coffee while monitoring the situation at the headquarters. After more than half an hour of observation, Xiao Feng had gathered a good amount of information. Just as he was about to leave the CAF to get a closer look at the layout of the building, his phone suddenly rang twice in quick succession. One was a notification from the listening device app he had installed, and the other was a text message. Seeing the unusual activity on the listening device app, Xiao Feng quickly opened it, worried that Xiao Anna might be in danger. However, to his surprise, when he opened the app, it showed a connection and was transmitting sound and location from a black necklace, not the one belonging to Xiao Anna, but rather the other black necklace that he had almost forgotten about. It was the black necklace he had given to Chu Yunxi. "Where are you taking me? Let me go?" Whoa. The phone relayed Chu Yunxi's intermittent cries for help, and this time her voice was very clear. It was evident that although she was terrified, after having experienced a kidnapping before, she remained more composed in the face of danger. While struggling, she secretly pressed the button on the black necklace around her neck, calling out towards it, fearing that Xiao Feng might not hear her. Having gone through the previous kidnapping by the Qi family, Chu Yunxi knew that this black necklace had saved her, so she had kept it on ever since, never taking it off. It was not only a reminder of their past, but also a token from Xiao Feng. How did she get captured again? Xiao Feng furrowed his brows. The last time Chu Yunxi was taken was because of him. What could be the reason this time? As he pondered, he caught sight of the text message that had just come through. Opening it, his dark eyes flashed with intense anger. "If you want to save Chu Yunxi, come to Tianshan Park in Shanghai City, to the small grove at the far west. Otherwise, I will kill her." The content of the message was directly related to Chu Yunxi. After reading it, Xiao Feng clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air. "All right. I thought they would target my aunt, but I didn't expect them to find Chu Yunxi and take her." Xiao Feng quickly realized that someone in Shanghai City wanted to deal with him, and aside from the Ouyang family, there probably weren't many others who would dare to do so. He knew that the Ouyang family had connections with the Black Tribe, a notorious assassination organization. so he wasn't surprised by their involvement. What shocked him was that they chose to kidnap Chu Yunqi instead of his beloved aunt, Xiao Anna. It seemed that the Ouyang family had indeed discovered the connection between Chu Yunqi and himself. They knew about the Qi family's previous abduction of her, how they had threatened him, and realized how much he cared for her. Thus, they opted to capture Chu Yunqi, believing it would be an easier target. Xiao Feng arrived in Shanghai City to deal with Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian, but to his surprise, they struck simultaneously and abducted Chu Yunqi. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Feng left the CAF and walked to the parking lot where his phantom sports car was parked. He got into the car and headed towards Zhonghai City. Running into you really is bad luck, Xiao Feng muttered with a shake of his head. Nevertheless, he followed the location sent to him by an app on his phone. Rushing towards the direction where Chu Yunqi was held, the Ouyang family members who had taken her were making their way to Shanghai City. And since he was coming from Shanghai City back to Zhonghai City, they were bound to cross paths. Xiao Feng planned to rescue Chu Yunqi first, get her to safety, and then settle the score with the Ouyang family. With a roar, he pressed the accelerator, and the phantom sped away like a shadow, quickly leaving the urban area of Shanghai City for the highway entrance. Arriving at the highway exit based on Chu Yunqi's location, he quietly waited. Since he was traveling in the opposite direction, he would not encounter them once he got on the highway, making it impossible to chase them directly. The best strategy was to wait at the highway exit. With the tracking information in hand, there was no way they could escape. Xiao Feng stepped out of the car and waited silently at a bend in the highway exit. The men who had taken Chu Yunqi were driving fast, and based on the speed indicated by the tracking software, they would arrive at this highway exit in about half an hour. Meanwhile, on the highway from Zhonghai City to Shanghai City, Chu Yunqi was bound and thrown into the back seat of a car by two menacing-looking men. Today, she had been at the Chu group for work, with her secretary busy organizing documents. She had gone downstairs to buy something, only to be grabbed as soon as she stepped out of the building. Lying in the back seat, her stunning face was filled with panic. She couldn't understand how she had been kidnapped not long ago and was now facing robbers again. Unfortunately, her mouth was covered, preventing her from questioning them. She hoped that Xiao Feng could hear her cries for help. Anxious and frightened, Chu Yunqi placed all her hopes on him. Just thinking of Xiao Feng calmed her racing heart a little. Step on it. The master is waiting for us. The man in the passenger seat urged impatiently. The driver responded by flooring the accelerator, and the car's speed shot up to 150 km/h, racing towards Shanghai City at an astonishing pace. This girl is really beautiful. If it weren't for the master's orders, I'd want to have a taste myself, the man sitting next to Chu Yunqi said with a grin, his eyes aggressively scanning her alluring figure, making her break into a cold sweat as she worried for her safety. Don't worry, little girl, I won't touch you for now. But once the master's business is settled, I'll ask him to reward you to me, and then. The man trailed off, his imagination running wild, his eyes burning with desire. Hearing his words filled Chu Yunqi with fear and confusion. She had no idea who this master was or why she had been taken. If Chu Yunqi knew that she was captured this time because of Xiao Feng, she would probably be so furious that she would spit blood. The car roared to life, accelerating to its maximum speed as it raced toward Shanghai City. With the driver pushing the limits, they arrived at the highway entrance to Shanghai City in just 20 minutes. The driver maneuvered the car toward the toll booth, approaching from the right side. After passing through the toll, he turned onto the road to the right. In front of them, a striking limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked. Clearly, it was Xiao Feng's car. Chapter 92. A quick end at the bend of the highway. Xiao Feng returned to his car, using a mobile app to track the location, 1 minute ahead of schedule, waiting to intercept Chu Yunqi's vehicle. Here they come. Xiao Feng sat in the driver's seat, watching a small black sedan pass by with a grim expression. A smirk crept onto his lips as he pressed the accelerator and followed closely behind. Xiao Feng's tracking skills had reached a top-tier level. The bodyguards from the Ouyang family were completely unaware that they had a tail. He trailed them, observing the direction of their travel and cross-referencing with the map. It seemed they were not heading to Tianshan Park, but rather to the outskirts of Shanghai City. Clearly, the Ouyang family intended to capture and hide Chu Yunqi, then lure him to Tianshan Park for an ambush. Heh, if you want to play, I'll play along. Xiao Feng chuckled coldly as he followed the black sedan, driving through an increasingly sparse urban landscape until he reached the outskirts of Shanghai City. Boom. Noticing the road was nearly deserted, Xiao Feng pressed down on the gas, quickly overtaking the black sedan and positioning himself in front of them. A limited edition sports car suddenly appeared, blocking their path, startling them. The driver slammed on the brakes, coming to a stop just in time to avoid a collision. What the hell? How do you drive like that? Are you trying to get yourself killed? The driver rolled down the window, yelling furiously, while the bodyguards inside the car stared at the imposing sports car ahead. You too, Get out and teach him a lesson. Then move the car aside. The man sitting in the passenger seat instructed the two in the back. The ones sent by Ouyang Xiong to capture Chu Yunxi were elite bodyguards trained over many years, strong enough that ordinary mercenaries stood no chance against them. Don't worry, boss, we know what to do. The two men in the back nodded with cold smirks as they got out of the car, blocking the path of the sports car. Though it was a valuable vehicle in Shanghai City, the Ouyang family was the undisputed top family. Even a dragon would have to bow down in their territory. The two men in black approached Xiao Feng's sports car with menacing glares. Upon seeing just a young boy inside, they exchanged disdainful looks. Just a brat. Let us wrap this up quickly. The man on the left snorted dismissively, completely underestimating Xiao Feng as he strode forward, intending to confront him alone. Each of them was capable of taking on 10 opponents, filled with confidence, thinking Xiao Feng was merely a rich kid trying to block their way. Although they didn't know why Xiao Feng was there to stop them, this was Shanghai City. Anyone who dared to provoke the Ouyang family would regret it. As the man in black approached the driver's side of Xiao Feng's car, just as he was about to force the door open, Xiao Feng opened it himself and stepped out. Oh, feeling quite bold, aren't we? The man in black sneered as he saw Xiao Feng get out, then suddenly threw a powerful punch aimed at Xiao Feng's stomach. The man in black launched a surprise attack, aiming to take down Xiao Feng with a single blow before quickly moving the car aside and returning to the Ouyang family without wasting too much time. After all, Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian were still waiting for them at home. Bang! A dull thud suddenly echoed, and the cold smile on the man's face froze in an instant. He curled up like a shrimp and was sent flying backward. Xiao Feng clapped his hands. With one punch, he sent the man crashing to the ground, unconscious and coughing up blood. A direct hit to the man's forehead meant that even if he survived, he would be out of commission for a while. After dealing with this man, Xiao Feng turned his attention to another black-clad figure. As he approached, the second man's expression shifted dramatically. The one who had just been knocked away was no weakling. Seeing that his companion had been taken down by Xiao Feng with a single punch made the black-clad man realize that the situation was more complicated than he had anticipated. However, he didn't have time to think further before Xiao Feng's fist came rushing towards him. Xiao Feng intended to eliminate them quickly to prevent them from reacting and taking Chu Yunxi hostage as leverage against him. Boom! Xiao Feng's fist struck the man's arm with tremendous force that was simply beyond the man's ability to withstand. The black-clad man's arm snapped, and without losing momentum, Xiao Feng's fist slammed into his stomach, causing him to spit blood and collapse to the ground, howling in pain. Inside the black sedan, the man in the passenger seat narrowed his eyes in shock at Xiao Feng's displayed strength. The men he had dispatched were among the top experts of the Ouyang family. Even the so-called national martial arts champions usually couldn't match them. Yet, they had been thoroughly defeated by a mere youth. Whoosh! Xiao Feng didn't waste any time. After taking down the two men who had exited the car, he shot towards the black sedan. Turn around and get out of here, the man in the passenger seat exclaimed. Although he was the leader of these men, his skills were only slightly better than theirs, and he didn't believe he could take them down with ease. Aware that he was no match for Xiao Feng, he decided to flee. The driver nodded calmly, pressed the gas pedal, and yanked the steering wheel. The black sedan spun around, attempting to make a getaway. Thinking of escaping? Xiao Feng scoffed, stomping the ground and charging forward. Just as he prepared to break through the window, he suddenly felt a jolt and instinctively leaped onto the roof of the car. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out. The man in the passenger seat had pulled out a handgun from who knows where and fired at Xiao Feng. If it weren't for Xiao Feng's quick reflexes, he would have been hit. Did you think you could dodge this? The man was both shocked and furious. His plan to have the driver make a U-turn was a ruse to lure Xiao Feng in for an ambush and shoot him. It had worked, but he hadn't expected Xiao Feng to react so swiftly and evade his shot. The man found it hard to accept the outcome. He yelled at the driver to stop, ready to get out and shoot Xiao Feng with the money in his hand. However, just as he opened the car door, a shadow suddenly struck out, landing a heavy blow on his arm, leaving it numb and causing his gun to be snatched away in an instant. Bang! As soon as the gun was taken from him, a deafening gunshot rang out. Xiao Feng jumped out of the car, firing a shot that hit the man in the heart, killing him instantly. A single shot to the heart. The entire process took less than 10 seconds, leaving everyone in the car in shock. Chapter 94, Tianshan Park. Bang! Xiao Feng shot the man in the passenger seat with a single, clean shot. His movements were swift and decisive, leaving the man's subordinates in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. Among the three subordinates, one was knocked unconscious by Xiao Feng. Another was lying on the ground, coughing up blood, and the last was the driver of the car. After shooting the man, Xiao Feng expressionlessly put away his gun and then delivered a punch that knocked the driver out as well. As he took down the driver, Xiao Feng heard a muffled sound of struggle. He turned to see Chu Yunxi in the back seat, trying to speak, but with her mouth covered, only able to produce incoherent sounds. Seeing Chu Yunxi struggling, Xiao Feng shook his head in resignation and walked over to the back seat to loosen the ropes binding her. Once the cloth was removed from her mouth, Chu Yunxi gasped for breath. "Xiao Feng, you finally made it," she said. Her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at him. This was the second time Xiao Feng had come to her rescue. Of course, if she knew that she had been targeted because someone had previously threatened Xiao Feng by kidnapping her, she might have a different reaction. "All right, let us go. I'll take you to a safe place," Xiao Feng said with a smile, stepping out of the car and walking towards the man who was lying on the ground, coughing up blood. The man, seeing Xiao Feng approach like a death god, backed away in fear, worried that Xiao Feng would kill him to silence him. Xiao Feng expressionlessly caught up to the man and knocked him out with a kick. He then tossed all four of them into the car, drove to a secluded spot, locked the doors, and returned to his sports car. "Is this car yours?" Chu Yunxi asked, glancing at the luxurious Phantom as Xiao Feng got in. "Why else would I be driving it?" Xiao Feng replied nonchalantly. With Xiao Feng's confirmation, Chu Yunxi looked at him deeply, feeling that he was even more enigmatic. She then took her seat in the passenger side. Virum. Xiao Feng drove the Phantom towards the Ouyang group at high speed. He planned to secure Chu Yunxi first before dealing with the Ouyang family. The men who had kidnapped her were all knocked out, and they wouldn't be able to alert the Ouyang family for a while. He intended to take advantage of their unawareness to eliminate them. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is often the safest place. Xiao Feng returned to a CAF not far from the Ouyang group and instructed Chu Yunxi to wait for him there. "The ones who attacked you earlier are from the Ouyang family. Stay here and don't show yourself, understand?" Xiao Feng instructed. "Wait, how do you know who kidnapped me? Was it because of you again?" Chu Yunxi asked, suspicion evident on her cold face. "Let us not get into that," Xiao Feng replied. Xiao Feng said little as he left the CAF, intending to investigate the layout of the Ouyang group and see if Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian were around. "That bastard. It must be because of you. Why am I so unlucky?" Chu Yunxi pouted, murmuring to herself, feeling incredibly gloomy. She had initially felt grateful to Xiao Feng for rescuing her, but now, she was feeling a bit more frustrated. If she told anyone, they probably wouldn't believe it. Within less than half a month, she had been kidnapped twice, and both times it was because of the same person. Sitting in a corner of the CAF, Chu Yunxi called her family to assure them she was safe. She didn't mention being kidnapped again. Instead, she said she had some matters to attend to and would likely be home late. Thankfully, she hadn't lost her phone. After checking in with her family, she sipped her coffee and gazed out at the Ouyang group, waiting for Xiao Feng to return. After leaving the CAF, Xiao Feng pretended to be a passerby as he approached the Ouyang group building. He circled the building and then stealthily slipped in through the back door. First, he needed to check the surveillance room. Xiao Feng had a clear goal, to confirm whether Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian were in the building. The best way to do this was to access the surveillance footage. Moving swiftly, Xiao Feng soon darted into the men's restroom, where he grabbed a man and, under pressure, obtained the exact location of the surveillance room. Bang! He knocked the man out with a single blow and then changed into the man's suit, taking his employee badge, and confidently walked out. Dressed in a suit, and with the employee badge hanging from his shoulder, Xiao Feng walked down the hallway without raising any suspicion. There were so many employees at the Ouyang group that it was impossible for them to know everyone. He entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 9th floor, where the surveillance room was located. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and Xiao Feng stepped out, heading towards the surveillance room. Through the window, he saw 3 or 4 people chatting inside, appearing quite relaxed. Seeing this, Xiao Feng smiled and pushed the door open to walk in. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The people in the surveillance room questioned as they noticed the sudden intruder. Without responding, Xiao Feng charged forward before they could react, swiftly taking them down and knocking them unconscious. After dealing with these individuals, he approached the surveillance system, quickly pulling up the footage from today and fast-forwarding through it. He focused intently on the rapidly changing images on the screen, and after about half an hour, he had reviewed all the surveillance footage from the Ouyang building for the day. They left the Ouyang group building 2 hours ago. Xiao Feng obtained a crucial lead. Ouyang Tian and Ouyang Xiong had left the building 2 hours prior. Before coming to Shanghai City, he had acquired information about the Ouyang family at Tongtian Pavilion, which included photos of Ouyang Tian and Ouyang Xiong, so he recognized them without any difficulty. "They're not here. It seems I'll have to put in a bit more effort." Xiao Feng turned off the surveillance cameras, destroying all the footage from today. He then pushed open the door and left the 9th floor, taking the elevator down to the 1st floor. He slipped out of the Ouyang group building without drawing any attention. After leaving the Ouyang group, Xiao Feng walked back to the CAF, where he found Chu Yunxi sitting in a corner, looking on high alert as she waited for him. Having just been rescued by Xiao Feng from the hands of the robbers, Chu Yunxi still felt a lingering fear, especially being so close to the Ouyang family, the perpetrators. Being alone in that situation would undoubtedly make anyone anxious. As the president of the Chu group, she was a strong woman, yet at the end of the day, she was still a woman. Remaining composed in such a scenario was already quite impressive. Chapter 95. The Killer of Fear in the Small Grove. The sound of rustling footsteps echoed as the enemies lying in ambush quietly approached Xiao Feng. To kill you. Why bother with a gun? I want to see what you can do to defeat the Black Snake. A cold voice came from behind Xiao Feng. The assailants chose not to use firearms against him. Unwilling to end the assassination too quickly, they wanted to see what skills Xiao Feng possessed. When they witnessed Xiao Feng shoot down the ambush with his pistol, their faces displayed shock, momentarily taken aback by his marksmanship. However, they quickly regained their composure, knowing they could achieve the same feat. Quite the bravado. Why hide in the shadows? Why not come out? Xiao Feng mocked. Humph, even without your taunts, we would come out. As the voice fell, 3 men dressed in black robes emerged from the grove. They had been hiding there to determine whether Xiao Feng had come alone. If he had brought allies, they would have had time to prepare their countermeasures. Upon confirming he was alone, they stepped out without hesitation. Xiao Feng, a young man who can defeat the Black Snake. You are indeed strong. I didn't expect such hidden talents in the small city of Zhonghai. However, you made a grave mistake by interfering in our affairs and killing the Black Snake. No matter how strong you are, you will have to pay the price. A tall man, nearly 2 meters in height, stepped forward. He was the highest-ranking killer among the 3, codenamed Cobra. Enough with the chatter. Xiao Feng scoffed. Recognizing them as the assassins sent by the Serpent Tribe, as mentioned by the Tantian Pavilion. Cobra, initially angered by Xiao Feng's words, suddenly felt a jolt of recognition. He realized that Xiao Feng's appearance seemed eerily familiar. Have you been overseas? Cobra asked, his tone slightly uneasy. The more he looked at Xiao Feng, the more he felt he resembled the legendary figure, especially given their similar ages. Boss, why ask so much? Just capture him alive and take him away, said the cold-hearted Red Snake, not understanding the purpose of Cobra's questions and eager to resolve the situation quickly. Shut up. To Red Snake's surprise, Cobra snapped at him, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety. Years ago, when Xiao Feng infiltrated the Serpent Tribe to rescue his target, one of the 3 assassins present at that time was indeed Cobra. Cobra suspected that Xiao Feng might be the fabled king of the underworld from back then, prompting his inquiry. It seems you've remembered something, Xiao Feng said with interest. Whether Cobra had been part of the Black Snake tribe back then didn't matter much to him. After all, there were too many people in the Black Snake's lair for him to recognize everyone. However, Cobra's unusual demeanor hinted at deeper connections. Boom. Xiao Feng's response, seemingly off-topic, struck Cobra like a bolt from the blue. Boss, what exactly is going on? Are we still going to capture him? One of the assassins, the Viper, asked, clearly confused by the boss's unusual behavior. Capture him? He's the one who stormed into the headquarters of the Serpent Clan years ago and rescued the hostages. The Cobra swallowed hard, his face filled with anxiety. Back then, Xiao Feng single-handedly turned the Serpent Clan upside down. No one could handle him. Now they actually wanted to capture him? If word got out, it would surely become a huge joke in the assassin world. What? You say he's the king of the underworld? Red Snake and Viper gasped in shock, breaking out in a cold sweat. Boss, you can't be mistaken, right? How could the king of the underworld be in Huaxiao and have a conflict with the Ouyang family? Red Snake asked, trembling with fear. This was simply too unbelievable. I'm not wrong. I was there at the time. His face is something I will never forget. Cobra said, initially skeptical, but the moment he heard Xiao Feng's voice, the vague figure in his mind suddenly became clear. He could confirm that Xiao Feng was indeed the king of the underworld, the legend of the assassin world. What do we do now? Viper asked, drenched in cold sweat and visibly frightened. The 3 of them were well-known figures in the assassin world, feared by many. Yet facing the king of the underworld filled them with a profound terror that they would never forget. The devastation caused by the king of the underworld to the Serpent Clan left an indelible stain on their hearts. What else can we do? Apologize and beg for mercy, Cobra said without hesitation. He rushed to Xiao Feng and kneeled down with a thud. My lord, we had no idea that the target of the Ouyang family was you when we took on this task. Please don't hold it against us. We beg you not to be angry. Cobra apologized anxiously, terrified that Xiao Feng would retaliate and attack the Serpent Clan's lair again, leaving them as the scapegoats with no way out. Seeing this, Red Snake and Viper hurried over, kneeling before Xiao Feng in fear. In the face of such overwhelming terror, they cast aside their pride, Preserving their lives was the most important thing. Xiao Feng, who was unafraid of the entire serpent clan, could easily eliminate them without them even knowing how it happened. Heh, I thought your serpent clan had grown some backbone after a few years of development. Xiao Feng sneered. He had come to Tianshan Park to check if Ouyang Xiong and his son were here and to take care of the people here. But seeing that these three assassins recognized him, he devised a plan. Here's the deal. I'll give you a choice. You can consider agreeing or not agreeing. Xiao Feng said. We agree. Whatever the king of the underworld commands, we will follow, even if it means walking through fire or climbing a mountain. They replied eagerly. The cobra replied nervously, without a hint of hesitation. You killed Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian. I'll let that slide. Xiao Feng said calmly, planning to use the assassins from the snake tribe to deal with Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian, thus saving himself the trouble of tracking them down. No problem. We'll go kill them right away, ensuring they won't see tomorrow's sun, the cobra said excitedly. He had expected Xiao Feng to present some difficult conditions, but he was surprised that it was simply a matter of taking out Ouyang Tian and his father. It was far too easy. Chapter 96. Ouyang Xiong's realization. Hearing Xiao Feng's conditions, Cobra eagerly agreed. To the Viper tribe, the Ouyang family was a minor player. Their connection to the Viper tribe was merely due to past collaborations. Normally, assassin organizations are not allowed to target their employers, as it goes against industry rules and would lead to condemnation. However, the Ouyang family had actually enlisted the Viper tribe to deal with the Underworld King, a terrifying figure. In order to protect themselves, the Viper tribe had to overlook many things. Let us make it quick. I don't want to wake up tomorrow still hearing about Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian being alive in this world, Xiao Feng said calmly. Rest assured, the father and son are waiting for us at the Ouyang family's headquarters. We'll head over to deal with them right away, Cobra replied. Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian had left the Ouyang group building and gone to the Ouyang family, where they were waiting for news from Cobra and his companions. They instructed Cobra to capture Xiao Feng alive instead of killing him, so they could take their time to exact revenge. This was also one of the reasons why Cobra and the others didn't immediately use their guns on Xiao Feng as soon as he stepped into the grove. Okay. Xiao Feng turned and left the grove, heading toward the entrance of Tianshan Park. Phew. Seeing Xiao Feng leave, Cobra and his companions let out a long sigh of relief. They had been so scared that they didn't dare to breathe heavily, worried that if Xiao Feng was displeased, he might kill them on the spot. Given Xiao Feng's terrifying strength, they stood no chance against him. Boss, should we inform headquarters about this? If we recklessly retaliate against our employer and it gets out, it won't look good. Red Snake said in a low voice as he watched Xiao Feng walk away. Sure, I'll contact headquarters right now. Cobra nodded and took out his communicator to reach out to the Viper tribe's headquarters. When Cobra reported the situation, it alarmed everyone at the Viper tribe. They urgently instructed Cobra to meet all of Xiao Feng's demands and to never provoke him, as the tribe could not withstand another blow. Years ago, when Xiao Feng stormed into their territory, the damage he inflicted was unimaginable. The Viper tribe had taken years to recover, and they feared that if Xiao Feng came after them again, not only would their reputation be ruined, but their strength would also diminish significantly. After receiving the precise instructions from headquarters, Cobra ended the call. What did headquarters say? Red Snake asked, and Without Tail Snake looked over as well. We must comply with all of Xiao Feng's demands. We cannot let him harbor any resentment toward the Viper tribe, Cobra said solemnly. The Viper tribe was genuinely afraid of Xiao Feng, trembling at the mere mention of the Underworld King's name. Let us go to the Ouyang family. Cobra's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. The Ouyang family had almost caused them to perish at Xiao Feng's hands, and the Viper tribe had nearly plunged into an irretrievable abyss. They intended to unleash their fury on the Ouyang family. As Xiao Feng left Tianshan Park and walked back to the Phantom sports car, Chu Yunqi waited anxiously inside. When she saw him return safely, a charming smile spread across her beautiful face. You're back. How did it go? She asked. Smoothly. We can head back now. Xiao Feng replied with a faint smile as he drove the Phantom, speeding towards Zhonghai City. He was confident that the Cobra trio would not dare to defy his orders, and that Ouyang Tian and his son Ouyang Xiong were destined to not survive the night. Roaring down the highway towards Zhonghai City, Xiao Feng was unaware that at the Ouyang family estate in Shanghai City, Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian were waiting in the living room for good news from the Cobras. The father and son had no idea that Chu Yunqi had been captured, nor did they know that the Cobras had recognized Xiao Feng's identity and were too intimidated to confront him directly, instead planning to eliminate the father-son duo. Father, do you think the assassins from the Venom tribe can capture Xiao Feng alive? Ouyang Tian asked with a smirk, sipping tea in a teasing tone. I can't guarantee they can capture him alive, but Xiao Feng won't escape, Ouyang Xiong said confidently. He was well aware of the Venom tribe's strength and knew that the Cobras were their top assassins. With them involved, Xiaofeng had only two possible outcomes: death or capture. Ouyang Xiong had no doubt that the Cobras would succeed. As they waited, the sun gradually set, plunging the sky into darkness, with a hazy moon casting its glow above. "Sir," Ave returned. A loud voice announced at the Ouyang estate. At the entrance, a servant welcomed the Cobras, Cobra, Red Snake, and No-Tail Snake, into the mansion, leading them to the living room where Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian were drinking tea. "Haha, they're back." Ouyang Xiong chuckled, rising to greet the Cobras. Come in, come in." He stepped outside the living room to invite them in, then waved at the servants to leave, closing the door behind them. The room was left with just the five of them. Ouyang Xiong wanted to ensure that the details of this assassination attempt were not overheard by anyone else. "Gentlemen, did you manage to kill Xiaofeng?" Ouyang Xiong asked as he poured tea for the Cobras. Seeing that they returned empty-handed, he assumed they had succeeded in eliminating Xiaofeng. "No," Cobra replied, shaking his head, surprising Ouyang Xiong by denying that they had killed Xiaofeng. "Then what?" Ouyang Xiong hesitated, a look of confusion flashing in his eyes. "We waited at Tianshan Park until evening, and we did encounter Xiaofeng, but..." Cobra paused, leaving the sentence unfinished. "But what?" Ouyang Tian could no longer contain his impatience and pressed for an answer. "But we found that this person is completely different from the information you initially provided," Cobra finally revealed. The Cobra said coldly, his tone suddenly shifting, causing a slight change in Ouyang Xiong's expression, while Ouyang Tian remained oblivious to any abnormalities. "Sir, the information we provided back then was gathered by our own people. There may be some errors and omissions, but his family background is definitely accurate." Ouyang Tian asked in confusion, "Is there something going on here?" Noticing the tension, Ouyang Xiong also inquired. The Cobra's first statement upon meeting them wasn't about whether they had killed Xiaofeng, but rather that the information they provided was incorrect. Could it be that even the Venom tribe was wary of Xiaofeng's identity? Chapter 97. Both killed. The unusual behavior of the Cobra made the deeply calculating Ouyang Xiong sense something was off, a hint of confusion evident in his deeply set eyes. Indeed, quite a lot has happened. The Cobra, listening to the questions from Ouyang Xiong and his son Ouyang Tian, let out a cold laugh and set down his teacup. Hearing the Cobra's chilling laughter, both Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian trembled, a sense of foreboding washing over them. "Do you know the true identity of that so-called Xiaofeng?" The Cobra suddenly turned his gaze toward the father and son. "What is it?" Ouyang Tian swallowed hard, a thought crossing his mind that perhaps Xiaofeng's background was not as simple as they had discovered. "Have you heard of the king of the underworld?" the Cobra asked. "The king of the underworld. The one who is incredibly powerful despite his young age, who once single-handedly defeated an entire group." Ouyang Xiong's eyes widened, and Ouyang Tian's gaze reflected the same shock. They clearly had heard the legends about the king of the underworld. The tales of the king of the underworld had reached both Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian through their friends, revealing a mysterious young man overseas with unmatched strength, who had stormed into the serpent tribe's stronghold, causing chaos. Yet none in the tribe could stand against him. Could it be that Xiaofeng knows the king of the underworld? Ouyang Tian asked, his heart racing. In his eyes, the king of the underworld was like a god. If Xiaofeng's backing was the king of the underworld, then they were in deep trouble. No wonder the Cobra and his companions returned looking so serious. "You guessed wrong." The Cobra shook his head, denying Ouyang Tian's speculation. Then, Ouyang Tian, relieved to learn that Xiaofeng did not know the king of the underworld, asked with curiosity, "He is the king of the underworld." The Cobra spoke slowly, each word like a cannonball crashing into a calm sea, stirring up a storm that left Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian utterly stunned, their mouths agape. He is the legendary king of the underworld? You can't be joking with us." Even Ouyang Xiong, no matter how deep his scheming, could not remain composed at this moment, his face stiffening as he forced a smile. "Do I look like I'm joking?" The Cobra's tone suddenly shifted, filled with a sharp menace that made both Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian's hearts skip a beat, a chill running from the top of their heads to their toes, leaving them feeling cold all over. If he really is the king of the underworld, what do we do? Should we apologize to him? Ouyang Tian, seeing the Cobra's seriousness, though filled with doubt, dared not voice it and could only ask for a solution. "No need to complicate things." A sinister smile crossed the Cobra's lips. "Then what should we do?" Ouyang Xiong inquired, unaware of the thick, killing intent swirling in the depths of the Cobra's eyes. "Very simple. Your lies will suffice to appease the wrath of the king of the underworld." The Cobra's voice was as cold as frost, falling into the ears of Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian. causing their faces to change drastically as a wave of terror surged through them. This is bad. Ouyang Xiong was the first to react. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up, reaching for a wooden box on a nearby chair that contained a handgun. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air, scattering a flurry of snowflakes. The cobra, wielding a sharp dagger, swiftly slashed across Ouyang Xiong's neck, ending his life. Thud! Ouyang Xiong collapsed to the ground, blood gushing out in a hot stream. Until his last breath, he couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Dad! Ouyang Tian looked at his father lying in a pool of blood and let out a heart-wrenching scream, feeling an overwhelming wave of fear wash over him. He instantly regained his composure and tried to turn to flee, but the moment he did, a piercing pain shot through his back. With a splutter, Ouyang Tian coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell lifelessly to the ground, his eyes wide open in shock. The cobra withdrew the dagger from his heart, coldly finishing off the Ouyang father and son. When facing Xiao Feng, the cobra trembled in fear and couldn't muster the courage to fight back. However, this didn't mean he lacked strength. On the contrary, his killing skills far surpassed those of ordinary people, ranking among the top assassins in the industry. He was the ace killer of the Viper clan. After disposing of the bodies, they planned to leave the Ouyang family. The cobra eliminated Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian, wiped the blood from his dagger with a cloth, and tucked it away. The red snake and the tailless snake moved over to drag the bodies of Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian into a corner. The three of them then brazenly left the Ouyang family and drove out of Shanghai City. They weren't afraid of the Ouyang family. With their abilities, they could easily destroy the entire clan. However, Xiao Feng had only instructed them to eliminate Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian, and having already killed their employer, they had committed a significant taboo, so they wanted to leave Shanghai City quietly. The trio of cobras left the Ouyang residence without alerting anyone, confidently driving out of the city and taking a flight back to the Viper clan through their own channels. About an hour later, when members of the Ouyang family noticed that Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian had not made any noise, suspicions arose. The butler led the way to push open the wooden door of the conference hall, only to find Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian lying in a pool of blood. They were instantly struck dumb, as if hit by lightning. Immediately, news of the father and son being murdered spread like wildfire. Within half a day, Shanghai City was in an uproar, with all the business elites hearing about the mysterious deaths of Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian. The primary suspects in this case were the three cobras, who had left the conference hall last, but aside from Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian, no one knew their identities. Thus the investigation hit a dead end. Whether it was the family or the police, various methods were employed to investigate, but they found that after the cobras left the Ouyang family, it was as if they had vanished from the earth. Ultimately, the police discovered that they had likely left China and gone overseas. The Poison Snake Tribe is considered a powerful organization within the assassin community, wielding significant influence. Their audacity to kill Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian in broad daylight, without erasing any evidence, indicates that they do not fear the Ouyang family. This incident quickly spread from Shanghai City to other cities. The Ouyang family group possesses immense financial resources and influence, and the shocking news of both the chairman and his son being brutally murdered at home left many in the business world stunned and in disbelief. Chapter 98. Ouyang Sujing's helplessness in less than a day. The news of the sudden deaths of the chairman of the Ouyang family and his son in Shanghai City spread like wildfire to nearby cities. The entire Ouyang family was thrown into chaos, with Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian both dead. The only remaining heir, Ouyang Sujing, had been enamored with a life of luxury from a young age and was clearly not cut out to manage the family business. He was nowhere near capable of handling the vast Ouyang family. Moreover, the Ouyang family had been in decline for some time, and this incident acted like a fuse, igniting a full-blown crisis within the family, leaving everyone in a state of panic and confusion. The Ouyang family's longtime rival, the Zhang family, received the news immediately. "Old master, what do you make of the sudden deaths of Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian?" asked Butler Liu, standing beside Elder Zhang in the study. "What do you think?" Elder Zhang countered. "The Ouyang family is quite powerful, rivaling the Zhang family. The fact that the assailants could kill them in their own home and leave without a trace suggests that the perpetrators are either more powerful than the Ouyang family or are fearless individuals." Butler Liu speculated. The Ouyang family and the Zhang family had been at odds for many years. With the deaths of Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian, the Ouyang family was no longer a match for the Zhang family. Thus, this incident had significant implications for the Zhang family as well. "I'll give you a clue. You can dig deeper from there," Elder Zhang said with a faint smile. "This morning, the Ouyang family sent people to Shanghai City to capture the heiress of the Chu family. This woman has had past interactions with Xiao Feng. Coincidentally, Xiao Feng went to Shanghai City today. Elder Zhang spoke in a tone filled with mystery. Since the Ouyang family had targeted Zhang Linger last time, he had been keeping a close watch on their movements, so he had received early information about their actions in Zhonghai City. He had also discovered the relationship between Chu Yunqi and Xiao Feng during his prior investigations. Master, are you suggesting that? Butler Lu's body tensed at the implication, unable to believe what he was hearing. Keep this to yourself, regardless of whether my guess is accurate, Elder Zhang instructed. If he was correct, the deaths of Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian must be connected to Xiao Feng. If that were true, then Xiao Feng's strength was even more formidable than he had imagined. The Ouyang family's power was comparable to that of the Zhang family, and if Xiao Feng could kill Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian, he could very well turn his attention to them. I understand, Butler Lu replied solemnly. He knew Elder Zhang's character well. He wouldn't make baseless assumptions. And once he had a hypothesis, it was usually very close to the truth. Master, should we take action? Butler Lu asked next. To not reciprocate is impolite. Pass the order down. Spare no effort in seizing all projects and channel distributors of the Ouyang group. I want them to be completely destroyed. A rare fierceness appeared on Zhang Lao's seemingly kind face. The rivalry between the Ouyang family and the Zhang family has lasted for many years. It should finally come to an end. All right. Butler Lu nodded excitedly, turning to leave the study, ready to take this opportunity to push the Ouyang family into the abyss. Everything is over. In the study, Zhang Lao's voice sounded slightly lonely. He had fought with Ouyang Xiong for many years, always thinking of ways to bring down the Ouyang family. But when this day finally arrived, he felt a hint of melancholy. Perhaps, as one grows old, one becomes more sentimental. Zhang Lao sighed, picked up a philosophy book, and silently read, as the study gradually returned to tranquility. Xiao Feng drove the phantom sports car, taking Chu Yunqi away from Shanghai City and back to Zhonghai City. He parked the car outside the Chu group's main entrance. Get out. Xiao Feng pressed the brake and said to Chu Yunqi, Want to go in and sit for a bit? Chu Yunqi asked tentatively. Forget it, it's too late. Xiao Feng shook his head, noting that it was already past midnight. All right. Hearing Xiao Feng's refusal, Chu Yunqi felt a hint of reluctance in her heart for some reason. But she hid it well, managing to smile faintly. Goodbye. Chu Yunqi got out of the car and bid farewell to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng nodded, pressed the gas pedal, and drove the phantom out of her sight. Does this guy really not understand human feelings? Chu Yunqi pouted in grievance. Boys who usually pursued her were nowhere to be found, and when she invited Xiao Feng to her company, he rejected her. It was the first time she felt the sting of rejection. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. With a cold snort, she entered the Chu group, tidied up her things, and then drove her little car home to rest. Xiao Feng drove the phantom at high speed. Quickly returning to the villa, he parked in front of the villa, pushed open the door, and walked in, only to find the place empty. Looks like she's still at work, Xiao Feng murmured. Xiao Anna had returned to work at the Golden Sands Club, where the later it got, the livelier it became. He was already used to Xiao Anna working late. Xiao Feng walked into the bathroom, took a shower, and changed before returning to his room. He lay on the soft bed, and a wave of drowsiness suddenly hit him. Stretching lazily, he soon fell asleep. He had gone through quite a lot today and had expended a great deal of energy, so he quickly drifted off. After Xiao Feng had been asleep for over 2 hours, a slightly tipsy Xiao Anna pushed the door open and walked in. Having worked at the Golden Sands Club for years, she had developed a great tolerance for alcohol. Although her face was flushed now, she was only slightly tipsy and still maintained a calm and rational mindset. Xiao Anna took off her high heels and clothes, walked into the bathroom for a refreshing shower, and then dragged her tired body back to her room, where she soon fell asleep as well. Tonight, for Xiao Feng, the night is calm. However, more than 100 kilometers away in the Ouyang family estate in Shanghai City, the members of the Ouyang family are like ants on a hot stove, restless and unable to eat or sleep, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. The person most affected is Ouyang Xiong's grandson, Ouyang Sujing, the son of Ouyang Tian. In just one day, he has lost 2 close relatives, a shocking blow to him. For many years, he has indulged in a carefree life of drinking and partying, rarely involving himself in the affairs of the company, merely holding a nominal position. Lacking substantial skills, Ouyang Sujing finds himself at a loss in the face of both internal and external challenges facing the Ouyang family, completely unsure of how to handle the situation. Chapter 99. Heaven bar. What filled Ouyang Sujing with despair the most was that their longtime rival, the Zhang family from Zhonghai City, started using various means to suppress the Ouyang group upon learning of his father and grandfather's deaths. This made their already difficult situation even worse. As time passed, the Ouyang family became increasingly chaotic. Ouyang Sujing found himself unable to control the Ouyang group, which had already split into several factions. Some wanted to make quick money and leave, while others aimed to oust Ouyang Sujing and take over as chairman. The vast Ouyang family and the Ouyang group were unwilling to be managed by a carefree Ouyang Sujing, leading to a situation where the group was riddled with problems. Share prices continued to plummet, and if this trend persisted, the Ouyang group would face significant issues within a month, ultimately leading to its downfall. The Ouyang family faced an unprecedented crisis, while the Zhang family was reaping the benefits, continuously encroaching on the Ouyang family's channels and projects. Xiaofeng was unaware of all this and, frankly, didn't care. He woke up early the next morning, made 2 breakfasts, and after eating, lounged on the sofa watching the news. Sure enough, he saw a report about the Ouyang family on the news. It detailed how Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian had both been murdered at the family estate, causing a massive uproar. You all are quite perceptive, Xiaofeng thought. Noticing that the snake tribe was faithfully fulfilling their promise, and he decided not to hold a grudge against them for their earlier mistakes. With Ouyang Xiong and Ouyang Tian dead, the Ouyang family was now leaderless, and Xiaofeng believed that Zhang would know what to do next. He smiled faintly, realizing that both the Zhang and Ouyang families operated in the same sphere. The Zhang group could take this opportunity to absorb the Ouyang group's channels and projects for their own use. With this problem resolved, he could finally enjoy a few peaceful days. Lying on the sofa, he continued watching the news, feeling relieved that the threat from the Ouyang family was gone. And he no longer had to worry about their actions against Xiao Anna. Xiao Anna woke up just after 10 in the morning. By the time she got up, Xiaofeng had already been awake for 3 hours, and breakfast had long gone cold. He warmed it up specifically for her. Thank you, Xiao Anna said cheerfully, appreciating Xiaofeng's thoughtful gesture. Family doesn't need to thank each other. Xiaofeng waved his hand dismissively, acting nonchalant. His words warmed Xiao Anna's heart. Having grown up without parents, she was adopted by Xiaofeng's family, which had given her a sense of belonging. Later, when Xiaofeng's parents mysteriously disappeared and he went off to the military for 8 years, she seemed to lead a glamorous life on the surface. Yet she always felt lonely inside. The only way she could escape that loneliness was by pouring all her energy into work. After finishing her breakfast, Xiao Anna hurried off to work at the Golden Sands Club, leaving Xiaofeng alone in the villa watching TV. He had nothing much to do today and was quite content enjoying his leisure time. The investigation into the relationship between the parents of the Tongtian Tower and the Skeleton Guild was taking longer than expected, and with the Ouyang family threat eliminated, Xiaofeng had nothing pressing to deal with. He spent the entire day in the villa, and as night fell, his phone rang. Looking down, he saw it was a call from Gue Yi, so he curiously answered. Boss, are you free tonight? Gue Yi asked. Recently, Gue Yi had been enjoying life. After taking over several entertainment venues from Ba Yi, his financial situation had improved significantly, allowing him to acquire a hotel in the East District and renovate it. I'm free. What's up? Xiaofeng replied. Boss, I just acquired a hotel and renovated it. We're opening tonight, and I'd like to invite you to come. The leaders from the North and West Districts want to meet you, Gue Yi flattered. The news of Ba Ye's death and Gue Ye's takeover of Ba Ye's territory had spread like wildfire in Zhonghai City, with many believing that Gue Yi was responsible for Ba Ye's demise. Gue Yi didn't clarify, intentionally letting people speculate. Gue Yi was an ambitious man. He didn't just want to be the boss of the East and South Districts. He aimed to be the supreme leader of the entire Zhonghai City, a figure that instilled fear. To that end, he subtly leaked information that he had taken a powerful figure as his boss, which allowed him to eliminate Ba Yi. This piqued the interest of the leaders in the North and West Districts, who wanted to meet this mysterious boss during the bar's opening. Gue Yi also saw this as an opportunity to leverage Xiaofeng's reputation to intimidate the leaders of the North and West Districts and bolster his own influence. All right. After considering it, Xiaofeng agreed. He could see through Gue Yi's little scheme, but since Gue Yi had helped rescue Xiao Anna last time, he didn't mind giving him a hand. Haha, that's great. I'll send you the location, Gue Yi responded joyfully. Okay. Xiaofeng nodded and hung up. Shortly after, he received a text from Gue Yi with the bar's location. Glancing at it, Xiaofeng noticed that the hotel was over 20 kilometers away, quite a distance. It was already dark outside, so he left the villa and drove his phantom sports car towards the Paradise Bar. Roaring down the road, Xiaofeng drove at high speed, like a streak of light, attracting the attention of many onlookers. He arrived at Paradise Bar just after 7 p.m., parked his car in the lot, and walked towards the entrance. Today marked the reopening of Paradise Bar, drawing in a large crowd, bustling with excitement. Not bad, Xiaofeng thought, impressed by Gue Yi's business acumen as he observed the throngs of customers. But soon, he spotted a familiar figure outside the bar. It was a strikingly youthful silhouette of a woman, unmistakably Xiao Anna, Xiao Feng's aunt. During this time, she had been busy not only with the matters of the Golden Sands Club, but also helping Ghost Lord plan the opening event for Paradise Bar. The large turnout of customers today was largely due to her efforts. At the entrance of Paradise Bar, Ghost Lord and Xiao Anna were welcoming an important figure, a man with a scar on his face, accompanied by a large entourage that clearly indicated his connections in the underworld. Ghost Lord was quite shrewd and knew how to utilize people effectively. Xiao Feng quickly picked up on the situation. Xiao Anna's presence at Paradise Bar meant she had been actively involved in its preparations. She had specifically rushed over from the Golden Sands Club, and if it weren't for Ghost Lord's invitation, she wouldn't have bothered coming over just for the sake of it. Chapter 100. Deng Yuan. It was obvious that the Ghost Master had promised some benefits to Xiao Anna, specifically inviting her to help out. At that moment, Ghost Master was warmly entertaining Xiao Anna, who was a prominent figure in the underworld of the West District of Zhonghai City, known as Black Dog. Xiao Feng walked towards the entrance of the Paradise Bar, but suddenly, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and turned to look into a narrow alley on his left. Deep within the alley, there was a group of men surrounding a man and a woman. That man looked like Deng Yuan. Xiao Feng stared intently at the couple surrounded by the group of men, and the man, in particular, looked familiar. He resembled his good buddy from high school, Deng Yuan. Back in the day, Xiao Feng had left high school early to join the army. He didn't know many people during that time, but Deng Yuan was his best friend, almost like a brother. However, after he enlisted, they lost all contact and hadn't connected since. If Xiao Feng hadn't seen that figure resembling Deng Yuan, he wouldn't have remembered his old friend. He quickly changed direction and headed towards the alley, which was only a few dozen meters from the entrance of the Paradise Bar. However, since it wasn't a main road, there weren't many people around. As Xiao Feng entered the alley, he increasingly felt that the man looked like Deng Yuan, and he quickened his pace. "Hey kid, you look so pathetic. Yet you managed to find such a pretty girlfriend. Why don't you let us have some fun with her?" Inside the alley, a man and woman were cornered by a group of thugs. A fierce-looking man grinned maliciously, his eyes filled with aggression as he scanned the woman's figure, desire burning in him. "Please don't do anything reckless. Let us go. I can pay you," Deng Yuan said, holding his girlfriend's hand tightly. Although he was scared, he stood in front of her, trying to protect her from the group. Deng Yuan and Xiao Ling had heard that the Paradise Bar had just reopened that night with events and local famous singers performing, so they decided to come. They noticed the main road was crowded and intended to take this quieter alley, but unexpectedly ran into a group of thugs who had their eyes on Xiao Ling and blocked their path. This was Deng Yuan's first encounter with such a situation, and he was terrified, but he suppressed his fear and stood firm to protect his girlfriend. "Money? Sure, if you give me a few million, I'll let you go." Black Dog sneered. "A few million? How could I possibly have that? I have a few thousand on me. I can give you that." Deng Yuan was intimidated by Black Dog's demand for millions. After graduating, he had been working at a small company. There was no way he had that much savings. Nervously, Deng Yuan pulled out a few thousand yuan and offered it to Black Dog, hoping they would let him and Xiao Ling leave. "A few thousand? Do you think I'm a beggar?" Black Dog roared, slapping Deng Yuan's hand and knocking the money to the ground. A couple of his lackeys quickly scooped up the cash, dragged them to the small park. "I want him to see with his own eyes what it's like to have his girlfriend played with by me," Black Dog laughed, excited at the thought of the scene. The little brothers of the Black Dog showed excited expressions upon hearing this. When the Black Dog eats meat, they can at least enjoy the soup. Let me go? Let her go." Seeing the Black Dog's little brothers manhandling Xiao Ling, Deng Yuan was terrified and screamed. His heart felt like it was being stabbed with a knife, and his eyes turned red as he shouted. He then threw a punch at a man holding Xiao Ling's arm, knocking him to the ground, blood streaming from his mouth. "Damn it, you dare to fight back? Beat him up." The Black Dog's eyes shot out a fierce murderous intent when he saw Deng Yuan hitting his man. He kicked Deng Yuan to the ground and called his brothers to gang up on him. Bang, bang, bang. The Black Dog's little brothers charged at Deng Yuan with fists and feet, putting all their strength into beating him. Deng Yuan screamed in pain, helplessly watching as Xiao Ling was dragged away by the Black Dog. "You, let her go." Deng Yuan let out a heart-wrenching roar, desperately trying to rush out to save Xiao Ling. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break through the blockade of the little brothers. He was soon beaten to the ground, bloodied and unable to move. "You bastards, let me go." The Black Dog grabbed Xiao Ling, trying to drag her to a nearby park, but she fought back with all her might. "Hee, if you keep struggling, I'll just deal with you right here." The Black Dog sneered, looking at Xiao Ling's tall and alluring figure, his desire burning inside him, wishing he could rip off all her clothes immediately. His words terrified Xiao Ling, turning her pale as she looked at Deng Yuan, who was lying on the ground, tears welling up in her eyes, feeling as if she was doomed. Let her go. Just when Deng Yuan and Xiaoling felt hopeless, a faint voice came from the entrance of the alley. A young man walked towards them, the dim light casting a long shadow behind him. He is. Deng Yuan struggled to open his eyes, looking at the approaching Xiaofeng, a familiar figure flashing through his mind. However, he was severely injured, his thoughts not very clear, and he couldn't be sure if Xiaofeng was the good brother he had from high school. Kid, what? Do you want to be the hero and save the beauty too? The black dog sneered at Xiaofeng, who had unexpectedly appeared. I told you to let her go. Xiaofeng coldly commanded, having recognized the injured man on the ground as Deng Yuan. Seeing his former brother being beaten badly by these thugs, a fierce anger burned in his chest. Once he let her go, what can you do about it? The black dog mocked, not taking Xiaofeng seriously at all. You guys, take care of him. Don't ruin my fun. The black dog ordered a few of his little brothers. Got it, boss. A few little brothers nodded and put away their fists that were beating Deng Yuan, turning their attention towards Xiaofeng with malice in their eyes. A few dogs dare to block me? That is just laughable. Xiaofeng looked at the little brothers approaching him, filled with disdain, as if he were looking at a few jumping ants, not feeling the slightest bit threatened. You're looking for death. Beat him. The group of thugs, provoked by Xiaofeng's sarcasm, raised their fists and charged at him, intent on making him pay for his words. Get lost. Xiaofeng shouted angrily, delivering a kick to each of them, sending them flying against the wall, where they crashed heavily and spat out a mouthful of blood. I'll say it again. Let her go. After dealing with the thugs, Xiaofeng's gaze returned to the black dog, his dark eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. Seeing that Xiaofeng had swiftly dispatched his underlings, the black dog's expression turned menacing. Chapter 101. The playful Xiaofeng, you worthless fools. You can't even handle one kid. All of you. Take him down and make sure he pays. Black Dog shouted angrily. The group of lackeys he brought quickly picked up bricks and stones from the ground, forming a semicircle around Xiaofeng as they closed in on him. I'll say this one last time. Let her go, Xiaofeng said, his expression still calm as he faced the approaching lackeys. He directed his ultimatum at Black Dog. Knowing that Xiaoling was just an ordinary person, he pressured Black Dog to release her to avoid any accidents. Kill him. Black Dog scoffed at Xiaofeng's threat, shouting to his lackeys. They all roared in response and charged at Xiaofeng. Some people just can't see their own graves, Xiaofeng thought, a cold smile creeping onto his face as he saw Black Dog daring to attack him. He stomped the ground, launching himself like a fierce tiger into a flock of sheep. The previously aggressive lackeys immediately began to scream in terror, like kites with broken strings, flying backward. In less than 10 seconds, over a dozen of them were knocked to the ground, writhing in pain. Whoosh! After dispatching the group, Xiaofeng found a stone in his hand, which he hurled at Black Dog. The stone flew like a bullet, striking Black Dog's arm and rendering it powerless, the bone cracking from the impact. Black Dog barely had time to react before the intense pain shot through his arm, causing him to scream in agony. In the next moment, a shadow rushed in. Taking advantage of Black Dog's injury, Xiaofeng dashed in front of him, rescued Xiaoling, and with a clenched fist, he smashed it into Black Dog's stomach, sending him flying several meters into the air before crashing heavily to the ground, his face hitting the dirt hard enough to break his nose, knocking him unconscious. You're asking for it, Xiaofeng snorted coldly. If he weren't worried about Xiaoling's safety, he wouldn't have wasted so much breath and would have taken him out in one move. Thank you. Thank you, Xiaoling exclaimed, her eyes shining with gratitude as she was pulled to safety. She quickly ran outside, her face filled with concern as she rushed to help the severely injured Deng Yuan, who lay on the ground. Deng Yuan, are you all right? Xiaoling asked fearfully, seeing the condition he was in after being brutally beaten by Black Dog's lackeys. I'm fine. Deng Yuan managed to smile weakly, turning to look at Xiaofeng. As he gazed at Xiaofeng's back, the once blurry figure in his mind began to come into focus. Is that you, Xiaofeng? Deng Yuan asked hesitantly. He had almost confirmed Xiaofeng's identity earlier, but upon witnessing his extraordinary strength, his certainty wavered. In Deng Yuan's memory, Xiaofeng was the epitome of a refined gentleman, someone who rarely trained. How could he possess such incredible skills? I thought you had forgotten about me, Deng Yuan. Xiaofeng turned around, revealing a heartfelt smile. Deng Yuan was momentarily taken aback by his words, and a look of excitement spread across his pale face. Xiaofeng, is that really you? Where have you been all these years? Deng Yuan felt a deep emotional stir upon recognizing the man before him as Xiaofeng, tears welling up in his eyes. 8 years ago, Xiaofeng's parents mysteriously disappeared, and Deng Yuan, who was very close to him, was one of the few who knew about it. During that time, He worried constantly about Xiao Feng doing something foolish and tried to comfort and guide him. However, Xiao Feng eventually dropped out of school and left campus, and Deng Yuan lost all contact with him. There were times when Deng Yuan even feared that Xiao Feng might have taken his own life due to despair. But now, 8 years later, seeing Xiao Feng return safe and sound filled Deng Yuan with emotions that were hard to put into words. I joined the military, Xiao Feng explained. He noticed the tears threatening to spill from Deng Yuan's eyes, and a warmth began to thaw his once cold heart. The years of life and death experiences abroad had stripped him of sentimental thoughts, turning him into a remarkably rational and cold person because he knew that sentimentality could be fatal for a killer. Yet, despite his transformation, a pure part of his heart remained, with Deng Yuan representing the innocent days of their high school years. I'll take a look at your injuries, Xiao Feng said. Setting aside his complex emotions, he approached Deng Yuan, crouched down, and began to examine his wounds. Fortunately, they were mostly superficial injuries, and a few days in the hospital would suffice. Xiao Feng patted Deng Yuan on the shoulder, helping him to his feet, ready to take him to the hospital. Xiaoling, let me introduce you. This is my good brother, Xiao Feng, whom I've mentioned to you often, Deng Yuan said. Xiao Feng, this is my girlfriend. You can just call her Xiaoling. Thank you, Xiao Feng, Xiaoling said gratefully. Deng Yuan had often talked about Xiao Feng, but she was amazed to see how strong he was, easily defeating a group of more than 10 people. This was something Deng Yuan had never mentioned to her. Xiaoling had no idea that Deng Yuan was still trying to understand how Xiao Feng had suddenly become so formidable. My car's outside. Let's go, Xiao Feng said. Wow. Brother, you've got a car now after all these years. Deng Yuan's eyes lit up at the news. He had struggled financially for years, earning only a few thousand a month. Buying a house was out of the question, let alone a car. So when he heard that Xiao Feng had bought a car, he couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Huh, it was a gift from someone else. Xiao Feng smiled as he led them to the parking lot. As they walked, Xiao Feng took out his phone and called Ghost Grandpa, informing him that he had something to take care of and would likely arrive late at Heaven Bar. Then, he led Deng Yuan and Xiao Ling into the parking lot, heading toward his Phantom sports car. Wow, I didn't expect Heaven Bar to have such a big shot, driving a limited edition Phantom. Deng Yuan's eyes widened as he spotted the brand new luxurious Phantom sports car not far away. Being a car enthusiast himself, he couldn't help but admire it. Although he couldn't afford a sports car, he had done his research and instantly recognized the Phantom. That's my car, Xiao Feng said with a faint smile. Don't joke with me. A car like that costs tens of millions, and even then, it's hard to come by, Deng Yuan replied, thinking that Xiao Feng was just teasing him. It really is mine, Xiao Feng insisted, after many years of not seeing each other. This encounter brought back memories of Deng Yuan's youthful exuberance. With a smile, he pulled the key to the Phantom out of his pocket and pressed the button. The limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom responded with a delightful chime. Chapter 102, Black Dragon Card in the parking garage. Xiao Feng felt a playful urge and pressed the key button in his hand. The brand new, luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom not far away flashed a few times and emitted a pleasant sound. Oh my god, this car is really yours, Deng Yuan exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock as he looked at Xiao Feng. From what he knew, this car must be worth tens of millions. After not seeing each other for a few years, Xiao Feng was now driving such an impressive vehicle, which made Deng Yuan very envious, but also genuinely happy for him. You little rascal, what have you been up to these past 8 years? You're quite impressive. Deng Yuan felt convinced and accepted that he had such a wealthy friend. Let's talk about that later. First, I need to take you to the hospital. Xiao Feng helped Deng Yuan into the car, with Xiao Ling sitting in the back seat. Both of them were like explorers discovering a new world, continuously admiring the sports car, their feelings of shock difficult to express. With a roar, the Phantom let out a deep growl as Xiao Feng drove the car out of the parking lot, leaving the Paradise Bar and heading towards a nearby hospital. Before long, Xiao Feng brought Deng Yuan to a surgical hospital, as Deng Yuan had mostly sustained external injuries. Xiao Feng supported him as they walked into the hospital, and after about 10 minutes, they were nearly done with the initial procedures. Hello, here's the bill. Please go downstairs to settle the payment. A nurse handed over a form filled with dense text, indicating that they needed to prepay 8,000 yuan, not including the cost for hospitalization that would come later. Although Deng Yuan only had external injuries, he still needed to stay in the hospital for a few days. For someone with a modest income like him, this was not a small amount. Xiaoling, do you have any money on you? Deng Yuan asked awkwardly. The money he had was taken by the group of thugs earlier, leaving him completely broke, and his bank card also didn't have enough funds. I only have a little over 2,000, Xiaoling said, her expression not looking too good. She worked at an electronics factory, earning even less than Deng Yuan, with her savings just over 2,000. This payment must be made today, otherwise, We'll have to gather enough money to come back. The nurse, overhearing Deng Yuan and Xiao Ling's conversation, showed little reaction, speaking coldly. She worked at the hospital and encountered such situations almost every day, leaving her numb to it. Miss Nurse, do you know if this type of card can be used? Standing aside, Xiao Feng took out the credit card his father had given him, which allowed for unlimited overdraft, and asked the nurse. I've never seen a card like this before. Please wait a moment, I'll go ask. The nurse took the card from Xiao Feng, a bit puzzled, and went to find someone to inquire. Xiao Feng, what kind of card is that? It looks pretty impressive. Deng Yuan couldn't help but ask. The card in Xiao Feng's hand was one of the few in all of Huaxia, made from extremely rare materials and crafted to perfection, completely different from the ordinary credit cards available everywhere. The front of this black card was gilded and intricately engraved with the image of an enraged black dragon. And it had a powerful, resounding name, the Black Dragon card. I don't know, it was a gift from someone. Xiao Feng shook his head. This was the truth. Although he knew that this card could be overdrawn without limit, he had never bothered to look into it deeply. For him, as long as it worked, that was enough. The nurse left for a short while but hurried back, her demeanor markedly different. When she left, she seemed rather indifferent, but now her face was filled with excitement, and her hand holding the Black Dragon card was trembling slightly. After a series of inquiries and verifications, the nurse had just discovered that this was the legendary Black Dragon card, capable of unlimited overdrafts, which shocked everyone and made them realize that a VIP had arrived at the hospital. Sir, this card can be used. The nurse said respectfully as she handed the card to Xiao Feng. This way, please, we've arranged for the best doctors and rooms for you. The nurse's attitude towards Deng Yuan and Xiao Ling had completely changed, leaving them both in disbelief. It doesn't have to be too fancy. A regular room will do, Deng Yuan said, swallowing hard. They didn't have much money, and even though Xiao Feng was covering the costs, they would still have to pay him back, so saving where they could was important. Sir, everything has already been arranged, and the prices are the same. So you can rest assured, the nurse replied with a smile. She had just gone to consult the head nurse about the card. The Black Dragon card had caused quite a stir. The head nurse had consulted the hospital director, who personally instructed that they must provide excellent service without any negligence. Once at the director's level, he understood better than anyone else how formidable the cardholder could be. Even if they couldn't make a connection, leaving a good impression was essential. Deng Yuan and Xiao Ling were both baffled, and under the nurse's enthusiastic hospitality, they met with the attending physician, received a prescription, and Deng Yuan ended up in a single patient room. He looked at the layout of the room and compared it to the ones he had stayed in before, feeling a strange sense of disorientation. Could it be that hospital services have improved so much? Deng Yuan was filled with confusion, finding the situation quite odd. All right, I've already taken care of the payment for you. Just focus on getting better here. I'll come back once I finish my errands. Xiao Feng said to Deng Yuan before leaving the room to head to Paradise Bar. Okay, you go ahead. Deng Yuan nodded, knowing Xiao Feng had things to do, so he didn't insist on him staying. Xiao Feng quickly left the room, driving his sports car towards the bar. Inside the room, Deng Yuan and Xiao Ling exchanged glances. Deng Yuan, did you notice that ever since Xiao Feng pulled out that black card, the nurse's attitude towards us changed drastically? She even arranged for the best doctors and room for us. Could this be related to Xiao Feng? Xiao Ling said suspiciously after he left. What you're saying makes sense. He drives a limited edition sports car, so maybe that bank card has secrets we don't know about. Deng Yuan agreed with Xiao Ling's reasoning, as it was the only explanation for the nurse's sudden change in attitude. I remember that bank card seemed to have a layer of gold plating on it, with a vividly designed black dragon. I'll look it up. Deng Yuan usually enjoyed surfing the internet, and suddenly the thought crossed his mind to check on this bank card. He asked Xiao Ling to hand him her phone, then lay in his hospital bed and entered a forum, posting his description on a message board. As soon as Deng Yuan's post went live, it immediately attracted a lot of discussion. Eventually, it caught the attention of an authority in the banking sector, who shared a picture and asked Deng Yuan if it was the same bank card. After observing it for a moment, Deng Yuan confirmed that it was indeed the same card that Xiao Feng had shown him earlier, and he informed the authority that it was the one. Chapter 103. The authority figure's reply less than a minute after Deng Yuan posted his comment in response to the authority figure. The authority figure replied with a shocking statement. He mentioned a black dragon card issued by the largest banking institution on Earth, which allows for unlimited overdraft. In other words, if you wanted to buy a company worth billions, this card could make it happen. There are no more than 100 of these black dragon cards in the world. So your friend is quite something. The authority figure's reply sent Deng Yuan's online forum into a frenzy. The number of replies to his post skyrocketed, quickly surpassing 100 and continuing to rise rapidly. Everyone was stunned by the phrase unlimited overdraft. Many were jokingly asking to be recognized as Deng Yuan's father, hoping to connect with this influential person who possessed a black dragon card. Deng Yuan stared at the replies, completely dumbfounded. What does unlimited overdraft even mean? He would never earn 10 million in his lifetime, and to this card, that amount was just a drop in the bucket. What's wrong with you? Xiaoling, seeing Deng Yuan suddenly go blank, asked with concern, thinking he might have had a relapse of his illness. Just take a look for yourself. Deng Yuan, still in shock, handed his phone to Xiaoling. Boom. As Xiaoling scrolled through Deng Yuan's post, it felt like a thunderbolt hit her. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she zoomed in on the image of the authority figure's reply, confirming multiple times that it was indeed the same bank card that Xiao Feng had shown earlier. No wonder that nurse suddenly treated us so well. Xiaoling took a deep breath, quickly piecing everything together. She was taken aback. After 6 months apart, Xiao Feng had done so well, making her feel somewhat ashamed. Deng Yuan sighed helplessly. He and Xiao Feng had once been inseparable buddies, but after half a year apart, while he was struggling, Xiao Feng had soared to heights that made him someone to be looked up to, leaving Deng Yuan feeling a mix of admiration and regret. Hey Deng Yuan, now that Xiao Feng is doing so well, you really need to maintain a good relationship with him. If he gives you even a slight push, it could make a big difference for you. Xiaoling couldn't help but say. What do you mean by that? My friendship with him has nothing to do with money. Whether he is rich or poor, my attitude towards him remains the same. Deng Yuan frowned at Xiaoling's words. His friendship with Xiao Feng was pure. Introducing money into the equation would tarnish the bond they shared. That's just how Deng Yuan was. He didn't understand the nuances of social dynamics, which was why he had always struggled. Honestly, I don't know how to advise you. Xiaoling rolled her eyes at Deng Yuan, but she didn't say anything more. After all, the reason she had originally liked Deng Yuan was precisely because of his straightforward nature. Xiaoling stayed with Deng Yuan in the hospital while he recovered from his injuries. It wasn't long before Deng Yuan's parents rushed over. When they saw that Deng Yuan had only external injuries and no internal damage, they finally felt relieved. After leaving the hospital, Xiao Feng headed towards Paradise Bar. He parked his car and walked towards the entrance of the bar, passing the alley where he had saved Deng Yuan earlier. He noticed that the group of thugs had long vanished, likely nursing their own wounds. Seeing that the thugs were gone, Xiao Feng sneered a few times and continued to the entrance of Paradise Bar. It was a little past 8 in the evening, and the bar was bustling with activity. Customers were streaming in and out, and just standing at the entrance, one could feel the vibrant atmosphere inside. It must be said that Xiao Anna had her own methods when it came to running entertainment venues. It was no wonder she was able to make the Golden Sands Club so successful. Even the profits from the other illegal establishments run by the 8th Master couldn't compare. Upon entering Paradise Bar, Xiao Feng found it crowded inside and momentarily didn't see Xiao Anna or Ghost Master. Realizing this, he made a phone call to Ghost Master to let him know he had arrived at the bar. Boss, wait a moment, I'll come to get you right away. Ghost Master said, displaying excitement as he was drinking in a private room in the northern district of Zhonghai City. The boss is here. I'll bring him to meet you, he added with a proud smile, pushing open the door to head out. In the northern district, the street bosses, Shi Long and He Zai also showed curiosity and anticipation. They were eager to see the legendary figure who had helped Ghost Master take down 8th Master. Not long after Ghost Master left the private room, a bruised and battered man stood outside the door, hesitant to enter. Instead, he made a phone call. Soon, He Zai's phone rang. What is going on? He Zai asked. Boss, we just got beaten up outside. You have to help us. Black Dog cried to He Zai, explaining that he and his men had been thoroughly beaten. Black Dog was one of He Zai's subordinates, and he had come to the southern district with Black Dog and other younger members. He Zai had told them to explore on their own, but they hadn't expected to get attacked. Who did it? He Zai's eyes narrowed, exuding a deadly aura. I don't know his name, but I saw him just now, and he went into Paradise Bar, Black Dog replied. After being beaten by Xiao Feng, he had gone to a nearby clinic to bandage his wounds. Just as he was about to find He Zai to report the incident, he saw Xiao Feng enter Paradise Bar, which made him excited enough to run back to He Zai. Find him for me, and I'll help you deal with him, He Zai said casually, as if discussing something mundane. Black Dog was just a dog under his command, and as the saying goes, one must look after their dog, naturally. He had to help Black Dog avenge this grievance. Thank you, boss. Black Dog exclaimed excitedly before turning to head back into the bustling lobby of Paradise Bar to find Xiao Feng. Not long after the Black Dog left, Ghost Master arrived with Xiao Feng, heading towards the private room. Boss, the people inside are the leaders from the West and North districts. One called 13 Dragons, and the other Black Boy. They've been harboring resentment over my takeover of 8 Masters' territory. So I want to take this opportunity tonight to intimidate them a bit and let them know our strength. Ghost Master shared his thoughts with Xiao Feng along the way. Do you have a plan? Xiao Feng asked with a smile, knowing Ghost Master was one of his subordinates. It wouldn't hurt to lend a hand. I do. But I need the boss's cooperation, Ghost Master replied with a sly grin, revealing his crafty intentions. Chapter 104. One punch defeats. When Ghost Master opened his bar in heaven, he was already pondering his plan, and it wasn't until tonight that he confirmed it. Therefore, he hadn't told Xiao Feng before this, as he hadn't fully developed his strategy yet. Boss, when they see you later, they're definitely going to be upset or try to test you. At that moment, I'll take the opportunity to let them meet you. You can give them a hard time, and they'll naturally be scared, Ghost Master said with a sly grin. He had personally witnessed how powerful Xiao Feng was. Not even bullets could take him down. If 13 Dragons and Black Boy tried to deal with Xiao Feng, they would surely face defeat. No problem. It's a small matter. Xiao Feng waved his hand dismissively. Dealing with two bosses from the underworld was nothing significant for him. Helping Ghost Master intimidate 13 Dragons and Black Boy would establish Ghost Master's authority in the underworld of Zhonghai City, ensuring the safety of his entertainment venues. And Xiao Feng wouldn't have to worry about Xiao Anna's safety. Ghost Master cleverly tied his interests with Xiao Anna's, which was indeed a brilliant move. Xiao Feng could see through Ghost Master's little tricks, but as long as Xiao Anna was happy, that was enough for him. Many times, Xiao Feng understood things without saying them out loud. Before finding his parents, Xiao Anna was his only family, so he naturally devoted himself to her. Seeing Xiao Feng agree, Ghost Master was filled with ambition, and his steps became more vigorous. He led Xiao Feng toward the private room and pushed the door open. Everyone, this is my boss, Xiao Feng. Ghost Master introduced him to 13 Dragons and Black Boy as they entered the room. The moment 13 Dragons and Black Boy saw Xiao Feng, their anticipation turned into shock. They had expected Xiao Feng to at least be a middle-aged man or an elder with power. But they never imagined that the boss Ghost Master spoke of would be a young man barely in his 20s. Ghost Master, you're not joking, right? Yes, really your boss? Black Boy couldn't help but ask. Xiao Feng looked far too young, and he couldn't fathom why Ghost Master would recognize someone over a decade younger as his boss. If this got out in the underworld, it would surely become a laughingstock. I'm not joking, Ghost Master responded, relating to the disbelief on Black Boy and 13 Dragons' faces. When he first learned Xiao Feng's age, he didn't take it seriously. However, after witnessing Xiao Feng's incredible abilities firsthand, his perception of the young man was completely transformed. He understood that underestimating Xiao Feng would come at a great cost. Cough, cough. Ghost Master, could he be the son of some big corporation? 13 Dragons coughed a few times, suspecting that Xiao Feng might be the son of a wealthy CEO, which would explain why Ghost Master recognized him as his boss due to his background and wealth. Thinking of this, 13 Dragons looked at Ghost Master with a hint of disdain. In the underworld, people valued strength and seniority above all else. For Ghost Master to recognize a pampered rich kid with only a bit of money as his boss just for the sake of his background was truly shameless. What's with your attitude? Do you look down on the boss's strength? Guy wasn't surprised at all by the reactions of San Long and He Zai. Everything was going according to his plan. If you don't believe me, you can have a spar with the boss. I'm telling you, not only can the boss take on both of you, but even if you bring your subordinates along, they won't stand a chance against him, Guy provocatively said. Guy, are you serious? He Zai's eyes lit up at the mention. People in the underworld, especially those who become leaders, are often ruthless characters. When alcohol is involved, it's common for conflicts to escalate into fights. He Zai, a former mercenary with years of experience overseas, naturally looked down on the young Xiaofeng. San Long also had an impressive background. He had won the Underground Southern Fist Championship in China for 3 consecutive years. Underground fighting is far more brutal than formal competitions, with few rules, and even if someone dies, there are guarantees for their safety. Champions emerging from such competitions are seasoned warriors. Moreover, while He Zai's subordinates were out and about, San Long's men were all in the private room. Guy's words immediately ignited the atmosphere inside the room, turning it tense. He wasn't wrong. You can team up against me, and I'll try my best not to hurt you. Xiaofeng smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the private room, speaking with confidence. Most of the people in the room were just small-time thugs with minimal skills, so Xiaofeng naturally didn't take them seriously. What a big mouth. Since you're so confident, I really want to see what you can do. Just let me handle it alone. He Zai sneered, his eyes filled with menace. He believed he could take care of Xiaofeng by himself and didn't see the need to involve anyone else. All right, then it's all yours. San Long nodded. Although he was angered by Guy and Xiaofeng's arrogant tone, he still kept his composure. He figured Guy wouldn't make baseless claims. Perhaps Xiaofeng really had some extraordinary skills, so he decided to let Heizai test the waters and see what Xiaofeng was made of. Come on, I want to see just how strong you really are. Heizai mocked as he walked toward Xiaofeng. Having navigated the West District for years, he had immense confidence in his abilities and didn't he believe this young kid could possibly stand up to him. Just you? I'll give you one hand. Since Xiaofeng was here to establish his authority, he decided to be utterly arrogant. He tucked his left hand behind his back and extended his right hand, beckoning Heizai with a confident grin. Bastard. Heizai's blood boiled at Xiaofeng's brazen gesture. He charged forward, swinging a fist the size of a sandbag at Xiaofeng. However, as he rushed in, his footwork became chaotic, seemingly lacking any form. Yet he charged straight for Xiaofeng, making it hard for anyone to predict his moves. All show, no substance. Xiaofeng observed Heizai's strange movements with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. He took a step forward with his right leg, directly positioning himself in front of Heizai, blocking his path between his legs and effectively disrupting Heizai's advance. In an instant, his fist came crashing in, striking Heizai squarely on the forehead, causing him to see stars and sending him flying backward, bloodied and dazed. Thud! Heizai crashed onto the table, shattering the bottles of liquor on it and stunning everyone present. It was well known on the streets just how formidable Heizai's fighting prowess was. Aside from the 13 dragons, neither Gue Yi nor Ba Yi could match him. He was one of the most skilled fighters among the leaders in Zhonghai City. Chapter 105. Black's Eye's doubt, however. It was simply unbelievable that such a formidable fighter like Black's Eye could be knocked down by this unfamiliar young man with a single punch. Sorry, I might have hit a bit too hard, Xiaofeng said helplessly as he looked at Black's Eye, whose face was now covered in blood. He had assumed Black's Eye had some skill, but it turned out that he couldn't take a hit at all. Had he known, he would have held back a little more. Boom. The scene of Xiaofeng defeating Black's Eye sent a shockwave through the crowd, and their gazes towards Xiaofeng completely changed. Gue Yi stood behind Xiaofeng, observing the change in expression on the faces of Shursen Long and the others, revealing a knowing smirk. Black's Eye actually thought he could take on Xiaofeng alone. To Gue Yi, that was nothing short of suicidal. I'm not convinced. I was careless just now. Black's Eye, covering his bloodied face, stood up. He believed that Xiaofeng had merely gotten lucky, disrupting his rhythm and exposing a major flaw, which led to his defeat. Let us go again. Black's Eye spat out a mouthful of blood, staring intently at Xiaofeng, eager for a rematch. You all can come at me together. It'll save time, Xiaofeng said nonchalantly, pointing at Shursen Long and his men. You. Black's Eye was quite displeased by this, but at that moment, Shursen Long spoke up. Fine, since you're so confident, let us all attack together, Shursen Long said. Through observation, he had realized that Xiaofeng was indeed no ordinary opponent. Black's Eye alone wouldn't be able to take him down. Seeing Xiaofeng's insistence, Shursen Long decided to seize the opportunity, hoping to take Xiaofeng out and thereby remove a significant obstacle for Gue Yi, restoring balance to their power. Shursen Long had already figured out that Xiaofeng was not some rich kid. His attire clearly indicated that Gue Yi recognized Xiaofeng as the leader because of his formidable skills. In contrast to Black's Eye, Shursen Long was much more cunning and quickly connected the dots. Alright then, Black's Eye saw that Shursen Long was ready to step in, so he didn't insist any longer. Although he was tough on the surface, the terrifying power of Xiaofeng's punch still haunted him. It felt as if Xiaofeng could have easily made his head explode with just a bit more force. Having reached an agreement, Shursen Long called on a dozen of his brothers in the private room, surrounding Xiaofeng and gradually tightening the encirclement. Gue Yi was quite surprised to see Shursen Long actually bring his men into the fight. He hadn't expected Shursen Long to be so shameless as to let his subordinates take action against just one person, Xiaofeng. Clearly, Gue Yi hadn't realized that Shursen Long intended to take this chance to cripple Xiaofeng and cut off Gue Yi's support. Attack! Shursen Long shouted angrily, and the dozen or so younger brothers rushed forward, while he remained in place, fixated on Xiaofeng, waiting for the right moment to strike. Black's Eye also refrained from making a rash move. Having learned his lesson, he understood Xiaofeng's strength and wanted to let Shursen Long's subordinates take the lead. Looking for an opening to act. Bang, bang, bang. Then, Xiaofeng did not encounter the situation that Shursen Long had anticipated with Heizai. He effortlessly dealt with the more than a dozen little brothers, taking down half of them in just a few moves, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. He charged toward the remaining 5, determined to finish them off. This isn't good. Attack. Shursen Long saw the situation turning dire and immediately sprang into action. He unleashed his southern fist techniques, striking at Xiaofeng with powerful punches that cut through the air with a whoosh. At the same time, Heizai also launched an attack on Xiaofeng, and the two of them struck from different angles, almost simultaneously. If Xiao Feng focused on defending against one of their attacks, the other would surely hit him, causing damage. Shi Sanlong and He Zai seized a perfect opportunity, both showing excitement on their faces, just when they thought that Xiao Feng would not be able to dodge this time. A scene unfolded before them that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Covered by their attacks, Xiao Feng paused slightly, standing firm in place. Then, he reached out with both hands, grabbing the arms of Shi Sanlong and He Zai simultaneously, as if he intended to counter both their full-force attacks at once. What an arrogant kid! Shi Sanlong's eyes blazed with anger. As a master of Southern Fist, his punch had far more power than an average person's. Even He Zai couldn't compare. He unleashed an astonishing force, aiming to break Xiao Feng's arm with a furious blow. He Zai was also filled with rage, exerting his strongest power to smash into Xiao Feng. Bang! Bang! Two dull thuds suddenly rang out. Xiao Feng accurately seized the arms of Shi Sanlong and He Zai, and despite their shocked gazes, he ignored the force of their punches and directly lifted them up as if they were two sandbags. He swung them around in the air a few times before smashing them down onto Shi Sanlong's little brothers, sending the five of them sprawling to the ground. Crying out in pain, "Clap, clap!" After dispatching everyone, Xiao Feng dusted off his hands, sat down on the sofa, and a smile crossed his lips. "How about that?" Gue Yi asked with a mocking expression upon seeing Xiao Feng handle He Zai, Shi Sanlong, and the group of little brothers so decisively. Shi Sanlong and He Zai's faces turned ashen upon hearing this, but neither of them spoke. The power that Xiao Feng had just unleashed was like that of a ferocious beast, able to withstand their full-force attacks, and even swing them around in the air. Such strength was enough to make anyone pale with fear. Let me tell you, that was just a fraction of the boss's power. You haven't even seen his skills with a gun, Gue Yi said proudly, leaving out the part about how Xiao Feng had once used steel as a weapon against them, fearing it would frighten them even more. Hearing Gue Yi's words, Shi Sanlong and He Zai no longer had any doubts. The fact that Xiao Feng, at such a young age, possessed such terrifying combat power and exceptional marksmanship was now a given. Could it be that you are from a killer organization? Injured and deep in thought, He Zai couldn't shake off the lingering question in his mind. He had just fought against Xiao Feng and sensed an almost imperceptible killing intent emanating from him. As far as he knew, only those who had committed countless acts of murder or specialized assassins could possess such an aura. Having spent a few years as a mercenary overseas, he had encountered several assassins, which led him to doubt Xiao Feng's true identity. If Xiao Feng was indeed a product of an assassin organization, then his formidable combat skills would make perfect sense. After all, anyone who joined such organizations was a rare elite, and it was tough for even seasoned mercenaries to handle them. He Zai's observations caused not only the eyes of Shi Sanlong and the others to widen in surprise, but even Gue Yi felt a jolt of realization. He recalled Xiao Feng's various exploits and began to consider the unsettling possibility that Xiao Feng might indeed be from an assassin organization. Chapter 106. The Fearsome Black Guy. The assassin organization, in the eyes of ordinary people, is a legendary existence, a holy place that many in the underworld dream of. The question posed by Black Guy plunged the private room into an intense silence, with everyone staring at Xiao Feng, eager to see how he would respond. Was it important to confirm whether or not it was an assassin organization? Xiao Feng smiled faintly, not directly answering Black Guy. However, his calm and composed demeanor when mentioning the assassin organization made it seem as if he was discussing an ordinary power, leading everyone present to believe that he was most likely from the assassin organization. After all, being so at ease while talking about such a subject was hard to fake. "Xiao brother, it's truly an honor to meet you," said 13 Dragons, who was deeply suspicious that Xiao Feng was indeed from the assassin organization. Feeling a bit apprehensive, he stood up with a beaming smile. No matter how rebellious he was, he didn't dare offend someone from the assassin organization. If he did, he might not even know how he would meet his end. "Xiao brother, since we've met today, let me toast to you," Black Guy said, wiping the blood from his face with a napkin, wanting to raise a glass to Xiao Feng. Having sustained countless injuries throughout his rise as an underworld leader, he didn't take it too seriously and still wanted to drink with Xiao Feng. Such ruthless individuals often disregarded their own physical well-being. "Haha, come on. Let us all toast to the boss," Ghost Master exclaimed, seeing that both Black Guy and 13 Dragons were intimidated, achieving the desired effect. He raised his glass high and shouted loudly. Xiao Feng chuckled, raised his glass in return, clinked it with theirs, took a few sips, and decided it was time to leave to see what Xiao Anna was up to. "You all enjoy your drinks. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now," he said, setting down his glass and preparing to exit. "Xiao brother, let us see you off." Black Guy and 13 Dragons quickly stood up, respectfully escorting Xiao Feng out of the private room. After watching him walk away, they let out a long sigh, their worries gradually easing. After all, they were merely underworld thugs. When faced with a legendary assassin, they felt completely outmatched. The difference between them and an assassin was akin to that of ants and elephants. For an elephant, stepping on an ant was a matter of seconds. Ghostmaster, you're impressive. You actually know this great figure. You'll have to look out for us more in the future, 13 Dragons said, patting Ghostmaster on the shoulder in a courteous manner. Haha, as long as you all keep your wits about you. I'll be happy to help out when I can, Ghostmaster replied, laughing heartily. 13 Dragons and Black Guy were the only ones in the underworld of Zhonghai City who could rival him. And now that even they were bowing their heads and flattering him, his status in the underworld was certainly formidable. The distance to dominating Zhonghai City and becoming the top dog of the underworld was not far off. Don't worry, we understand these matters, Black Guy added, flattering him as well. Both he and 13 Dragons were no fools. They recognized that Ghostmaster bringing up Xiao Feng was clearly a warning to them. Although He Zai and Shi Shenlong saw through Gui Ye's scheme, they could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. They understood the principle that a wise person knows when to yield. Afterward, Gui Ye had a few drinks with them. But He Zai and Shi Shenlong wanted to leave the private room and rush to the hospital to check on their injuries. Although Xiao Feng had shown some restraint, his strength was still considerable, and he had injured them. Thankfully, their injuries were mostly superficial, and they should heal quickly. However, He Zai's injuries were more severe. He had been hit by Xiao Feng twice, compounding his wounds. It was impressive that he could still drink. As Xiao Feng left the private room, he intended to look for Xiao Anna. Just as he stepped outside, he spotted a familiar figure, none other than the small-time thug, He Go, who had earlier ordered the beating of Deng Yuan. When He Go saw Xiao Feng, his eyes lit up instantly. He ran towards Xiao Feng while dialing a number. Boss, I found him. He Go excitedly called He Zai to inform him. Where? He Zai had just stepped out of the private room when he heard that He Go had located the person who had hurt his little brother. He asked coldly, his stomach burning with anger, eager to find someone to vent on. In the bar lobby. I'll hold him off. You need to hurry, He Go said excitedly, though he was somewhat worried. After all, Xiao Feng was so skilled that he didn't dare to confront him alone, so he just kept his eyes on Xiao Feng, waiting for his boss to arrive. Seeing He Go on the phone while staring at him, Xiao Feng suspected he was calling for backup. With that thought, a fierce look flashed in his dark eyes. This was Gui Ye's territory, and also where Xiao Anna operated. He wouldn't allow anyone to disrupt the place. Thus, he strode toward He Go, intending to throw him out of Paradise Bar. When He Go saw Xiao Feng approaching, he trembled in fear. As he prepared to run, he caught sight of He Zai coming from a distance behind Xiao Feng. Upon seeing his boss, He Go's confidence surged. He grinned and walked boldly toward Xiao Feng, his eyes filled with mockery. You little brat, you dare to trespass where you don't belong. If you had run away, I would have had a hard time finding you. But look, you came back on your own. Don't blame me for being rude. He Go sneered as he walked toward Xiao Feng. Hey, are you serious? Xiao Feng observed He Go approaching with a smug expression, wondering if the guy had lost his mind. Humph. Don't think that just because you know a little bit of martial arts, you're invincible. My boss is right behind you. Let us see how you die this time. He Go scoffed, raising his voice to shout, Boss, it's him. He's the one who hurt us. He waved frantically at He Zai. Behind Xiao Feng, Gui Ye accompanied He Zai and Shi Shenlong as they stepped out. When they suddenly heard a man shouting at them, they turned to look. Seeing He Go pointing at Xiao Feng while yelling caught them all slightly off guard. Especially Black Boy, when he saw his subordinate pointing at the mighty Xiao Feng and shouting wildly, he nearly lost his mind from fear. What the hell are you making all that noise for? Black Boy went over and angrily scolded him. Upon hearing Black Boy's voice, Xiao Feng turned around, revealing a faintly amused smile. Is he one of yours? Xiao Feng asked Black Boy with a smirk. His words were like the voice of death, sending chills down Black Boy's spine. He had just been beaten up by Xiao Feng and suspected that Xiao Feng was part of a killer organization, filling him with dread. He was trying to figure out how to curry favor with Xiao Feng, but now his subordinate was causing trouble for him. Wasn't that just asking for death? Chapter 107. Lin Qing, is he your guy? Upon seeing the person the black dog called out to, Xiao Feng immediately recognized him as He Zai. A mischievous smile appearing on his face, which made He Zai break out in a cold sweat. Boss, he asked the one who attacked us. Please, boss, teach him a good lesson so he doesn't run away. The black dog continued to ramble on, oblivious to the change in He Zai's expression. Listening to the black dog's words, not only did He Zai's face darken, but Gui Ye and Shi Shenlong also exchanged strange looks, eager to see how He Zai would handle the situation. Are you saying that you and your men were beaten by him? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Heizai's expression was grim as he still clung to a glimmer of hope, stepping toward Xiao Feng and the black dog one cautious step at a time. Yes, it must be him. Even if he turned to ash, I'd still recognize him. The black dog said with a smug grin. Suddenly, a loud slap echoed through the air as Heizai stepped in front of the black dog and delivered a hard slap, leaving the black dog dazed and sprawled on the ground, one of his teeth knocked out. Boss, why? Why did you hit me? The black dog asked in shock, holding his swollen left cheek. You dare to provoke Brother Xiao? You must be tired of living. Heizai shouted angrily, attacking the black dog with fists and feet, venting all the rage he had inside him. The black dog screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and within a minute, he lost consciousness. Drag him away, Heizai shouted angrily. A few of his underlings outside the Paradise Bar rushed in and dragged the black dog away like a dead dog. Brother Xiao, don't worry. I want to go easy on him. Please don't blame me, Heizai said, having given the black dog a harsh lesson for Xiao Feng's sake. Fearing that Xiao Feng might turn his anger on him. He just bullied my friend, and I hope to get a satisfactory answer from you regarding this matter. I don't want to see this person again in Zhonghai City, Xiao Feng said flatly. The black dog had tried to take advantage of his good brother's lover and injured his good brother. This grudge would not be easily forgotten. Okay, I'll throw him into the desolate mountains of the neighboring city later, and his fate will be up to chance, Heizai quickly replied, eager to ensure that Xiao Feng wouldn't hold a grudge against him. The black dog was just a pawn under Heizai's command. He didn't care about him at all, and even if he died, it wouldn't matter. Hearing this, Xiao Feng nodded in satisfaction and then walked toward the bar's main hall to find Xiao Anna. Phew. Once Xiao Feng left, Heizai finally felt a weight lift from his chest. He couldn't handle another round of torment from Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng had already injured him twice, leaving him with deep psychological scars. Heizai, your subordinate really doesn't know his place. It's a good thing you managed to keep things under control, otherwise, who knows how it would have ended. Shi Sanlong shook his head and said, I swear, if I don't kill that bastard, I won't call myself Heizai. Heizai huffed coldly, his eyes filled with a murderous intent as he left Paradise Bar with a few of his underlings to deal with the black dog. Ghostmaster, I'm leaving now. 13 Dragon didn't linger, as he needed to check on his injuries. Come by often. Ghostmaster smiled and nodded. He had achieved his goal for the night, evident from 13 Dragon's respectful demeanor towards him. From this point on, Ghostmaster had reached the pinnacle of his power in the underworld of Zhonghai City. Even 13 Dragon and Black Boy dared not speak out against him. At the very least, while Xiao Feng was still in Zhonghai City, both 13 Dragon and Black Boy would obediently follow his lead. 13 Dragon, accompanied by a group of injured brothers, drove to a nearby hospital for a checkup. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng called Xiao Anna and met her in the office on the second floor of Paradise Bar. Aunt, how's business tonight? Xiao Feng asked with a smile as he settled into a chair. Surprisingly good. Most bars in Zhonghai City are old and run down, but Paradise Bar just got renovated. With the right atmosphere and some effective marketing, the results have exceeded my expectations, Xiao Anna replied, her face glowing with joy. A few months ago, Ghostmaster had started renovating Paradise Bar, and recently he had witnessed Xiao Anna's impressive business acumen while managing the Golden Sands Club. As a result, he had asked her to help plan activities for the bar's grand opening. Sure enough, her promotional strategies had brought in substantial profits, and as the planner, she felt a great sense of accomplishment and was in high spirits. That's great to hear. Xiao Feng nodded, feeling relieved to see Xiao Anna genuinely happy. He remembered when he had just returned to China. Although Xiao Anna was successful in her career, he could sense a lingering oppression in her, stemming from her long-standing servitude to the Eighth Master. With the Eighth Master now deceased, Xiao Anna no longer had to serve him. Partnering with Ghostmaster, she was respected and valued, allowing her talents to shine. Now, she was truly carefree and joyful. After chatting with Xiao Anna for a while, Xiao Feng decided to leave her to her work. Descending to the first floor, he noticed the bar's lively atmosphere and felt the urge to have a few drinks. He approached a table that had just been vacated by customers, and soon a woman responsible for selling drinks came over. Xiao Feng casually ordered a few drinks, and the saleswoman promptly delivered them. After sipping a few glasses, he surveyed the bar, taking in the lively scene of young men and women enjoying their drinks. Lost in thought, he reminisced about the past. Back in the day, Xiao Feng often hung out at bars with Deng Yuan and other classmates. However, the sudden disappearance of his parents had turned his life upside down overnight. He searched everywhere but couldn't find any trace of them. Ultimately, in his quest to grow stronger and gain the ability to find his parents, he chose to enlist in the military. Now, he finally had the strength to search for them. No matter how powerful the Skeleton Guild is, if you truly laid hands on my parents, I will make sure you pay the price. Xiao Feng's black eyes radiated an overwhelming aura of menace. His parents were the most important taboo in his heart. Anyone who dared to touch that taboo would face his wrath, regardless of the cost or consequences. After finishing his drink, Xiao Feng was about to leave when he suddenly heard the sounds of an argument. Following the noise, he spotted two tattooed youths tugging at a beautiful girl selling liquor. The stunning girl, with her captivating looks, was none other than Lin Qing, the intern nurse he had rescued earlier. Chapter 108. Settling salaries. How did she end up selling drinks here? Xiao Feng was momentarily taken aback when he recognized the girl as Lin Qing. Sure. He remembered that Lin Qing had just graduated from her nursing internship. How could she be working at a bar? However, he didn't dwell on that thought for long. As he saw that Lin Qing was being harassed by two men, since he had witnessed it, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Xiao Feng set down his drink and strode over to the bar where Lin Qing was. Hey, little girl, if you're out here selling, don't pretend to be shy. What is wrong with me touching you a little? One of the men, with a Kirin tattoo on his arm, grinned wickedly as he grabbed Lin Qing's wrist, trying to pull her closer. Please, have some self-respect. Lin Qing managed to break free from the man's grip and stepped back in fear, her pretty face pale and terrified. Humph, don't act all innocent. If you drink with me, I'll give you 5,000 bucks. The other man slapped 5,000 yuan on the table, his voice loud and arrogant. He had encountered many escort girls in the bar, and they were all easily swayed by money. However, Lin Qing's presence was different from the others. She exuded a youthful, student-like charm that captivated them, making it hard for them to resist. Get away from me. The man's words felt like a knife to Lin Qing's heart. Angered and upset, she turned to leave, tears welling up in her eyes. Where do you think you're going? Come back here. The tattooed man shouted angrily, lunging forward to grab Lin Qing's arm. Drunk and reckless, he was driven by alcohol and had no regard for the consequences. Get lost. Just then, a cold voice cut through the air. Xiao Feng had approached the man, striking him in the chest with his palm. The force of his blow was tremendous, causing the man to spit out a mouthful of blood and crash onto the table, shattering the drinks on it. Are you okay? After taking down the man, Xiao Feng turned to Lin Qing, who looked frightened and bewildered. I'm fine, thank you. Lin Qing mumbled, keeping her head down, too scared to look up, unaware that her savior was the same Xiao Feng who had helped her not long ago. How dare you hit me? I'll kill you. The tattooed man, recovering slightly, picked up a broken beer bottle from the ground and swung it at Xiao Feng's head, his face twisted with rage. Humph. Xiao Feng snorted coldly, delivering a swift kick that knocked the bottle from the man's hand. Then, he followed up with a punch to the man's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, utterly defeated. You dare to hit us? The other man yelled, pointing at Xiao Feng, a mix of shock and anger on his face. They were just two local thugs with no backing, living by the edge of their lives. How are you going to stop me? Xiao Feng replied dismissively, ready to deal with whatever came next. Xiao Feng walked over with a cold smile and threw a punch at the man. The man didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting up blood, sustaining serious injuries. What happened? What's going on? The commotion between Xiao Feng and the two men caught the attention of Ghostmaster, who rushed over with a large group of people. Before he even arrived, his voice echoed through the area. These two were harassing my friend. You take care of it. Xiao Feng replied calmly upon hearing Ghostmaster's voice. The moment Ghostmaster recognized Xiao Feng's voice, he was taken aback and immediately rushed over. How dare these reckless fools harass my boss's friend? Someone, drag them out and beat them to a pulp. Enraged, Ghostmaster ordered a few of his subordinates to drag the two men away and give them a severe thrashing, leaving them barely recognizable. I'm really sorry, boss. It's the opening night, and there are all sorts of people here. It's inevitable that some troublemakers will show up. Ghostmaster said awkwardly to Xiao Feng. He felt guilty that Xiao Feng had come to Heaven Bar only to encounter such unruly guests. Well, if there's nothing else, you can head back. Xiao Feng nodded, signaling for Ghostmaster and his crew to leave. Got it. Ghostmaster understood immediately and led his group away. Thank you. Thank you for helping me, Lin Qing said, still looking down in fear, especially after hearing Ghostmaster refer to Xiao Feng as boss. She thought a gang leader was helping her, which left her both startled and scared. It was nothing. Xiao Feng shook his head, glancing at Lin Qing, who seemed unusually timid. He suspected she had some undisclosed reason for being at Heaven Bar. At that moment, Lin Qing suddenly realized how familiar Xiao Feng's voice sounded. Summoning her courage, she quietly looked up. When she saw the man standing before her was indeed Xiao Feng, her big, bright eyes widened in surprise. It's you, Lin Qing exclaimed, completely taken aback that the person who had come to her rescue was the same Xiao Feng who had helped her recently. It's me. Xiao Feng replied with a faint smile. What are you doing here selling drinks? Xiao Feng asked in confusion. I just finished my internship and work as a nurse at a nearby hospital, but my salary hasn't come in yet. My family is in urgent need of money, so I had no choice. Lin Xing bit her lip, recalling how she had nearly been scammed out of several thousand yuan just days ago. And after returning home, she had spent it all. There are many ways to solve a money problem. Come on, I want to take you back. This isn't a place for you, Xiao Feng said, patting Lin Xing on the shoulder. He was right. Lin Xing's personality was not suited for working in a bar. With her beauty, she would inevitably attract the greed of many patrons, and he couldn't be there to protect her at all times. I can't leave. If I do, I won't get any money. Lin Xing shook her head in refusal. If she left now, it would mean she was quitting and she wouldn't earn a single cent. Don't worry, I'll take care of it, Xiao Feng said with a smile, dialing a number to call Xiao Anna and explain the situation. No problem, I'll send the money over right now. Without giving it a second thought, Xiao Anna agreed. Although it was Lin Xing's first day on the job, she learned that Lin Xing came from a modest family, so she decided to give her a month's salary. Excluding the commission from selling liquor, that amounted to 4,500 yuan. Xiao Anna walked over with the 4,500 yuan and handed it to Lin Xing. This is too much, Lin Xing said, feeling overwhelmed and hesitant to accept it. Just take it. My aunt has plenty of money, and besides, this is what you deserve. It's a miracle I didn't ask you to cover your emotional distress, Xiao Feng joked. Chapter 109. Lin Xing's father's thoughts. Hey, you little rascal, is that how you talk? When Xiao Anna heard Xiao Feng's teasing remark, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, though there was no hint of blame in her expression. She could tell that Xiao Feng wanted Lin Xing to feel justified in taking the money. All right then. Indeed, Xiao Feng's words made Lin Xing feel much better. Coupled with the fact that her family was in urgent need of money, she eventually accepted the cash after a moment's hesitation. Aunt, I want to take her home, Xiao Feng said with a smile when he saw Lin Xing take the money. Go on, Xiao Anna waved her hand, looking somewhat helpless. Let's go. Xiao Feng took the innocent Lin Xing and left the Paradise Bar, driving her home. Sitting in the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Lin Xing didn't dare to say a word during the ride. Only when she got into the car did she realize just how powerful Xiao Feng's background was, and that he might even be a gang leader. This was a far cry from her initial impression of him when they first met. When Xiao Feng had helped Lin Xing chase away the scam artists, she thought he was just an ordinary boy like her, albeit skilled. She never imagined that he had such a strong background and could drive such an expensive sports car. Lin Xing had completely underestimated him. The main reason was that Xiao Feng was dressed simply, which gave her a sense of familiarity. Wearing such inexpensive clothing made it easy for people to unconsciously think of him as a poor guy. However, the reason Xiao Feng wore those few outfits was that he found them comfortable and easy to move in. He simply didn't care about the quality of clothes. To him, good clothes and bad clothes were just clothes. Since his previous ones were still in good condition, there was no need to buy new ones. This was Xiao Feng's unique perspective on value. What ordinary people considered important was nothing but dirt in his eyes, unworthy of mention, and thus he didn't care. Birum. Xiao Feng drove the Phantom into a village in the city of Zhonghai, where Lin Xing's family lived. The housing prices here were very cheap. A two-bedroom apartment was only around 500 a month. Xiao Feng parked the car in front of Lin Xing's home. Their house was still a traditional bungalow, looking quite old, and it seemed likely to be demolished and rebuilt in a few years. Xiao Feng, thank you, Lin Xing said as she got out of the car, expressing her gratitude once more. There's no need to thank me again. It's getting annoying to hear, Xiao Feng replied with a helpless smile. If you ever need help, just let me know. I can help you find a job. It would be 100 times better than working at Paradise Bar, he continued, concerned for this innocent and lovely girl, knowing that working at the bar would eventually lead to trouble for her. Okay, Lin Xing nodded obediently. Clang. Just then, a loud noise suddenly came from Lin Xing's house, like something heavy had fallen. Oh no. Lin Xing's face changed as she showed a worried expression and hurriedly ran into her home. Dad, are you okay? Lin Xing had just rushed into her home when she saw her father lying on the floor. She hurried to help him up. When Xiao Feng saw Lin Xing enter her modest home, he also got out of the car and followed her inside. Upon seeing the man on the ground, his brow furrowed. Xiao Feng noticed that Lin Xing's father's face was pale, lacking color, and he appeared weak and unwell, with an 4 drip hanging above the bed. With Xiao Feng's extensive knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, he quickly realized that Lin Xing's father suffered from a chronic and serious illness, which could be life-threatening. Xiao Feng quickly went over to assist Lin Xing in helping her father back onto the bed. Near where Lin Xing's father had fallen, there was a shattered water cup. Xiao Feng guessed that Lin Xing's father had tried to get a drink of water and ended up falling, leading to this situation. Sure enough, when Lin Xing pressed him, Her father confirmed Xiao Feng's assumption. Lin Xing, step outside for a moment. I need to ask you something, Xiao Feng said, gently pushing Lin Xing and pulling her outside. You're working at the Heaven Bar, right? Is it to earn money for your father's treatment? He asked, listening to Xiao Feng's words. Lin Xing's delicate face revealed an expression of helplessness. After a long hesitation, she nodded in acknowledgement. My dad has been sick for several years. That year, my mom died in a car accident, and my dad fell into a deep sadness, drinking every night, which aggravated his old health issues. Eventually, he developed severe heart disease and lost the ability to work, relying solely on medication to get by, to earn money for his medicine. I left him at home alone while I went out to work. I never expected he would suddenly feel unwell and fall. As Lin Xing spoke, her eyes gradually turned red. Her mother had passed away years ago, and her father was her only family. She didn't want to lose him too. Xiao Feng, please don't tell my dad that I've been working at the bar, okay? Lin Xing pleaded, fearing that if her father found out, he would be furious, which could worsen his condition. Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret, Xiao Feng replied, feeling empathetic. He understood Lin Xing's feelings all too well, as his own parents had mysteriously disappeared 8 years ago, leaving him in a similar emotional turmoil. Let us go back inside. I want to take a look at your dad's condition. Maybe I can help, Xiao Feng said with a faint smile, revealing his handsome features. Really? Lin Xing exclaimed, her heart leaping with hope. The fact that her father's condition might be treatable was a glimmer of light for her, as their family couldn't afford exorbitant medical fees and had to rely on medication to prolong his life. Although Lin Xing wasn't sure how skilled Xiao Feng was as a healer, hearing those words brought her joy, as it meant there was a chance for recovery. Afterward, Lin Xing brought Xiao Feng back into the house and explained the situation to her father. Upon hearing this, her father smiled warmly, a rare expression breaking through his pale face. Xiao Feng, thank you for your help. Lin Xing's father weakly said that after seeing Xiao Feng's age, he had already given up all hope. He was well aware of his own health. Even if he could be cured, it would require a highly skilled doctor, and Xiao Feng seemed to be just a few years older than his daughter. Even if he had learned medicine in the womb, he wouldn't possess the ability to heal him. Lin Xing's father believed that Xiao Feng was merely trying to please his daughter, wanting to show off a bit in front of her, and he was quite willing to accept that. He felt that he didn't have much time left to live, and leaving this world sooner would be a good thing, as it would spare his daughter from being burdened. Moreover, if his daughter could find a suitable husband, he would be able to die in peace. Chapter 110. Treating chronic illness. Xiao Feng was unaware that Lin Xing's father mistakenly believed he was Lin Xing's boyfriend from the hospital and wanted to impress Lin Xing. He approached the bedside, observing Lin Xing's father's complexion while checking his pulse. Lin Xing stood nearby, watching Xiao Feng's skilled technique with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. As a nursing graduate, she had knowledge of both traditional and Western medicine. She could assess Xiao Feng's academic experience just by watching his movements, and she was confident it was substantial. Perhaps Xiao Feng could truly bring her a surprise. Lin Xing silently prayed in her heart. After about 10 seconds of checking Lin Xing's father's pulse, Xiao Feng slowly withdrew his hand. How is it? Lin Xing asked, her heart filled with tension and anticipation. Her father also appeared slightly curious. He had initially held no hope, but Xiao Feng's adeptness sparked a flicker of optimism deep within him. It's quite serious, Xiao Feng replied. Lin Xing's father's condition had deteriorated over time. If he had received treatment earlier, he could have recovered quickly. Now, with his old ailments resurfacing and his body too weak, recovery would be extremely challenging. However, Lin Xing's father hadn't initially wanted to avoid treatment. He simply lacked the funds to seek help, leading to the current situation. Sigh, I knew I wouldn't be able to treat it. Oh well, Lin Xing's father said bitterly. The glimmer of hope extinguished in an instant. Is there still a chance for recovery? Lin Xing refused to give up, anxiously looking at Xiao Feng as she asked. Yes, but it will require some time for recovery. Conservatively speaking, it should take about 6 months to heal, Xiao Feng concluded after some thought. Had Lin Xing's father met him earlier, he might have been cured in a month, but now that his health had deteriorated, treatment wouldn't be straightforward. Really? That's wonderful. Lin Xing exclaimed joyfully upon hearing there was hope, her face lighting up with excitement. Little brother, are you joking with me? Can I really be cured? Lin Xing's father, who had lost all hope, was deeply shaken by Xiao Feng's words. No one wishes to die, and he was no exception. At the very least, he didn't want to pass away before seeing Lin Xing live a happy life. Yes, but before starting the treatment, I will need some auxiliary tools and medications. Xiao Feng said calmly. What do you need? I'll go buy it right now, Lin Xing replied without hesitation. I need a set of silver needles for acupuncture, as well as some medications. Do you have paper and a pen? I'll write it down, Xiao Feng instructed. Yes. Lin Qing nodded and quickly tore a piece of paper from her bag, handing it along with a pen to Xiaofeng. Taking the paper and pen, Xiaofeng swiftly wrote down a long list of various herbs. Most of these would be used to nourish Lin Qing's father's body, while a small portion were for treating heart conditions. These medicines are quite expensive. Lin Qing took the paper that Xiaofeng had finished writing. After reading it, her expression changed slightly. As a nurse, she was familiar with many traditional Chinese medicines and quickly recognized several expensive herbs listed. She realized that to purchase the herbs Xiaofeng wrote down, she would need at least several thousand yuan, and this was only for a 5-day supply. Such an expensive treatment was something Lin Qing could hardly afford. Take this card. You can spend whatever's on it. It's not mine anyway. Xiaofeng handed Lin Qing the Black Dragon card, which allowed unlimited overdrafts, making it easy to buy the medicine. I don't know if that's right. Lin Qing hesitated, feeling at a loss. His condition can't wait. You should hurry and buy the medicine, Xiaofeng urged. This was the truth. Lin Qing's father's condition had become quite serious. If he were to wait another month, even if Hua Tuo were alive today, he wouldn't be able to save him. Hearing Xiaofeng's words, Lin Qing bit her lip, torn between her thoughts for a long time. Ultimately, for her father's health, she decided to run and get the medicine, silently vowing to repay Xiaofeng's kindness in the future. Get 2 sets, which is a 10-day supply, Xiaofeng called out. Got it, Lin Qing replied. Already off to the pharmacy. Her father's illness had been Lin Qing's greatest source of worry for years, and she lived each day in guilt, hating that she lacked the means to cure him. Now, finally seeing a glimmer of hope, her heart felt as sweet as honey. She hurried to the pharmacy, found the silver needles and herbal medicine Xiaofeng needed, and quickly returned. I got it, Lin Qing panted, not bothering to wipe the sweat from her forehead as she handed the silver needles and herbal medicine to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng placed the herbs by the bed, opened the acupuncture bag, and saw dozens of silver needles inside. He nodded in satisfaction. You do it. I'll give you acupuncture, Xiaofeng said to Lin Qing's father. Okay. Lin Qing's father replied, both curious and expectant as he sat up with Lin Qing's help and took off his shirt. Xiaofeng took out some disinfectant and sterilized the silver needles before inserting them into Lin Qing's father's acupoints. His acupuncture technique was fluid and skilled, and in no time, he had inserted 17 needles. Afterward, Lin Qing's father felt as if the blood within him was boiling, a long-lost warmth flowing through his veins. And his complexion even appeared a bit healthier. That's great, it's working. Lin Qing, who had some basic medical knowledge, noticed the improvement in her father's condition and happily murmured to herself. After about 15 minutes of acupuncture, Xiaofeng removed the silver needles. Lin Qing, you will need to brew the herbal medicine. Boil 1 packet twice. The first time, 3 bowls down to 1. The second time, 2 bowls down to 1 for your dad to drink. I will come back in 3 days for another acupuncture session, Xiaofeng instructed. He used acupuncture to stimulate Lin Qing's father's blood circulation and alleviate the blockage in his heart, while the herbs would warm and nourish the heart and help restore Lin Qing's father's weakened body. I understand. Lin Qing silently noted Xiaofeng's instructions, making sure not to miss a single detail. All right, let's leave it at that for now. Here's my phone number. Feel free to contact me anytime. Xiaofeng wrote down his number on a piece of paper and prepared to leave. Wait, your bank card, Lin Qing called out, handing the Black Dragon card back to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng took the card and walked out of Lin Qing's house. She accompanied him to the doorstep, watching as he drove away into the distance. It wasn't until he completely disappeared from her sight that she withdrew her gaze. Xiaofeng, thank you, Lin Qing thought to herself, feeling deeply grateful. His kindness towards her was overwhelming. He had saved her twice and was now helping to treat her father. She didn't even know how to repay him. Chapter 111. A joyful news. After watching Xiaofeng leave, Lin Qing stood still for a few minutes, lost in thought, before finally making her way home. Once she arrived, she prepared some herbal medicine for her father and brought it to him. Dad, here's your herbal medicine, Lin Qing said as she approached his bedside, intending to help him drink it. It's fine, I can do it myself, her father replied, looking a bit better. He took the bowl from her and drank it down in large gulps. Although the medicine was bitter, he didn't mind, knowing that Xiaofeng had said it could save his life. Before long, Lin Qing's father finished the entire bowl. Xiaoqing, is he your new boyfriend? He suddenly asked after finishing the medicine. Dad, we've only met twice. He's just being kind and helping us. Don't overthink it, Lin Qing explained, her beautiful face flushing red at her father's question as she lowered her head. Oh, you're blushing. Yet you're still trying to explain. Her father teased with a knowing smile. I'm not talking to you anymore, Lin Qing said, feeling embarrassed and annoyed. After washing the bowl, she went to bed. That night, Lin Qing's father slept soundly. After Xiaofeng's acupuncture treatment, He felt his breathing had improved significantly, and he had more energy than before. In contrast, Lin Qing tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. For some reason, every time she closed her eyes, images of Xiao Feng saving her and treating her father flooded her mind. Why do I keep thinking about him? She wondered, biting her enticing red lips. Confused about her feelings. It was past 2 in the morning when she finally drifted off to sleep. The next day, after preparing medicine for her father, she headed to work at the hospital. Initially, she had planned to work day shifts at the hospital and then sell drinks at a bar at night. But now she had quit the bar job and was fully committed to her work at the hospital. Today, she was a completely different person at work. Perhaps it was the hope of her father's recovery or other reasons, but she was smiling all day and enthusiastically engaged in her responsibilities. As for Xiao Feng, after treating Lin Qing's father, he returned to the villa to sleep. When he got back, the villa was empty. Xiao Anna was still at work, and Zhang Ling hadn't come by for several days, possibly due to family matters. After washing up, Xiao Feng went to bed and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, he woke up and made breakfast. Xiao Anna didn't wake up until after 10. If he hadn't reheated the breakfast, it surely would have gone cold. Xiao Feng, after you dropped her off last night, did you go to her house for a visit? Xiao Anna suddenly leaned in closer to him, asking with a mysterious expression after finishing her meal. She was only a few centimeters away from Xiao Feng, and her alluring scent surrounded him, intoxicating his senses. What is up? Are you jealous? Xiao Feng replied with a teasing smile. You little brat. Daring to eat your sister-in-law's tofu. Do you believe I'll give you a beating? Xiao Anna pinched Xiao Feng's arm, and a hint of redness appeared on her face, though it quickly faded. You've just returned to Zhonghai City, and you're already so close with so many girls. After a few years apart, how did you suddenly become so charming with women? Xiao Anna asked curiously. From what she knew, Xiao Feng had only been back for a few days and had already formed close ties with several beautiful girls from well-off families. What can I say? When a man excels, even I get scared of myself, Xiao Feng shamelessly replied. Get lost. I'm going to work now. Xiao Anna couldn't stand Xiao Feng's thick skin and prepared to leave for work. Now, she had quite a few entertainment venues to manage, far busier than before. Okay, see you later. Xiao Feng waved goodbye as she left the villa. As soon as Xiao Anna left, Xiao Feng felt bored. He lay back on the sofa, watching TV, when his phone rang. Looking at his phone, he saw it was a call from the elder of the Tongtian Pavilion. Hello, elder. Xiao Feng answered the call politely. Xiao brother, we've found it, the elder said succinctly. Those 6 words struck Xiao Feng like a thunderbolt, causing an excited expression to break through his calm demeanor. Wait for me. I'm on my way. Xiao Feng hung up and dashed out of the villa, driving his Rolls-Royce Phantom towards the Tongtian Pavilion. Though Xiao Feng appeared to be doing nothing all day, his mind was always tense. He had been waiting for news from the Tongtian Pavilion, as well as updates from the Skeleton Guild and his parents. Boom. Xiao Feng pressed the gas pedal hard, and the Phantom shot forward like a streak of lightning, leaving all the cars on the road behind. His aggressive driving style made most people hesitant to curse him out. Many instinctively wanted to shout when they saw someone overtaking, but when they caught a glimpse of the sleek sports car, their words got stuck in their throats. Some recognized it as a Phantom, while others didn't. But anyone with a bit of knowledge could immediately tell how extraordinary the car was, worth a fortune. They worried that their complaints might be overheard, leading to trouble. Xiao Feng sped all the way, reaching the mountain where the Tongtian Pavilion was located in record time. He got out of the car and hurried towards the pavilion. At the entrance, the elder was already waiting with others. Xiao brother, please come in. The elder greeted Xiao Feng with a warm smile, welcoming him inside. The elder led Xiao Feng deep into the Tongtian Pavilion, arriving at a heavily guarded guest room. He instructed everyone to leave and shut the door, prohibiting anyone from entering. The Tongtian Pavilion had always been cautious about matters concerning the Skeleton Guild, and even among their own people, they tried to keep things airtight. The fewer people who knew, the lower the risk of exposure. Because the Sky Tower cannot guarantee that there aren't any traitors from the Skeleton Guild among their own people. Elder, what have you found out? Xiao Feng asked impatiently as he just sat down. Brother Xiao, we have uncovered some information about the Skeleton Guild's activities 8 years ago in Zhonghai City, which indeed relates to your son, Elder explained. He pulled out a document from under the table and placed it in front of Xiao Feng. This contains the intelligence we risked a lot to obtain, going through numerous hardships. Xiao Feng could hardly contain his excitement as he took the document, holding it in his hands and opening it up. Chapter 112, Dragon Slaying. The Tower of Heaven. Xiao Feng took the document handed to him by the elder and opened it to reveal 5 thin pages. These pages contained information that the Tower of Heaven had acquired at the cost of significant manpower and resources, all while taking considerable risks. Brother Xiao, The information on these pages represents everything that the Tower of Heaven currently knows, the elder said. Xiao Feng's expression turned serious as he flipped through the 5 pages. Although the content was not extensive and could typically be read in under a minute, he spent several minutes in silence, absorbed in thought. Not wanting to disturb him, the elder sat quietly beside him. He understood that it would be challenging for Xiao Feng to come to terms with this matter. My parents were actually members of the Skeleton Guild, Xiao Feng finally uttered, disbelief evident in his voice after a long pause. The intelligence gathered by the Tower of Heaven indicated that Xiao Feng's parents had once been part of the Skeleton Guild. For reasons unknown, they returned to China, only to be taken away by members of the guild later on. No wonder my parents were always away. They were members of the Skeleton Guild. Xiao Feng's eyes widened in realization. As a child, he often saw little of his parents due to their frequent business trips. He had always thought they were just busy with work, but now it seemed there was another reason altogether. Are you sure they were taken by the Skeleton Guild and not abducted? Xiao Feng asked the elder, his voice low. The distinction between taken and abducted was significant. If his parents were indeed part of the Skeleton Guild, it would be unlikely they would have vanished for so many years without a trace. At this point, we can't determine that, the elder replied, but after your parents went to the Skeleton Guild, they completely disappeared. Even our informants have been unable to locate them. They may have been hidden by the guild, or... The elder's unspoken conclusion hung in the air, suggesting that something terrible might have happened. Is there any way you can help me find my parents? The sooner, the better, Xiao Feng said, clenching his fists tightly. The sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the room. His parents were affiliated with the Skeleton Guild, and now they had vanished without a trace. He needed to uncover the truth. Don't worry, we're doing everything we can to investigate. There must be a reason for this unusual occurrence. The Skeleton Guild's sudden arrival in China and the taking of your parents surely has a motive. If we can uncover what significant event occurred at that time, we may find a lead to locate your parents, the elder reassured him. We have already obtained a clue. During the time your parents went missing, the Skeleton Guild deployed a large number of people in search of something. We suspect it may be related to this matter and are currently sending people to investigate. The elder continued, emphasizing the Tower of Heaven's expertise in intelligence gathering and their extensive experience in this area. I appreciate your help, Xiao Feng nodded. He understood that he would need the Tower of Heaven's resources to find his parents. Brother Xiao, you flatter us. This matter has been specifically instructed by headquarters, and we are committed to helping you uncover the truth. We are merely following orders, the elder replied. The elder explained that he could guess why the Sky Tower was making such a concerted effort to help Xiao Feng investigate the Skeleton Guild, even risking their safety. They must have something they wanted from him. Please convey my gratitude to the headquarters. As long as they help me find my parents, I can unconditionally agree to one request from the Sky Tower, Xiao Feng said. The elder could see the headquarters' intentions, and Xiao Feng was no fool either. If the Sky Tower could help him locate his parents, what would it matter if he helped them in return? I believe the headquarters will be very pleased to hear this, the elder smiled. There's one more thing I need to tell you. Remember the last time when someone from the Sky Tower came to see you? After they returned, they sent someone else. This time, they sent their ace assassin from the Skeleton Guild, Dragon Slayer. Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow. He had heard of Dragon Slayers several times. He was a globally renowned assassin, his reputation nearly on par with his own. Moreover, Dragon Slayer had gained fame earlier and was quite formidable in the assassin world. Xiao Feng was surprised that the Skeleton Guild would send such a powerful figure to seek him out. When we were investigating your parents, we found out that the Skeleton Guild has been making significant moves recently. Their approach at this juncture suggests 2 possibilities. The first is that they have discovered your relationship with your parents and intend to harm you. The second is that they are unaware of the connection and are merely interested in your abilities, wanting to invite you to assist them in executing a dangerous task. The elder explained. This deduction was the conclusion drawn by the headquarters, and they believed it was likely accurate. If it's the first scenario, sending Dragon Slayer after me would be a death wish, Xiao Feng scoffed. While Dragon Slayer was incredibly strong, he felt no fear. The elder, seeing Xiao Feng's indifference towards Dragon Slayer, felt a deep respect. Only someone like Xiao Feng could treat an assassin of that caliber with such contempt. After all, even the Sky Tower, a top intelligence organization in China, would tremble before Dragon Slayer and would be cautious not to offend him lightly. Just one Dragon Slayer was enough to compel the Sky Tower to pay a hefty price, not to mention the terrifying power of the Skeleton Guild backing him. There were several others of Dragon Slayer's caliber within the Skeleton Guild, making their influence truly frightening. I'll head back now. Contact me if anything comes up, Xiao Feng said to the elder before leaving the Sky Tower, driving his Rolls-Royce Phantom away from the mountains and back to the city. Back at his villa, Xiao Feng lay on his bed, lost in thought. He reflected on his parents' situation, and with the Sky Tower's investigation, he finally uncovered some truths. If his parents were indeed part of the Skeleton Guild, why had they been taken away and gone silent? Was it because they had obtained that so-called item, which the Skeleton Guild deemed worthy of murder and treasure? Recalling the intelligence gathered by the Sky Tower, he formed this bold hypothesis. If that was the case, no matter the cost, he would annihilate the Skeleton Guild and avenge his parents. Xiaofeng's black eyes radiated a fierce intensity. The Skeleton Guild was indeed powerful. So powerful that even the mightiest individuals found it difficult to bring them down. However, Xiaofeng had always been a person who refused to back down. If the Skeleton Guild truly took action against his parents, he would find a way to deal with them, ensuring they faced the consequences they deserved. And then there was the Dragon Slayer. He was curious to see what tricks they had up their sleeves. Xiaofeng recalled the ace assassin sent by the Skeleton Guild, the Dragon Slayer. A cold smirk crossed his handsome face as he planned to use the Dragon Slayer as a breakthrough, hoping to extract some useful information. Chapter 113. Zhang Linger's request. Dragon Slayer is the ace assassin of the Skeleton Guild, holding a very high position within the organization, far beyond the few men who came to see Xiaofeng last time. Xiaofeng believes that with Dragon Slayer's status in the Skeleton Guild, he must know a lot of things, perhaps even about his parents, but then again, maybe not. After pondering for a long time, Xiaofeng unknowingly fell asleep. A few hours later, he slowly woke up. Noticing that it was already late outside, he got up to prepare dinner. As he was coming down from the kitchen, he saw a familiar figure. Zhang Linger, when did you come back? Xiaofeng asked in surprise upon seeing her sitting on the sofa watching TV. What? You're not welcoming me? Zhang Linger replied with a playful roll of her eyes, her tone gentle. Of course not. You're always welcome. Xiaofeng said with a faint smile. Have you had dinner yet? I was just about to make some. Xiaofeng inquired. Not yet. Can you make an extra serving for me? Zhang Linger blinked her big, spirited eyes. She hadn't had Xiaofeng's cooking in days and was looking forward to it. Xiaofeng's culinary skills weren't extraordinary, but by home-cooked meal standards, they were quite good. The flavors were something Zhang Linger couldn't find at the fancy restaurants outside. All right then, Xiaofeng agreed, walking into the kitchen. He noticed there were some noodles, pork, and vegetables left, so he decided to cook noodles. Where have you been lately? Xiaofeng asked curiously from the kitchen. Ever since their last encounter at the hotel, he hadn't seen Zhang Linger. I've been busy with family matters. My grandfather hasn't been well, so I've been taking care of him at home. He finally recovered yesterday, so now I'm free, Zhang Linger explained. Mr. Zhang had been poisoned last time, and if it weren't for Xiaofeng's timely help, he might not have made it. After expelling the toxins, he was left very weak and needed several days to recuperate. I see you've been doing nothing all day. Don't you have school to attend? Xiaofeng continued to ask, as Zhang Linger was still young and seemed to be at the right age for studying. I do. I'm in my second year of college, but school is so boring. Besides, I've pretty much finished all my assignments for this semester. So I've been lazy about going, Zhang Linger shrugged. Can't tell, you're quite the academic overachiever, Xiaofeng said, surprised. Being able to complete assignments so quickly meant her studies must be solid. Just average, really. I'm only in the top 5 of my class, Zhang Linger said proudly. Seeing her smug expression, Xiaofeng couldn't help but chuckle. This world is truly like that. Some people are not only born with silver spoons in their mouths, but also have immense talent. They can learn in a short time what it takes others a semester to grasp, leaving only envy in its wake. Before long, Xiaofeng finished dinner and brought out 2 steaming bowls of noodles, topped with freshly fried eggs, which looked quite appetizing. Thanks a lot. Zhang Linger happily accepted the bowl of noodles, inhaling the delicious aroma and giving a thumbs up. After experiencing the last crisis, Zhang Linger completely eliminated her malice towards Xiaofeng and even developed a subtle fondness for him. Perhaps it was a feeling she didn't fully understand herself. As she enjoyed the noodles Xiaofeng cooked, she found them particularly delicious and quickly finished the bowl. So good. Zhang Linger satisfiedly licked her enticing lips, savoring the taste. By the way, Xiaofeng, I need your help with something, she said playfully. She had come to the villa mainly to ask Xiaofeng for assistance. What is it? Xiaofeng inquired. Ever since I accompanied my grandfather to that banquet, there's this guy who keeps bothering me, relying on his family background. Can you help me teach him a lesson so he stops bothering me? Zhang Linger waved her small fist. The person harassing her had a background similar to the Zhang family and was closely associated with the Zhang group. Her grandfather was turning a blind eye to it, which is why she thought of seeking Xiaofeng's help. The Zhang family didn't want to cause a rift over this. But since Xiaofeng wasn't one of them, he didn't have that concern. Having witnessed Xiaofeng's formidable strength, Zhang Linger believed it wouldn't be difficult for him to deal with this person. All right, I don't have anything going on these days anyway, Xiaofeng said, finding Zhang Linger's indignant expression both adorable and amusing. It was clear that she was fed up with the harassment, so he nodded in agreement. Haha, you're the best, Zhang Linger exclaimed, her beautiful cheeks lighting up with joy upon hearing Xiao Feng's agreement. The guy's name is Wang Xiong. He is the only son of the Wang family head in Chibi City. He often travels with a group of thugs and has been coming to Zhonghai to find me these past few days. Zhang Linger reported the details about him to Xiao Feng. What do you want me to do with him? Xiao Feng asked, intrigued. Well, he definitely needs to be punished properly. He has been coming to the Zhang family looking for me, making it impossible for me to sleep. It would be best if you could make him so badly hurt that he ends up in the hospital for a few months, Zhang Linger said through gritted teeth. Wang Xiong was taking advantage of the Zhang family's reluctance to offend him and continued to harass her even when she left the Zhang family. It was incredibly tiresome. All right then, I'll break both his arms and legs, Xiao Feng said nonchalantly, not concerned at all about a mere member of the Wang family. Just then, there was a loud knocking at the villa door. Is anyone there? Open up, called a rough male voice. Upon hearing the arrogant tone, Xiao Feng's brow furrowed immediately. It's him, that's his voice. He actually found this place. As soon as Zhang Linger heard the man's voice, she recognized him as Wang Xiong, who had followed her to Xiao Feng's villa. Let us go take a look, Xiao Feng said, his eyes flashing with coldness. The audacity of this guy to come here and harass Zhang Linger was truly reckless. He took Zhang Linger with him and opened the villa door. Damn it. If you don't open the door soon, I'm going to tear it down, Wang Xiong shouted angrily as he stood outside the villa, just as Xiao Feng opened the door. The moment Wang Xiong saw a strange man and Zhang Linger inside the villa, his eyes turned red with rage. You little vixen, I always thought you were innocent. But it turns out you were just putting on a show, acting all pure and pristine while fooling around with some pretty boy, Wang Xiong yelled, furious. A few days ago at a party, he had approached Zhang Linger, only to be coldly rejected. However, he was captivated by her pure and lovely appearance. Vowing to win her over, the more Zhang Linger turned him down, the more he felt she was different from all the other flirtatious women he had encountered. So when he saw his idealized goddess of purity alone with a strange man in the villa, he immediately assumed she was having an affair with Xiao Feng. And his anger boiled over. Chapter 114. Xiao Anna is in danger. Wang Xiong, are you out of your mind? What nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Linger listened to Wang Xiong's absurd words, feeling both angry and anxious, her fair face flushing with indignation. Heh, now that I've caught you, there's no need to pretend anymore. Wang Xiong sneered, looking as if he could see right through everything. Zhang Linger, you've been rejecting me all this time. Yet you have your eyes on this pretty boy? What does he have that's worth your attention? If you're lonely, just come to me. I'm way better than him. Wang Xiong pointed disdainfully at Xiao Feng, judging him based on his appearance. With his experience, he could tell that Xiao Feng was nobody important and assumed he was just a kept man for Zhang Linger. In Wang Xiong's mind, Zhang Linger's image had completely collapsed. However, he couldn't deny that her beauty was extraordinary. Even after encountering countless women, he rarely saw someone like her, and he wanted to experience her charms. Just stay with me, and I'll give you whatever you want, Wang Xiong said confidently. He was the only son of the Wang family head, and the future of the entire Wang family belonged to him, with plenty of resources at his disposal. Are you done talking? Xiao Feng, who had been silent, finally couldn't take it anymore and coldly interjected. Who asked you to speak? You think you can interrupt me? Wang Xiong glared at Xiao Feng, completely disregarding him. Zhang Linger, you better think it through. If you don't agree to me today, I'll make sure he is crippled, Wang Xiong threatened. He had brought 7 or 8 bodyguards with him, while Zhang Linger and Xiao Feng were alone. To him, the situation was entirely under his control, and he believed it would be a piece of cake to take care of Xiao Feng. Zhang Linger, now I finally understand why you hate him so much. Xiao Feng shook his head and glanced at Wang Xiong as if he were an idiot, then slowly walked over. You damn idiot, interrupting me again. You're asking for death. You guys, take him down hard. Wang Xiong barked angrily, and his 8 bodyguards charged at Xiao Feng. Bang, bang, bang. The 8 tall and burly bodyguards rushed toward Xiao Feng, producing a series of dull thuds. But to Wang Xiong's shock, all of his men were swiftly taken down by Xiao Feng, writhing in pain and unable to get back up. What? Wang Xiong's eyes widened. These bodyguards were martial arts experts he had painstakingly recruited, capable of handling 10 opponents easily. How could they lose to a mere teenager? After taking care of the 8 bodyguards, Xiao Feng continued to approach Wang Xiong. He had promised Zhang Linger he would deal with Wang Xiong. And now Wang Xiong had practically delivered himself to his doorstep, even insulting him. Talk about tempting fate. Don't come any closer. I'm from the Wang family in Chibi City. My dad is the head of the Wang family. If you dare to hurt me, my dad won't let you go. Wang Xiong stammered in fear, backing away as he spoke. Shut up. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Feng's dark eyes as he threw a punch at Wang Xiong's face, sending it twisting to the side. Blood splattering and several teeth flying out. Bang! Wang Xiong fell to the ground in a disheveled heap, struggling to get up, his head spinning from the blow. You dare to hit me? I won't let it go. Before Wang Xiong could finish his words, Xiao Feng threw another punch, striking Wang Xiong in the stomach. The force of the blow made Wang Xiong curl up like a shrimp, and he was sent flying backward, crashing into a tree before falling to the ground. Puffed. Wang Xiong clutched his stomach and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes filled with terror as he looked at Xiao Feng. He never expected that Xiao Feng would not only defeat his bodyguards, but also show no fear of his background. The sheer combat strength of Xiao Feng was the most terrifying he had ever encountered. One punch had sent him, a fully grown man, flying a considerable distance. Was this something a mere human could do? Haha, well done. Zhang Linger, standing nearby, felt a rush of joy at seeing the wicked Wang Xiong being beaten. Do you still want to harass Zhang Linger? Xiao Feng stepped up to Wang Xiong, lifting him up and asking coldly. I won't harass her anymore. I promise I won't dare. Wang Xiong's face turned pale as he looked into Xiao Feng's icy eyes, finally yielding. Just then, a sharp sound of something slicing through the air caught their attention. Both Xiao Feng and Wang Xiong instinctively turned their heads to see a dagger hurtling toward them, aimed straight at Wang Xiong's head. Wang Xiong's pupils constricted in fear, his soul nearly leaving his body as he let out a desperate scream. Convinced he was about to die. Humph. At the moment the dagger was about to hit Wang Xiong, Xiao Feng, with a serious expression, grabbed him and pushed him aside. In a split second, he tore Wang Xiong's shirt, swiftly wrapped it around the dagger, and used its momentum to throw it to the ground. Thud! The dagger plunged deep into the earth, completely embedded. Wang Xiong, who had narrowly escaped death, broke out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for Xiao Feng's timely intervention, that dagger would have been lodged in his head, and even a deity couldn't have saved him then. Thank you. Thank you. Wang Xiong stammered his gratitude, his clothes completely drenched. Suddenly, another sharp sound cut through the air, this time aimed at Xiao Feng, and once again, it was a dagger. Without any hesitation, Xiao Feng reached out barehanded to catch the incoming dagger. He noticed a piece of paper attached to it. Opening the paper, Xiao Feng glanced at it, and a cold, fierce glint flashed in his dark eyes. Linger, go back to your room and stay there. Don't wander around. As for you, he turned to Wang Xiong. If you don't want to be killed by a dagger, you'd better get lost. I'm leaving right now. Wang Xiong nodded repeatedly, clearly terrified by the sudden attack. He dragged his 8 bodyguards off the ground and hurried away, soon disappearing from sight. Xiao Feng, what happened? Zhang Linger had rarely seen Xiao Feng's face so serious. My aunt is in trouble. I need to go save her. Stay in the villa and don't wander around, Xiao Feng said before getting into his phantom sports car and speeding away. The note from earlier revealed that Xiao Anna had been taken, if they wanted to prevent anything bad from happening to her. Xiao Feng had to reach the abandoned stadium on the outskirts of Zhonghai City before sunset. If he failed to arrive by then, they would kill Xiao Anna. Zhang Linger watched Xiao Feng leave in a hurry, feeling anxious and helpless. She had no idea what had happened to Xiao Anna or how to help her. Returning to the villa, she prayed fervently for both Xiao Feng and Xiao Anna's safety. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng was behind the wheel of his phantom sports car, flooring the accelerator. The car shot forward like a rocket, its speed beyond imagination. Chapter 115. The danger of Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng was worried that Xiao Anna might be in trouble. He pressed the gas pedal to the floor, and the phantom sports car roared to life, darting down the road like a streak of lightning, leaving countless onlookers in awe. Xiao Feng's reflexes were far beyond those of an ordinary person. Even as his speed reached unimaginable heights, the car glided smoothly through traffic, avoiding collisions with anything or anyone. In less than half an hour, Xiao Feng had sped out of the city. He quickly searched on his phone and found an abandoned stadium on the outskirts of Zhonghai City, so he headed straight in that direction. Virum. The sound of the sports car's engine echoed, and after a few more minutes, he arrived at a remote seaside area where the abandoned stadium was located. Just a few kilometers to go. Xiao Feng glanced at the navigation on his phone and felt a surge of excitement. Soon, the phantom sports car came to a stop in front of the abandoned stadium. He stepped out and surveyed the layout, his eyes gleaming with intensity. In the stadium, he had spotted several high vantage points. If an enemy skilled in sniping were to be present, recklessly entering would be extremely dangerous. Xiao Feng was inherently cautious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thrived overseas. Without knowing the enemy's background, he wouldn't take unnecessary risks. Standing still, he carefully examined the stadium and identified 5 high points, one of which was particularly concealed. If he hadn't been specifically looking for it, he might have easily overlooked it. First things first, avoid those high points. Xiao Feng had no idea where the enemy or Xiao Anna was, so after confirming the locations of the vantage points, he decided to enter the stadium. Approaching the entrance, he bent his right leg to gather strength. In the next moment, he transformed into a shadow, shooting into the stadium and taking cover behind a pillar he had already observed. Whoosh! The instant Xiao Feng entered the stadium, he tossed his short-sleeved shirt into the air, letting it flutter in the wind like a decoy, resembling a human figure in a hurry. Bang! A piercing gunshot rang out, and a bullet tore through the shirt, shredding it to pieces. So there really was a sniper. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Feng's eyes. His instincts had kicked in when he first saw the stadium's layout. A reflex from his profession, and it had just saved his life. It seemed he was dealing with no ordinary foe. A smirk crossed Xiao Feng's lips. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. Since returning to China, the enemies he encountered had been too weak to excite him. This time, however, the adversary was formidable, finally sparking his interest. Let's play a little game then. With a cold chuckle, Xiao Feng flexed his muscular arms, and in a flash, he turned into a shadow, darting out again. Bullets flew past him, but couldn't he find their mark. Swish, swish, swish. Xiao Feng mentally counted down, noting that every time he rushed out, the enemy would hesitate for half a second before firing. He had calculated the sniper's shooting speed, boldly charging toward the opponent while disregarding the threat of the sniper rifle. Bang! The other party seemed to be angry, deliberately delaying a few seconds before firing. At that moment, Xiao Feng just happened to rush out, and it looked like the bullet was about to hit him. Heh, trying to play this trick on me? A mocking expression appeared on Xiao Feng's face as his ears twitched slightly, allowing him to judge the bullet's trajectory. His body tilted like a ghost, narrowly dodging the shot. The bullet grazed his clothing, burning his skin and leaving it red. If it had gone in just a little deeper, it would have struck him hard. It's my turn to counterattack. Dodging the bullet, Xiao Feng lunged towards a staircase. At the base of the stairs, there were several stones piled up. He grabbed a handful and threw them towards the position of the sniper rifle. His strength was incredible. Each stone flew like a bullet, creating a series of thunderous impacts that echoed loudly. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Feng climbed the railing and leaped to the second floor. He had already deduced from the sounds that the opponent was hiding at the high ground on the third floor. Whoosh! In an instant, Xiao Feng dashed from the second floor to the third. Just as he reached the top, he threw the last stone from his hand, hitting the high point and deflecting the sniper rifle, causing the bullet to hit the wall instead. If this is all you can do with your underhanded tactics, then the game should come to an end. Hand over Xiao Anna, and I'll spare your life. Xiao Feng coldly stared at the corner where the sniper rifle was located. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, a series of clapping sounds suddenly rang out. A man dressed in a black robe slowly emerged from the corner, holding a sniper rifle in his hands. It was he who had just shot at Xiao Feng. Seeing is believing. The King of Hell is indeed formidable. You are the first person to evade my assassination unscathed, the black-robed man said. His eyes filled with surprise as he looked at Xiao Feng. Where is Xiao Anna? Xiao Feng ignored him, only concerned about his aunt's safety. She is busy at the Golden Sands Club. I, the Dragon Slayer of the Skeleton Guild, wouldn't stoop so low as to use a weak woman to threaten you. The Dragon Slayer said with a faint smile. So, he was indeed the ace assassin of the Skeleton Guild mentioned by the Elder. You are the Dragon Slayer of the Skeleton Guild? Xiao Feng's black eyes glinted coldly as he questioned the Dragon Slayer. Indeed, that is me. The Skeleton Guild sent me to invite you to join. However, I only believe in facts I can see with my own eyes. If you cannot evade my assassination, then you naturally do not qualify for my invitation, the Dragon Slayer said confidently. He had heard the legends of the King of Hell before, but legends are just that. Until today's encounter, he had not fully believed in the King of Hell. Now, after their confrontation, he was convinced that those rumors were likely true. However, that was as far as it went. The Dragon Slayer regarded Xiao Feng merely as a peer-level assassin. Now, having passed my test, you qualify for my invitation to join the Skeleton Guild. The Dragon Slayer extended his right hand, believing that his personal invitation to Xiao Feng was a significant gesture, and that Xiao Feng could not possibly refuse. After all, in this world, there were very few people who could warrant the Dragon Slayer personally coming to invite them. Heh! Xiao Feng listened to Tu Long's self-talk, a fierce look appearing on his handsome face. You think you can just play me and walk away? Xiao Feng stared coldly at Tu Long. If I didn't do this, how could I draw you in? Tu Long replied, looking righteous. In his eyes, personally coming from the Skeleton Guild to invite Xiao Feng to join was already a huge favor to him. No one in this world can toy with me. Not even you. Xiao Feng snorted coldly, then suddenly stomped the ground in anger and charged at Tu Long like a leopard. Chapter 116. Xiao Feng's inquiry. Xiao Feng was a proud individual who could not tolerate the mockery of the Dragon Slayer. especially since the Dragon Slayer was a member of the Skeleton Guild. Due to his parents' issues, Xiaofeng held no good feelings towards the members of the Skeleton Guild. If it weren't for waiting for the investigation from the Heavenly Pavilion, he wouldn't have been so patient until now. Swish! Filled with murderous intent, Xiaofeng charged at the Dragon Slayer. His sudden attack caused a change in the Dragon Slayer's expression, which quickly turned to rage. You think you're invincible, King of Hell? If that's the case, then let me see just how legendary you really are. The Dragon Slayer snorted coldly. Despite Xiaofeng's high status in the assassin organization, no assassin group dared to provoke him. However, the Dragon Slayer came from the far more powerful Skeleton Guild, and he genuinely looked down upon the assassin organizations. If it weren't for the Skeleton Guild's orders, the Dragon Slayer wouldn't have traveled such a long distance to find Xiaofeng. Even when he arrived in Huaxia, the disdainful Dragon Slayer only tested Xiaofeng's abilities. It wasn't until Xiaofeng neutralized his assassination attempt that he finally acknowledged him. But it was merely acknowledgement. The Dragon Slayer threw his sniper rifle to the ground, clenched his fist, and charged at Xiaofeng. His tall figure radiated a powerful aura, a testament to the years of killing he had accumulated. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, the Dragon Slayer's physique was on a completely different level compared to the slender Xiaofeng, as if he could easily crush him. However, as Xiaofeng watched the fist that seemed to grow larger, a mocking smile crossed his lips. As an assassin, strength was merely an aid. The true killer's weapon was the skill of murder. Xiaofeng dashed in front of the Dragon Slayer, gripping the massive fist with his palm, neutralizing most of the Dragon Slayer's power. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his right leg towards the Dragon Slayer's abdomen. Bang! The Dragon Slayer blocked Xiaofeng's attack with his left hand, sending him staggering back. As soon as they separated, they clashed again, battling fiercely. One must admit that the Dragon Slayer, as the Skeleton Guild's ace assassin, had formidable combat skills. And even the once dominant Xiaofeng couldn't suppress him in such a short time. Your strength is too weak, the Dragon Slayer laughed heartily, suddenly feeling that the so-called King of Hell was nothing special after all. Boom! The Dragon Slayer grabbed Xiaofeng's right leg and lifted him up, his fist crashing towards Xiaofeng's chest, aiming to inflict a heavy blow. What good was brute strength alone? Hearing the Dragon Slayer's taunts, Xiaofeng sneered. His body was as slippery as an eel, and in the blink of an eye, he broke free from the Dragon Slayer's grip, darting behind him. Before the Dragon Slayer could react, Xiaofeng struck his arm against the Dragon Slayer's neck, hitting a pressure point and causing the Dragon Slayer to feel numb all over, unable to muster any strength for the moment. Immediately, Xiaofeng's fingers jabbed into the Dragon Slayer's back like needles, striking 5 points in quick succession. His fingers landed on 5 of the Dragon Slayer's acupoints, cutting off blood supply to his organs, causing the Dragon Slayer to see darkness before collapsing directly to the ground. Crack! Xiaofeng stepped on the Dragon Slayer's right hand and stomped down hard, breaking it with a crisp snap. With a hiss, Dragon Slayer gasped, cold sweat beading on his forehead. At this moment, he wasn't even concerned about his broken arm. He was entirely shocked by Xiaofeng's bizarre combat tactics, and still couldn't comprehend how he had been defeated. What kind of dark magic did you use? Dragon Slayer roared, his pride not allowing him to accept being bested by Xiaofeng. Although it's said that a killer's greatest strength lies in their ability to assassinate from the shadows, being defeated openly by Xiaofeng didn't mean that his assassination skills were inferior. Yet, Dragon Slayer still couldn't come to terms with this outcome. You, a Westerner, naturally wouldn't understand the Eastern medical treasures, Xiaofeng mocked. Despite Dragon Slayer's understanding of Chinese, he was undeniably a true Westerner. Using his mastery of acupuncture, Xiaofeng targeted Dragon Slayer's pressure points with his fingers instead of silver needles, rendering him temporarily incapacitated. This was a tactic he often employed against strong opponents overseas, and it seemed that Dragon Slayer still didn't grasp the situation. Indeed, Dragon Slayer was clueless about Xiaofeng's methods. He had initially dismissed Xiaofeng as a threat, which was why he suffered such a significant loss. Had he done his homework and prepared in advance, he wouldn't have been so easily defeated. With an unexpected advantage, Xiaofeng effortlessly took down the Skeleton Guild's ace assassin. If word got out, it would surely send shockwaves through the assassin community and various guilds, further amplifying the legend of the Underworld King. Lying on the ground, Dragon Slayer's blood slowly returned to normal, and he regained some sensation in his numb body. However, with Xiaofeng's foot pressing down on him and his right hand crushed beneath it, even if he regained awareness, he found it hard to resist. What did the Skeleton Guild send you here for? Xiaofeng asked. Let me go, and I'll tell you, Dragon Slayer replied in a low voice. After years of dominance overseas, it was the first time he had been pinned down like this, and the humiliation was overwhelming. Do you really think you have the right to negotiate with me? Xiaofeng's right foot gradually pressed harder on Dragon Slayer's broken arm. Even someone as resolute as him couldn't suppress a pained, heart-wrenching howl. I'll give you 3 breaths. If you don't speak by then, I'll make you wish you hadn't tea, Xiaofeng said coldly. He knew why the Skeleton Guild had sent Dragon Slayer. He aimed to crush his arrogant spirit and find the right moment to inquire about his parents. 3, 2, 1. I'll talk. As Xiaofeng counted to 1, Dragon Slayer finally lowered his proud head. He didn't want to be completely incapacitated by Xiaofeng. In that case, he might as well be dead. Damn it. Once I recover, I'll make you pay for this humiliation, Dragon Slayer thought fiercely to himself. He believed that his defeat was due to his ignorance of Xiaofeng's strange tactics, and with some caution, he convinced himself he could still overcome Xiaofeng. After all, he believed his strength surpassed Xiaofeng's. The Skeleton Guild sent me to invite you to join. Dragon Slayer gritted his teeth and said, Why does the Skeleton Guild keep coming to find me? Is there some special mission? Xiaofeng continued to question. Yes, Dragon Slayer nodded. What mission? Xiaofeng asked curiously. This matter is a secret of the Skeleton Guild. I can only tell you if you agree to join the guild. Too long didn't he reveal anything this time. Although he was rebellious, he still had reservations about the terrifying giant that was the Skeleton Guild. If he disclosed the task before Xiaofeng agreed to join, the guild would definitely not let him off easily. Chapter 117. The Shock of the Elder. Are you sure you won't say anything? Xiaofeng pressed down harder on the foot of the Dragon Slayer, the excruciating pain spreading throughout his body. If it were an ordinary person, they would have already fainted from the pain. But with the exceptional physical condition of the Dragon Slayer, despite breaking out in cold sweat and looking pale, he managed to hold on. King of the Underworld, you were once an assassin yourself, so you know why I won't talk. Just agree to join the Skeleton Guild. And I'll tell you, the Dragon Slayer shouted loudly, trying to vent his pain. I don't care about your reasons. Either you speak, or I will cripple your hands and feet, so you can never be an assassin again. Xiaofeng replied coldly, showing no mercy. King of the Underworld, don't get too arrogant. The Dragon Slayer glared, furious. As a top assassin of the Skeleton Guild, he was used to threatening others and had never been treated like this. Stepped on and regarded as nothing. Heh. Xiaofeng sneered a few times, stepping down hard on the Dragon Slayer. The Dragon Slayer's broken arm was completely twisted. And if this continued, even if he managed to reattach it, it would never be as agile as before. King of the Underworld, why you stop? The Dragon Slayer's face twisted in pain, staring intensely at Xiaofeng, as if he wanted to kill him with his gaze. Fine, considering your connection to the Skeleton Guild. I'll let you off this time. Xiaofeng suddenly withdrew his strength, lifting his foot off the Dragon Slayer's hand. You can choose not to talk about this. But I have another question for you. If you don't answer this one, don't blame me for being rude. Xiaofeng's tone turned icy. His earlier pressure merely a tactic to suppress the Dragon Slayer's defiance and pry open his mouth to get what he wanted. All right. As long as it's not about that, I'll tell you everything I know. The Dragon Slayer gasped. The arrogance he had moments ago vanished. What major event happened in the Skeleton Guild 8 years ago? Xiaofeng crouched down, locking his gaze on the Dragon Slayer's eyes. What he truly wanted to know was the significant incident that occurred in the Skeleton Guild 8 years ago, which might be related to the disappearance of his parents. 8 years ago? The Dragon Slayer was taken aback, not understanding why Xiaofeng suddenly asked about this. However, pressed by Xiaofeng's threat, he began to think carefully. Half a year ago, there seemed to be a major event in the Skeleton Guild. A lot of resources were mobilized for it back then. It's been a while, but I suppose it wouldn't hurt to tell you. The Dragon Slayer recalled a significant event from 8 years prior. Go on. Xiaofeng felt a tightening in his chest, but kept his expression calm, not wanting to reveal anything to the Dragon Slayer. 8 years ago, the Skeleton Guild discovered a mysterious treasure. This item is extremely rare, and not many know its exact function. Not even I do. All I know is that the Skeleton Guild went to great lengths and captured quite a few people for this treasure. Since we're on the subject, I'll tell you one more thing. That treasure from 8 years ago is also related to why the Skeleton Guild sought your help this time. The Dragon Slayer said mysteriously, stopping short of revealing more. So these two matters are connected. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng's heart stirred with waves of uncertainty. The Dragon Slayer mentioned that the treasure from 8 years ago was related to the task the Skeleton Guild had sought him out for. But he couldn't figure out the connection. King of the Underworld, if you're interested in this treasure, why not accept the Skeleton Guild's invitation? If you join them and help complete their mission, you could gain significant benefits. Dragon Slayer urged, though he didn't particularly like Xiaofeng. However, Xiaofeng had just proven his strength, and with his assistance, their chances of success in this mission would increase significantly. This matter, I need to think it over, Xiaofeng replied after deep contemplation, unable to give Dragon Slayer a definitive answer. With a swift motion, Xiaofeng reattached the arm that Dragon Slayer had lost, having obtained the information he wanted. before he clarified all the details. He didn't wish to sever ties with the Skeleton Guild just yet, so he casually fixed Dragon Slayer's arm. Dragon Slayer was astonished as he watched Xiao Feng skillfully reattach his arm, recalling the practices of traditional Chinese medicine. The depth of Chinese civilization truly amazed him. He couldn't help but admire Xiao Feng's skill. If it had been him, he would have had to go to a hospital to get his bones set right. He shook his arm. Although it still felt uncomfortable and painful, it was much better now, and with treatment, it wouldn't take long to fully heal. King of the Underworld. Though I was defeated today, I do not concede. Once I recover, I will come find you, Dragon Slayer declared, leaving those words behind as he vanished into the dust. He was a proud person, believing that his defeat was due to his unfamiliarity with Xiao Feng's peculiar tactics. He planned to study them, ensuring he wouldn't fall into the same trap again. Dragon Slayer's strength surpassed that of Xiao Feng, and without any so-called critical hit techniques. He was confident he could defeat Xiao Feng next time. Next time, I won't hold back. Xiao Feng smiled faintly, accepting Dragon Slayer's challenge. I'll be waiting. Dragon Slayer snorted coldly and exited the abandoned stadium. Despite his eccentric behavior, the fact that he hadn't abducted Xiao Anna indicated he was, at least, an honorable man. If he had truly taken Xiao Anna, Xiao Feng would undoubtedly ensure he wouldn't leave alive. Xiao Anna was Xiao Feng's Achilles heel. Anyone who dared to touch her would have to pay the price. Afterward, Xiao Feng left the stadium and drove his phantom sports car to the Tongtian Pavilion, as he needed to report this matter to them. Given the seriousness of the situation, he was wary of leaks through his communication devices. So he made a special trip to the pavilion. Soon, he arrived at the outskirts of the city and entered the Tongtian Pavilion, where he met with the Elder. He relayed the information that Dragon Slayer had just shared. You defeated Dragon Slayer. The Elder's face showed shock upon hearing Xiao Feng's report of defeating Dragon Slayer and extracting intelligence. Xiao Feng's reputation in the assassin organization was well known. But the debate about who was stronger, him or the ace assassins from higher-level guilds, remained unresolved, with no one truly knowing who held the upper hand. The Dragon Slayer is a top assassin from one of the world's top 5 skeleton guilds, representing the pinnacle of the assassin guild's skill. The fact that he was defeated by Xiao Feng is incredibly shocking. The Elder believes that when he reports this to the headquarters, it will certainly astonish them and lead to an increased focus on Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng nodded, giving the Elder a reassuring response. How much of what the Dragon Slayer said do you think is true? He didn't delve deeply into the topic of defeating the Dragon Slayer, but instead brought up the intelligence they had gathered. Whether it's true or not, we can find out easily. The Elder smiled. The effectiveness of an investigation can vary greatly depending on whether it's aimless or purposeful. If the Dragon Slayer's words hold any truth, the Tongtian Pavilion will surely uncover some clues. Chapter 118. The Demon Slayer Guild, then I'll be waiting for your good news. Xiao Feng felt a bit reassured upon seeing the confident smile on Elder Ji's face. Brother Xiao, you can rest easy about this matter. We should be able to find out the details in the next few days. However, regarding the Skeleton Guild's invitation for you, I think you should come up with a solution sooner rather than later. Prolonging this won't do. Elder Gu couldn't help but say. Up to this point, they still had no idea what the Skeleton Guild's intentions were in inviting Xiao Feng, whether they genuinely wanted his help or had some ulterior motives. Right. Xiao Feng nodded. What Elder Gu said was also on his mind. Once you find out the specifics, it will be my turn to take the initiative. Xiao Feng let out a cold laugh, his tone laced with an icy chill that made Elder Gu feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, sending shivers down his spine. If the Skeleton Guild truly became his enemy, he couldn't imagine how things would unfold. Elder Gu muttered to himself. Xiao Feng's strength is too formidable to be judged by ordinary standards, and the Skeleton Guild is one of the top 5 terrifying forces in the world. With both sides at loggerheads, the outcome is hard to predict. Not long after, Xiao Feng left the Tongtian Pavilion and returned to his villa. After Xiao Feng departed, Elder Gu reported the situation he had just learned to headquarters. Sure enough, when the headquarters learned that Xiao Feng had defeated the Dragon Slayer, everyone was taken aback. Gaining a deeper understanding of the legendary strength of Xiao Feng, the king of the underworld. With the information obtained from the Dragon Slayer, the headquarters began targeted investigations, confident that they would achieve results soon. Upon returning to the villa, Xiao Feng opened the door, and a nervous Zhang Linger approached him. How is it? Is Xiao Anna all right? Zhang Linger asked anxiously. Why didn't you just call Xiao Anna? She's fine. I was tricked. Xiao Feng shot Zhang Linger a glance. Well, you didn't call either, Zhang Linger replied softly, though her heart settled once she confirmed that Xiao Anna was safe. Which idiot would go out of their way to trick you? Zhang Linger asked, puzzled. An arrogant person, Xiao Feng shrugged. The Dragon Slayer was indeed very arrogant, and he paid the price for it. At that moment, The Dragon Slayer was at the Zhonghai hospital receiving treatment, with his arm in a cast. He reported the recent events to the Skeleton Guild. He mentioned Xiao Feng's attitude, but didn't he speak a word about his defeat. It was a huge humiliation for him. He planned to defeat Xiao Feng once he recovered, to avenge his disgrace. Listen to me, no matter what it takes. You must get the king of the underworld to join the Skeleton Guild, understand? Came the directive from the Skeleton Guild. Understood, the Dragon Slayer replied. Then turned off the screen of his phone. Back at the villa, Xiao Feng made a call to Xiao Anna, confirming that she was working at the Golden Sands Club, which put his mind at ease. The next day, Xiao Feng rested at the villa for half the day and had a simple dinner with Zhang Ling. Having shaken off Wang Xiong's harassment, Zhang Linger felt refreshed and had a great appetite. Xiao Feng, do you think that Wang Xiong will come to trouble you? She asked curiously, her big eyes turning as she spoke. If he dares to come, I'll make sure he leaves on his back, Xiao Feng replied with a faint smile, showing no concern for Wang Xiong at all. Just then, Xiao Feng's phone rang. He glanced down and saw that it was a call from Chu Yunqi. Seeing it was her, he stepped aside to answer. Chu Yunqi, is there something you need from me? He asked. Some time had passed since their misunderstanding, and the anger in his heart had long since faded, making his tone much calmer. Xiao Feng, there's something I'd like your help with. Came Chu Yunqi's gentle voice from the other end of the line, sounding quite pleasant. What is it? Xiao Feng asked, intrigued. It's not convenient to discuss over the phone. Can we talk in person? She suggested. Sure, send me your location and I'll come to you. Since he had nothing else to do, Xiao Feng readily agreed. Thank you, Chu Yunqi said, her voice brightening with joy as she quickly sent him the location. The location she sent was at a CAF not far from the Chu Corporation. What's this? A date with a beauty? Zhang Linger remarked teasingly as Xiao Feng returned. A friend needs me. I'm heading out, Xiao Feng casually explained before leaving the villa, getting into his phantom and driving off to meet Chu Yunqi. That guy really has no sense of romance, Zhang Linger muttered as she turned off the TV. Not knowing why she felt upset, Xiao Feng drove to the CAF indicated by Chu Yunqi's location and soon arrived. Upon entering, he spotted a tall, stunning woman by the window, Chu Yunqi. He walked straight over to her. You made it, she said, a hint of a smile breaking through her usual cool demeanor. Chu Yunqi was known for her aloofness, but she always showed genuine warmth when she saw Xiao Feng. Miss, what is so urgent that you called me here? He asked directly after sitting down. Well, I've encountered something strange recently, and I wanted to ask you about it, Chu Yunqi said quietly. She had been hesitant to share her experiences with anyone else, as no one believed her, but after much thought, she decided to consult Xiao Feng. What is it? He asked, intrigued. Take a look at this, she said, pulling out a black token from her pocket. It was made of metal, with intricate craftsmanship depicting several fierce-looking demons, giving off a strong aura of menace. The moment Xiao Feng saw the token, his pupils constricted. He took it from her and flipped it over. And indeed, he saw a string of English words. Translated into Chinese, it read, Demon Slayers Guild. The Shama Guild is an incredibly powerful organization, ranked 7th in the world, only slightly inferior to the Skeleton Guild. It is a force that sends shivers down the spines of countless people. How did you come to possess this insignia? Xiao Feng's expression changed slightly, unsure of how Chu Yunqi had obtained it. Do you recognize this insignia? Seeing Xiao Feng's subtle change in demeanor, Chu Yunqi was taken aback. First, answer my question, Xiao Feng asked in a low voice. All right, Chu Yunqi nodded. She had come to find Xiao Feng to share her suspicions, as no one in her family believed her claims. If Chu Yunqi's concerns were to be realized, then the Chu family situation would be dire. A moment's inattention could lead them into a perilous predicament. Chapter 119. Investigation. Chu Yunqi explained the origin of this plaque in detail to Xiao Feng. It turned out that she had found the plaque at the Chu family home, and it had fallen from a group of guests who had recently visited. These guests were business partners of the Chu family patriarch from overseas, who had come to Zhonghai to pay a visit. Normally, this would be a routine matter. But on the very night the guests checked in, Chu Yunqi, returning to the family from the Chu group, spotted a strange man leaping over the high walls like a ghost and stealthily entering the Chu residence. Immediately on alert, Chu Yunqi quietly followed him. By the time she entered the Chu family home, the man had already vanished without a trace, leaving her to only find this plaque on the ground. Just as she was about to report this incident to her father, she caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye while passing the guest rooms and noticed a familiar figure among her father's guests. The silhouette looked strikingly similar to the man she had just seen. As she approached, that person happened to be taking off a black cloak and changing into normal clothes. Chu Yunqi told her father about the incident, expressing her suspicion that these guests were not ordinary merchants. However, her father dismissed her concerns, believing she must have been mistaken. After all, The walls of the Chu family estate were nearly as high as city walls, about 7 to 8 meters tall. How could anyone possibly scale them unaided? The family patriarch brushed aside Chu Yunqi's words and advised her not to speak so recklessly, warning that if the guests felt uncomfortable, it would reflect poorly on her. Frustrated by her father's ignorance, Chu Yunqi sought out a few trusted individuals. But their attitudes mirrored that of the patriarch. They all thought she must have misjudged the situation in the dark, insisting that no one could leap over the walls of the Chu estate. I can't shake the feeling that having them stay here could be dangerous. But my family won't listen to me. That's why I came to you, Chu Yunqi explained helplessly. If this plaque truly belongs to them, you are indeed in danger. Xiaofeng replied. His words were not mere alarmism. The Demon Slayer Guild had a notorious reputation in the assassin world. Most of their members were violent and ruthless, often taking innocent lives with impunity, backed by powerful connections. If the people staying at the Chu residence were indeed from the Demon Slayer Guild, any misstep by the Chu family could lead to their annihilation. Moreover, even if the Chu family had not offended them, the guests might take a fancy to their women or wealth and simply take what they wanted before leaving. Is this the first time your father has met these people? Or are they old acquaintances? Xiaofeng inquired. From her father's tone, it seemed like it was their first meeting. The Chu group had been collaborating with the Nork group for over 2 years, and this time the guests were representing Nork on a business trip to Zhonghai. Chu Yunqi thought, if it's their first meeting, then we really need to investigate this thoroughly, Xiaofeng said, his brow furrowing. Given the capabilities of the Demon Slayer Guild, it would be trivial for them to disguise themselves as members of the Nork group to enter China. If they were indeed from the Demon Slayer Guild, their presence in Zhonghai surely indicated they were on a mission. Xiaofeng thought to himself that he didn't want to tell Chu Yunqi the meaning behind that plaque, fearing it might scare her. Don't worry, I'll have someone look into it. We should have results soon, Xiaofeng said to Chu Yunqi. Thank you, Xiaofeng. Chu Yunqi replied gratefully. The more he helped her, the more ashamed she felt, especially considering that she had misunderstood him not long ago. Just thinking about it made her feel guilty. During this time, Chu Yunqi had done some investigation on Xiaofeng. Although she hadn't uncovered any substantial information, she did find out that Xiaofeng had connections with many influential figures. She suspected that his decision to be her bodyguard might have been a spur-of-the-moment choice rather than for the mere salary of 100,000 a month. While sipping his coffee, Xiaofeng sent a text to Elder Gu about investigating the Demon Slaughter Guild. To tackle such a massive organization, he would need the help of people from the Heavenly Pavilion. Elder Gu quickly agreed and assured Xiaofeng that he would have a response by tomorrow at the latest. I'll drive you home and let you know the results tomorrow, Xiaofeng said, putting away his phone. Okay, Chu Yunqi replied softly. For some reason, in front of Xiaofeng, she felt less like the strong woman she was at work and more like a shy girl. Xiaofeng drove Chu Yunqi back to the Chu family home. Before leaving, he walked over to the walls of the estate and inspected them, noticing some footprints in a few corners. These footprints were likely the ones left by the person Chu Yunqi had mentioned, and there might be more than one person involved. After observing for a while, he left the area and drove his phantom sports car back to the villa. Not long after Xiaofeng left, 2 men in black robes appeared where he had just stood. It seems he discovered something, one man said in a hoarse voice. He's just an insignificant kid. What can he deduce from a few footprints? The other man scoffed, dismissing the concern. Let us head out with the news later, the hoarse-voiced man said. The two then climbed over the wall and slipped into the guest rooms of the Chu family without alerting anyone. They chose not to leave through the main estate to avoid drawing attention to their departure. After leaving the Chu family home, Xiaofeng quickly returned to the villa, finding it was already past midnight, and yet Xiao Anna had not returned. He was used to this and thought nothing of it, heading straight to his room and falling asleep. As for Zhang Linger, she had gone to bed around 11 and was already deep in slumber. Xiaofeng slept soundly through the night and woke up around 7 the next morning. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he went to the kitchen and discovered fresh ingredients in the fridge, likely brought back by Xiao Anna the night before. With a faint smile, seeing so many ingredients, he decided to show off a bit and prepare a delicious breakfast for them. Rolling up his sleeves, he got busy in the kitchen. An hour later, a sumptuous breakfast was ready. Xiaofeng made congee, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and fried tofu, among other dishes, totaling 5 in all, which looked incredibly appetizing. The enticing aroma from the kitchen wafted up to the second floor, stirring Zhang Linger from her slumber. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she took a deep breath. Wow, that smells amazing. What are you cooking? She asked, instantly perked up and filled with excitement. You'll find out when you come down, Xiaofeng replied with a smile. All right. Zhang Linger bounced off to brush her teeth and wash her face, then hurried down the stairs. Having grown accustomed to all sorts of high-end delicacies at the Zhang family home, she found her appetite soaring at the sight of the home-style dishes Xiaofeng was preparing. Chapter 120. Discovery this feeling was like someone who was used to feasting on rich meats suddenly sipping a bowl of light vegetable and tofu soup, finding it to be an unparalleled delicacy, utterly captivated by the simplicity of the broth. Zhang Linger and Xiao Feng sat at the dining table, picking up their chopsticks and getting ready to dig in, when suddenly, a disgruntled voice came from upstairs. "You two little brats. Enjoying the food I bought, and not even waking me up." Xiao Anna rolled her eyes and complained. "Weren't we just letting you sleep a little longer?" Zhang Linger teased, sticking out her tongue as she picked up a piece of fried tofu, her face lighting up with delight. "This is delicious," Zhang Linger exclaimed, savoring the taste. It was her first time enjoying such authentic fried tofu. The ones she had eaten before were usually drenched in a myriad of seasonings by so-called culinary masters. Occasionally, she found them tasty, but she felt this straightforward flavor from Xiao Feng was far more appealing. Xiao Anna, probably worried that Zhang Linger and Xiao Feng would finish all the food, quickly washed up and came downstairs. "I've prepared your porridge," Zhang Linger said sweetly. "When did you, the daughter of the Zhang family, become so virtuous?" Xiao Anna joked. After learning about Zhang Linger's true identity, she was quite surprised and impressed. Since then, she felt a sense of pressure whenever she met Zhang Linger. However, as Xiao Anna and Zhang Linger grew closer, she gradually returned to the way she used to interact with her, feeling less intimidated by her background and more genuine in her friendship. This was also why Zhang Linger cherished her friendship with Xiao Anna. Having grown up in the Zhang family amidst deceit and intrigue, she had grown weary of it. She valued friends like Xiao Anna, who treated her sincerely without ulterior motives. "I've always been virtuous, you know," Zhang Linger said confidently, puffing out her chest. All right. You're the best," Xiao Anna replied, glancing at Zhang Linger's proud posture with a knowing smirk. At that moment, Xiao Feng instinctively looked over too, his gaze landing on Zhang Linger, and memories of their first encounter flooded his mind. When Xiao Feng first met Zhang Linger, she had been in the shower, her pristine skin exposed to him, and that smooth, jade-like figure lingered in his thoughts. "What are you looking at?" Zhang Linger felt uncomfortable under Xiao Feng's gaze and covered herself. "Why be shy? You've already shown me everything that needs to be seen," Xiao Feng chuckled, causing Xiao Anna to stifle a laugh. "You jerk." Zhang Linger's cheeks flushed a deep red as she glared at Xiao Feng, but for some reason, unlike before, she didn't feel the intense hatred towards him. Instead, a sweet emotion began to spread in her heart. The three of them enjoyed their meal in a warm and cheerful atmosphere, with Zhang Linger occasionally shooting daggers at Xiao Feng after being teased. Eventually, under pressure, Xiao Feng volunteered to wash the dishes. After breakfast, Xiao Anna headed off to work at the Golden Sands Club, and it was rare for Zhang Linger to go to school. The villa was left with only Xiao Feng, who was just about to head out when his phone rang. "Xiao brother, I found out about the matter you mentioned yesterday," the old man called. "Is it them?" Xiao Feng asked. "Yes. It's indeed the people from the Demon Slayer Guild. They've come to Zhonghai to execute a mission. But they've been staying at the Chu family's place and haven't left, so we can't figure out what they're up to," the old man explained. "Huh, they have left. You can send someone to stake out the walls around the Chu residence, and you'll catch sight of them," Xiao Feng replied. "Got it. I'll relay the order immediately to find out their purpose for coming to Zhonghai," the old man said before hanging up. "So it is them." Xiao Feng frowned. Having the Demon Slayer Guild members stay at the Chu family home was like inviting a wolf into the house, quite dangerous. After some thought, he called Chu Yunxi and arranged to meet her at the CAF from yesterday. At noon, Xiao Feng met Chu Yunxi at the CAF. "Xiao Feng, how did it go?" Chu Yunxi asked curiously. "What I'm about to say must not be told to anyone, or it could bring disaster to the Chu family. Do you understand?" Xiao Feng said seriously. Seeing Xiao Feng's grave demeanor, Chu Yunxi felt a tightness in her chest, realizing the seriousness of the situation. "I understand," she nodded. "They're an overseas assassin organization. They must be here in Zhonghai to carry out a mission, but we haven't figured out the specifics yet. However, having them stay at the Chu family is like a ticking time bomb. I advise you to find a way to get them to leave," Xiao Feng warned. "An assassin organization." Chu Yunxi's stunning face showed shock. She hadn't expected the guests to have such a terrifying background. "But my father doesn't believe me at all. They were invited to stay at our house by him," she added helplessly. She had asked her father, and it turned out these guests initially planned to stay in a hotel, but her father insisted they stay at the Chu residence. It was unlikely her father would agree to send them away, as he viewed them as representatives of the Nok Group, a major client of the Chu family, and wanted to build a good relationship with them. "How about this? You stay somewhere else for now and don't go back. I'll think of a way to drive them away," Xiao Feng suggested after a moment's thought. "That's the only way," Chu Yunxi nodded. Now that she knew these people were legendary assassins, she was too frightened to return home. "Xiao Feng, I'm really counting on you for this," she said gratefully. "Do I have a shortage of troublesome matters?" Xiaofeng shrugged, feeling helpless. To be honest, as he spent more time with Chu Yunqi, he gradually felt that sometimes she wasn't very sharp, but she was still quite endearing. When Chu Yunqi heard Xiaofeng's teasing, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, but inside, she felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. Xiaofeng, there's one more thing I want to ask you. Chu Yunqi hesitated for a long time before deciding to voice her question. Go ahead. Xiaofeng said cheerfully. What is your relationship with Zhang Linger from the Zhang family? Chu Yunqi asked softly, her gaze fixed on Xiaofeng's eyes as she awaited his response. Just friends. Xiaofeng replied casually, not thinking much of it. Oh, Chu Yunqi nodded, seeming to ponder over his answer. After chatting with Xiaofeng for a while, Chu Yunqi returned to work at the Chu Group. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng drove his phantom sports car, planning to visit Deng Yuan and check on how his recovery was progressing. Previously, when the Ghost Lord's hotel opened, Deng Yuan and his girlfriend, Xiao Ling, went out to have some fun but ended up being attacked by some thugs from Heizai. In the end, Xiaofeng rescued them and took Deng Yuan to the hospital for treatment. Chapter 121, Xiaoling's mother during this period. Xiaofeng had a lot on his plate and almost forgot to visit Deng Yuan. Deng Yuan was Xiaofeng's best buddy from high school. Even though they now lived in completely different worlds, Xiaofeng had never forgotten their friendship. But as he approached, he heard a heated argument inside. Deng Yuan, do you really know your own worth? You make just a few thousand a month, and you can't even protect Xiaoling at a bar. What good are you? If you truly care about Xiaoling, you should break up with her and stop dragging her down. Auntie, Xiaoling and I are truly in love. In the room, Deng Yuan lay on the hospital bed, while a stern-looking woman stood beside him. The only other person in the room was Xiaoling, who had just stepped out to buy some fruit for Deng Yuan. This woman was Xiaoling's mother, and she took advantage of Xiaoling's absence to pressure Deng Yuan to let go, believing he was hindering her daughter's bright future. Love can't pay the bills. I really don't understand what Xiaoling sees in you. If you two actually got married, could you support her? Can you afford a house or a car? I doubt you can even provide for her basic needs. How can you expect Xiaoling to live like this and still claim you love her? Xiaoling's mother shouted, unleashing the anger she had suppressed for so long. Xiaoling was attractive and had many suitors, including successful young men. The fact that she was with a poor guy like Deng Yuan forced her to give up those opportunities, and just thinking about it made her mother furious. Auntie, I may not have money right now, but I have hands and feet. I will definitely succeed in the future. Please believe me. Deng Yuan, though angry at Xiaoling's mother's harsh words, tried to remain calm and reason with her. Believe what? There are plenty of people with hands and feet in this world. How many of them actually make money? Xiaoling's mother was unyielding. Since the conversation had reached this point, she decided to be direct and insisted that Deng Yuan give up on her daughter. Ma'am, you're not being fair here. Finally, unable to stay silent, Xiaofeng, who had been standing outside the door, walked in. Xiaofeng, Deng Yuan, caught in an awkward situation, felt a bit flustered at the sudden appearance of his friend. Don't worry. Xiaofeng gave Deng Yuan a reassuring look. What do you think you're doing, you little brat? Who asked for your opinion? Xiaoling's mother glared at Xiaofeng with disdain, noting his casual appearance. Xiaoling's mother was a pragmatic person. She would be polite and obsequious to wealthy individuals. But she showed no respect to someone like Deng Yuan or Xiaofeng, who appeared less affluent. Yes, my brother. Why shouldn't I speak up? Xiaofeng snorted coldly, feeling no sympathy for Xiaoling's mother. If it weren't for Deng Yuan, he wouldn't even bother engaging with her. You're always talking about money. What kind of person do you think is worthy enough for your daughter? Xiaofeng asked. At the very least, they should have a car and a house, and earn a monthly salary of several tens of thousands. Xiaoling's mother replied without hesitation. Is that all? Do you have any other requirements? Xiaofeng said with a sarcastic smile. Don't pretend here. You probably don't even have a beat-up car, and yet you say that's all? It's laughable, Xiaoling's mother mocked. What are you all arguing about? Don't you know that noise is prohibited in the hospital? At that moment, several important figures from the hospital walked in, including the head nurse, the attending physician, and even the director at the back. The director passed by Deng Yuan's ward and, hearing the commotion, came over to check it out. I'm discussing family matters with him, and this brat dares to interrupt. Get him out of here. Xiaoling's mother shouted angrily upon seeing the hospital staff. Wait, you are the owner of that Black Dragon card? Suddenly, the sharp-eyed head nurse recognized Xiaofeng's identity. After glancing at the medical record above Deng Yuan's bed, she realized that this was the patient who had checked in with the Black Dragon card that day. Are you talking about this card? Xiaofeng, unaware that the bank card given to him by the elder was called the Black Dragon card, took out the intricately carved card. Yes, that's the one. Director, this is the owner of the Black Dragon card we mentioned to you. The head nurse exclaimed excitedly. There are very few Black Dragon cards in the world, and those who possess them are all immensely powerful. Ah, so it's this brother. I've heard so much about you, the director said, a hint of flush appearing on his face as he walked over to shake Xiaofeng's hand. Hello. Xiaofeng shook the director's hand. May I ask how to address you, young man? The director inquired. Just call me Xiaofeng, he replied casually. Xiaofeng, what was going on just now? Why the commotion? The director asked, puzzled. Well, she thinks my brother isn't good enough for her daughter, so she's just making a fuss. Xiaofeng shrugged and explained. What? Your brother isn't worthy of her daughter? May I ask which family you belong to, madam? Upon hearing this, the director raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Xiaoling's mother. Since Xiaofeng could possess the Black Dragon card, his status must be extremely high, far beyond what a mere doctor like him could compare to. Even if Xiaofeng's brother's background wasn't impressive, it wouldn't be difficult for Xiaofeng to help him rise to prominence. Yet, Xiaoling's mother still looked down on Deng Yuan as unworthy of her daughter. Could it be that she had a significant background as well? At that moment, Xiaoling's mother was completely dumbfounded. She saw the esteemed director, whom she regarded highly. Showing such respect to a poor boy she looked down upon. She felt a vague sense of something being off. I'm just from an ordinary family. Xiaoling's mother coughed and pretended to be dismissive. Are you perhaps a high-ranking executive at some company? The director pressed on. Not at all. Xiaoling's mother shook her head somewhat nervously. So who are you? The director finally sensed something was off, furrowing his brows. I'm just an ordinary housewife. What's it to you? Xiaoling's mother snapped back, revealing her background in frustration. Suddenly, the director, head nurse, and others couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing her story. Auntie, do you really look down on them? The director regarded Xiaoling's mother with a bewildered expression. What do those two have that's worth admiring? They can't even afford a car or a house. Xiaoling's mother, a person who refused to back down, retorted defiantly. Chapter 122, The Joke. Ha! This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. The director burst into laughter as he listened to Xiaoling's mother's words. Ma'am, do you know that the card in Brother Xiaofeng's hand could not only buy a car or a house, but could easily buy 10 hospitals? The director and the head nurse roared with laughter, while Xiaoling's mother stood there, her mouth agape, displaying an expression of disbelief. This scrappy card can buy 10 hospitals? Her voice trembled. For her, even a single doctor's visit could cost her half her fortune. How valuable could a hospital be? The director's claim that Xiaofeng's black card could purchase 10 hospitals was like a thunderbolt striking her, leaving her utterly stunned. Deng Yuan, thank you for your help last time. It helped my company avert disaster. This card has hundreds of thousands in it. Consider it a token of my gratitude. Xiaofeng ignored Xiaoling's mother and stepped in front of Deng Yuan, pulling out a bank card and handing it to him. This card was the salary card that Chu Yunxi had given him, containing several hundred thousand. As for the help Xiaofeng mentioned, it was more of an exaggeration. He and Deng Yuan hadn't seen each other for several years until recently. Xiaofeng said this to assist Deng Yuan and to give him some face. Deng Yuan was momentarily taken aback by Xiaofeng's words, but quickly understood their significance. Take it. Once you recover, bring Xiaoling along, and we can collaborate on a project. Xiaofeng smiled faintly, aware that Deng Yuan had faced difficulties in recent years. If this continued, the pressure on Xiaoling might affect her relationship with Deng Yuan. Therefore, Xiaofeng wanted to help Deng Yuan as much as he could. Thank you. Deng Yuan glanced at Xiaoling's mother's greedy eyes, took a deep breath, and accepted the bank card from Xiaofeng. For Deng Yuan, several hundred thousand was an unimaginable fortune, and the way Xiaoling's mother looked at him changed completely. Director, let us step outside and give my brother some peace. Xiaofeng called to the director and the others, leading them out of the ward, leaving only Xiaoling's mother and Deng Yuan behind. Deng Yuan, who exactly is he? After Xiaofeng and the others left, Xiaoling's mother couldn't contain her curiosity and asked in a low voice. My brother, Deng Yuan replied sternly. After this incident, he finally saw Xiaoling's mother's true colors. If it weren't for Xiaoling, he wouldn't bother with her at all. Seeing Deng Yuan's displeased expression, Xiaoling's mother awkwardly chuckled, her gaze darting to the bank card in Deng Yuan's hand, greed barely concealed. Deng Yuan, I was impulsive earlier. Let's drop this matter. I won't interfere anymore, and please don't tell Xiaoling about this, alright? Don't worry, I won't tell Xiaoling, Deng Yuan replied coldly. His intention was not to spare Xiaoling's mother, but to prevent Xiaoling from feeling hurt if she found out. Soon after Xiaoling's mother left the ward to prepare dinner, Xiaofeng walked in. Xiaofeng, thank you for earlier, Deng Yuan expressed gratefully upon seeing Xiaofeng. There's no need for thanks. Once you recover and work hard to earn money, that's how you'll provide Xiaoling with a happy life, Xiaofeng said earnestly. With Xiaoling's mother's personality, if you don't achieve anything after marrying her daughter, it will definitely lead to serious issues. I will, Deng Yuan nodded seriously. Take care of yourself. I need to head out to handle a few things, Xiaofeng said, chatting briefly with Deng Yuan before leaving the hospital room. As Xiao Feng stepped out of the room, he unexpectedly ran into Deng Yuan's girlfriend, Xiao Ling, and her mother. On their way back, Xiao Ling's mother had encountered her daughter and began asking about Xiao Feng's background, unknowingly walking towards the hospital room. Xiao Ling, I'm heading back now, Xiao Ling's mother said as she released her hold on Xiao Ling's arm and hurried away. Xiao Feng, you're here, Xiao Ling said politely, bidding farewell to her mother before greeting Xiao Feng. Yes, I'm just heading out. I'll come back another time, Xiao Feng nodded. He had a good impression of Xiao Ling. She seemed very different from her mother. After leaving Deng Yuan's room, Xiao Feng went to the parking lot and drove his phantom sports car towards the hospital entrance. As he was passing through the gate, he coincidentally spotted Xiao Ling's mother walking out. Since Xiao Feng's car was a convertible, Xiao Ling's mother immediately recognized him. When she saw him driving such an extravagant vehicle, her eyes nearly popped out. My goodness, who is he really? Although she didn't know much about cars, she often watched Korean dramas and had a rough idea that a luxury car like Xiao Feng's would cost at least several $100,000. She realized that Xiao Feng was definitely not the poor boy she initially thought he was. What's going on with people these days? They're so wealthy yet dress so modestly, Xiao Ling's mother thought, visibly shaken and impressed. I can't believe Deng Yuan knows such a rich guy. I need to give Xiao Ling a nudge to seize this opportunity. She must get Deng Yuan to latch onto him. That way, they'll have a good life ahead. Xiao Ling's mother mused, lost in her daydreams. Xiao Feng gave a casual glance at Xiao Ling's mother, not paying her much mind. He pressed the accelerator and sped off, disappearing from the hospital entrance in an instant. As he left the hospital, it was nearing evening. Instead of returning to his villa, Xiao Feng headed towards Lin Qing's house. It had been 2 days since he last treated Lin Qing's father. Although he typically performed acupuncture every 3 days, he had some free time today and decided to visit a day early, as the effects would be the same. On the way, Xiao Feng called Lin Qing to let her know he was heading over. At that moment, Lin Qing was just finishing work. Upon hearing that Xiao Feng was coming, she hurried home. Hearing the urgency in Lin Qing's voice made Xiao Feng smile as he pressed the gas pedal and sped towards her house. As the sun set, Lin Qing quickly returned home. Seeing that Xiao Feng hadn't arrived yet, she let out a sigh of relief, tidied up a bit, and changed into a new outfit. Lin Qing's family lived in quite a tight situation, and with the expenses for her father's medical treatment draining their savings, they had little left. Just 2 days ago, the traditional Chinese medicine they bought was paid for by Xiao Feng. As a result, Lin Qing didn't have many clothes, and what she had were mostly cheap market finds. However, her beauty was striking. When she wore a simple blue dress, it accentuated her graceful figure, making her tall and enchanting presence hard to ignore. Lin Qing gazed at herself in the mirror, revealing a sweet smile. It's undeniable that she was truly beautiful, especially with that ethereal and innocent charm that many others lacked. Chapter 123. Xie Guangqiu and Lin Qing looked at herself in the mirror, pleased with the blue dress she was wearing, and closed the wardrobe. Just then, a deep rumble of a car engine suddenly broke the silence. Lin Qing glanced outside and saw Xiao Feng parked in his phantom sports car. He arrived quite quickly. Lin Qing smiled softly and walked over gracefully. You're just nearby, Xiao Feng said with a grin. The distance from the hospital where Deng Yuan was recovering to Lin Qing's hospital wasn't far, and he had driven over swiftly. How is my uncle's condition? Xiao Feng asked as he entered Lin Qing's home. He is looking much better and seems more spirited than before, Lin Qing said excitedly. Her father had been ill for many years, bedridden for a long time. After Xiao Feng treated him with acupuncture and herbal medicine, he could occasionally get out of bed and walk around. Now, when she goes to work at the hospital, she no longer has to worry about her father falling. Take me to see him, Xiao Feng said after learning that Lin Qing's father had made some recovery. He nodded and followed Lin Qing inside, where he saw her father lying on the bed. Xiao Feng, I can't thank you enough, Lin Qing's father said, a look of gratitude crossing his pale face as he propped himself up on the bed and shook Xiao Feng's hand. Uncle, there's no need to be so polite. A doctor should care for his patients as if they were family. It's what I ought to do, Xiao Feng replied with a gentle smile, taking Lin Qing's father's wrist to check his pulse. Yes, there is quite a bit of improvement. I'll give you acupuncture again, he continued. Lin Qing, bring me that bag of silver needles. Xiao Feng instructed Lin Qing, as the silver needles he had previously asked her to buy were stored at her home for convenience. Okay, I'll get it right now, Lin Qing responded obediently, quickly fetching the silver needles. After disinfecting the needles, Xiao Feng began the acupuncture treatment for Lin Qing's father, which took about 10 minutes. All done. Make sure to take your herbal medicine on time. In another week, you should be able to walk freely, Xiao Feng said as he put away the needles. The recovery speed of Lin Qing's father was much faster than he had anticipated. At this rate, he would be able to walk comfortably in a week, and with a good month of rest, he could fully recover. By the way, Lin Qing, you've used up most of the herbal medicine, right? Take me to the nearest herbal shop to buy some more, Xiao Feng said to Lin Qing. Sure, I'll take you there, Lin Qing replied lightly, leading Xiao Feng out of the house to the nearest herbal shop. Watching his daughter and Xiao Feng leave, Lin Qing's father felt a surge of emotion. His murky eyes sparkled with a strange light. It would be wonderful if they could be together. He was filled with thoughts. His wife had passed away early, and he had been a burden on his daughter due to his serious illness. He felt he owed her so much. He thought highly of Xiao Feng. If they ended up together, he wouldn't have to worry about Lin Qing in the future. However, this thought remained silently in his heart. He understood his daughter's nature. The more he urged her, the more resistant she would become. So, Lin Qing's father chose to let things unfold naturally, quietly praying in his heart. Lin Qing took Xiao Feng to a nearby traditional Chinese medicine shop, where Xiao Feng bought a supply of medicine for several days. Following the same brewing method as before, he planned to give it to his uncle on time. As Xiao Feng stepped out of the shop with a bag of herbal medicine, he turned to Lin Qing and said, "I'll remember." Lin Qing nodded. As a nursing student, she was naturally more skilled at brewing medicine than most, and with just a little explanation from Xiao Feng, she could easily recall the details. "How is work going lately?" Xiao Feng casually asked as they walked, feeling a bit bored. "Pretty good," Lin Qing replied lightly. But Xiao Feng noticed a slight hesitation in her eyes as she spoke. If there's anything you want to talk about, feel free to tell me." Xiao Feng didn't press further, and soon they arrived at Lin Qing's home. Xiao Feng shared some important points to keep in mind with Lin Qing's father. Seeing that it was getting late, he planned to head back. "Xiao Feng, it's so late already. Why don't you stay for dinner?" Lin Qing urged him to stay, feeling grateful for all the help he had given her and wanting to treat him to a meal. "What do you want to treat me to?" Xiao Feng teased. "I just got my paycheck, so I'll take you out to eat. You can order whatever you want," Lin Qing said, sticking out her tongue playfully. Her father could only have porridge for every meal, and when she went to buy the herbal medicine, she used a rice cooker to prepare it for him. She couldn't just let Xiao Feng have plain porridge at home. So she wanted to invite him out to a restaurant. "All right then, since you got paid, I'll let you treat me." Xiao Feng laughed heartily, knowing that if he didn't let Lin Qing treat him this time, she wouldn't feel settled. "Let us go then. I'll take you to a very famous restaurant." Lin Qing blinked her adorable big eyes and nudged Xiao Feng out the door. "Dad, we're going out to eat," Lin Qing called out to her father before leaving. "Go ahead," her father waved with a cheerful smile. Soon, Lin Qing brought Xiao Feng to the most renowned restaurant near her home. Although the menu featured mostly home-style dishes, the flavors were quite good. When they arrived, the place was bustling with customers, leaving only 2 tables available. "What do you want to eat?" After sitting down, Lin Qing placed the menu in front of Xiao Feng, allowing him to order first. "I'll have these 3 dishes." Xiao Feng was straightforward, ordering 3 stir-fried dishes, one of which was the most expensive on the menu. "And let us get a soup too," Lin Qing told the waiter. For the 2 of them, 3 dishes and a soup were just the right amount, considering they didn't have very big appetites. "Lin Qing, finally found you." Just as they finished ordering, a piercing voice suddenly rang out. Lin Qing's expression changed slightly, and her beautiful eyes flashed with unease when she heard it. Outside the restaurant, a man wearing baggy shorts and a gold necklace approached, flanked by several others. His gaze fell greedily on Lin Qing's tall and attractive figure, not bothering to hide his lustful eyes. What do you want?" Lin Qing bit her red lip tightly. The man wearing a gold necklace, Xie Guanchuan, had been pestering her at the hospital for the past few days, making her life miserable, and now he had come to cause a scene near her home. Xie Guanchuan, whose father was a businessman with considerable influence, had been captivated by Lin Qing's pure and adorable charm the moment he saw her at the hospital. He tried to pursue her there, but she decisively rejected him. However, Xie Guanchuan was not one to give up easily. He started a relentless pursuit that left Lin Qing feeling quite troubled. "The woman I have my eyes on has never escaped my grasp. You might as well come along quietly," Xie Guanchuan grinned, revealing an ugly smile. Wow! His words were like a bombshell, causing everyone in the restaurant to erupt in whispers, all eyes turning toward Lin Qing and Xie Guanchuan, their gazes filled with a mix of emotions. Chapter 124. Driving away. Xie Guanchuan. The patrons of the restaurant were mostly locals, many of whom knew Lin Qing and were aware of her family's financial struggles. Faced with a bully like Xie Guanchuan, Lin Qing was in a tough spot. However, in this cold and indifferent world, not a single person stepped forward to support her. They chose to watch in silence. Xie Guanchuan entered the restaurant grinning maliciously, flanked by a few lackeys, his eyes lewdly sizing up Lin Qing before landing on Xiao Feng, who was sitting beside her. Who is he? Xie Guanchuan's hostility flared as he realized Lin Qing was dining with Xiao Feng. "It has nothing to do with you who he is. I want to be with you. So stop bothering me, Lin Qing replied boldly, summoning her courage to confront Xie Guanchuan this time. Perhaps it was Xie Guanchuan's presence that finally pushed Lin Qing to her limit. During his relentless pursuit at the hospital, she had tried to reason with him, but clearly, that had no effect. Say that again, I dare you. Lin Qing's defiance only enraged Xie Guanchuan further. Being publicly rejected like this felt like a deep humiliation to him. I will not be with you. Just leave me alone, Lin Qing insisted, biting her lip, refusing to back down. Is he brainwashing you? How dare you touch my woman? Xie Guanchuan, like a rabid dog, not only refused to leave but turned his aggression toward Xiaofeng. Huh, what do you mean your woman? She is my girlfriend, Xiaofeng said suddenly, breaking his silence and stunning Lin Qing. What did you just say? She is your girlfriend? Xie Guanchuan was taken aback, having always assumed Lin Qing was single. That's right, Xiaofeng smirked, feeling no need to waste words on someone like Xie Guanchuan. He simply stated his position. Get lost. Don't embarrass yourself here, Xiaofeng said calmly. Impossible. How could she ever like someone like you? Xie Guanchuan shook his head in disbelief, his eyes bloodshot with rage. What is wrong with him? I think he is 1,000 times better than you, Lin Qing blurted out, defending Xiaofeng before she realized what she had said. Her cheeks flushing red. You two bastards, I'm going to kill you. Enraged, Xie Guanchuan, like a mad dog, suddenly snapped, grabbing a bottle from a nearby table and charging at Lin Qing and Xiaofeng. The few lackeys who had come with Xie Guanchuan also glared angrily and picked up chairs, ready to attack. Get back. Xiaofeng smirked at Xie Guanchuan's furious outburst. Can you handle them? Lin Qing asked, frightened. She hadn't expected Xie Guanchuan to react so violently, ready to resort to physical violence over a disagreement. Don't worry, Xiaofeng reassured her, patting her shoulder before stepping forward to confront Xie Guanchuan and his gang. Xie Guanchuan charged in with a few of his underlings, sending the diners in the restaurant into a panic. Everyone rushed to escape, fearing they would get caught in the chaos. Anyone hoping to be a hero today would soon learn the cost. Xie Guanchuan swung a wine bottle at Xiaofeng's head, but Xiaofeng easily dodged it. Bang! Just as Xie Guanchuan was about to throw a punch at Xiaofeng's fist appeared beneath his belly out of nowhere, delivering a tremendous impact that made Xie Guanchuan's eyes bulge in shock as he was sent flying backwards, crashing into several tables. Kill him! Xie Guanchuan's underlings shouted, brandishing chairs, wine bottles, and other makeshift weapons, hurling them at Xiaofeng. A swarm of ants. Xiaofeng scoffed. To him, Xie Guanchuan and his gang looked fierce, but they were nothing more than a bunch of insignificant minions that posed no real threat. He grabbed a nearby table, which seemed heavy, but felt light as a feather in his hands. He swatted away the chairs and bottles thrown at him, then let the table fly, smashing it into Xie Guanchuan's underlings, causing them to bleed and scream as they collapsed to the ground. Xiaofeng walked over and stepped on Xie Guanchuan's arm, preventing him from getting up. Crack! With a slight increase in pressure, Xiaofeng broke Xie Guanchuan's arm, the excruciating pain eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from him. After breaking one arm, Xiaofeng lifted his foot again and crushed Xie Guanchuan's other arm. You'll regret this. Xie Guanchuan gasped, cold sweat dripping down his face. Yet his eyes still burned with fury as he glared at Xiaofeng, wishing he could devour him whole. Oh really? Xiaofeng had a low tolerance for threats. He placed his foot over Xie Guanchuan's heart, his dark eyes flashing with murderous intent. A heavy pressure descended, causing Xie Guanchuan's complexion to change drastically as he felt as if his heart might explode. Xie Guanchuan tried to struggle but lacked the strength. When his gaze met Xiaofeng's, he saw a chilling ferocity in his eyes, a wave of cold washing over him. In that moment, Xie Guanchuan sensed a deadly aura approaching, realizing that Xiaofeng truly might kill him with a single step. Big brother, please don't kill me. The intense killing intent emanating from Xiaofeng sent the deranged Xie Guanchuan into a state of panic, instantly calming him down as he trembled and begged for mercy. Xiaofeng, let him go. Lin Qing hurried over, grasping Xiaofeng's arm, concerned that he might act impulsively and cause serious trouble. Consider this a warning. You won't be so lucky next time. Xiaofeng coldly replied, kicking Xie Guanchuan out of the restaurant. Get lost, he shouted, and with his arms broken, Xie Guanchuan stumbled away, supported by his underlings in a pathetic retreat. Are you hurt, Xiaofeng? Lin Qing asked worriedly, having witnessed the scene where Xie Guanchuan and his gang had surrounded and attacked him, leaving her shaken. I'm fine. Xiaofeng shook his head. How could those ruffians harm him? By the way, I mentioned you were my girlfriend earlier to dispel his desires, so don't take it to heart, he explained to Lin Qing. It's fine, Lin Qing replied sweetly, but a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. Afterward, Xiaofeng helped the restaurant owner rearrange the broken tables and chairs, taking on the losses himself. Upon hearing this, the restaurant owner's furrowed brow finally relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. The fight between Xie Guangquan and Xiao Feng had caused quite a bit of damage. But since Xie Guangquan had fled and saw Xiao Feng's impressive martial skills, he didn't dare approach to ask for compensation. If it weren't for Xiao Feng volunteering to cover the costs, he would have had no choice but to swallow his anger. Chapter 125. Unexpected developments. As Xie Guangquan fled in disgrace, the restaurant gradually returned to normal. People resumed their meals, and Xiao Feng and Lin Qing took their seats again. Lin Qing, in the future, when you encounter people like him, don't be too polite. The more you give in, the more they will take advantage of you. Xiao Feng advised. Someone like Xie Guangquan should have been firmly rejected from the start. Being overly courteous only makes them think they have an opportunity, and then they cling on and want to let go. If you let your emotions build up too much, it can lead to uncontrollable situations. I didn't expect him to act like that, Lin Qing said, her face still pale with fear. Thank goodness it was you there. If it had been someone else, I can't imagine what would have happened with a crazed Xie Guangquan. Lin Qing had always been kind-hearted, which was her strength, but combined with her gentle nature, it made her an easy target for bullying. Just like last time when she encountered a scammer who almost swindled her out of several thousand yuan. It was Xiao Feng who stepped in and chased the old man away. After finishing their dinner, Xiao Feng walked Lin Qing home. If anything comes up, just call me, he said as he bid her farewell and left her home. Okay, I will, Lin Qing replied with a sweet smile, waving goodbye. Xiao Feng then drove his phantom sports car towards the villa. However, halfway there, his phone rang. It was a call from Ba Yi. Boss, there's a guy from the underworld in Chibi City who is causing trouble and has taken our people. Ba Yi's anxious voice came through the line. What happened? Give me the details, Xiao Feng asked, frowning. Ba Yi then explained the entire situation. It turned out that in Chibi City, right next to Zhonghai, there was a rising boss named Qi Long, who ruled the entire city and was said to have a powerful background. Very few dared to provoke him. A few days ago, Qi Long had come to Zhonghai and, while drinking at the Paradise Bar, tried to forcibly take a hostess. He was stopped by Xiao Anna, which infuriated Qi Long, leading him to smash up the bar. If Ba Yi hadn't arrived in time, Xiao Anna would have also been harmed. Qi Long had brought only a few men that day, so Ba Yi managed to drive them off. However, today, Qi Long returned with several skilled thugs, and Ba Yi's men were no match for them. Qi Long captured several of Ba Yi's top aides, demanding that Ba Yi bring Xiao Anna and the hostess in exchange, or else they would be executed on the spot. Unable to handle Qi Long, Ba Yi sought Xiao Feng's help. Where did they take them? Xiao Feng's expression darkened as he spoke. Qi Long needed to pay for touching his people. They took them to Chibi City, Ba Yi replied. Come find me, and we'll go rescue them together, Xiao Feng said in a low voice. Okay, boss. Where are you? I'll bring people right away, Ba Yi said, excited at the prospect of Xiao Feng taking action. Seeing a nearby park, Xiao Feng sent Ba Yi the location and parked his car outside the park's entrance. After receiving the location, Master Ba immediately rushed over with a large group of his men. The Red Dragon had come to Zhonghai to disrupt his territory, and both Black Boy and 13 Dragons were watching from the sidelines. If Master Ba couldn't defeat the Red Dragon this time, his dream of becoming the boss of Zhonghai would be nearly impossible. However, if he managed to beat the Red Dragon, his status would rise dramatically. Master Ba, my brother just got beaten up. Can you help him get some revenge? One of Master Ba's trusted subordinates, Xie Qiuxing, cautiously asked as they made their way to Xiao Feng's location. Xie Qiuxing's parents ran a small company in Zhonghai, and while his brother inherited the family business, he followed Master Ba in the underworld. How many people were involved? Master Ba inquired. My brother said he was only beaten by one person, Xie Qiuxing explained. All right, let's head to the park first to meet up with the boss. Then you can take a few men over and deal with it quickly, and then come to Chibi City to find us. Hearing that it was just one person, Master Ba agreed. Since Xie Qiuxing was loyal to him, he felt he had to step in and help out when his brother was bullied. Haha, thank you, boss. I'll have my brother wait for us at the park. Xie Qiuxing smiled and called Xie Guangquan. At that moment, Xie Guangquan was in the hospital, bandaged up. When he heard his brother was coming to avenge him, he was thrilled and urged the doctor to finish up quickly. With the help of his younger brothers, he made his way to the park. Xie Guangquan had 2 broken arms after being stomped on by Xiao Feng, but luckily, Xiao Feng had shown some mercy, so he was quickly treated in the hospital. As soon as he heard he could take care of Xiao Feng, he was filled with energy. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng, who was waiting in the park for Master Ba, had no idea that Xie Guangquan, the one he had just injured, was on his way, looking ecstatic. After waiting for about half an hour, several vans pulled up, and Master Ba and his gang rushed over. Boss, boss. Master Ba respectfully greeted Xiao Feng, and the gang behind him followed suit. Now that everyone's here, let's go. Seeing Master Ba's men arrive, Xiao Feng was ready to set off. Hold on a second, boss. I need to send a few people to handle something first. Master Ba chuckled, pointing to a few of his younger brothers. You guys follow Xie Qiuxing and help him teach that guy a lesson. Thank you, Master Ba. Xie Qiuxing gratefully said, leading a few younger brothers to the side. Just as Master Ba and his men were heading to Chibi City, he saw his brother's car pulling up in front of him. Bro. Xie Guanchuan saw his brother in a large group of tough guys, his face lighting up with admiration. His younger brothers looked at Xie Qiuxing and the others as if they were idols. It's him. When Xiao Feng heard the familiar voice of Xie Guanchuan, he raised an eyebrow. He never expected that Xie Guanchuan's brother was Xie Qiuxing, one of Master Ba's men. This world is really small, he thought. As Xiao Feng realized who Xie Guanchuan was, Xie Guanchuan also unexpectedly recognized Xiao Feng's voice, his face turning bright red in response. Haha, you're really something, bro. I haven't even mentioned who it is, and you already caught on. Xie Guanchuan mistakenly believes that Xie Qiuxing has brought Xiao Feng here to take revenge, and he points at Xiao Feng with a mocking smile on his face. What are you talking about? Xie Qiuxing, hearing his brother's confusing words, feels quite puzzled. Following his brother's gaze, he sees Xiao Feng with a cold smirk on his face, and suddenly feels a chill run down his spine, sensing an unsettling premonition. Bro, it's him who hit me. Xie Guanchuan, still unaware of his brother's odd behavior, points at Xiao Feng and exclaims loudly. Chapter 126, Heading to Chibi City Brother. It was him who hit me. Xie Guanchuan's thunderous voice echoed clearly in the ears of everyone present. The eighth master and the others were taken aback, glancing between Xiao Feng and Xie Guanchuan, as if they were looking at a fool. Meanwhile, Xie Qiuxing's expression changed dramatically, filled with fear and trepidation. Who was Xiao Feng? He was a terrifying figure whom even the eighth master addressed as boss. If he had angered Xiao Feng, even 9 lives wouldn't be enough to pay for it. You say it was him who hit you? The eighth master was the first to react, a teasing look on his face as he asked. Yes, it was him. Brother, didn't you say you would help me get revenge? He broke both my arms. I wanted to have both his hands and feet broken too. Instead, he stared at Xiao Feng, filled with resentment. Xie Qiuxing, is this your thought as well? The eighth master's gaze suddenly turned icy as he looked at Xie Qiuxing. Thud. The eighth master's menacing voice made Xie Qiuxing lose his composure, and he fell to his knees, pale as a ghost. Eighth master, I truly had no idea about this. Xie Qiuxing trembled as he explained. Brother, why are you kneeling? Xie Guanchuan asked in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Smack. Xie Guanchuan's words completely enraged Xie Qiuxing. He sprang to his feet and slapped Xie Guanchuan hard, sending him crashing to the ground, breaking the plaster cast he had just gotten. Brother, are you crazy? Why did you hit me? Xie Guanchuan cried out, wincing in pain and shock. You idiot, do you even know who you're messing with? Xie Qiuxing kicked Xie Guanchuan in the back, sending him flying several meters away. Xie Qiuxing understood that if he didn't beat his brother severely, even if Xiao Feng didn't say anything, the eighth master wouldn't spare him. Right now, the eighth master was furious over the situation with the red dragon and might very well kill his brother. What status does he have? He looks like a poor nobody. Xie Guanchuan shouted in pain, still not grasping why his brother had suddenly turned against him, filled with resentment. You're the poor one. Your whole family is made up of poor nobodies. Xie Qiuxing was infuriated to hear his brother insult their family. He is our boss. Do you now realize who you've provoked? Xie Qiuxing shouted in frustration. If his brother didn't wake up to reality and continued to insult Xiao Feng, he wouldn't be able to save him. Boom. Xie Qiuxing's words hit Xie Guanchuan like a thunderbolt. In an instant, he seemed to forget the pain, his mind echoing with Xie Qiuxing's words. He is the boss of everyone. Xie Guanchuan often heard his brother mention them. They were associated with Ba Yi. Recently, Ba Yi had found a powerful boss, and under his leadership, Ba Yi's influence in Zhonghai was rapidly rising. Even the likes of Shi Long and He Zai had to bow down. In that moment, Xie Guanchuan finally understood that the person he had provoked was none other than Ba Yi's newly recognized boss, the legendary figure who was said to be fearless of bullets. Bro. I truly didn't know his identity. I really had no idea. Xie Guanchuan panicked completely, clinging to his brother's leg as if his arms had regained strength. Ba Yi, you deal with this matter. I don't want to see this person again. Xiao Feng said impatiently. He had already spared Xie Guanchuan once. If the other party came to provoke him again, there was no need for mercy. Don't worry, boss. I know what to do. Ba Yi nodded and walked towards Xie Qiuxing and Xie Guanchuan. Ba Yi, this was my brother's mistake. Please, just plead for him with the boss and spare him. Xie Qiuxing's face changed dramatically when he saw Ba Yi approaching, and he hurried to plead for his brother. Your brother is courting death by provoking the boss. He deserves it. You heard what the boss said. He doesn't want to see this person again, Bai Yi replied coldly. Bai Yi, I will take him out of Zhonghai right now, and he will never step foot in Zhonghai again, Xie Guanchuan quickly said. That's not enough. Bai Yi shook his head. Did he not say he wanted to break the boss's hands and feet? Since that is the case, let us fulfill his wish and break his hands and feet, then kick him out of Zhonghai. Bai Yi, Xie Qiuxing interjected. Not killing your brother is already considering your face. Bai Yi spoke firmly, glancing at Xiao Feng, making it clear that if Xiao Feng were to handle it, the outcome would not be any better. Fine. Xie Qiuxing gritted his teeth. Indeed, this was Xie Guanchuan's own foolishness. He took out a steel pipe and walked toward the terrified Xie Guanchuan, steeling himself to break his brother's legs. Xie Guanchuan let out a scream and fainted. Quick! Take him to the hospital. Xie Qiuxing held back his pain and shouted at Xie Guanchuan's younger brothers. Okay, we're going now. Xie Guanchuan's younger brothers had never seen such a scene, terrified as they hurriedly nodded and carried the unconscious Xie Guanchuan to the hospital. Qiuxing, don't go to Chibi City. Take your brother to see a good doctor, then bring him to another city before coming back. Bai Yi patted Xie Qiuxing on the shoulder and turned to leave. Thank you for your mercy, Bai Yi. Xie Qiuxing expressed his gratitude. He knew Bai Yi's methods well. If it were anyone else, they would never be allowed to leave after speaking like that to the boss. Boss, it's taken care of. Bai Yi returned to Xiao Feng. Lead the way, Xiao Feng replied indifferently as he got into his Phantom Sports car. Following that, Bai Yi and his younger brothers climbed into a van, and a group of them sped towards Chibi City, with Xiao Feng driving the Phantom closely behind. On the way, Xiao Anna made a phone call to Xiao Feng. She was still unaware that the 8th Master had contacted Xiao Feng, asking how he planned to handle the situation. Aunt, just take a day to rest at home. I'll take care of everything, Xiao Feng confidently replied before hanging up. He stepped on the gas and drove towards Chibi City. In the outskirts of Chibi City, connected to Zhonghai, there was a vast open field where dozens of burly men, rugged and muscular, were gathered. These men, covered in tattoos, looked fierce and intimidating. They were none other than the Red Dragon, the dominant force in Chibi City, along with his underlings. Boss, I heard that the 8th Master has brought people to attack. One of the men reported as he approached the Red Dragon. I'm curious to see what this new boss he just acknowledged is capable of. The Red Dragon scoffed. He had investigated the 8th Master's background and gathered plenty of intelligence. Chapter 127. Arrival in Chibi City. Qi Long let out a mocking laugh. After smashing up Bai Yi's territory, he specifically sent someone to investigate Bai Yi's background. He learned that Bai Yi's status in Zhonghai had been rapidly rising lately, thanks to a new boss he had recently taken on. Qi Long didn't need to guess. He knew that Bai Yi must have brought along that legendary boss if he dared to come to Chibi City to demand someone from him. The situation in Chibi City was different from that in Zhonghai. Before Xiao Feng returned to Zhonghai, there were 4 major bosses in Zhonghai, and Bai Yi was just one of them. Their powers were fragmented, and recently, after swallowing up Gui Ye's territory, Bai Yi had gained a bit more strength. In contrast, Qi Long was the undisputed boss in Chibi City, commanding authority and respect in the underworld, with no one daring to defy him. Even those from the legitimate side treated him with utmost respect. This was something Bai Yi, Shirsen Long, and He Zai could never compare to. Their years of internal strife had weakened them, allowing several powerful families in Zhonghai to overshadow them. Set it up. I want them to walk here and lie back when they leave, Qi Long said coldly. He had asked Bai Yi to bring that escort girl along with Xiao Anna as a trade, not because he was particularly lecherous, but because he couldn't swallow his pride. If he didn't vent this frustration, how would he continue to operate in Chibi City? In the underworld, one's reputation was everything. Qi Long had set his sights on the escort girl at the Heaven Bar, which was an honor for her, yet she had resisted him. Even being driven away by Xiao Anna, no one had dared to treat him that way in all his years in the underworld. Don't worry, boss. As long as they dare to come, we'll show them our strength, one of Qi Long's lackeys said fiercely. Most of those who followed Qi Long were ruthless individuals, each one more skilled in fighting than the last, making them a fearsome presence in Chibi City. Qi Long nodded, his deep-set eyes flickering with a chilling glint. On the highway from Zhonghai City to Chibi City, Xiao Feng drove a Phantom Sports car, tailing Bai Yi and his entourage in a van, speeding along. They had left Zhonghai City around 11 at night, arriving at Chibi City, exiting the highway, and heading towards the meeting point Qi Long had specified. The agreed location was at the foot of Bald Mountain, an expansive grassy area that was often filled with people playing and socializing during the summer. Now that autumn had set in and temperatures had dropped, the area was deserted at night. Qi Long had chosen this spot to meet Bai Yi for a reason. Ba Yi parked the car a few hundred meters from Bald Mountain, and several vehicles unloaded dozens of people. Xiao Feng slammed on the brakes and jumped out of the car. Boss, they're just up ahead. I'm worried there might be an ambush. It's better to observe for a bit before we go in, Ba Yi explained to Xiao Feng. Qi Long had a fearsome reputation not just in Chibi City, but also in Zhonghai. If Ba Yi didn't have Xiao Feng backing him, he wouldn't have dared to confront Qi Long head-on. Boss, take this gun. Yaba took out a finely crafted handgun and handed it to Xiao Feng. He had great respect for Xiao Feng's abilities, believing that with the gun in his hand, even if Qi Long had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would still be doomed. You all wait here. I'll go take a look. Xiao Feng took the handgun from Yaba and skillfully tucked it into his pocket, walking over with confidence. For someone like Yaba, who had no professional training, a firearm was not much different from a toy gun. However, in the hands of a skilled assassin like Xiao Feng, it was like the Grim Reaper's scythe, capable of taking a life with a single strike. Be careful, boss. Yaba's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he watched Xiao Feng head out alone to assess the situation. After witnessing several events, Yaba had developed a deep admiration for Xiao Feng, believing that as long as Xiao Feng was involved, nothing was beyond resolution. Xiao Feng moved quietly, lowering his footsteps as he approached the location where Qi Long and his men were. After walking less than 100 meters, he crouched down, scanning the eastern and southwestern directions. There he spotted 2 scouts, Qi Long's men lying in wait. A smile crept across Xiao Feng's lips as he picked up 2 stones from the ground and tossed them effortlessly. The stones seemed to have eyes of their own, hitting the 2 scouts squarely on the head, knocking them out cold. With a swift motion, Xiao Feng dispatched the 2, moving like a shadow. In less than 30 meters, he spotted another pair of scouts. Using the same method, he quickly dealt with them as well. Soon, he could see a group of over 20 people gathered at the edge of the grass. Xiao Feng observed closely and soon noticed a man crouched behind a rock over 3 meters high. This man was yawning while holding a handgun. Looking further, Xiao Feng saw 5 armed men hiding behind the rocks. These 5 were Qi Long's ambush team, ready to spring a surprise on Yaba and his crew. Looks like they're well prepared. Xiao Feng's gaze turned cold. If he hadn't discovered their setup, charging in recklessly would have led to significant casualties. This area was sparsely populated. Even if Qi Long killed someone here, it wouldn't make much noise and could easily be covered up with a bit of networking. Crouching low, Xiao Feng took in all of Qi Long's arrangements before quietly retreating without drawing any attention. Boss, what is the situation? Yaba hurried over to ask as Xiao Feng returned. I've taken care of Qi Long's scouts, but he has 5 armed men lying in wait. When we go in, you guys need to hold off Qi Long while I deal with those 5, then we can close in on them. Xiao Feng explained. The 5 men were hiding behind the rocks, too close to each other for him to eliminate them all at once, so he planned to walk in openly and take them out when the opportunity arose. What are those bastards planning with 5 armed men? Upon hearing this, Ba Yi's expression changed slightly. Having been in the game for so long, he had never had to pull out 5 guns at once. Qi Long's stance was clearly serious. Damn it, boss, don't worry. As long as you keep quiet, we won't get anywhere near them. Ba Yi spat on the ground. Since Qi Long wanted to play rough, so be it. Let us see who is afraid. Then Ba Yi pulled out a handgun, loading it up. This time he had brought 2 handguns, one for himself and one for Xiao Feng. Follow me, Xiao Feng ordered. Hearing his command, Ba Yi waved his hand and signaled the 30 or so brothers he had brought along to stealthily follow Xiao Feng as they made their way toward Qi Long's location. Chapter 128. Confrontation. Xiao Feng, accompanied by Ba Yi and a group of younger brothers, stealthily approached Qi Long. He didn't want to alert Qi Long too early. This way, he could smoothly deal with the 5 armed men. The grassy field was empty and wide open, with no cover, making it difficult for even Xiao Feng to evade multiple gunshots. For safety's sake, they had to be cautious to avoid any unexpected mishaps. How many of you did Qi Long capture? Xiao Feng asked Ba Yi as they walked. He took 6 of us. Ba Yi gritted his teeth and replied. This news had already spread across Zhonghai, and if he failed to bring his brothers back, his authority would surely be undermined. The reputation he had just built with He Zai and Shi Sanlong would be completely ruined. I'll take care of those 5 armed men first, then deal with Qi Long. You find an opportunity to rescue those 6, so they don't get taken hostage, Xiao Feng planned after a moment of thought. Xiao Feng didn't regard Qi Long as a significant threat. The main concern was that Qi Long might use Ba Yi's 6 men as hostages if things turned south, which would complicate matters. Xiao Feng was a logical thinker. He always considered the big picture and details before acting, aiming to resolve issues in the simplest and quickest way possible. Understood, Ba Yi nodded solemnly, unconditionally following Xiao Feng's orders. Rustling sounds of footsteps echoed as Xiao Feng led Ba Yi and his men toward Qi Long's location. Qi Long's scouts had all been taken out by Xiao Feng, so Qi Long and his crew were unaware of their approach. At that moment, Qi Long sat on the grass drinking beer, while his subordinates were either playing cards or feasting, completely oblivious to the impending danger. Behind them, 6 men were tied up and lying on the ground, unable to move. These were Ba Ye's subordinates, captured earlier in the day. Didn't you say they were coming? Why is there no movement after all this time? Qi Long asked angrily, crushing the beer can in his hand. They should have arrived by now. I'll go check. Qin Gui, one of Qi Long's men, said as he moved forward to see if Ba Yi and his group had arrived. They had received intel an hour ago that Ba Yi was leading a team to Chibi City, which was not far from Zhonghai, so logically, Ba Yi should have reached there by now. Qin Gui walked toward the spot where the scouts were hiding to inquire if they had spotted anything. However, he had barely walked 100 meters when darkness suddenly enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Clap, clap. Xiao Feng clapped his hands, having swiftly dealt with Qin Gui. Behind him, Ba Yi and over 30 younger brothers lay in ambush. Ba Yi, take them ahead and stay clear of those rocks. Once I handle the armed men, I'll join up with you, Xiao Feng instructed. He wanted Ba Yi to draw attention while he took out the 5 armed men. Once those 5 were dealt with, there would be nothing left to worry about. Got it. After listening to Xiao Feng's instructions, Ba Yi silently memorized them. He glanced at the handgun in his pocket and then led a group of his underlings across the grass, boldly approaching Qi Long. Ba Yi and his crew had been lurking in the grass, and their sudden appearance took Qi Long and his men by surprise. When did you guys arrive? Qi Long asked, clearly taken aback. He had deployed scouts nearby, and had Ba Yi and his men shown up, he would have received word immediately and made preparations. Now, with Ba Yi's sudden appearance, many of his plans had gone to waste. We've been here for a while. Your scouts are really useless, Ba Yi grinned. Having torn off the facade with Qi Long, he no longer cared about being polite. Qi Long's eyes flashed with intense hostility. He never expected Ba Yi to be so capable, managing to eliminate his scouts and catching him off guard. Quickly release my men, or don't blame me for being rude. Ba Yi snorted coldly. I said, if you want to save them, you need to trade for those 2 women. Otherwise, not only will you not get them back, but you won't be leaving either. Qi Long shouted angrily, clearly provoked by Ba Yi's words, his face twisted in rage. You seem quite confident. Ba Yi stared at Qi Long, assessing him and his men. He noticed that Qi Long's underlings were all quite burly, reminding him of what he knew about Qi Long from before. Qi Long was able to thrive in Chibi City not just because of his reckless nature, but also due to the strength of his subordinates. Most of Qi Long's men were far more formidable than the average thugs on the streets, and their martial skills were significantly superior to Ba Yi's own lackeys. This was why Qi Long looked down on Ba Yi, and the same went for He Zai and Shi Sanlong. Qi Long completely disregarded them. If it weren't for Xiao Feng backing Ba Yi, he wouldn't dare confront Qi Long head-on. What about your newly recognized boss? Qi Long sneered, observing the men Ba Yi had brought along. He noticed that they were all standing behind Ba Yi and didn't see the rumored mysterious young man. The boss isn't someone you can just meet whenever you want. Ba Yi replied coolly, not revealing that Xiao Feng was indeed present. What a bold statement. Qi Long's body suddenly radiated a menacing aura. Since you want to bring anyone to trade, don't blame me for being rude. Brothers, grab your weapons and go. Qi Long's pupils glinted with murderous intent as he shouted. The fierce-looking thugs behind him stood up, brandishing their weapons and charging at Ba Yi and his men. Brothers, let us take them down. Ba Yi was no pushover either. He picked up an axe, his face set in a fierce expression, and led his 30-odd subordinates toward Qi Long. Ba Yi never pulled out his handgun unless it was a critical moment. It was his trump card, and he believed Qi Long must have a hidden gun as well. As they charged, Ba Yi instinctively glanced at a few rocks not far away and noticed a dark figure rapidly approaching, a smile breaking across his face. The dark shadow was clearly left by Xiao Feng as he rushed by. The 5 armed men were all focused on Yi Ba and Qi Long, their guns trained on Yi Ba, ready to fire at any moment. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Feng swiftly approached them, intent on dealing with these 5 troublemakers. Whoosh! Xiao Feng moved like the wind, darting behind a rock in an instant. As his foot touched the ground, it made a faint sound. The man lying beneath the rock lifted his head and looked over, only to see Xiao Feng, who had appeared behind him without him noticing, his expression turning to one of shock. Chapter 129. Xiao Feng makes his move. The man was startled by the sudden appearance of Xiao Feng. Before he could say a word, Xiao Feng struck him on the neck with a palm strike, knocking him unconscious. Xiao Feng confiscated the man's handgun and scanned the area for the other 4 hidden gunmen. Seeing that they were unresponsive, he felt a wave of relief. Without wasting any time after taking down the first man, Xiao Feng transformed into a blur and charged at another gunman. The man didn't even have time to react before he too was knocked out cold. Who is there? Finally, the remaining three heard the commotion and glared in Xiao Feng's direction. Upon seeing him incapacitate their comrade, they almost simultaneously raised their guns and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. The three men pulled the triggers, and bullets flew toward Xiao Feng. In a split second, he ducked behind a rock, evading their shots. As soon as they finished firing, Xiao Feng unexpectedly dashed out, firing 3 shots that struck their right arms, causing their handguns to drop and blood to spurt. All the 3 men let out agonizing screams. Despite the pain, they tried to retrieve their weapons, but a shadow suddenly loomed before them. Xiao Feng executed a powerful sweeping kick with his right leg, sending them flying into the rocks, where 2 of them hit their heads hard and fell unconscious. The last remaining man, severely injured, found himself at Xiao Feng's mercy as he approached and knocked him out with a single stomp. What just happened over there? Qilong, engaged in a brawl with Ba Yi, raised an eyebrow at the sound of gunfire coming from a distance. It's the boss. Ba Yi felt a jolt of concern, but he quickly regained his composure. Given Xiao Feng's strength, he figured dealing with those 5 men should be no problem. Is there someone over there? Qilong shouted in that direction, but the men he had stationed there did not respond. Haha, Qilong, don't think just because you hit a few gunmen there. I wouldn't know. They're probably dead by now. Seeing Qilong's men remain silent, Ba Yi felt a surge of joy and laughed unabashedly. You're up to something. Qilong's expression changed. He had anticipated that Ba Yi would not only discover the gunman he had concealed, but would also dare to take action against his men. It seemed something had indeed gone wrong for his crew. You're asking for death. Qilong finally exploded with rage. He hadn't taken Ba Yi seriously earlier. His plan was to wear Ba Yi down and then lure him to the rocks where his men could ambush him. Qilong had suspected Ba Yi might be armed, so he kept the pressure on, worrying that Ba Yi might retaliate desperately. But now, with his hidden gunman neutralized, he had cast aside all caution. Boom. Suddenly, Qilong unleashed a tremendous force, his fist crashing toward Ba Yi. The power behind this punch was terrifying, causing Ba Yi's face to pale. Qilong's skills were notoriously formidable in the underworld. He had merely been toying with Ba Yi until now. Once he got serious, Ba Yi was no match for him. Thud. The red dragon sent Master Ba flying with a single punch, slamming him to the ground. His punch had injured Ba's chest, and blood could be seen seeping from the corner of Ba's mouth. Everyone focus. I want tomorrow to be their death anniversary. Red Dragon shouted with a chilling gaze. He had several skilled fighters under his command, and they didn't take Ba's men seriously. Upon hearing Red Dragon's orders, their expressions darkened as they prepared to unleash their true power. In less than half a minute, more than half of the 30-some men Ba brought had been knocked down and rendered powerless, all defeated by 4 men, the ace fighters under Red Dragon, who possessed real martial skills. The sudden outburst from Red Dragon and his fighters threw the scene into complete chaos. Ba's remaining subordinates retreated in fear, some even helping Ba to his feet. A bunch of ants. What does it matter if you take out my hidden gunman? I originally intended to play with you, but now I'll just take you out directly. Red Dragon coldly glared at Ba, a sinister smile on his face. Humph, dare to move again, and I'll put a bullet in you. Injured, Ba suddenly pulled a loaded handgun from his pocket and aimed it at Red Dragon. Just as Ba lifted the gun, Red Dragon raised his weapon as well. Go ahead and fire a shot. Red Dragon grinned menacingly, the atmosphere becoming tense. If both Ba and Red Dragon fired, everything would spiral out of control. However, Ba noticed that behind Red Dragon, one of his strongest fighters had quietly drawn a handgun, concealed among the crowd, unnoticed by anyone. Aiming it at Ba, ready to pull the trigger. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out, but it wasn't fired by Red Dragon's men. It came from the front. The man preparing to shoot for Red Dragon had his entire hand blown apart by a bullet, dropping his gun to the ground as he screamed in agony. Bang! Another gunshot followed, and before Red Dragon could react, he was hit in the arm. Pain surged through him, and he lost strength in his arm, his fingers trembling as he struggled to hold onto his gun. In a moment of shock, Ba regained his composure and pulled the trigger, hitting Red Dragon's arm. 2 shots rang out in quick succession, leaving Red Dragon's right arm completely incapacitated, and his gun fell to the ground. Bang! 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 3 more gunshots echoed in front of everyone. These shots fired into the air, striking fear into the hearts of all present. Everyone ducked down, covering their heads. Any disobedience will be met with gunfire, a cold, merciless voice declared. Hearing this, Ba and his men were filled with joy. Thank goodness Xiao Feng had arrived. Otherwise, they would have been in serious danger. Who are you? Red Dragon spat out blood, glaring fiercely at the approaching figure. Xiao Feng, came the calm reply as he quickly reached Bai's side. Boss, you're still the strongest. Eighth Master gave a thumbs up, and the others were equally impressed. Qilong had many tricks up his sleeve and was quite ruthless. Just moments ago, Eighth Master was almost ready to back down during their standoff, but fortunately, Xiaofeng stepped in at the right moment and quickly subdued Qilong, neutralizing the threat he posed. You're his boss. Upon hearing Eighth Master refer to Xiaofeng, Qilong looked at him with a flash of shock in his eyes. It turned out that the mysterious youth he had been investigating, Eighth Master's boss, was none other than the person standing right in front of him. Enough talk. I'll say it one more time. Get down and cover your head. Xiaofeng coldly reprimanded, ignoring Qilong. Being soft-hearted with a ruthless outlaw like Qilong was pointless. Only a strong and forceful approach could compel them to submit. Chapter 130, Unyielding. Xiaofeng shouted coldly, the handgun in his hand still emitting black smoke, exuding a formidable presence that shook many of the Red Dragon's subordinates. Drip, drip, blood streamed from Red Dragon's arm, pooling on the ground. Despite being severely injured, his face pale, his expression remained largely unchanged. This alone showcased his ruthlessness. He was merciless not just to others, but to himself as well. Boss, should we? One of the younger gang members behind Red Dragon tentatively suggested. Their power was waning, and conceding was the safest option. Shut the hell up. Anyone who dares to back down today will be the first I take down. Red Dragon roared, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. His words sent a tremor through those who were contemplating surrender, their faces going pale. Red Dragon was known for his brutal and domineering ways. Anyone who crossed him never ended well. His subordinates were well aware of this, and upon hearing Red Dragon's threat, they immediately swallowed their words. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Xiaofeng's dark eyes glinted with coldness. He was certainly not the kind to show mercy. Red Dragon's provocation was like a death wish. He was asking for trouble. Haha, Xiaofeng, don't think that just because you have some skills, you're invincible. I have connections in the Huatian organization. Do you know what kind of power that is? You'd be scared to hear it. Red Dragon laughed arrogantly, confident in his powerful background that allowed him to dominate in Chibi City. The Huatian organization? Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng's face revealed a strange expression, caught between laughter and disbelief. The Huatian organization was a notorious assassin group in China, and Xiaofeng had indeed heard of them and even had some past interactions with them. However, Huatian's strength was notoriously weak in the assassin world. Groups like the Poison Snake Tribe could easily outmatch 10 Huatian organizations. A few years ago, when Xiaofeng was overseas, the Huatian organization had offended another assassin group and faced a potential annihilation. Subsequently, their leader had sought Xiaofeng's help to resolve the crisis, and after much negotiation, they paid a hefty price for his assistance, enabling them to defeat their enemies and save the organization. So, when Xiaofeng heard the name of the Huatian organization, he couldn't help but chuckle. What's wrong? Scared? If you kneel and apologize to me now, I might just spare your life. Red Dragon misinterpreted Xiaofeng's reaction as fear and burst into laughter. You mean if I kneel and apologize, you'll let me go? Xiaofeng asked with genuine interest. Yes. If you kneel now, I might consider it, Red Dragon said with a playful smirk. His subordinates, seeing this, assumed Xiaofeng was intimidated and began to laugh. Boss, Bai Yi, another member, also mistakenly believed that Xiaofeng was afraid of Red Dragon's background. His expression shifted slightly. If even Xiaofeng dared not confront Red Dragon, how could he possibly contend with him? Boom. Just as everyone was lost in their thoughts, a deafening gunshot rang out, startling everyone back to reality. The Red Dragon stared at Xiaofeng in disbelief, shocked as he watched Xiaofeng shoot himself in the right leg, momentarily unable to process what was happening. Bang! Bang! Xiaofeng fired 2 more shots, hitting Red Dragon in his other leg and arm, rendering him completely immobile. Moreover, Xiaofeng had targeted specific pressure points in Red Dragon's limbs, so even if the bullets were removed, Red Dragon's hands and feet would be incapacitated. At best, he would regain some movement, but would never regain his previous explosive power. Red Dragon let out a heart-wrenching scream, his face reflecting disbelief. He had thought that Xiaofeng was afraid of him, even fantasizing about the image of Xiaofeng kneeling before him. He never imagined that not only was Xiaofeng unafraid, but he would also shoot at him. I'll say it one more time. Everyone, get down and cover your heads. Or, this will be your fate. Xiaofeng's voice dripped with menace, and the suddenness of his gunfire deeply intimidated Red Dragon's subordinates, causing them to crouch down, trembling in fear. Xiaofeng, what can you do with just a handgun? If you have the guts, come at us barehanded. One of Red Dragon's capable men scoffed. One of their own had attempted to ambush the 8th Master, but had lost a hand to Xiaofeng's gun. Now, only 3 remained, all burning with anger. Even though you aren't worthy opponents, since you refuse to back down, I'll entertain you a bit. Whoever is unsatisfied, come at me together, it'll save time. Xiaofeng beckoned to Red Dragon's subordinates with a finger. At that moment, he had a thought, to help the 8th Master eliminate Red Dragon's influence in Chibi City, thereby strengthening the 8th Master's power, which would also serve to expand his own influence. Xiaofeng had long wanted to cultivate his own power in Huaxia. Starting from these local thugs was indeed a viable option. Though these individuals were weak, he believed he could find some promising talent among them. With a little training, they might surprise him. Thus, Xiaofeng aimed to suppress Red Dragon's subordinates in this battle, paving the way for future plans. What a bold claim. We don't need too many, just the 3 of us will be enough. Exactly. The 3 strongest fighters under Red Dragon exchanged glances and stepped forward, glaring at Xiaofeng. Seeing these 3 men emerge, Xiaofeng had a vague recollection. They had been fierce in the earlier fight, dominating the scene, and were the strongest among Red Dragon's subordinates. 8th Master, go untie those 6. These 3 will be dealt with shortly. Xiaofeng instructed confidently. Understood. The 8th Master nodded, fully confident in Xiaofeng, not believing that Red Dragon's 3 men could pose any threat. You guys, go untie them. The 8th Master called a few men over to rescue the 6 subordinates captured by Red Dragon. So arrogant. I want to see what you can do. The 3 men, furious at being ignored by Xiaofeng, charged at him from different directions, attacking with meticulously crafted angles aimed at his body. The 3 of them include 2 skilled practitioners of Sanda and 1 formidable master of ancient Chinese martial arts. They share a common trait in their attacks. They are fast, precise, and ruthless, with no unnecessary moves. Every strike they make is lethal. As they charged towards him, Xiaofeng remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. It wasn't until the 3 of them were nearly upon him that he finally moved. His footwork was elusive, flickering just enough to evade their deadly strikes. Chapter 131. The Conquest of Chibi City. The 3 assailants launched a lethal strike, but Xiaofeng effortlessly dodged it, causing their pupils to constrict in disbelief. I refuse to believe this. The 3 men roared in unison, attacking Xiaofeng once more. However, their assaults, though fierce and domineering, were merely for show. All of them evaded by Xiaofeng without a scratch. Are you done playing yet? Xiaofeng's mocking voice rang out lightly, piercing the ears of the 3 men. This game is over. A smile crept across his face, revealing that he had merely been evading their attacks without countering. Now, it was time for him to strike back. Realizing only now that Xiaofeng had been on the defensive, the 3 men reacted sharply. Suddenly, Xiaofeng clenched his fist and directed a powerful punch at one of the men. His fist surged forward with an overwhelming force, moving at lightning speed. The man had no time to evade and was struck squarely in the abdomen, curling up like a shrimp, his eyes bulging as he flew several meters back. Not good. After sending 1 man flying, Xiaofeng's gaze fell on the remaining 2. His cold stare sent chills down their spines, making them feel as if they were being hunted by death itself. Instinctively, they took a few steps back, trying to maintain a safe distance from him. However, as soon as they retreated, Xiaofeng dashed toward them like a ghost. His right fist aimed at the man on the right, while his left hand transformed into a claw, reaching for the left-hand assailant. Xiaofeng was multitasking, launching simultaneous attacks on 2 powerful opponents, which only deepened the humiliation felt by the frightened men. They roared in anger, choosing to advance rather than retreat, unleashing their strongest attacks against Xiaofeng. They were determined to prove that he couldn't possibly handle both of them at once. Typically, when one person faces 2 or more enemies, they look for an opening to eliminate one before dealing with the other. Rarely does someone like Xiaofeng attack both simultaneously. Attacking 2 foes at once not only requires exceptional focus, but also significantly dilutes one's power. Unless one has overwhelming strength, it often leads to self-destruction. These 2 assailants, proud and arrogant, could accept being outmatched by Xiaofeng, but they could not tolerate being humiliated in such a manner. Overconfidence comes with a price. The man in black sneered as he threw a punch to collide with Xiaofeng's right fist. The other man poured all his strength into grabbing Xiaofeng's left hand, aiming to neutralize the attack. Bang! Bang! The dull thuds of impact echoed as Xiaofeng's right fist struck the black-clad man's punch, sending him flying. The sound of shattering bones followed as the black-clad man's arm was broken by the force of the blow. Another man was grabbed by Xiaofeng's left hand. After he knocked the man in black away with his right fist, he forcefully lifted the remaining man and slammed him hard onto the ground, kicking him in the neck and knocking him unconscious. Too weak. Xiaofeng's swift and decisive defeat of these 2 left everyone present in awe. Even the incapacitated Red Dragon on the ground looked at Xiaofeng as if he were a monster. His strength was formidable, But he could not crush these 3 henchmen like Xiao Feng did. Most importantly, Xiao Feng was so young, yet his skills were so exceptional. It was simply mind-blowing. The boss truly lived up to his title. Beside them, Yi couldn't help but express his admiration, feeling that aligning himself with Xiao Feng was the wisest choice he could have made. By the way, boss, do you think that Huatian organization he mentioned earlier might pose a threat? Yi leaned closer to Xiao Feng and whispered, concerned that Red Dragon's arrogance must come from some backing. Don't worry, a mere Huatian organization is nothing to me, Xiao Feng scoffed, walking over to the suffering Red Dragon. You're called Red Dragon, right? I'm not killing you, not because I'm afraid to, but because I want to give you a chance to report back to that Huatian organization. Tell them that if they're not convinced, they can come to Zhonghai, and I'll be ready for them anytime. Xiao Feng pinched Red Dragon's face, speaking with disdain. To establish himself in Chibi City, he needed to demonstrate his strength, and Red Dragon was a perfect example. Xiao Feng wanted to make an example out of him to pave the way for Yi's rule in Chibi City. Let us go? Xiao Feng stood up. Having saved the person, they could return to Zhonghai. Please, this way, boss. Yi nodded respectfully, following Xiao Feng down the mountain. The injured henchmen were supported by those who were unhurt, limping along behind them. Boss, why didn't you just kill Red Dragon directly? Yi couldn't help but ask on the way. This place was remote, and even if they killed Red Dragon, it would be hard for anyone to trace it back to them. Let him linger for a few more days to draw out his backers, and we'll take them down together. That way, no one in Chibi City will dare to oppose us, Xiao Feng said with a faint smile, turning to Yi. Do you dare to take control of the forces in Chibi City as well? Xiao Feng's black eyes sparkled with intensity. He didn't have the energy to manage such matters himself, but if Yi was willing, he would be an excellent candidate. What do you mean, boss? Yi asked, his face showing shock. He had guessed Xiao Feng's intention, but he couldn't believe it. I want you to become the boss of Chibi City, and then easily take over Zhonghai as well. Xiao Feng laid out his plan. He could take Zhonghai at any time, so there was no rush. The priority was to handle matters in Chibi City first. With Red Dragon as the target, Xiao Feng's actions would intimidate everyone in Chibi City, ensuring they wouldn't dare to speak out. Haha, as long as the boss is willing to help, I'll certainly dare to. Eighth Master's eyes sparkled with excitement. His greatest wish was to become a significant figure in the underworld, ruling over Zhonghai City and Chibi City, something he had often dreamed of but never accomplished. Now that Xiao Feng was willing to help him, how could he possibly refuse? All right, let us wait for Qi Long to move out his backer, and then we'll deal with them both at once. The rest you can handle, Xiao Feng instructed. As long as he took care of Qi Long and his backer, everything else would be much simpler. Of course, Xiao Feng could go after Qi Long right now to find the forces behind him, namely the Huatian organization. But that would be too troublesome. It would be much more convenient to let Qi Long do the searching himself, wouldn't he? Strategically planning, Xiao Feng left Bald Mountain with 8th Master and the others, driving back to Zhonghai City. Chapter 132. Xiaona in the kitchen. Xiao Feng led 8th Master and the others away from Chibi City, leaving the Red Dragon and his men on Bald Mountain. Oh, I swear I won't rest until I get my revenge. Red Dragon screamed frantically, resembling a madman. His intense struggles exacerbated his injuries, causing pain to radiate throughout his body, twisting his face in agony. Get me to the hospital, hurry. Red Dragon yelled at his subordinates. Okay. Seeing the situation, Red Dragon's subordinates rushed over in a panic, helping the weakened Red Dragon into a car to head to the nearest hospital. As for the other injured subordinates, they were also assisted by those who were less hurt, making their way to the hospital amidst their cries of despair. They had suffered a crushing defeat in this battle. The conflict between Red Dragon and 8th Master had initially seemed to favor Red Dragon, with his men overpowering 8th Master's crew. However, as soon as Xiao Feng entered the fray, the tide turned dramatically. In just a few moves, he defeated Red Dragon and his 4 strongest henchmen, leading to a swift collapse of their morale. Both Red Dragon and 8th Master had casualties, but the injuries on 8th Master's side were slightly more numerous. However, as the saying goes, capture the leader to catch the thief. Xiao Feng's decisive actions in taking down Red Dragon and his top 4 fighters shattered the spirit of Red Dragon's subordinates. The sight of Red Dragon being incapacitated in public hit them like a hammer, instilling a profound fear within them. Following Red Dragon's defeat, news of the events that transpired that night spread despite Red Dragon's strict orders to keep it secret. While Red Dragon wished for discretion, 8th Master was eager for the whole world to know what had happened. Upon returning to Zhonghai City with Xiao Feng, 8th Master used all his resources to disseminate the news. The 13 Dragons and Black Boy, who had been watching the conflict unfold, were shocked to learn that 8th Master had managed to defeat Red Dragon. Black Boy and the 13 Dragons were no fools. They quickly deduced that Xiaofeng must have played a crucial role in Red Dragon's humiliating defeat. This realization deepened their respect and fear for Xiaofeng. Feel free to spread the word. The more people know, the better. I want Red Dragon's reputation in Chibi City to be in shambles. Xiaofeng instructed 8th Master upon their return to Zhonghai City. With Xiaofeng's backing, 8th Master grew bolder and spread the news without restraint. This reached Red Dragon's ears while he lay in his hospital bed, nearly driving him to a frenzy. Bring me my phone. Red Dragon gritted his teeth, causing his subordinates to break out in cold sweat as they hurried to fetch it. Red Dragon grabbed the phone and dialed his father's number. Son, what's wrong? Red Dragon's father, Qi Jiming, answered the call. Red Dragon's real name was Qi Jinquan. Red Dragon was merely a nickname. Dad, I've had my hands and feet broken by someone. You have to get revenge for me. With a heart full of resentment, Qi Long said that his father was an assassin for the Huatian organization, which wielded considerable power in the underground world of Huaxia. It was through his father's influence that he managed to make a name for himself in Chibi City and ultimately became the boss of the streets there. Who dares to lay a hand on you? Qi Jinquan asked darkly. His face twisted with fury upon learning that his son had been crippled. It's a kid named Xiaofeng. I even brought up the Huatian organization, but he completely disregarded it, claiming he would be waiting for them in Zhonghai. Qi Long recounted, feeling humiliated at the memory of the earlier encounter. His hatred for Xiaofeng growing deeper. This kid is so arrogant. Don't worry, I'll rush back to Chibi City tomorrow to seek justice for you, Qi Jinquan said angrily. Qi Long was his only son. How could he tolerate anyone bullying him? As for the details of the incident, Qi Jinquan didn't care. He only cared about whether his son had been wronged. Others were simply not on his radar. All right, come back quickly, Qi Long said, his face lighting up at the thought of his father's return. Qi Jinquan then hung up the phone. Xiaofeng. Oh Xiaofeng, you think you're so tough? Let us see if you can still act so cocky tomorrow. I'm not just going to break your hands and legs. I'm going to toss you to the wolves and let you experience what it's like to be torn apart by wild beasts, Qi Long thought bitterly, a cruel smile creeping across his face as he plotted his revenge. His subordinates, witnessing this smile, felt a chill run down their spines, afraid to make a sound. Whenever Qi Long wore such an expression, someone was bound to suffer. Xiaofeng paid no mind to Qi Long or the Huatian organization at all. After returning to Zhonghai, he went straight back to his villa to rest. It was already past 1 a.m. when Xiaofeng pushed open the door to find the lights still on in the living room. It was Xiao Anna waiting for him. How did it go? She asked, worried about Xiaofeng's confrontation with Qi Long, knowing how formidable Qi Long was. She feared for Xiaofeng's safety and couldn't sleep, so she stayed up waiting for him. Everything went smoothly, Xiaofeng replied with a faint smile, feeling a warm current in his heart at the sight of Xiao Anna waiting for him so late. That's good. Go take a shower. I'll make you some noodles, Xiao Anna said, relieved to hear that Xiaofeng was fine and that everything had gone well. She headed to the kitchen to prepare the noodles. The sun must have risen in the west today, Xiaofeng remarked, surprised to see her cooking. If you want to eat, don't talk so much, she shot back, rolling her eyes at him. She rarely cooked, and making noodles was already pushing her limits. All right. My dear aunt, Xiaofeng said with a helpless shake of his head. He grabbed some clothes and headed to the bathroom for a shower. After changing into fresh clothes, he felt revitalized. When Xiaofeng finished his shower and came out, Xiao Anna emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 bowls of noodles, looking quite appetizing. Give it a try and see how it tastes. Xiaofeng curiously walked over and took a bite. He found it to be a bit bland, but still quite tasty. So, it's been a few years since you last made noodles. Your skills haven't declined, have they? Xiao Anna asked proudly. It's not bad. Just a little on the bland side, Xiaofeng replied honestly. Hearing this, Xiao Anna skeptically took a bite herself and agreed that it was indeed a bit bland. However, feeling a bit defensive, she said, it's late at night. Why would we want it to be so salty? I actually cooked it a little lighter on purpose. Xiao Anna explained, her tone betraying her uncertainty. Chapter 133. Back home, Xiao Anna's nervous explanation made Xiaofeng roll his eyes a few times. But since it was rare for her to cook, he decided not to nitpick and focused on finishing the bowl of noodles. He quickly polished it off. Not long after Xiaofeng finished eating, Xiao Anna was also full, so he took the initiative to wash the bowl. Get some sleep early, he said. Xiao Anna seemed tired. After finishing her noodles, she planned to go to bed. Good night. Xiaofeng nodded and walked into his room. Lying in bed, Xiaofeng found it hard to fall asleep. His mind was filled with thoughts about his parents and the Skeleton Guild. The Dragon Slayer he had encountered earlier had shared a lot of useful information. But one thing that particularly caught his attention was that the Skeleton Guild's current mission related to a major incident from 8 years ago. If Xiaofeng's suspicions were correct, Then the Skeleton Guild's incident from 8 years ago was somehow connected to his parents' disappearance. This meant that the reason the Skeleton Guild sought his help was also linked to his parents' mysterious vanishing. It was becoming increasingly convoluted. Xiao Feng furrowed his brows. He had returned to the country to investigate his parents' strange disappearance, and he never expected the situation to be so complicated, especially with the involvement of one of the top 5 guilds in the world. As Xiao Feng delved deeper, he uncovered more information and clues. Yet this only led to more confusion. Now, all he could do was wait for the investigation by the Tongtian Pavilion to see if they could uncover the truth. Sighing, Xiao Feng gradually drifted off to sleep. The long night passed unnoticed, and the next day was overcast with thick clouds. Around 8 in the morning, the sky remained dim. Xiao Feng got up around 8 and made breakfast for himself and Xiao Anna in the kitchen. By the time he finished his meal, Xiao Anna was awake. She came downstairs, had her breakfast, and prepared to go to work. After the ruckus caused by the Red Dragon at the Golden Sands Club yesterday, Xiao Anna had taken the day off, but today she was back to her normal routine. The vast villa was now left with only Xiao Feng, who, feeling bored, called Chu Yunxi to ask if there had been any activity from the group of assassins staying at the Chu family. Those individuals from the Demon Slayer Guild were residing in the Chu family estate, and if they planned to attack, not even Tin Chus would stand a chance against them. Xiao Feng, you're up early. Chu Yunxi's soft and pleasant voice came through when she answered the phone. Chu Yunxi had a relatively cool personality and usually spoke in a detached manner, giving off an air of aloofness. However, for some reason, her tone became much gentler when chatting with Xiao Feng. Yes, I wanted to ask if there has been any movement from the group staying at your place recently. Xiao Feng inquired. Everything seems pretty normal, Chu Yunxi replied after a moment of thought. However, they did make a request to the Chu family. What request? Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Someone named Pan Shima wants to take you as a concubine? Chu Yunxi hesitated for a moment before revealing the situation. She was very angry upon learning about this and had been eager to confide in Xiao Feng after their phone call. Yes. He told my dad that he wants to take me away from China, and I can't believe my dad is actually hesitating. Chu Yunxi sighed deeply. Her father's reaction to Pan Shima when wanting to take her as a concubine was disappointing. He didn't directly refuse and was even wavering. Chu Yunxi was well aware of her father's thoughts. Pan Shima was the president of the Nolan Group, and her father's hesitation stemmed from wanting to leverage her connection to the Nolan Group. If the Chu Group could establish a good relationship with Nolan, their overseas sales channels could multiply several times over. If Pan Shima wanted to marry Chu Yunxi instead of taking her as a concubine, her father would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. They're of unknown origin. How can you let him take you as a concubine? Just wait a few days until I find out their true intentions for coming to Zhonghai City, and I'll help you get rid of them, Xiao Feng said coldly. For some reason, upon hearing that Pan Shima wanted to take Chu Yunxi as a concubine, a surge of anger rose within him. Perhaps it was because of the relationship he had with her, he thought to himself. Are you concerned about me? Chu Yunxi sensed the dissatisfaction in Xiao Feng's tone and smiled sweetly, though Xiao Feng could still see through the phone. I just don't want you to be sullied by someone like that, Xiao Feng explained. All right. Chu Yunxi pouted upon hearing his explanation and decided not to delve deeper into the topic. I have things to do, so let us leave it at that. I'll contact you if anything comes up. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Once the call with Chu Yunxi ended, Xiao Feng dialed Elder Gu to inquire about the investigation into the Death Demon Guild. Brother Xiao, I was just about to call you, Elder Gu said with a warm smile, having assumed Xiao Feng wouldn't wake up so early and planned to call him around 10. Elder Gu, how's the investigation into the Death Demon Guild going? Xiao Feng asked with a faint smile. Thanks to your reminder, I sent a few capable hands to lay in wait last night, and we've uncovered quite a bit, some of which is related to you, Elder Gu replied. Related to me? How so? Xiao Feng asked, surprised. The assassins from the Death Demon Guild were split into 2 groups. One is investigating information about the Skull Guild's arrival in Zhonghai 8 years ago. The other group has gone to your hometown. But I'm not sure what they're looking into, Elder Gu revealed. They went to my hometown. Xiao Feng's black eyes flickered with emotion. 6 months ago, his parents mysteriously vanished, prompting him to enlist in the military. Afterward, Xiao Anna left their hometown and moved into a villa. Upon returning to China, he also moved in with Xiao Anna. He had visited their old home a few times, but it had been so long since anyone lived there that it had become a dilapidated house, filled with cobwebs and dust. Xiao Feng never expected that members of the Demon Slayer Guild would investigate his hometown. Could they be looking into the disappearance of his parents from 8 years ago? Xiao Feng, we suspect that the Demon Slayer Guild is investigating the major incident that occurred 8 years ago with the Skeleton Guild. This could potentially involve significant interests, the elder stated, sharing their theory. Chapter 134. Waiting for a hair by the stump, it seems this matter is getting more and more interesting. After listening to the elder's words, Xiao Feng's black eyes shimmered with a cold light. The arrival of the Demon Slayer Guild in Zhonghai was something he hadn't anticipated at all. Xiao Feng, I suspect that the people from the Demon Slayer Guild must know quite a bit about this situation. Perhaps we can use them as a breakthrough point, the elder continued. The fact that they traveled all the way to China to investigate this matter indicates they must be aware of some hidden secrets. I'll handle this. Xiao Feng replied nonchalantly. The strength of the Demon Slayer Guild was extremely formidable, ranking 7th globally, slightly weaker than the Skeleton Guild. The people from Tontian Pavilion were not capable of dealing with the assassins from the Demon Slayer Guild. Well, it depends on you then, the elder nodded. He naturally lacked the confidence to confront the Demon Slayer Guild, but Xiao Feng was the only one capable of dealing with their assassins. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Feng drove his phantom sports car towards his hometown. Since the people from the Demon Slayer Guild frequently visited his old home, he decided to wait there and see if he could catch a few of them to interrogate. The assassins of the Demon Slayer Guild were far stronger than those of ordinary assassin organizations. However, Xiao Feng still didn't take them too seriously. With the accelerator pressed down, he sped towards his hometown. In the few days since he returned to Zhonghai, he had visited his old home a few times. But due to numerous matters at hand, he hadn't been back recently. Xiao Feng's hometown was in an urban village in Zhonghai City. As his sports car entered the narrow alleys of the village, it drew the attention of many neighbors. Not wanting to attract too much attention, he closed the convertible top to conceal his appearance. He parked the Phantom a short distance from his old house and walked to the front gate. The lock on the gate was still intact, but when he looked up at the wall beside it, he noticed signs of someone having climbed over. Creaking the dusty wooden door open, he stepped into his old, run-down house. What greeted him was a scene of chaos, clearly indicating it had been ransacked multiple times. Without a doubt, it was the work of the Demon Slayer Guild. Looking at the disheveled state of the old house, many memories flooded Xiao Feng's mind. He sighed and began to tidy up the scattered items, putting the room back in order. Afterward, Xiao Feng wandered around his old home, searching for any signs left by the Demon Slayer Guild. He also wanted to see if there were any secrets he had yet to discover, which could explain why the guild had been searching his hometown repeatedly. He rummaged through the house for quite a while, but found nothing of value. By noon, he left his old home and had a meal at a nearby restaurant, then strolled around the vicinity. Xiao Feng thought to himself that since his hometown was so small, the people from the Demon Slayer Guild would not only search his old house, but also the surrounding areas. After all, with such a compact space, it wouldn't take long to dig 3 feet down. The scene near his hometown had changed dramatically. Xiao Feng walked through the familiar streets, but the storefronts on either side were completely different. The shops that had opened 8 years ago were either closed or transferred, leaving only a couple still in business, while the rest were new establishments. With everything different and people gone, Xiao Feng felt a deep sense of nostalgia as he followed his memories to a small grove near his old home. Standing by the creek, he let the autumn breeze blow through him, lost in thought. Throughout his journey, Xiao Feng found no clues. It was pointless. He decided that once their people arrived tonight, he would capture them and interrogate them directly to get clear answers. He recalled what the elder had told him. The members of the demonic council had been sending out 2 groups each night since arriving in Zhonghai City. One group investigating the actions of the Skeleton Guild from 8 years ago, while the other was assigned to his hometown. As Xiao Feng waited, the sun gradually set. When the red clouds filled half the sky, he made his way toward his old home. With a swift leap, he climbed over the city wall and onto a rooftop, lying back to enjoy the autumn wind while waiting for the assassins from the demonic council to arrive. As the red clouds faded and darkness enveloped the sky, 2 groups of men in black slipped out of the Chu family mansion, one heading towards the suburbs and the other towards Xiao Feng's hometown. Remember, search thoroughly tonight. He was Pan Shima I, the president of the Nolan Group on the surface, but in reality, he was the person in charge of this mission, specifically sent to investigate the Skeleton Guild's activities in Zhonghai City from 8 years ago. They had limited time to execute this mission, as tomorrow was their departure day. While another group had made significant progress, Pan Shima I's team had found nothing at Xiao Feng's hometown. If they didn't find anything tonight, they would face punishment upon returning to the demonic council. The assassins following Pan Shima nodded solemnly. Most of them were ruthless and cold-blooded. Yet compared to the leader of the demonic council, they were merely small fry. Every assassin feared the leader, and failure to complete their mission would lead to dire consequences, especially for Pan Shima I, who would bear the brunt of it. With a swift motion, Pan Shima led several assassins towards Xiao Feng's hometown, their speed astonishing. It didn't take long for them to reach the urban village where Xiao Feng lived, as they were already familiar with the area. Let us check that bungalow again. This time, Search thoroughly, and don't overlook the ground, Pan Shimawan instructed the assassins behind him. During their previous searches, they had held back, worried about drawing attention. But with their departure looming, there was no need for caution anymore. Understood. Those who followed Pan Shimawan nodded in agreement and stepped in line behind him, heading towards Xiaofeng's old home. Bang! Pan Shimawan kicked open the locked wooden door and was the first to enter. Neither he nor the group of assassins noticed that a young boy was watching them from the roof of the small house as they walked in. So they really did come. Seeing the group of men in black enter his old home, Xiaofeng let out a cold laugh. After they stepped inside, he quietly jumped down from the roof and approached the front door, glancing at the scene inside. He saw the black-clad men rummaging through the room, completely tossing aside the neat space he had just organized. Chapter 135. Emoshima. When Xiaofeng stared into the house, watching the four men in black rummaging through his belongings without a care, a look of barely contained anger appeared on his handsome face. The items in his family's home held their memories, and he could not tolerate them being trampled and destroyed by outsiders. Wait. Just as Xiaofeng's anger began to boil, Pan Shimawan, who was searching through the room, suddenly realized that someone had been there. Initially too relaxed, he hadn't thought much of it. But now he was jolted awake. He remembered that when they left last night, the house had been in complete disarray. How could it be so tidy now? If this were overseas, Pan Shimawan would have immediately felt a sense of alarm. However, after staying in Zhonghai City for a few days and getting used to the laid-back pace of life, his vigilance had diminished significantly, causing him to miss the signs. The other three killers were also startled by his words and immediately became alert. Could it be that the Skull Guild has discovered us? One of them said with a serious expression. The power of the Skull Guild was formidable, and if they learned of the Demon Slayer Guild's plans ahead of time, it would be troublesome. Impossible. Our people have been keeping an eye on the Skull Guild. Aside from the Dragon Slayer, no one else has come to China during this time, and that Dragon Slayer seems to have encountered a strong opponent, sustaining serious injuries and is currently recuperating in the hospital. Pan Shimawan shook his head, dismissing the idea. Could it be their son, or that woman? Another killer murmured. They had investigated Xiaofeng's family background and knew that he had a biological son and a non-blood-related aunt, suspecting that one of them might have come by. Yes. Aside from family, no one else would have arranged things in the room so neatly. Emoshima nodded, considering this possibility significant. Let's keep searching. Emoshima relaxed his guard and instructed them to continue their search. The four of them continued to rummage through the house, unaware that a shadow was quietly approaching them. Xiaofeng moved silently, closing the distance to less than 10 meters, yet they still did not sense his presence. Seeing this, Xiaofeng smirked and suddenly stomped his foot on the ground, launching himself like a cheetah towards Emoshima, initiating his attack. From his earlier observations, Xiaofeng had determined that Emoshima was the leader of this group. It was a timeless strategy to capture the leader first. Surprise attack. Xiaofeng suddenly surged into action, and Emoshima was the first to notice. He quickly turned his head, seeing a young man launching an attack at them. His eyes filled with ferocity. Grabbing a nearby chair, he swung it at Xiaofeng. Bang! Xiaofeng's powerful punch smashed through the wooden chair and struck Emoshima in the chest, causing him to stagger backward. If he hadn't quickly used his hands to brace against Xiaofeng's fist, mitigating a lot of the force, that punch would have seriously injured him. Humph! Xiaofeng noticed that the surprise attack had failed, and with a cold snort, he focused on the nearest assassin. He spread his fingers wide and grabbed the assassin by the neck, lifting him off the ground and slamming him down, breaking several bones in the process. The assassin, in agony, struggled to get back up. Who are you? Emoshima glared at Xiaofeng, gritting his teeth as he questioned him. Xiaofeng's sudden appearance shocked him. But what astonished him even more was Xiaofeng's combat strength. As a top assassin of the Demon Slayer Guild, he had been pushed back by this young boy with a single punch. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would have sustained serious injuries. Furthermore, after his initial attack failed to harm Xiaofeng, the young man decisively targeted the closest individual, incapacitating that assassin with brutal efficiency. Emoshima felt that even the top assassins of their guild would struggle to achieve such overwhelming strength, swift reactions, and fierce attacks. You come to my home and ask me who I am? That's quite the joke, Xiaofeng said coldly, his tone as chilling as the winds from the far north, making Emoshima and his companions feel a shiver down their spines, their expressions changing. You are Xiaofeng, Emoshima exclaimed incredulously. He knew the owner of this house had a son, but he never imagined that this young man's combat prowess would be so astonishing, even moving those who considered themselves powerful. It's worth noting that Emoshima and his companions were all elite assassins from the Demon Slayer Guild, an organization that instilled fear in countless people worldwide, far beyond what typical assassins could compare to. Imo Shimawan had believed that no one in the city could pose a threat to them, which is why they had been so relaxed. Now, they found themselves in over their heads, outmatched by an unfamiliar young man. What are you looking for in my home? If you tell me the truth, I might consider letting you go, Xiaofeng questioned. Kid, I have to admit, your combat strength is indeed impressive. But do you really think you can handle us all by yourself? Imo Shimawan scoffed, confident that he could easily crush Xiaofeng in a fight. This was the self-assuredness of a top assassin from the Demon Slayer Guild. Over the years, Imo Shimawan had eliminated countless high-profile targets. And if he couldn't even deal with a city youth, he would lose all credibility in the assassin world, living forever in shame. Is that so? Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow, glancing at Imo Shimawan and the remaining two assassins. A chilling aura emanated from him, causing all three of them to feel a prickling sensation at the back of their necks. What the hell? Why does this kid give off an aura that terrifies me? Imo Shimawan furrowed his brows. He had only felt this kind of fear from the ace assassins of the Demon Slayer Guild, but never as intensely as from Xiaofeng. It must be an illusion. I refuse to believe that a mere kid could turn the tables. Imo Shimawan shouted angrily. They held a dismissive attitude towards the people of Zhonghai City, which is why they had not brought any guns during their mission tonight. However, for Maximoan, even if he had a gun, he wouldn't pull it out. Using a gun against a teenager would be the greatest insult to him. Step back, he commanded. Tonight, I'm going to show him what it means to be outclassed. With a fierce determination, Maximoan approached Xiaofeng, his fists cracking ominously as the veins in his arms bulged. Standing at 1.9 meters tall, Maximoan's imposing physique exuded strength. But his true expertise lay not in brute force, but in the refined art of assassination. His powerful build combined with his unparalleled killing techniques made him stand out among the assassins of the Demon Slayer Guild, with only a few elite killers able to match him. Chapter 136, Interrogation Boom. Imo Shimawan approached Xiaofeng and suddenly unleashed a fist the size of a sandbag. His speed so fast that it created afterimages, striking directly at Xiaofeng's face. Humph. Xiaofeng let out a cold grunt upon seeing Imo Shimawan's punch. His own strength was equally formidable, and he countered with a punch of his own that collided with Imo Shimawan's fist. The two forces clashed violently, causing both of them to stagger back a few steps. In terms of brute strength, Xiaofeng and Imo Shimawan were evenly matched. Hiss. However, this scene made the observing assassins gasp in shock. Imo Shimawan, a top assassin of the Demon Slayer Guild, was actually on par with an unknown urban youth. The outcome was truly astonishing. You little brat, no wonder you're a descendant of the Skeleton Guild's assassins. You do have some skill, Imo Shimawan exclaimed in surprise, clearly aware that Xiaofeng's parents were part of the Skeleton Guild's assassins. It seems you know quite a bit, Xiaofeng replied, a cold smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. The more Imo Shimawan knew, the more satisfied Xiaofeng became, for he had come to his hometown to lay in wait, intending to capture Imo Shimawan and his associates to extract the information he needed. In the next moment, Xiaofeng launched another attack on Imo Shimawan. Like Imo, he relied on both strength and technique. However, Imo Shimawan's combat abilities were still inferior to Xiaofeng's. Xiaofeng engaged in close combat with Imo Shimawan, their exchanges intense. Each of Xiaofeng's strikes was so fast, it was almost unimaginable, with angles that were exceptionally tricky. At first, Imo Shimawan managed to hold his ground, but soon he began to feel overwhelmed. How can his speed be faster than mine? Imo Shimawan's heart sank. He had always prided himself on his attack speed, but compared to Xiaofeng, it felt like a novice facing a master. Every attack he launched was effortlessly neutralized by Xiaofeng, failing to inflict any significant damage. On the other hand, Xiaofeng landed several hits on Imo Shimawan, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth and inflicting serious injuries. If this continued, Imo Shimawan was bound to lose. Xiaofeng completely dominated the fight, leaving the two assassins dumbfounded. As legendary assassins, especially those from the Assassin Guild, they had always held themselves in high regard, looking down on the so-called martial arts experts in the urban world, believing that they could easily crush anyone with just a single representative. Yet here was this young boy, completely overpowering their mission leader, an outcome that would surely send shockwaves through the entire assassin community if it got out. They represented the Demon Slayer Guild, which held a prestigious position in the global assassin world, yet they were being bested by a young man from a small city in China. This was utterly absurd, yet it was happening right before their eyes. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help. Imo Shimawan shouted desperately at the two assassins as he continued to cough up blood from Xiaofeng's relentless assault. The two assassins, upon hearing Imo Shimawan's anxious voice, looked at Xiaofeng with fear in their eyes. However, they were seasoned killers, having faced countless life and death battles, and quickly regained their composure. They charged at Xiao Feng, intending to team up with Mo Zimuan to defeat him. I'm not in the mood to play with you, Xiao Feng sneered coldly, as the two assassins rushed towards him. His dark eyes flashed with murderous intent. Suddenly, he seized Mo Zimuan's right hand, which was coming at him, and with a crack, broke his arm. A swift kick to Mo Zimuan's chin knocked out several of his teeth, sending him crashing to the ground, spitting blood. Bang! Bang! At the same time Xiao Feng kicked Mo Zimuan away, the two assassins lunged at him with their daggers. He dodged their lethal strikes, countering with a kick to one of their heads, causing a loud thud as the impact left the assassin momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Feng snatched the dagger from the assassin's hand and delivered a punch to his forehead, knocking him out cold. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the dagger without even looking, expertly piercing the shoulder of the other assassin who attempted to ambush him, pinning him to the wall, blood gushing from the wound. Having decisively dealt with them, Xiao Feng stepped toward the fallen Mo Zimuan, each step echoing like the tolling of a death knell, suffocating Mo Zimuan with dread. You're not an ordinary person. Who exactly are you? Mo Zimuan couldn't believe there could be such a terrifying figure in the city. Xiao Feng was certainly no ordinary man. Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is why you came to Zhonghai City and why you targeted my home. Xiao Feng questioned icily, squatting down to meet Mo Zimuan's gaze, his eyes filled with a chilling intensity. Even the battle-hardened Mo Zimuan felt a shiver run down his spine. I can't tell you. Mo Zimuan took a deep breath, suppressing his fear and trying to sound tough. The discipline of the Demon Guild was strict. If he revealed the details of this mission to outsiders, he knew they would not let him off easily. Thus, even in Xiao Feng's grasp, he dared not speak. Are you sure? Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng revealed a mysterious smile that sent chills down Mo Zimuan's spine, filling him with a sense of foreboding. I really can't say. Mo Zimuan's tone weakened significantly, but he still stubbornly held his ground. Very well. Xiao Feng chuckled, standing up and walking over to a small table. After rummaging for a moment, he found a pack of toothpicks that had been sitting there for who knows how many years. He took out a few and, with a sinister glint in his eyes, approached Mo Zimuan. What are you going to do? Mo Zimuan felt an inexplicable fear surging within him as he saw Xiao Feng approaching with the toothpicks. Nothing much. Just going to stick a few toothpicks into you to let you experience a special kind of treatment. Xiao Feng took out 3 toothpicks and used them like silver needles, piercing them into 3 hidden yet sensitive acupuncture points on Mo Shima's body. Each of these points, when individually stimulated, could cause discomfort, but when all 3 were targeted simultaneously, it would lead to excruciating pain, as if his body was being cut with a knife. The agony would resonate through his vital organs, creating unbearable suffering. This was one of Xiao Feng's most frequently used interrogation techniques during his missions abroad. Under such torment, very few could withstand it. What have you done to me? As soon as the 3 toothpicks were inserted, Mo Shima let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, an overwhelming pain spreading throughout his body, both inside and out, leaving him in tremendous agony. Chapter 137. Shima when submits 3 ordinary toothpicks in Xiao Feng's hands had an unexpectedly powerful effect. Even the top assassin of the demonic guild, Shima 1, couldn't withstand it, letting out cries of agony as excruciating pain spread throughout his body. Whenever you're ready to talk, I'll help you out, Xiao Feng said coldly. But I must warn you, if you don't speak within half an hour, your meridians will start to rupture. You should know what that means better than I do. With a chilling smile, Xiao Feng jabbed the toothpicks into Shima 1's acupoints. The pain was unbearable, and it also caused Shima 1's blood to circulate at an accelerated rate. If this continued for too long, his meridians would not be able to handle it and would break apart, piece by piece. At that point, even if Shima 1 survived, he would be left to live the rest of his life in a wheelchair. After saying this, Xiao Feng walked towards another assassin, dragging the unconscious killer out of the house. I'll be back shortly. If he spills the beans before you do, and you can't provide me with more valuable information, then even if you beg, I won't lift a finger to save you. With that, Xiao Feng disappeared from the house, leaving Shima 1, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, behind. Xiao Feng's intention was to force Shima 1 to reveal the truth and to provide information of value. Shima 1 stared intensely at Xiao Feng's retreating figure, his eyes filled with struggle. He didn't know if the assassin who had been taken away would break and spill the secrets. If that assassin talked, Shima 1 would have to provide even more useful information to ensure Xiao Feng would help him. Damn it. Shima 1's fist slammed into the ground, blood streaming from his fingers as his inner turmoil intensified. Xiao Feng dragged the unconscious assassin and dumped him in a secluded alley, slapping him awake. What are you doing in Zhonghai City? Xiao Feng demanded, gripping the now conscious man and lifting him effortlessly, his tone as cold as ice. Initially, the assassin tried to resist. But after Xiao Feng dealt with him, he obediently started to talk. Clearly, this assassin did not possess the same resolve as Shima Wan. We came to Zhonghai to investigate the traces left by the Skull Guild 8 years ago, and to find something, the assassin, known as White Wolf, confessed. What are you looking for? Xiao Feng's deep eyes shimmered with curiosity. Could it be that the demonic guild was searching for something related to his parents' mysterious circumstances? A sword called the Spirit Sword, White Wolf replied, looking down. Why are you looking for this sword? Xiao Feng pressed, his gaze fixed on White Wolf. I really don't know. This is a secret of the demonic guild. Maybe Shima Wen knows, White Wolf said nervously, fearing that Xiao Feng might kill him. Although White Wolf was one of the top assassins in the demonic guild, it didn't mean he was fearless. Especially someone like him who was powerful yet drawn to the lavish life of the world, making him even more afraid of death. White Wolf served the demonic guild mainly for the hefty commissions. Who is Shima Wen? Upon hearing the name Emo Shima Wen, Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow. Isn't he the one who wants to take Chu Yunxi as a concubine? He is the person in charge of our mission, Bai Lang explained. It is indeed him. Xiao Feng felt a bit surprised. He didn't expect that the person he had just punished was Emo Shima Wen. Very well, I hope you're not lying to me. Or you know the consequences. With a cold demeanor, Xiao Feng grabbed Bai Lang and dragged him back into the house. Inside, he saw Emo Shima Wen writhing on the ground in agony, along with 2 other unconscious assassins. As Xiao Feng entered, the sounds of Emo Shima Wen's unbearable screams filled the air. He was in so much pain that his body was convulsing, and upon seeing Xiao Feng return, it was as if he saw a glimmer of hope. Crawling over without a shred of dignity, he pleaded, Xiao Feng, please help me. I can't take it anymore. Emo Shima Wen's veins were bulging. He feared that if Xiao Feng didn't act soon, the surging blood within him would rupture his meridians, causing him excruciating suffering. At that point, he would be in more pain than death itself. Weren't you quite tough just now? Xiao Feng sneered. If Emo Shima Wen had been honest from the beginning, he wouldn't have had to endure such torment. I'll tell you everything, I swear, Emo Shima Wen said, trembling in fear, worried that Xiao Feng wouldn't intervene to save him. Heh. Xiao Feng smiled slightly and approached Emo Shima Wen, pressing his fingers on several acupoints to relieve the pressure, then struck his neck with a palm infused with internal energy, helping him expel a mouthful of stagnant blood, gradually easing his internal pain. Ha ha. Emo Shima Wen gasped for breath, feeling as though he had been given a second chance at life. I told you before, if you don't provide me with something more valuable than what he said, you'll continue to suffer until death. He did say quite a bit. A cold smile crossed Xiao Feng's lips, making Emo Shima Wen's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. He regretted not telling Xiao Feng everything right away. I know more than he does, Emo Shima Wen said nervously. Let's hear it then. Xiao Feng's expression showed interest as he listened attentively. We came to your house to find a treasure sword called the Spirit Sword, which can unlock a treasure. Emo Shima Wen revealed a piece of information that sent a shock through Xiao Feng. A treasure? What kind of treasure? Xiao Feng pressed. Knowing that a treasure valued by the Demon Slayer Guild must be extraordinary, likely capable of causing global upheaval. I don't know what kind of treasure it is. We only recently got the news. The Skeleton Guild has been eyeing this treasure for 8 years. They supposedly already possess half of the Spirit Sword, and the other half is in your parents' hands. We suspect that half of the Spirit Sword is right in your home, which is why we traveled all the way to Zhonghai to find it. Emo Shima Wen dropped a bombshell that deeply moved Xiao Feng. So you're saying the Skeleton Guild has half of the Spirit Sword, and the other half is with my parents? Xiao Feng took a deep breath. The information revealed by Emo Shima Wen was too crucial, like a heavy bomb dropping into the ocean, causing a massive stir. According to the news we received, it was indeed true. In order to save himself, Emo Shima Wen gritted his teeth and disclosed this enormous secret. After revealing the secret, there was no turning back for him. The Shamo Guild would never let him off the hook. Do you know where the half-spirit sword in the hands of my parents and the Skeleton Guild came from? And what treasure it is? Xiao Feng fixed his gaze on Emo Shima Wen and pressed on, as he began to vaguely piece together the reason behind his parents' mysterious disappearance years ago. Chapter 138. Spirit Sword. I really don't know, Emo Zimmerman said after a long period of contemplation, shaking his head. Are you sure you don't know? Xiao Feng pressed. Xiao Feng, if I were to tell you everything I know, it would be enough to get me killed several times over. If I truly knew, would I keep it from you? Emo Zimmerman replied bitterly. As Xiao Feng listened to Emo Zimmerman's helpless words, the coldness in his eyes softened considerably. Indeed, what Emo Zimmerman had revealed tonight was already enough to put him in danger multiple times. Saying more wouldn't change much. I've said everything I needed to say. Can you let us go now? Emo Zimmerman swallowed hard, secretly worried that Xiao Feng might change his mind and kill them all. Get out of here, Xiao Feng said coldly. Mo Zimuan's face lit up with joy as he called for the white wolf and woke up the two unconscious assassins before they fled the small house. Xiao Feng wasn't too concerned that Mo Zimuan would inform the Demon Slayer Guild about tonight's events. After all, it was the Demon Slayer Guild that had destroyed his hometown. He hadn't even sought revenge against them. Moreover, after all that had been said tonight, Mo Zimuan and the three assassins likely wouldn't dare return to the Demon Slayer Guild, meaning tonight's events wouldn't reach their ears. Mo Zimuan had mentioned that the spirit sword was divided into two halves, one half in the hands of the Skeleton Guild and the other with his parents. 8 years ago, when the Skeleton Guild kidnapped his parents, it was probably related to that half of the spirit sword. Xiao Feng speculated in his mind. Although there were still many uncertainties surrounding the situation, he could piece together some of the logic through reasoning. But when the Skeleton Guild took his parents, what exactly happened to that half of the spirit sword? If it was taken, why had the Demon Slayer Guild come to Zhonghai City? If it wasn't taken, why had the Skeleton Guild remained silent all these years? Or was it that the Skeleton Guild had already discovered his identity, which is why they kept sending people to find him upon his return? Xiao Feng considered two possibilities. 1. The Demon Slayer Guild indeed took the half of the spirit sword from his parents, but they hadn't realized it yet, so they continued searching in Zhonghai. The other possibility was that the Demon Slayer Guild did not take the sword. Instead, they uncovered his identity through his parents' background and intended to lure him to the Skeleton Guild, using him to threaten his parents and force them to hand over that half of the spirit sword. Xiao Feng sincerely hoped for the second scenario, as it would mean his parents were still alive and well. If that half of the spirit sword was truly hidden near his hometown, where could it be? He racked his brain, realizing that if it wasn't well hidden, it would have been discovered by the Demon Slayer Guild during their thorough searches over the past few days. A series of potential hiding places flashed through Xiao Feng's mind. Wait, the Ancestral Hall. Xiao Feng's body jolted as he suddenly remembered a location. His hometown was located in a village within Zhonghai City, a village that had existed for several hundred years, where the majority of the villagers shared the surname Xiao. The village even had a Xiao Ancestral Hall dedicated to their ancestors. Maximoan and the others come from overseas and are unfamiliar with the civilization of Huaxia, so they probably didn't think of the Ancestral Hall. The more Xiao Feng thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. After tidying up the chaotic room, he locked the wooden door and hurried towards the direction of the Xiao family Ancestral Hall. It was deep in the night. The silence was occasionally broken by the meowing of cats. A few elderly men passing by curiously glanced at Xiao Feng. He had left his hometown for 8 years, and many of the old folks felt he looked familiar, but they couldn't quite place him at that moment. As he walked through the quiet alleys, the sound of his footsteps echoed in the stillness. After about 10 minutes, he arrived at an ancestral hall that exuded an ancient aura. This hall had been established for over 400 years and was the oldest building in the village. The main door of the ancestral hall remained closed year-round, only opening during sacrificial days and the new year. Like a night owl, Xiao Feng nimbly leaped over the high walls of the hall and entered the interior. Looking at the familiar scene inside, many memories flooded Xiao Feng's mind. The environment was exactly as he remembered, and even the chairs had changed. As a child, his parents often emphasized the importance of the village's ancestral hall, reminding him that everything could be forgotten, but the ancestral hall should never be neglected. They insisted he come every year to pay respects to their ancestors. If his parents had truly hidden that half of the spiritual sword, it was very likely to be in the ancestral hall. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, Xiao Feng murmured to himself. He walked around the hall a few times and noticed a thick layer of dust, indicating that it hadn't been visited in a long time. As he suspected, Maximoan and the others had not come to this ancestral hall to search for the spiritual sword. Xiao Feng smiled faintly and, taking advantage of the night, began to search for traces of the sword in the dim light of the hall. He searched thoroughly, from the entrance to the depths of the hall, for over half an hour, but found nothing. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Maybe my parents didn't hide the half-sword here? Doubts crept into Xiao Feng's mind as his gaze instinctively fell on the ancestral tablets. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could it be here? He approached the table where the tablets were placed and searched it, but found nothing. He then crouched under the table and tapped on the floor tiles. The sound echoed hollowly. There was an empty space beneath the tiles. A look of surprise crossed Xiao Feng's face. He pressed down on the tiles beneath his feet and found that they weren't as firmly set as he thought. After several attempts, he successfully pried one of the tiles loose. When he removed the tile, a deep hole was revealed underneath, inside which lay a box made of copper and iron. Grabbing the box, Xiao Feng felt its weight and pulled it out with effort. Upon opening it, a blinding blue light suddenly burst forth. Inside the copper and iron box lay a deep blue spiritual sword, identical to what Moximoen had described. Is this the half-spiritual sword that both the Skeleton Guild and the Demon Guild were after? As Xiao Feng pulled out the deep blue sword, he noticed that its blade was engraved with a golden phoenix, while the back of the sword was flat, missing half of its length. It was missing half of its length and was a deep blue color. It seemed that this was the half-spirit sword that Moximoen had mentioned. Xiao Feng examined the sword and quickly reached a conclusion. He swung the so-called spirit sword and found that, despite being half its normal size, it was still quite heavy, comparable to a regular sword. When it struck the ground, the sturdy floor tiles cracked instantly, as if they were as fragile as tofu. This was truly astonishing. Xiao Feng gasped in amazement. He hadn't exerted much effort at all, simply letting inertia do the work, and yet this spirit sword had cleaved the solid tiles in two. If it had struck a person, that individual would undoubtedly have been sliced in half. Chapter 139. The tremor of the tower. Xiao Feng was taken aback by the sharpness of the spirit sword. He didn't even need to exert much force. He could split the floor tiles just by using inertia. If he were to use all his strength, he could probably cleave a rock in two. This spirit sword could cut through stone, so its power against a human body would be even more terrifying. Xiao Feng believed that this sword could indeed serve as a fearsome weapon that would make enemies tremble in dread on the battlefield. He weighed the spirit sword in his hand and swung it a few times in the air, finding it quite comfortable to handle. In certain situations, this cold weapon could be even more lethal than firearms. Since he had found the spirit sword, it indicated that the Skeleton Guild had not yet obtained it from his parents, which meant his parents should still be safe. Excitement welled up in Xiao Feng's eyes. His greatest fear was that something had happened to his parents, and that he would only find out about their deaths in the end. That was an outcome he could not accept. Xiao Feng was convinced that as long as his parents did not hand over the spirit sword, the Skeleton Guild would not harm them. Given the strength of the Skeleton Guild, it would not be difficult for them to investigate his identity. It seemed his suspicions were correct. They indeed knew who he was, and were trying to lure him into a trap under the guise of joining the guild. Xiao Feng's gaze turned icy. If that was the case, he needed to be on guard against the Skeleton Guild. First, he needed to hide this spirit sword. After some thought, he decided that the ancestral hall was a safe place, so he carefully placed the half-sword back into its box, buried it in the ground, and covered it with the floor tiles. This half-sword had been hidden here for many years without being discovered, and Xiao Feng planned to leave it there. After all, the sword was too conspicuous to carry around, and keeping it at his old home or villa would be too risky. Xiao Feng then left the ancestral hall, heading to the Tower of Heaven to see the Elder. The revelations he had learned that night had deeply shocked him, and he believed that once this news reached the tower, it would also cause a major upheaval. Boom. With his mind racing with thoughts, Xiao Feng drove towards the outskirts of Zhonghai City, arriving at a tranquil mountain range. The Tower of Heaven, hidden deep within the mountain canyons, was much livelier at night compared to during the day. On his way to the tower, he encountered several groups of people, most of whom were there to purchase information from the tower. As Xiao Feng brushed past them and entered the main gate of the tower, he found the Elder waiting for him. "Brother Xiao, you've come to see me at this hour. Have you made any discoveries?" the Elder asked curiously, as it was the first time Xiao Feng had come to him so late. "Yes, I just captured a few assassins from the Demonic Guild and learned quite a bit." Xiao Feng nodded. "You captured several assassins from the Demonic Guild by yourself?" The Elder's expression changed upon hearing this. The Demonic Guild ranked 7th in global power, and each assassin was exceptionally formidable. He had initially thought Xiao Feng was merely lying in wait for one assassin, but was surprised that Xiao Feng had managed to capture several at once. "They came to my house to ransack it, so I subdued them all," Xiao Feng explained. "Truly worthy of the King of Hell, feared in the assassin world." Impressive, impressive. Upon hearing this, the Elder raised his thumb in genuine admiration for Xiao Feng's combat prowess. "You're joking," the Elder said. Xiao Feng shook his head, not taking pride in his accomplishments. "This time, I've gathered a lot of valuable clues from their mouths." He recounted the information he had extracted from the assassins of the Demon Slayer Guild to the Elder. The spirit sword, the key to the treasure. After listening to Xiao Feng's explanation, the Elder's eyes sparkled with intensity. The Demon Slayer Guild and the Skeleton Guild are colossal entities ranked 7th and 5th in the world. Not only do they possess armed forces from enemy nations, but their wealth is also astonishing. Each time they take on a mission, the commission is an unimaginable sum, accumulating to a fortune that could rival a nation. A treasure that both these powerful factions covet is undoubtedly extraordinary. It seems that the reason the Skeleton Guild kidnapped your parents is for that half of the spirit sword, and it's very likely they didn't succeed. Otherwise, the Demon Slayer Guild wouldn't have come looking for you at home. The Elder shared his thoughts, and Xiao Feng remained silent. He had no intention of revealing to anyone, even the elder, that he had found the half-spirit sword hidden by his parents in the ancestral hall. Elder, what worries me now is that the Skeleton Guild might use you as leverage against your parents. You need to be cautious, the elder warned Xiaofeng. Heh, as long as they dare to come, I'll make sure they stay in China forever. A chilling killing intent flashed in Xiaofeng's eyes. The Skeleton Guild was indeed powerful, so formidable that even he wouldn't dare to tread lightly. However, if the Skeleton Guild wanted to deal with him in China, they would have to pay the price. Xiaofeng showed no fear towards the Skeleton Guild, causing the elder's eyes to narrow. It suddenly struck him, Xiaofeng's various legends overseas, as well as his previous defeat of the Dragon Slayer. Perhaps, provoking Xiaofeng was not a wise decision for the Skeleton Guild. The elder murmured to himself. Xiaofeng, if the Skeleton Guild continues to invite you, what are your plans? The elder asked. From the intelligence he had gathered, he didn't believe the Skeleton Guild was unaware of Xiaofeng's identity. Their invitation must have ulterior motives. I can only act according to the situation, Xiaofeng replied, feeling he had no good options. If his parents weren't in the Skeleton Guild's hands, he could confront them directly, but their captivity added many complications. Elder, please find out my parents' exact location as soon as possible. As long as we can locate them, I'll go rescue them. Then I won't have to worry about the Skeleton Guild, Xiaofeng stated. Now that things were becoming clearer, as long as the sky-peering pavilion could discover his parents' whereabouts, he would go to rescue them, no matter the obstacles. Rest assured, we are fully committed to tracking this down and will provide you with a satisfactory answer. The elder nodded solemnly. The investigation had uncovered many surprising details, especially regarding the spirit sword and treasure both the Demon Slayer Guild and the Skeleton Guild were vying for, which would surely pique the interest of the sky-peering pavilion. All right, I'll head back now. With that, Xiaofeng left the sky-peering pavilion and returned to his villa. The minister personally escorted Xiaofeng out of the Tongtian pavilion before hurrying back to report everything Xiaofeng had told him that evening to the headquarters. As expected, this news sent shockwaves throughout the Tongtian pavilion headquarters. They immediately ordered extensive resources and connections to thoroughly investigate the secrets of the spirit, sword, and the treasure. Greed ignited among them. If possible, they too wanted a share of the spoils. After all, a treasure that could make both the Demon Slayer Guild and the Skeleton Guild envious was certainly not an ordinary item. Chapter 140. Yunqi's doubts. The response from the headquarters of the Tongtian Pavilion was something Xiaofeng had anticipated before informing the elders. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Only by igniting the passion of the Tongtian Pavilion would they be willing to investigate without hesitation, regardless of the consequences. Xiaofeng deliberately sparked their interest in the treasure. The more they wanted a piece of the pie, the more effort they would exert to uncover the whereabouts of his parents. Xiaofeng understood that the Tongtian Pavilion's assistance came with ulterior motives. Now he was just adding fuel to the fire, stimulating their curiosity. Once the Tongtian Pavilion found out where his parents were and rescued them, he would settle the score with them. Xiaofeng's eyes gleamed with a murderous intent. His parents were his Achilles heel. Anyone who dared to harm them would pay with their life. The Skeleton Guild was indeed powerful, but even the strongest organizations have their weaknesses. Facing them head-on would be futile, but as a former assassin, Xiaofeng was not skilled in direct combat. His expertise lay in assassination techniques. For the Skeleton Guild, having a killer of his caliber on their tail would be a nightmare, making even their sleep restless. Driving his phantom sports car, Xiaofeng returned to the villa. When he got back, he noticed that Zhang Linger's room light was on, indicating she had returned to stay at the villa. As for Xiaoanna, she was still busy with work and social engagements and had not yet come back. Where did you go tonight? Zhang Linger's door opened, revealing her adorable face. She was wearing a loose bathrobe, and her fair skin was partially exposed. I just went back to my hometown for a bit, Xiaofeng replied, glancing at her. All right, I'm off to bed. See you tomorrow. Zhang Linger waved her hand, not stepping out of her room. After greeting Xiaofeng, she closed the door. Xiaofeng took a shower, changed into his pajamas, and returned to his room, quickly falling asleep. Perhaps due to the valuable information he obtained from Emoshima 1. Many of his questions were answered, and knowing that there was a high possibility his parents were still alive lightened the burden on his heart, allowing him to drift off easily. As the night quietly passed, a new day soon arrived. Xiaofeng was the first to wake up. He prepared breakfast for the three of them, and after eating, he drove the phantom sports car away from the villa and headed to the Chu group. On the way, Xiaofeng called Chu Yunqi, arranging to meet her at a nearby CAF. He wanted to find out if anyone from the Demon Slayer Guild had exhibited any unusual behavior at her home the night before. Last night, he had captured Emoshima 1 and others, extracting a wealth of valuable information, but he wondered if this had caught their attention. Although Xiao Feng was not afraid of the Demon Slayer Guild, he still needed to gather more information to prepare himself adequately. Additionally, he was somewhat concerned about Chu Yunqi, given that her home housed such a group of killers, like a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment, bringing disaster to the Chu family. Xiao Feng quickly arrived at the CAF where he often met with Chu Yunqi. After waiting for a few minutes, a stunningly beautiful woman caught his eye. Today, Chu Yunqi was rarely not in a suit. Instead, she wore a light blue dress that hugged her tall and enchanting figure, making her incredibly eye-catching and causing Xiao Feng to steal a few extra glances. "Please, sit," Xiao Feng said with a faint smile. "Okay," Chu Yunqi replied, gently nodding as she took a seat across from him. "You mentioned you wanted to ask me something. What is it?" Xiao Feng got straight to the point. "It's about those people living at your house. Did they show any unusual reactions last night?" "How did you know?" Chu Yunqi's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Last night at the Chu family mansion, the people from the Nolan group indeed caused quite a commotion. They were shouting and screaming in their rooms like madmen, arguing about something, and left the Chu house around 2 or 3 in the morning, only to return around 5 or 6. Their expressions were grim, and no one in the Chu family dared to ask them what was going on. They were quite rowdy, and I heard they injured several people from the Chu family. Everyone was too afraid to speak up after witnessing their skills. In the end, they left the mansion in the morning, and no one knows where they went. Chu Yunqi explained. She had followed Xiao Feng's advice and had not stayed at the Chu family mansion. Instead, she had been living in a hotel during this time. Also, that Emo Wen has disappeared, she added with a light laugh. Emo Wen had wanted to take her as a concubine, which she found repulsive. Naturally, she was pleased to hear that he had vanished. They didn't harm anyone from the Chu family, did they? Xiao Feng couldn't help but ask. I heard from my family that they did injure several people. The Chu family members were too intimidated by their skills to say anything. In the end, they left the mansion in the morning, and nobody knows where they went, Chu Yunqi said. Ugh, I hope they don't come back. My father seemed tempted yesterday, trying to persuade me to go with Emo Wen. I wish he would just disappear forever, Chu Yunqi said, praying silently. Rest assured, he will never appear in your life again, Xiao Feng replied with a faint smile. Emo Wen had betrayed the Demon Slayer Guild and was likely hiding somewhere. So he would have no interest in finding Chu Yunqi. His disappearance isn't related to you, is it? Chu Yunqi suddenly looked at Xiao Feng with suspicion. He had said he would help deal with Emo Wen, and now that Emo Wen had mysteriously vanished, she couldn't help but wonder if it was connected to Xiao Feng. Inevitably, women's instincts can sometimes be quite accurate. Xiao Feng smiled without confirming or denying her suspicion. However, his reaction only strengthened Chu Yunqi's belief in her intuition. Having witnessed Xiao Feng's skills, she thought it was entirely possible that he was indeed involved. Otherwise, how would he know that the group had behaved unusually last night? What's wrong? Xiao Feng noticed that Chu Yunqi's face suddenly turned red, and he was a bit surprised. Nothing. I just feel a bit warm, Chu Yunqi replied, awkwardly lowering her head. Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm her racing heart. Xiao Feng, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Chu Yunqi lowered her head, avoiding direct eye contact with Xiao Feng. Go ahead, Xiao Feng replied, feeling a bit curious about what she wanted to ask. Who exactly are you? How come you have such incredible skills and know so many influential people? Chu Yunqi finally voiced her long-held doubts. She had attended a banquet hosted by Elder Zhang and had seen Xiao Feng engaging in lively conversations with many prominent figures who seemed out of her reach. Even the prize jewel of the Zhang family appeared to be quite familiar with him. Chapter 141. Revenge. Chu Yunqi still vividly remembers the blunder from her first meeting with Xiao Feng, when she unintentionally gave him her first time in a daze. Later, when she hired a personal bodyguard, it was her second encounter with Xiao Feng. At that time, she thought he was just an ordinary person, perhaps with slightly better martial arts skills. However, as she got to know him better, she increasingly realized that Xiao Feng was extraordinary, especially after he saved her twice, defeating powerful adversaries and leaving her deeply impressed. She came to understand that Xiao Feng was not just strong, he was exceptionally so. Later on, at a banquet hosted by Elder Zhang, Xiao Feng was engaging in lively conversation with prominent figures. Those big shots, even her father, would treat them with utmost respect and dare not breathe too loudly. She couldn't fathom how Xiao Feng had managed to befriend them. Then there was Zhang Ling, who disregarded all the other young talents from distinguished backgrounds, yet seemed to enjoy chatting with Xiao Feng, sharing drinks and heartfelt conversations, making countless men present envious and jealous. I used to be in the army, and as for those so-called big shots, it's because I saved one of Elder Zhang's friends. They respect me for my medical skills, Xiao Feng explained with a smile, fully aware that Elder Zhang's old friends were merely being polite to him at the banquet because they wanted to get to know him. hoping to seek his help if they fell seriously ill in the future. Is it really that simple? Chu Yunqi asked, somewhat incredulous after hearing Xiao Feng's explanation. Why not? Xiao Feng shook his head helplessly. In the eyes of Chu Yunqi and others, someone of Elder Zhang's status might seem exalted, but to him, they were just slightly wealthy businessmen, hardly worth mentioning. Fine, I'll reluctantly believe you. Chu Yunqi pouted, choosing to trust Xiao Feng. Just then, her phone rang. Seeing it was a call from her secretary, she answered directly. President Chu, there's a contract that needs your signature, the secretary said over the phone. I'll head over right now, Chu Yunqi replied, immediately reverting to her cold, sharp, and decisive demeanor upon hearing about work. Xiao Feng, I have some matters to attend to at the company. I'll take my leave first. When I have some free time, I'll properly invite you. Don't refuse. Okay, Chu Yunqi said as she turned off her phone screen and addressed Xiao Feng. I'll definitely come if I have the time. Xiao Feng nodded, not refusing her. Great. Chu Yunqi felt a surge of joy at Xiao Feng's agreement, but kept it to herself. She stood up, left the CAF, and returned to the Chu group. After Chu Yunqi left, Xiao Feng also drove away in his phantom sports car, planning to visit his old home to check if he had missed anything. Before long, Xiao Feng arrived at his old house. He pushed the door open and walked in, spending over an hour organizing things while searching for any overlooked items. He neatly arranged everything in the house and did his best to repair the items that had been damaged during the fight the previous night. Afterward, Xiao Feng continued his search in his hometown, but by noon, he still hadn't found anything and ultimately decided to give up. It seemed that they hadn't hidden anything in the old home. Xiao Feng mumbled to himself and ceased his search. With a creak, he closed the wooden door and walked into a secluded alley, heading to a nearby restaurant for lunch. Suddenly, a swishing sound pierced through the air behind him, and a deadly threat enveloped Xiao Feng, causing him to shudder. In an instant, Xiao Feng sensed the danger, turned around, and grabbed a fist that was coming at him with force, sending the attacker flying. It's you, Xiao Feng exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing his assailant. Indeed, it's me, the man, known as Dragon Slayer, replied with a face full of menace as he staggered back several steps to regain his footing. Having been defeated by Xiao Feng previously, he believed he had been too careless and was now seeking revenge to reclaim his honor after recovering from his injuries. Dragon Slayer knew he could never swallow the resentment of being bested by Xiao Feng without personally defeating him. What's the matter? Are you unhappy and want to fight again? Xiao Feng said mockingly upon seeing Dragon Slayer's fierce demeanor. Humph, I was too careless back then, which is why you got lucky. Today, I'll show you my true strength. Dragon Slayer's eyes blazed with fury. As the ace assassin of the Skeleton Guild, he prided himself on being unmatched in the assassin world. Although Xiao Feng had a great reputation among assassins, Dragon Slayer looked down on him. Believing that no matter how skilled Xiao Feng was, he merely ranked among the top assassins of the Skeleton Guild, far below his own elite status. To Dragon Slayer, inviting Xiao Feng to join the Skeleton Guild was already a significant favor. He wouldn't have bothered if it weren't for the guild's orders. Therefore, he could not accept the idea of being defeated by Xiao Feng. But I'm not interested in fighting an ant that's already lost, Xiao Feng replied dismissively. He had learned a lot about the Skeleton Guild and his parents, which naturally left him with a poor impression of Dragon Slayer. If it weren't for his uncertainty about his parents' whereabouts, his attitude toward Dragon Slayer would have been one of outright hostility, ready to kill him on the spot. During his years abroad, Xiao Feng had developed a decisive nature. Anyone who posed a threat to him wouldn't be spared. Eradicating threats was a truth every assassin understood. To show mercy to an enemy was to be cruel to oneself, a lesson Xiao Feng had learned through bloodshed. I'm no ant, you are the ant. The proud Dragon Slayer couldn't tolerate Xiao Feng's taunts. His anger erupted like a volcano, and he charged at Xiao Feng with terrifying strength. His explosive power so immense that even Xiao Feng felt uncertain about facing it. However, Xiao Feng didn't rely solely on strength to win. As he watched the fist approaching, which seemed to grow larger in his vision, a smirk crossed his lips. The Dragon Slayer's fist came crashing down on Xiao Feng, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. His punch was incredibly powerful and fast. An ordinary assassin would be severely injured by a single blow, and 2 punches would surely be fatal. With a sharp clap, Xiao Feng met the Dragon Slayer's punch with his palm. Though his strength wasn't particularly great, his hand struck the Dragon Slayer's fist like a nimble snake coiling around his arm. His long fingers, infused with astonishing energy, pressed against the Dragon Slayer's arm, sending waves of hidden force into it, and significantly weakening his strength. In a swift motion, Xiao Feng sidestepped and charged at the Dragon Slayer, driving his shoulder into his chest. His movements flowed seamlessly, having just neutralized the force from the Dragon Slayer's arm. He closed in with a shoulder tackle before the Dragon Slayer could even react. Chapter 142. Surprise Attack Again. Bang. Xiao Feng released the force of his dragon-slaying fist and stepped forward, colliding shoulder first into the chest of the dragon slayer. It was like a mountain crashing down, producing a thunderous sound. This blow from Xiao Feng was like a fierce tiger shaking a mountain, causing the dragon slayer's face to turn beet red, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. He staggered backward, retreating a good 10 meters before barely managing to steady himself. How did he manage to dissipate my strength? And his combat skills, his power, are also terrifying. The Dragon Slayer had always believed that Xiao Feng's fighting ability was far inferior to his own, thinking that his previous victory had been a fluke. However, in this direct confrontation, not only did Xiao Feng not fall behind, but he also took the initiative. Even if he was unwilling to admit it, he had to recognize that Xiao Feng's strength was indeed formidable. I refuse to believe I can't beat you. The Dragon Slayer's eyes glinted with ferocity as he charged at Xiao Feng once more. This time, his speed was even faster, and he focused intently on Xiao Feng, on high alert for any of his reactions, no longer underestimating him in the slightest. Go ahead, give it a try. Xiao Feng smiled calmly, standing his ground against the Dragon Slayer. This time, the Dragon Slayer's attacks were noticeably more cautious, no longer reckless or domineering, indicating he had started to fear Xiao Feng a bit. In contrast to the Dragon Slayer's seriousness, Xiao Feng remained calm and composed. As they fought fiercely, his expression hardly changed, as if he were merely practicing martial arts with the Dragon Slayer, which only served to infuriate his opponent further. The Dragon Slayer was giving it his all, creating openings to attack Xiao Feng, but each time, his efforts were bizarrely countered, with Xiao Feng seizing the opportunity to strike back. Xiao Feng's strength was immense, leaving the Dragon Slayer with internal injuries and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. If this is all you've got, it won't cut it. Xiao Feng mocked. The Dragon Slayer's combat prowess was indeed strong, whether in power or speed. He was not lacking at all. However, Xiao Feng had one advantage that the Dragon Slayer did not, a technique that effectively restrained him. That was the BNK needle technique he had learned from Li Mui. This technique not only detailed acupoints for healing patients, but also revealed many hidden acupoints in the human body. He fused this knowledge with combat, targeting his opponent's acupoints during a fight, inducing various discomforts or weakening their power, achieving remarkable results. In battles between strong opponents, even the slightest deviation could alter the outcome, let alone Xiao Feng using acupoints to influence his enemy. After enduring Xiao Feng's repeated acupoint strikes, the Dragon Slayer felt his arms losing strength and occasionally experienced sharp pain. Don't get cocky. The Dragon Slayer roared in frustration. He had come back specifically to defeat Xiao Feng and prove his strength, not to be humiliated. With a furious shout, the Dragon Slayer swung a fist at Xiao Feng's face, but once again, Xiao Feng weakened his strength and seized his fist, using his own force to throw him to the ground. Bang! Xiao Feng's fist, tightly clenched, struck the Dragon Slayer just as he was getting back up, sending him flying. The punch landed squarely on the Dragon Slayer's face, knocking out several teeth and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. It's time to end this. As soon as Xiao Feng's cold and indifferent voice fell, he transformed into a shadow and charged at the Dragon Slayer. This place was near his hometown, and he didn't want to waste too much time with the Dragon Slayer, fearing that a neighbor might witness the confrontation and cause unnecessary trouble. Whoosh! Xiao Feng's figure darted like the wind toward the Dragon Slayer, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying once again, crashing heavily against the wall. He followed up with a punch to the Dragon Slayer's abdomen, causing him to arch his back in pain, his expression contorted as he suffered a severe blow. Thud! As Xiao Feng retracted his fist, the Dragon Slayer could not help but spit out blood, his face turning pale, completely drained of strength. Despite being a top assassin of the Skeleton Guild with impressive physical prowess, had it been anyone else who took Xiao Feng's blows, they would have either been dead or knocked out cold. Yet the Dragon Slayer, although severely injured, still maintained his consciousness. With skills like yours, you can bully ordinary assassins. But that's about it. Xiao Feng sneered. He had seen the Dragon Slayer as one of the most formidable assassins, but certainly not the strongest. During his years overseas, he had encountered opponents of equal caliber, whose combat styles and abilities reached unimaginable levels. Even using his BNK needle technique, he had struggled to gain the upper hand. The reason the Dragon Slayer couldn't match Xiao Feng was due to his lack of exceptional abilities. The defiant Dragon Slayer, seeing Xiao Feng's disdainful demeanor, felt a mix of hatred and anger, but after a long pause, he couldn't find the words to respond. Ultimately, the Dragon Slayer had indeed lost. And this time it was a complete defeat, with no excuses to be made. I spared your life for the sake of the Skeleton Guild. Had it been anyone else who provoked me repeatedly like you did, they would have been dead by now, Xiao Feng said coldly, and his words were not an exaggeration. If it weren't for his concerns for his parents being in the hands of the Skeleton Guild, he would have killed the Dragon Slayer long ago. Xiao Feng, I admit you are indeed very strong, but I'm curious as to why you refuse to join the Skeleton Guild. You are currently a free agent. Joining any organization would not raise any eyebrows in Huaxia. Isn't joining the Skeleton Guild better than struggling in Zhonghai? The Dragon Slayer gazed at Xiao Feng, expressing his confusion. He no longer looked down on Xiao Feng, but was genuinely puzzled about his refusal to join the Skeleton Guild. Previously, when the Dragon Slayer reported Xiao Feng's refusal to the Skeleton Guild, they were quite displeased but didn't say much. Initially, he couldn't understand their reaction. But now it seemed that the people in the Skeleton Guild were well aware of Xiao Feng's strength and were reluctant to make an enemy of him. Why do you think I must join the Skeleton Guild? Xiao Feng retorted, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. He was probing the Dragon Slayer, testing how much he knew. By joining the Skeleton Guild, you would gain unimaginable wealth and power. The entire Skeleton Guild would be your backing. Moreover, the guild intends to have you participate in an important operation, one that will involve almost all the elites of the guild. It's bound to be a major undertaking, and if successful, you will reap endless glory and riches. The Dragon Slayer said that he had been a member of the Dragon Slayer Guild for many years, but this was the first time he had seen such a spectacle. The Skeleton Guild had been refusing many job offers lately, gathering 9 out of 10 of their top assassins, along with other powerful killers, all for this important operation. Do you know what this mission is about? Xiao Feng asked tentatively. I've already told you. I can't reveal the Skeleton Guild's secrets unless you agree to join the guild and accompany me to the headquarters. Only then will you know everything. The Dragon Slayer shook his head, refusing to share any information that might interest Xiao Feng. Chapter 143. A major breakthrough. You don't need to go into specifics about the mission. Just give me a general idea. If you want me to join the Skeleton Guild, I should know something, right? Xiao Feng smiled faintly, not giving up on his inquiry. A general idea. Let me check with headquarters. Long Zhan fell silent for a moment, still unable to make a decision. He wanted to consult the Skeleton Guild's headquarters for their opinion. If they could get Xiao Feng to agree to join, his mission in Huaxiao would be complete. Having personally assessed Xiao Feng's combat abilities, Long Zhan had not only dispelled his prejudices, but also looked forward to having Xiao Feng join the Skeleton Guild to carry out this mission. The guild had been preparing for this task for a long time, and he knew it would be fraught with dangers. The more skilled fighters they had, the better their chances of success. Clearly, Long Zhan was unaware of Xiao Feng's family situation. In fact, only a few at the Skeleton Guild's headquarters were privy to that information. No problem. Xiao Feng nodded at Long Zhan's words, waiting for him to make the inquiry. Long Zhan used special communication equipment to contact headquarters, reporting the matter. He quickly received a response. I can share some general information with Xiao Feng, but I can't discuss any details about the mission. This message was relayed from the Skeleton Guild's headquarters. Xiao Feng, headquarters has responded. I can tell you part of what I know, Long Zhan said to Xiao Feng. Go ahead. Xiao Feng listened intently. This mission involves going to a mysterious ancient tribe to seize a sacred artifact. This artifact is quite extraordinary. It is said to hold the key to a treasure. Long Zhan informed Xiao Feng. An ancient tribe? Xiao Feng was taken aback. Didn't the people from the Demonic Sword Guild say that the key to unlocking the treasure was that spirit sword, with one half in the Skeleton Guild's possession and the other half hidden by my parents? Now it has turned into a mission to snatch a sacred artifact from an ancient tribe? The discrepancies between these two accounts left Xiao Feng uncertain about whom to trust. That's right, it's a very ancient tribe. The location of this tribe is quite special. We cannot use large-scale firearms to attack, or we would face retaliation from Western countries. Moreover, this ancient tribe is very powerful, and seizing their sacred artifact is not a simple task. Long Zhan mistakenly thought Xiao Feng was confused about the ancient tribe and explained further. Although he didn't know exactly how strong the tribe was, the fact that the Skeleton Guild placed such importance on it indicated that it must be a terrifying force. Is that all? Xiao Feng looked up at Long Zhan. That is all I can tell you. Long Zhan replied firmly. The Skeleton Guild had instructed him to share only this information, and discussing further would be a breach of protocol. All right, then I'll think it over, Xiao Feng said solemnly. Long Zhan's words had disrupted his original assumptions and plans, and it seemed that the whole situation was more complicated than he had thought. Sure, whenever you come to a decision, just let me know. I'll be in Zhonghai for a while. Tulong nodded and said that he had initially planned to return to the Skeleton Guild. However, last night, he received news from the guild that members of the Demon Slayer Guild had uncovered some information about their current mission and were investigating events from years ago in Zhonghai. Huaxia. Tulong was ordered to intercept them and ensure that this group could not return alive to the Demon Slayer Guild. Therefore, Tulong would remain in Huaxia for the time being until he had eliminated all the members of the Demon Slayer Guild. Although Tulong couldn't match Xiaofeng in strength, he was still the ace assassin of the Skeleton Guild. The assassins sent by the Demon Slayer Guild this time were not particularly strong. Even if they outnumbered him several times over, he didn't regard them as a threat. The only one who piqued Tulong's interest was a top assassin named Moximoen. But that interest was merely fleeting. What Tulong didn't know was that Moximoen had been captured by Xiaofeng the previous night, who had interrogated him for information. Fearing retaliation from the Demon Slayer Guild, Moximoen had managed to escape, and Tulong was unlikely to find any trace of him. People like Moximoen, who are determined to hide, are very difficult to locate. After finishing his thoughts, Tulong held his painful chest and left the alley, leaving Xiaofeng deep in thought. Who should he believe? The Demon Slayer Guild or the Skeleton Guild? Xiaofeng muttered to himself, unsure of whom to trust. Just then, his phone rang. He checked the screen and saw it was a call from Elder Go. Xiaofeng, WeVe found it. WeVe uncovered information about the Skeleton Guild's mission and know what they're really up to. Elder Ge's excited voice came through. I'll be right there. Xiaofeng replied, instantly feeling energized. He had been at a loss regarding this matter, and now the news from the Tontian Pavilion brought a smile to his face. Okay, I'll be waiting for you at the Tontian Pavilion. Elder Gus sounded equally spirited. Originally, they had aimed to investigate the whereabouts of Xiaofeng's parents, but by chance, they decided to share everything with Xiaofeng and seek a collaboration with him. The Tontian Pavilion wanted to get involved, but they were far from being a match for the Demon Slayer Guild or the Skeleton Guild. Thus, they pinned their hopes on Xiaofeng. The treasure that the Skeleton Guild aimed to acquire was extremely valuable, almost to the point of being astonishing. Unable to contain their excitement, the Tontian Pavilion, despite the disparity in strength, decided to take a gamble. If they won, they would gain unimaginable wealth and could use this opportunity to leap forward and rapidly enhance their power. Driving his Phantom sports car, Xiaofeng arrived at the Tontian Pavilion shortly after 4 in the afternoon. From a distance, he spotted Elder Gu waiting for him outside the main entrance, standing in the blazing sun. Although it was autumn, global warming made the afternoons still quite warm. Elder Gu braving the sun to wait for him showed just how much he valued Xiaofeng. Brother Xiaofeng, please come in. Elder Gu welcomed Xiaofeng into the Tontian Pavilion and ordered the gates to be closed, declaring that from that moment on, no one was allowed to enter the pavilion. The elder brought Xiaofeng to the most secluded part of the Tontian Pavilion. This was a place the elder rarely visited, but each time he did, significant events would unfold. Everyone leave. No one is allowed within 100 meters. Anyone who disobeys will be executed without mercy. The elder's voice echoed with age and an air of menace, though he often appeared kind and approachable. Being the head of the Tontian Pavilion's operations meant his methods were undoubtedly ruthless. He was a man who could kill without hesitation. The members of the Tontian Pavilion rarely witnessed the elder's seriousness, and they all shuddered, quickly retreating and keeping their distance from the elder's hidden chamber. Chapter 144. The attitude of the Celestial Pavilion. In the depths of the Celestial Pavilion, in a secluded chamber, the elder commanded everyone to stay at least 100 meters away, forbidding anyone from entering. In the tranquil chamber, only the elder and Xiaofeng remained. Elder, can we talk now? Seeing the elder's cautious and serious demeanor, Xiaofeng felt increasingly eager about the information the Celestial Pavilion had uncovered. Xiaofeng, this time we have obtained significant intelligence that will absolutely astonish you, the elder said with a proud smile. The fact that the Celestial Pavilion could uncover this news was a testament to its power, and it would surely make Xiaofeng value the pavilion even more. Oh, do tell. Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow. If the elder was making such bold claims, the information must be extraordinary. The reason the Skeleton Guild kidnapped your parents and sought the Spirit Sword was to unlock an underwater treasure. This treasure is no ordinary find. According to our intelligence, it is a treasure left behind by an ancient civilization on Earth. You know well the value represented by treasures from ancient civilizations. The elder breathed heavily as he revealed this shocking secret. A treasure from an ancient civilization. Even with Xiaofeng's strong mindset, he couldn't remain calm upon hearing this news. On this vast Earth, with thousands of years of history, the number of countries that could be classified as ancient civilizations is remarkably few, certainly not exceeding a single digit. The Huaxia nation is among them. A tomb passed down from ancient times. Excavating its treasures yields immense value. But a treasure from an ancient civilization is far more than mere riches. It could contain undiscovered artifacts, relics, and even the crystallized wisdom of humanity from that glorious era. Regardless of what it might be, bringing such items to light would shock the world. They're worth immeasurable. A treasure from an entire ancient civilization would surely cause unease in any nation that learned of it. No wonder the Skeleton Guild and the Demon Slayer Guild valued it so highly. It was indeed a treasure left by an ancient civilization. Xiao Feng was utterly astonished. This was the most shocking news he had heard in years. We were fortunate to learn of this information, and its authenticity is absolutely reliable, the elder said. His face flushed. Had it not been for their informant embedded within the Skeleton Guild, who overheard this news by chance, they would not have uncovered such a monumental secret. Moreover, we followed the clues and discovered a significant recent plan by the Skeleton Guild. It seems that their invitation for you to join the Skeleton Guild was not a ruse. They genuinely want you to help them with their endeavors. The elder continued with another weighty revelation. Since Xiao Feng received intelligence from the Demon Slayer Guild, he had suspected that the Skeleton Guild's invitation was a trap to lure him in, control him, and threaten his parents to obtain the other half of the Spirit Sword. However, the Celestial Pavilion had uncovered different intelligence. What do you mean? Xiao Feng was equally curious about this news. For 8 years, the Skeleton Guild has been unable to locate the half of the Spirit Sword, which has left them quite frustrated. Consequently, they are preparing to launch a strong offensive against the mysterious ancient tribe where the Spirit Sword is said to be found, aiming to seize the tribe's sacred artifact to unlock a treasure hidden beneath the sea. However, the strength of this mysterious tribe should not be underestimated. They possess a group of exceptionally skilled experts and have the advantage of their terrain. Even if the Skeleton Guild attempts to defeat them, it won't be an easy task. The elder shared another piece of intelligence they had uncovered. It seems that the Skeleton Guild is indeed trying to recruit me. Xiao Feng nodded. What the elder said echoed exactly what Slayer Dragon had mentioned earlier, indicating that this matter was genuine. But could it be that the Skeleton Guild wants me to assist them in attacking the mysterious tribe, only to turn against me afterward? Xiao Feng voiced his suspicion. It's quite possible, the elder nodded silently. Xiao Feng truly lives up to the legendary title of the Underworld King. Just as he was about to remind Xiao Feng, the latter had already considered it. If that's the case, then I might as well agree to their request. A bold thought flashed through Xiao Feng's mind as he contemplated using the Skeleton Guild to his advantage. What do you plan to do? The elder's expression changed slightly. Unable to contain his curiosity. I intend to use the Skeleton Guild to reach that mysterious tribe, seize the sacred artifact they need, and exchange it for my parents' lives. If you can find my parents' whereabouts during this time, I will take the artifact and then go to the Skeleton Guild to rescue them. Xiao Feng laid out his plan. Trading the artifact for his parents' lives was even more dangerous than rescuing them from the Skeleton Guild, as one was in the light and the other in the dark. For someone skilled in assassination, being in the shadows was relatively safer. Xiao Feng, we will absolutely support you in seizing the sacred artifact from the mysterious tribe. However, we hope that you won't resort to trading the artifact for your parents unless absolutely necessary. We will definitely track down their location and help you rescue them. The elder said solemnly. You also want to seize the treasure? Xiao Feng asked with keen interest, immediately sensing a different undertone in the elder's words. Huh. I knew I couldn't hide it from you, Brother Xiao. The elder laughed heartily. To be honest, after learning about this treasure, the headquarters did consider the idea of competing for it. However, we also recognize our own limitations and understand that we are not strong enough to contend with the Demon Slayer Guild and the Skeleton Guild. The elder paused for a moment before continuing. We wish to join forces with you. The Tantian Pavilion will provide intelligence and support to assist you in seizing the treasure. If we succeed, the spoils will be divided 70-30, with you receiving 70 and the Tantian Pavilion 30. This was an order from the headquarters of the Tantian Pavilion, and he was merely relaying their intentions. If you can find my parents' location, I will agree to this collaboration. Xiao Feng's dark eyes sparkled with excitement. To be honest, he was indeed tempted. Who wouldn't be drawn to the treasure left behind by an ancient civilization? I was waiting for you to say that. The elder revealed an excited smile. The headquarters stated that it would take at most a month and as soon as 2 weeks to find out the information. By the time we uncover it, you'll likely have completed your mission as well. This was the message relayed from headquarters before the elder met with Xiao Feng. However, they didn't anticipate that Xiao Feng would proactively seek to seize the sacred relic of the ancient tribe, which surprisingly aligned with their own plans. The Tantian Pavilion headquarters promised that if Xiao Feng agreed to cooperate with them, they would spare no effort, even if it meant exposing their informants, to uncover the whereabouts of Xiao Feng's parents. For the treasure of the ancient civilization, the people at Tantian Pavilion are all in. All right, a month it is. I agree. Xiao Feng nodded, accepting the cooperation with Tantian Pavilion. Chapter 145. Finding Professor Wang. The Tantian Pavilion promised that they would find out the whereabouts of Xiao Feng's parents within a month at the latest, and as quickly as half a month. Given Tontian Pavilion's long-standing reputation, they wouldn't make such bold claims unless they were at least 90% sure. Therefore, Xiao Feng readily agreed. However, you must be cautious. If we misjudge the Skeleton Guild's intentions, agreeing to join them could put you in danger, the elder cautioned. He and Xiao Feng speculated that the Tontian Pavilion intended for Xiao Feng to assist them in attacking the ancient tribe, only to turn against him afterward. If they were wrong and the Skeleton Guild only wanted to target Xiao Feng, his situation would be dire. I have my own plans. Xiao Feng replied with a faint smile, already formulating ideas in his mind. Although I agreed to join the Skeleton Guild, I never said I would go to their headquarters. As long as I don't enter their lair, what can they do to me? Xiao Feng's confident smile made the elder nod silently in approval. You make a good point. Agreeing to the Skeleton Guild's request while avoiding their lair and heading straight to the ancient tribe is indeed a clever move, the elder praised. Elder, there's one more thing I need your help with, Xiao Feng said. Please, go ahead, the elder nodded. I want the people from Tontian Pavilion to keep an eye on the Skeleton Guild. If any of them enter Huaxia and head to Zhonghai City, have them look after Xiao Anna. I'm worried they might try to abduct her. Xiao Feng expressed his concerns. Although Xiao Anna had no blood ties to them, their bond was stronger than that of family. He feared the Skeleton Guild would take her as a hostage. Understood. If the Skeleton Guild tries to harm Xiao Anna, we will immediately send someone to protect her and take her to a safe place, the elder responded seriously. Tontian Pavilion and Xiao Feng were now in the same boat. No matter the cost, they couldn't allow the Skeleton Guild to capture Xiao Feng and jeopardize their plans. All right. Xiao Feng had faith in the capabilities of Tontian Pavilion. Although they couldn't directly confront the Skeleton Guild, he believed they could successfully hide Xiao Anna in Huaxia without her being discovered. In the evening, Xiao Feng left Tontian Pavilion and sent a text message to Long Tu using the phone number he had from him. He informed Long Tu that he could agree to the Skeleton Guild's invitation, but he had conditions and wanted to discuss them in person. Long Tu was overjoyed to hear that Xiao Feng was willing to agree and told him that he would rush back to Zhonghai City the next day to discuss the matter. At that moment, Long Tu was on his way to the airport in the capital, planning to ambush members of the Shamo Guild along the way, ensuring they wouldn't leave Huaxia. The Shamo Guild's assassins, having noticed that Maximo I and the others were no longer a threat, sensed something was off. After contacting their headquarters, they decided to leave Zhonghai the next day to return to the Shamo Guild. They intended to fly out of Huaxia from the capital, and Long Tu had to act quickly to intercept them. All right, I'll contact you tomorrow, Xiao Feng said as he hung up the phone, returning to his villa to contemplate the details of the plan. This plan is the most important and enigmatic mission that Xiao Feng has undertaken in recent years. The success or failure of this task not only concerns his own safety, but is also closely tied to whether his parents can be rescued. By leveraging the importance that the Tontian Pavilion places on treasures, Xiao Feng has compelled them to spare no effort in investigating the whereabouts of his parents. Naturally, he must contribute something valuable in return, which happens to be the sacred relic of an ancient tribe. And then there's the treasure from that ancient civilization. What could it possibly be? Xiao Feng is very interested in the treasure of the ancient civilization mentioned by the elder of the pavilion. Such treasures from ancient civilizations must hold countless artifacts he has never seen before, not only worth a fortune, but possibly containing other surprises as well. First, he needs to wrap up a few matters in Zhonghai City. Xiao Feng murmurs to himself, recalling that he still has several unfinished tasks there. The first task is to help Deng Yuan find a good job so that he won't be looked down upon by Xiaoling's mother. The second task is to help Lin Qing's father recover from his illness. In comparison, Lin Qing's father's condition is far more urgent. His illness requires continuous treatment for 1 to 2 months without interruption. Xiao Feng furrows his brow, realizing that after he agrees to collaborate with the Skeleton Guild, he will soon leave China, making it impossible for him to treat Lin Qing's father. Wait, I can ask him. A figure suddenly flashes in Xiao Feng's mind, Professor Wang from the capital. He remembers that Professor Wang is skilled in acupuncture and holds a significant position in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Although he can't teach him the BNK acupuncture technique, it wouldn't hurt to teach him the acupuncture methods to help Lin Qing's father, depending on whether he is interested. Xiao Feng dials Elder Zhang's number to ask for Professor Wang's phone number. Soon, he receives the number and calls it. Who is this? A calm voice answers on the other end. It's me, Xiao Feng, he identifies himself. Is it Brother Xiao? Professor Wang's voice trembles slightly. Unable to believe that Xiao Feng would call him. Since their last farewell at the banquet, he hasn't seen Xiao Feng and has wanted to meet him again. Even if he can't learn the BNK acupuncture, discussing some medical insights would be immensely beneficial. However, Professor Wang has been hesitant to contact Xiao Feng for fear of disturbing him. It's me. I have something I need your help with, and I wonder if you're interested. Xiaofeng says. Please, go ahead, Brother Xiao. Anything I can do, I will certainly help. Professor Wang replies without hesitation. I want you to help treat a patient. In a few days, I will be going on a trip and won't have time to treat him, Xiaofeng explains, then shares Lin Qing's father's situation with Professor Wang. He also mentions that he can teach him the acupuncture techniques to treat Lin Qing's father, which is part of the BNK acupuncture. Brother Xiao, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Upon hearing this, Professor Wang felt an absurd sense of having won the lottery, unable to believe it. I'm not lying to you, Xiaofeng explained helplessly. Haha, I promise you, I absolutely promise. Once Professor Wang realized that Xiaofeng was telling the truth, he became so excited that he was at a loss for words. Although Xiaofeng was only teaching him a part of the BNK needle technique, for someone as knowledgeable in medicine as he was, he would undoubtedly uncover many secrets from it, applying what he learned to significantly enhance his medical skills. Chapter 146. Shocked Lin Qing. Haha. I promise you, I definitely promise. Professor Wang excitedly agreed to Xiaofeng's request. Great, I'll send you the location of the patient, and we'll meet there. Xiaofeng nodded, preparing to send Professor Wang the address of Lin Qing's home, where he would personally teach him the formation so that Professor Wang could help treat Lin Qing's father. No problem, I'll head over right away. Professor Wang chuckled, looking as happy as a child. Okay. Xiaofeng hung up the phone and sent the location of Lin Qing's house to Professor Wang. After that, he called Lin Qing to let her know he would be out for a while, taking another doctor to treat her father. That evening, Lin Qing was scheduled to finish work at 10, but upon hearing that Xiaofeng and the doctor were coming over, she asked for leave from the hospital and hurried home by around 6. After finishing his instructions, Xiaofeng grabbed a quick dinner outside before driving to Lin Qing's house. As the cool autumn breeze blew away the heat of the day, Xiaofeng arrived at Lin Qing's doorstep around 7. From a distance, he saw Lin Qing waiting for him outside. Xiaofeng. Lin Qing waved her hand excitedly upon seeing him. Xiaofeng smiled faintly and walked over. Who is coming to treat my dad? Lin Qing asked curiously. A doctor from the capital, Xiaofeng explained. Professor Wang came to Zhonghai City from Beijing a while ago and won't be heading back until next month. Oh, a doctor from the capital. Lin Qing's heart skipped a beat. Beijing, being the capital of Huaxia, is known for its skilled doctors, but the treatment costs are exorbitant. She had taken her father there for treatment a few years ago, only to be scared back by the sky-high medical fees. Will we have to pay? Lin Qing asked anxiously. Don't worry, no charge. Xiaofeng reassured her with a comforting look. Hearing this, Lin Qing let out a silent sigh of relief. If they had to pay, her monthly salary wouldn't even cover the costs. Now, let me check on your dad's recovery before I go in, Xiaofeng said to Lin Qing. Okay. Lin Qing nodded obediently and led Xiaofeng into the house. Her father had just finished a bowl of porridge and was sitting up in bed, watching television. Compared to his sickly appearance from a while ago, Lin Qing's father's spirits seemed much better. He looked like he was recovering well. Xiaofeng walked over and took his pulse, silently nodding. The recovery is quite fast. It seems your father will be able to get out of bed soon. Xiaofeng smiled, noting that before his treatment, Lin Qing's father could only occasionally get out of bed and was at risk of falling. From the looks of it now, getting out of bed occasionally posed no problem anymore. With another week or two of treatment, he would be able to walk again. Xiaofeng, I can't thank you enough. I don't know how to repay you, Lin Qing's father said gratefully, holding Xiaofeng's hand. Xiaofeng's free treatment had given him hope at a time when he was on the brink of despair. If he could recover, he wouldn't have to hold his daughter back anymore and could work to help her save some money for her future. Uncle, you're being too kind. I'm just helping out a friend, Xiaofeng said. He felt a sense of compassion for Lin Qing's kind and innocent nature, and his decision to treat her father's illness was entirely out of goodwill. Xiao brother, are you there? At that moment, an elderly voice called from outside. Professor Wang had arrived at the location Xiaofeng had indicated, but seeing no one around, he tentatively shouted from outside. I'm here. Xiaofeng stepped outside and called back to Professor Wang. Haha, Xiao brother. It's been a few days, and I've missed you dearly. Professor Wang's face was filled with smiles as he approached. Hearing the voice of the elderly man, Lin Qing curiously ran outside, but when she saw Professor Wang, she stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. Professor Wang, Lin Qing exclaimed in shock. She had initially studied traditional Chinese medicine at school before switching to nursing. So how could she not recognize the renowned Professor Wang in the field of traditional Chinese medicine? Moreover, when she had taken her father for treatment, she had seen Professor Wang once before. At that time, it was one of his disciples who treated her father, and the exorbitant treatment fees had forced her to give up. She had only glimpsed Professor Wang, a figure she had previously only seen in online forums. In the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, Professor Wang was a towering figure, and she never expected that the Dr. Xiaofeng had invited would be him. Little girl, Do you know me? Professor Wang asked, intrigued by Lin Qing's astonished expression. Hello, Professor. I'm a nurse at the People's Hospital in Zhonghai City. I've read several of your papers on traditional Chinese medicine and studied your articles in our textbooks, Lin Qing replied, looking like a student, as if she had returned to her school days. Ha, I see, Professor Wang chuckled, and upon learning that Lin Qing was a nurse, his fondness for her increased significantly. To him, nurses and doctors were indistinguishable. Without the assistance of nurses, doctors would find it challenging to perform their work. The two professions complemented each other, contrary to some opinions that viewed nurses as insignificant compared to doctors. Professor Wang, are you here to treat my father? Lin Qing felt as if she were dreaming, still unable to believe it. Yes, I'm here to treat him, but also to learn, Professor Wang replied kindly. Learn? Learn what? Lin Qing was puzzled. Professor Wang was a leading figure in traditional Chinese medicine. Did he still need to learn? Especially in her home? Young lady, to be honest, I'm here to learn acupuncture techniques from Xiaofeng. If anything seems inappropriate, I hope you can forgive me, Professor Wang said politely. He had already learned from Xiaofeng about the acupuncture techniques from the BNK acupuncture method that he would be using for Lin Qing's father, and he was nervous since it was his first time applying this method. He worried that Lin Qing might not trust him. Professor Wang, please don't say that. I couldn't possibly bear such a thing. Lin Qing quickly shook her head. After speaking, she discreetly glanced at Xiaofeng, suddenly feeling a bit perplexed about him. Professor Wang mentioned learning medicine from Xiaofeng. Could it be that Xiaofeng's medical skills have reached a level where even Professor Wang feels inadequate? Lin Qing's mind was in turmoil, filled with 1,000 questions she wanted to ask Xiaofeng. However, with Professor Wang present, she hesitated to ask directly. All right, let us go in and talk, Xiaofeng said helplessly, as the three of them stood at the door for quite a while without entering. Please, Professor Wang. Lin Qing quickly reacted and hurriedly pulled out a chair, inviting him inside. Seeing Lin Qing's nervous demeanor, Xiaofeng couldn't help but smile as he walked in comfortably, leading Professor Wang to Lin Qing's father. Chapter 147. Teaching Acupuncture Techniques Lying in Bed. Lin Qing's father felt a jolt of surprise when he saw Xiaofeng and Professor Wang approaching, quickly sitting up. Although Lin Qing's father didn't know Professor Wang, he could tell from his daughter's reaction that this kind and amiable elderly man held a significant position. When they were seeking medical help in the capital, Lin Qing's father had not met Professor Wang. Only his daughter had, making this their first encounter. Uncle, this is the doctor I invited. He will be treating you for the time being, Xiaofeng explained to Lin Qing's father. All right, Lin Qing's father nodded. Before Xiaofeng arrived, Lin Qing had informed him that Xiaofeng needed to step out for a while, so she had found another doctor to see him. Xiaofeng then signaled for Lin Qing's father to lie down. He asked Lin Qing to bring over the silver needles and, after sterilizing them, was ready to treat Lin Qing's father while also instructing Professor Wang. Professor Wang was a highly esteemed figure in traditional Chinese medicine, particularly skilled in acupuncture, and Xiaofeng believed that with just one demonstration, Professor Wang would grasp the techniques. Watch closely. I will demonstrate once, Xiaofeng reminded. He noted that Lin Qing's father could not undergo acupuncture twice in one day, so he would only perform one treatment process. Don't worry, Professor Wang nodded excitedly, eager to witness Xiaofeng's acupuncture technique for the first time. The legendary BNK acupuncture was about to be revealed. With a heart full of anticipation, Professor Wang leaned in to observe, afraid to miss any details. Once everything was ready, Xiaofeng took out a silver needle and skillfully inserted it into an acupuncture point on Lin Qing's father's back. He swiftly withdrew the needle, and his elegant movements made it look effortless. In less than a minute, the acupuncture session was completed. Throughout the process, Professor Wang held his breath, watching intently. As he observed Xiaofeng's technique, his eyes gradually brightened. By the end, he was so engrossed that he forgot to breathe. For several of the points Xiaofeng used were unfamiliar to him, deeply hidden points in the human body with unknown functions. Did you see that? The order and timing of these points are crucial. Otherwise, the effectiveness will be greatly diminished, Xiaofeng said, pulling out the silver needles and looking at Professor Wang. I saw it clearly and remembered it, but I have a few questions for you, Professor Wang replied. With his expertise in acupuncture, he had committed everything to memory, including the unfamiliar points, but he still had many questions. Go ahead and ask, Xiaofeng said calmly. Professor Wang's face lit up with excitement at Xiaofeng's invitation. He quickly inquired about the points he didn't understand, appearing very much like a student eager to learn. After listening to Professor Wang, Xiaofeng nodded and explained the functions of those points in detail. There were 3 acupuncture points that Professor Wang was unfamiliar with. These points had not been documented in traditional acupuncture practices aside from the BNK acupuncture, indicating that they were likely discovered by BNK himself. The individual effects of these three acupoints are not significant, but they share a common characteristic. They are located at the core of several major acupoints. Stimulating these 3 points can amplify the effects of acupuncture several times, achieving therapeutic results. I see. After hearing Xiao Feng's explanation, Professor Wang showed a look of realization. These 3 acupoints serve an auxiliary role. Without them, the effectiveness of acupuncture treatment would be greatly diminished. He felt genuine admiration for such an exquisite acupuncture technique and grew increasingly respectful of the BNK acupuncture method. As for the adjustment through traditional Chinese medicine, it mainly involves regulating blood and energy in the body. I will provide you with a prescription, and you can adjust it according to the situation as well, Xiao Feng continued, expressing confidence in Professor Wang's medical skills. Professor Wang looked at the prescription Xiao Feng wrote and nodded silently. The prescription seemed quite standard and was indeed suitable for Lin Qing's father's current condition. In terms of acupuncture, Xiao Feng's mastery of the BNK acupuncture method completely surpassed Professor Wang. However, in other areas of traditional Chinese medicine, such as writing prescriptions, he might not be able to match Professor Wang. After all, Professor Wang is a towering figure in the field of traditional Chinese medicine and has immersed himself in it for many years, possessing unique insights and secret formulas. Next, Professor Wang took Lin Qing's father's pulse to understand his physical condition, quietly noting it in his mind. Professor Wang, acupuncture treatment is generally done once every 3 days, although it can be done earlier. However, you must remember not to perform it more than once a day, Xiao Feng advised. Understood, Professor Wang nodded, recognizing the importance of this regarding Lin Qing's father's treatment, and he would not be careless. Professor Wang, Xiao Feng, would you like some water? Lin Qing offered, bringing 2 cups of water to them. Xiao Feng and Professor Wang accepted the water she handed them, took a few sips, and placed the cups back on the table. Xiao Feng, how long will it take for my father to fully recover? Lin Qing asked curiously. Seeing her father's condition improve day by day had lifted her spirits significantly, and her overall demeanor had changed dramatically. Based on this recovery rate, he should be fully recovered in 2 months at the latest, Xiao Feng replied calmly. You should be grateful to have met Brother Xiao. If it were someone else, it might be hopeless, Professor Wang remarked. He had just examined Lin Qing's father's condition and found it quite serious, to the point where it was essentially untreatable, even though there had been some improvement. It was clear that Lin Qing's father had been suffering for too long. Even he felt uncertain about the possibility of a cure. Fortunately, with Xiao Feng's BNK acupuncture method for treatment, Professor Wang felt the likelihood of recovery was very high, provided no unexpected issues arose. Lin Qing was unaware of this. She had always thought that her father would be cured if he went to a major hospital in the capital, but they simply lacked the money for treatment. In the beginning, Lin Qing's father's condition was manageable and could have been cured, but after dragging it out for so long, the situation had worsened. If it weren't for Xiao Feng's intervention, Lin Qing's father would have likely succumbed within a month or 2. Thank you, Xiao Feng. Lin Qing realized the seriousness of the situation upon hearing Professor Wang's words. If even the esteemed Professor Wang from the field of traditional Chinese medicine said there was little hope, it seemed that her father's condition was indeed very severe. It's just a minor issue, Xiao Feng said, waving his hand to indicate that Lin Qing shouldn't take it to heart. The night was getting late, and if there was nothing else, they would be leaving soon. Xiao Feng glanced out the window at the darkening sky, noticed how late it had become, and prepared to depart for the villa. Chapter 148. Ambush, let me see you off. Lin Qing stood up when she heard Xiao Feng was leaving, accompanying him and Professor Wang to the door. Get some rest early, Xiao Feng said as he bid farewell to Lin Qing and walked away with Professor Wang towards the parking area. Xiao brother, could she be your significant other? Professor Wang asked, making Xiao Feng nearly choke on his laughter. Observant as he was, he noticed the affectionate glances Lin Qing cast at Xiao Feng, leading him to speculate whether they were in a romantic relationship. Professor Wang, we're just ordinary friends, Xiao Feng explained awkwardly. Oh, so you're dating Zhang Lao's granddaughter then? Professor Wang's expression shifted to one of realization. He recalled seeing Xiao Feng and Zhang Linger chatting happily at the banquet, which made him think they were a couple, prompting his earlier question about Lin Qing. That's not it either, Xiao Feng said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Really? Professor Wang seemed skeptical. He remembered how, at the banquet, Zhang Linger had ignored all the other wealthy heirs and appeared to be enjoying herself with Xiao Feng. It left him with the impression that there was something more between them. Really not. Xiao Feng shook his head helplessly. He viewed both Zhang Linger and Lin Qing as friends, with no other intentions. Professor Wang eyed Xiao Feng suspiciously, still not entirely convinced. Fine. I should get back and study the acupuncture techniques I just learned. He bid farewell to Xiao Feng and hurried home to delve into the acupuncture methods taught by him. hoping to make new discoveries. Although the acupuncture techniques Xiao Feng shared with Professor Wang were just a small part of the BNK acupuncture, they were enough to excite him. After all, any fragment from the BNK acupuncture was a priceless treasure. Once home, Professor Wang stayed up all night in his study, immersed in researching the BNK acupuncture. By morning, fatigue set in, and he finally retreated to his room for some rest. Despite his age, his dedication to studying traditional Chinese medicine showed his genuine passion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risen to such a high status and become a representative figure in the field. In China, aside from Li Mu Yi, who taught Xiao Feng, there were few who could rival Professor Wang in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. Most could only hold their own in their respective areas. Li Mu Yi was a legendary figure in Chinese medicine, and even after years of absence, tales about him continued to circulate. He was a legendary figure in the hearts of countless practitioners, admired from afar. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng drove back to his villa in his sports car. He returned early that evening, finding the villa empty, devoid of anyone. What is Zhang Linger up to? Running around all day? Xiao Feng murmured to himself, recalling her sporadic appearances. She was still in college, but seemed to be gallivanting everywhere, risking her studies. I should have a word with her sometime. Having money doesn't mean she can be so reckless. Xiao Feng quietly pondered for a moment before heading to the bathroom to take a shower and change his clothes. He sat in the living room and turned on the television, but his mind was elsewhere, consumed with thoughts about the Skeleton Guild. Tomorrow, Tu Long would rush back to Zhonghai City to discuss joining the Skeleton Guild with Xiao Feng, and he was trying to figure out the best way to approach the conversation. Xiao Feng suspected that his parents were in the hands of the Skeleton Guild, which left him feeling restrained in all his actions, worried that revealing his plans could jeopardize their safety. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't be so wary of a mere guild. From Tu Long's attitude and reactions, it seemed he might not yet know Xiao Feng's true identity. Reflecting on his interactions with Tu Long, Xiao Feng realized that Tu Long was a typical muscle-bound individual with a simple mind, lacking any guile, which suggested he likely wouldn't be hiding anything. Of course, it was also possible that Tu Long was just pretending to be simple-minded. So Xiao Feng decided he would test the waters tomorrow to find out. Xiao Feng's dark eyes glinted with determination. Whether Tu Long knew or not could significantly impact his plans. He needed to understand Tu Long's background to plot his next moves effectively. If everything went well and their assumptions were correct, the Skeleton Guild would soon begin new missions. In such a case, a single thread could unravel an entire tapestry. The more extensive the Skeleton Guild's operations, the more intelligence the Tantian Pavilion would be able to gather. Xiao Feng understood that the Tantian Pavilion, as an intelligence organization, had specific methods for investigating information. Currently, the Tantian Pavilion had not been discovered by the Skeleton Guild, allowing them to operate in the shadows while maintaining a significant advantage. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Xiao Feng's expression grew serious. The stakes were incredibly high. If he succeeded, not only could he rescue his parents, but he could also obtain the legendary treasures of the ancient civilization. Such treasures could completely change Xiao Feng's fate. After watching television for a while and finding it uninteresting, he went to his room to sleep, preparing to face Tu Long the next day. In the dead of night, the autumn wind howled along the road to the capital, where a sedan raced recklessly, chasing down a van and crashing into it with a violent thud. Bang! Tu Long's car slammed into the van in front, forcing it to a halt. How dare they hit our car? Seeking death. From the van, 7 or 8 men jumped out, and behind their van, another vehicle packed with people was ready to leave. They were clearly assassins from the Shamo Guild, having just left the Chu family estate and were on their way to the airport to catch a flight out of the city. Several burly men stormed towards the sedan, forcefully yanking open the driver's door. The next moment, they were sent flying back as if their strings had been cut, and a lone figure stepped out. You are Tu Long. One of the Shamo Guild members recognized Tu Long and exclaimed in shock. Tu Long was the ace assassin of the Skeleton Guild, renowned in the underworld for years, and few assassins did not know him. Even if they had never seen him in person, they had certainly heard his name. What? He is Tu Long. The members of the Demon Slayer Guild, who were unfamiliar with the appearance of the legendary Dragon Slayer, were taken aback, and their faces turned pale upon realizing who he was. Had the Skeleton Guild been too low-key for too long? To the point where even a guild like the Demon Slayer dared to meddle in their affairs. Dragon Slayer strode forward coldly, emanating an overwhelming aura of menace. The Skeleton Guild ranked among the top 5 assassin guilds globally, and the only guilds that could command their attention were those in the top 4. The Demon Slayer Guild ranked 2 places lower and had never been taken seriously by them. This is bad. Our plan has been compromised. Hearing this, the members of the Demon Slayer Guild felt a sense of foreboding. They had been cautious enough, yet they were still discovered by the Skeleton Guild. Chapter 149. Xiao Feng's conditions speak up. How much does the Shamo Guild really know? Be honest, and I might spare your lives. Alone, Tu Long stood against more than a dozen assassins from the Shamo Guild, exuding an aura of dominance that suggested he was an impenetrable barrier. Tu Long, don't think that just because you're the ace assassin of the Skeleton Guild, you can threaten us alone. You're not quite there yet. One of the assassins shot back, stepping forward. He was a man in gray, the strongest assassin present aside from Maxima 1, glaring at Tu Long. As assassins of the Shamo Guild, they held their pride. Though Tu Long's strength was indeed fearsome, it was impossible for just one Tu Long to make them all back down. Are you sure you want to talk? Tu Long grinned menacingly, his gaze playful as he observed the Shamo Guild's assassins. Today, we'll see just how strong the Skeleton Guild's ace assassin truly is. The gray-clad man snorted in disdain, his contemptuous shout prompting the assassins from the van to charge in, gathering to confront Tu Long. Tu Long laughed derisively at their attempt to resist. In an instant, he transformed into a blur, darting into the group of assassins. Since they were about to board a flight, none were armed. Bang, bang, bang. Within a minute, all of the Shamo Guild's assassins lay on the ground, some severely injured, others unconscious. Tu Long stepped on the gray-clad man, crouching down to yank his hair and demand, "Speak, or I'll make you experience a fate worse than death." Tu Long threatened coldly, "I'd rather die than talk." The gray-clad man was resolute, facing death with courage. Even if they couldn't defeat Tu Long, they wouldn't bow down. Hearing the man's defiance, Tu Long's smile turned sinister. Before long, Tu Long was driving towards Zhonghai City, having dealt with all the assassins from the Shamo Guild, leaving no one behind. The Shamo Guild had actually found information about the Spirit Sword and the underwater treasure, but they claimed that the other half of the Spirit Sword was located in Zhonghai City. How come I hadn't heard of this before? Tu Long frowned deeply. He had no idea that half of the Spirit Sword existed in Zhonghai City. He only knew that the headquarters of the Skeleton Guild possessed half of the Spirit Sword. But unfortunately, for many years, they had failed to locate the other half and had shifted their focus to a mysterious tribe. As long as they could obtain the sacred artifact from the mysterious tribe, the Skeleton Guild could also unlock the entrance to the treasure, acquiring the riches hidden there. Regarding what this treasure might be, Tu Long wasn't fully informed. His knowledge was even less than that of Xiao Feng. The Skeleton Guild treated the matter of the ancient civilization's treasure as their most confidential secret. Aside from a select few, even the ace assassins were unaware. The Tantian Pavilion's ability to uncover this information demonstrated their formidable intelligence-gathering capabilities, truly deserving of their reputation as a leading intelligence organization in China. Dragon Slayer relayed the information he had obtained to the headquarters of the Skeleton Guild in great detail, prompting a strong reaction from them. They immediately dispatched people to investigate. And if the Demon Slayer Guild posed a threat to their operation, they would not hesitate to destroy it. The treasure of the ancient civilization had completely blinded the Skeleton Guild with greed. Any enemy that stood in their way would be annihilated at all costs. After passing on the information to the Skeleton Guild headquarters, Dragon Slayer stepped on the gas and sped toward Zhonghai City. He drove all night and arrived in Zhonghai City by noon the next day, having not slept a wink. He parked the car by the roadside and took a brief hour's nap before preparing to meet Xiao Feng. That day, after getting out of bed and having breakfast, Xiao Feng was in the living room watching television, waiting for news from Dragon Slayer. Before he knew it, it was already noon. Just after finishing lunch, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing down, he saw it was Dragon Slayer calling. Finally, he thought. Xiao Feng smiled and answered the call. "Where are you?" Dragon Slayer asked. "I'm waiting for you at Jinshan Park," Xiao Feng replied. The park was not far and was somewhat secluded, making it a suitable place for him to discuss matters with Dragon Slayer. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, it would also be safer there. Xiao Feng didn't let his guard down completely around Dragon Slayer, so he maintained a cautious mindset as they were set to meet. "All right, I'll head over now," Dragon Slayer replied eagerly. As long as Xiao Feng agreed to join the Skeleton Guild, his mission in China would be successfully completed, and he would also gain a capable ally. At that moment, Dragon Slayer no longer underestimated Xiao Feng. The latter's counter-surveillance skills, combat abilities, and assassination skills were all formidable, completely overshadowing him and even instilling a sense of respect in the proud Dragon Slayer. After hanging up the phone, a cold glint briefly flashed in Xiao Feng's eyes. He left the villa and drove his sports car toward Jinshan Park. Under the blazing sun, the traffic on the road was noticeably lighter than usual. Xiao Feng arrived at Jinshan Park around 1 o'clock and found a shaded area to wait for Dragon Slayer. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air. Xiao Feng heard the noise but didn't react at all, not even lifting his head. "Since you're here, why don't you show yourself?" Xiao Feng said calmly, knowing it was Dragon Slayer. "Haha, You truly are the king of the underworld. Nothing escapes your notice. Dragon Slayer laughed as he stepped out from behind a large tree. So, king of the underworld, have you really made up your mind to join the Skeleton Guild? He asked as he approached Xiaofeng. Yes, I can join the Skeleton Guild and help you execute tasks at that ancient tribe, but I have conditions, Xiaofeng said. Go ahead, Dragon Slayer nodded. I want to know the specific time and location of your mission right now. Additionally, I will not go to the Skeleton Guild before we carry out the task at the ancient tribe, Xiaofeng stated his terms. You still don't fully trust the Skeleton Guild, Dragon Slayer remarked. Hearing this, Dragon Slayer sighed and replied, Is there such a thing as trust in the assassin world? Xiaofeng countered, If it weren't for the immense power of the Skeleton Guild that instills fear in people like you, would you really remain so loyal to them and risk your life to keep their secrets? Xiaofeng's retort left Dragon Slayer speechless. Indeed, in the world of assassins, trust and mercy are luxuries. Those who possess such qualities rarely last long. I'll report your terms to headquarters, Dragon Slayer said after a moment of thought. He couldn't give Xiaofeng a decision on the spot, as this matter involved the details of the mission and Xiaofeng's attitude. It had to be decided by headquarters. Chapter 150, Success. All right, you ask. Xiaofeng nodded, sitting in the chair, waiting for the Dragon Slayer's response. Seeing Xiaofeng agree, the Dragon Slayer picked up a special communication device and relayed the conditions Xiaofeng had just proposed to headquarters. Shortly after, a message came back regarding the execution timeline. They could provide some preliminary information, but the task location would only be disclosed on the day of execution. Before carrying out the task, a reasonable explanation for not visiting the Skeleton Guild was required. The Skeleton Guild provided 2 responses, which were communicated back to the Dragon Slayer. My lord, this is the answer from headquarters. The Dragon Slayer presented the 2 pieces of information to Xiaofeng. Headquarters indicated that they could inform you of the task execution time, but the location would be revealed on the day of the task, and I am in agreement with this. The Dragon Slayer explained that the Skeleton Guild was extremely cautious regarding this mission, and even he did not know where the ancient, mysterious tribe was hidden. All he knew was that this tribe was discovered by a couple of assassins working for the Skeleton Guild. The half-spirit sword that the guild possessed was obtained from them. But this couple had mysteriously vanished 8 years ago, and even he was unaware of their whereabouts. There were many rumors about this couple within the Skeleton Guild, sparking much speculation. As for why you couldn't visit the Skeleton Guild in advance, a reasonable explanation was necessary. The Dragon Slayer continued, stating that joining the Skeleton Guild required a visit to their headquarters, and this applied to everyone without exception. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng fell into deep thought. He realized that his cautious excuse had not convinced the Skeleton Guild's headquarters. He understood that without a reasonable explanation, the guild would not believe him. However, he was also concerned that saying too much could raise suspicions within the Skeleton Guild. If they guessed that he knew about his parents' identities and their connection to the guild, his parents could be in danger. Therefore, Xiaofeng needed to come up with a plausible and undoubtful reason. Okay, then I'll be honest. Xiaofeng decided to share the excuse he had prepared the previous night. As you know, I have executed missions for Huaxiao for many years. Although I've retired now, it has only been less than half a year since I returned. Going to the Skeleton Guild headquarters too soon might upset them. However, if I carry out the mission quietly, I should not be discovered. By the time the mission ends, a fair amount of time will have passed, making it much more reasonable to visit the Skeleton Guild then. Xiaofeng articulated his prepared excuse, explaining how he had initially enlisted, and later, through chance, joined a secret organization in Huaxia, executing missions overseas for several years. This secret organization was incredibly powerful with numerous rules, and he used this point as his excuse. I see. The Dragon Slayer nodded silently. He wasn't very familiar with the secret organizations of Huaxia, and therefore did not doubt Xiaofeng's explanation, relaying it to headquarters. This time, the Skeleton Guild headquarters remained silent for quite a while before responding. After about 10 minutes, a reply came back. Okay. The headquarters of the Skeleton Guild sent back a simple 2-character message, but its significance was profound. Hades, the headquarters has agreed to your terms. Now you can join the Skeleton Guild, right? Upon receiving the response from headquarters, Dragon Slayer's face broke into a smile as he extended his hand to Xiaofeng. No problem. Xiaofeng laughed heartily and shook Dragon Slayer's hand firmly. With that, Xiaofeng officially became a member of the Skeleton Guild. Hades, the mission will commence in 4 days. We will inform you of the location then, and you can meet us there. Remember, this mission must not be mentioned to anyone, or else you know what will happen. Dragon Slayer cautioned Xiaofeng, emphasizing the strict discipline of the Skeleton Guild. Breaking the rules could cost one their life. Don't worry. I understand. Xiaofeng replied confidently. Having successfully infiltrated the Skeleton Guild, he felt that he had completed more than half of his plan. Now it was time to prepare for the mission in 4 days. The Skeleton Guild had been ready for the mission and had been waiting for Xiao Feng's agreement. Now that he had given it, the guild was eager to get started. If it weren't for the sudden emergence of the Demon Slayer Guild, which the Skeleton Guild needed to investigate, they would have likely begun immediately rather than waiting 4 days. Hades, I'll head back to headquarters now. We'll meet again in 4 days. Dragon Slayer bid farewell to Xiao Feng and then left Golden Mountain Park, driving away from Zhonghai City to catch a flight back to the Skeleton Guild headquarters in Beijing. With a long exhale, Xiao Feng watched Dragon Slayer leave. Feeling a sense of relief, I need to visit the Sky Tower. He drove his Phantom sports car towards the Sky Tower, knowing he needed to discuss details with them now that he had successfully infiltrated the Skeleton Guild. The intelligence network of the Sky Tower was vast, and with their resources, Xiao Feng could accomplish things that would be impossible for one person alone. Bound together by the treasure of an ancient civilization, the Sky Tower was relentlessly searching for news about Xiao Feng's parents. In return, Xiao Feng was willing to take significant risks, joining the Skeleton Guild's top assassins to embark on a mission to a mysterious ancient tribe. For this mission, the Skeleton Guild was going all out, deploying their most skilled operatives. With 90 of their elite assassins in action, along with other top-tier assassins, this group would be a formidable force, even against an empire. Xiao Feng was curious about this ancient tribe that could instill such fear in the Skeleton Guild. The guild's power was comparable to that of a small nation's military, yet they were cautious about confronting this ancient tribe. Perhaps they feared information leaks or the threat posed by neighboring countries, which indicated that this ancient tribe was indeed formidable. In contrast, for ordinary factions, the assassins of the Skeleton Guild could eliminate targets without a trace, wiping them out overnight without any response from other powers or nations. Boom. As Xiao Feng pressed the gas pedal, the Phantom sports car transformed into a black streak, racing down the road. The strong wind swept away the scorching heat of the sun, and his limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom remained a striking sight, attracting the attention and envy of many passers-by and fellow drivers. At 3 in the afternoon, Xiao Feng drove the car to the outskirts of Zhonghai City, parking it in the mountains where the Tongtian Pavilion was located. He then set off on foot into the depths of the forest, arriving at a tranquil canyon. This canyon was familiar territory for Xiao Feng. He navigated it effortlessly, making his way to the grand entrance of the Tongtian Pavilion. Chapter 151. The ugly face at the entrance of the Tongtian Pavilion, 2 armed guards stood watch. When they saw Xiao Feng approaching, their faces lit up with excitement. They hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. "Senior Xiao, you're here. Please come in," the 2 guards said respectfully. They understood Xiao Feng's significant status from the elder's attitude towards him, and there had been recent rumors circulating within the Tongtian Pavilion that its headquarters held Xiao Feng in high regard, even harboring a slight fear of him. The Tongtian Pavilion holds a prestigious position in China, unmatched in intelligence gathering, and their strength is unquestionable. Every member of the Tongtian Pavilion takes pride in their affiliation. However, the fact that this esteemed organization would fear a mere youth was surprising, although this was just a rumor. The respect the elders showed towards Xiao Feng led them to believe there was some truth to it, increasing their admiration for him. "Is the elder in? I need to see him," Xiao Feng said, accustomed to the attitudes of the Tongtian Pavilion members, speaking in a calm tone. "Right away. I'll take you to see the elder," one of the guards replied eagerly, nodding repeatedly. He left one guard at the entrance and led Xiao Feng into the pavilion, informing the elder of Xiao Feng's arrival along the way. "Brother Xiao, I've brewed some tea for you. This way, please," the elder said as he hurried over after receiving the news. The most important task for the Tongtian Pavilion at this moment was to assist Xiao Feng in acquiring the treasures of the ancient civilization. Everything else paled in comparison. "All right," Xiao Feng nodded, following the elder into a fragrant study filled with sandalwood. The room was lined with many bookshelves and books that appeared to document events rather than literature. "Brother Xiao, how did your discussion with the Skeleton Guild go?" the elder asked eagerly as soon as he sat down. He had received news of the Dragon Slayer's return to Zhonghai City and knew that Xiao Feng was likely to have met with him. "It's settled. I'm joining the Skeleton Guild, and after completing the mission, I'll head to their headquarters. The mission starts in 4 days, but they will inform me of the location of the ancient tribe only after those 4 days. I will notify you as soon as I have the details," Xiao Feng explained to the elder. "For days, so soon? It seems the Skeleton Guild can hardly wait," the elder said, astonished. "Yes. Please make sure to find out the whereabouts of my parents before I complete my mission. Otherwise, we will be at a disadvantage," Xiao Feng reminded the elder. If he hadn't discovered his parents' whereabouts by the time he executed the mission, he might have no choice but to hand over the sacred artifact to the Skeleton Guild for their safety. Moreover, to avoid raising suspicion, he would have to go to the Skeleton Guild's headquarters. It was a dangerous situation. He had no idea what would happen if he truly went to their headquarters. Understood. We have already mobilized all available resources and will definitely find out your parents' whereabouts within a month, the elder assured him. The elder nodded heavily, fully aware of how crucial this matter was. The headquarters of the Tantian Pavilion was equally well informed, and in order to ensure the success of this mission, they were willing to spare no effort in their investigation. The Skeleton Guild's attack on the ancient tribe was expected to take some time, and considering the round trip, it might take anywhere from 20 days to over a month. Therefore, if they could gather information within a month, they would still be on track. It all depends on you now, Xiao Feng replied, as he began discussing the details of the plan with the elder. In 4 days, he would be accompanying members of the Skeleton Guild to the ancient tribe, and they needed to prepare several contingency plans just in case. After all, for Xiao Feng, who had infiltrated the Skeleton Guild, reaching out to the elder wouldn't be an easy task. If discovered by the Skeleton Guild members, it could spell disaster for the Tantian Pavilion. The Tantian Pavilion's strength lay in its intelligence-gathering capabilities. In terms of brute force, they were no match for the Skeleton Guild. If the Skeleton Guild wanted to eliminate the Tantian Pavilion, it would be a matter of mere moments. It's worth noting that the Skeleton Guild was even considering wiping out the Shamo Guild, showcasing their determination for this mission and their confidence in their own strength. In the global ranking of assassin guilds, the Shamo Guild ranks just behind the Skeleton Guild. While the Skeleton Guild indeed has the power to destroy the Shamo Guild, it would come at a tremendous cost. Moreover, it would inevitably lead to chaos in the assassin community, sparking a shocking global war. Both the Shamo Guild and the Skeleton Guild possess armed forces comparable to small nations, and their conflict would be akin to a battle between two countries, with repercussions that could be easily imagined. Xiao Feng and the elder discussed matters at the Tantian Pavilion from the afternoon until around 8 in the evening, before he finally left. In 4 days, he would be departing from Zhonghai City to visit Deng Yuan. I have to help Deng Yuan, Xiao Feng murmured to himself as he drove his phantom sports car to the hospital where Deng Yuan was admitted. He didn't want Deng Yuan to miss out on a chance with his beloved Xiao Ling over material concerns. Sometimes, even the most loving couples can face rifts when met with strong opposition from their families. Xiao Feng had already assisted Deng Yuan somewhat that day, and he estimated that Xiao Ling's mother had softened her view on Deng Yuan quite a bit, but he felt that wasn't enough. He wanted to resolve the matter entirely for Deng Yuan, ensuring that his future would be a little easier. Meanwhile, in the hospital room where Deng Yuan was staying, Xiao Ling and her mother were arguing. If it weren't for the nurse's interference, they might have been shouting at each other by now. Xiao Ling, why are you always defending him? He clearly has a wealthy brother. I suggested he ask his brother for help so that you both could have a good life. What's wrong with that? Xiao Ling's mother scolded her with frustration, feeling like her daughter was making a mistake. Just a few days prior, after witnessing how the hospital director treated Xiao Feng with respect and seeing him drive that expensive sports car, her attitude towards Deng Yuan had shifted significantly. However, after being nice to Deng Yuan for just 1 day, Xiao Ling's mother revealed her true colors. She tried to persuade Deng Yuan to go to Xiao Feng and ask for more money, suggesting that although Xiao Feng had already given Deng Yuan hundreds of thousands, it wasn't nearly enough in her greedy eyes. She believed he needed at least $1 million to buy a house. Upon hearing Xiao Ling's mother's words, Deng Yuan's eyes immediately turned red. He felt that she was insulting his friendship with Xiao Feng. When Xiao Ling learned about the situation, she was also very angry and began to argue with her mother in the hospital room. Chapter 152. Angry Deng Yuan in the hospital room. Xiao Ling and her mother were engaged in a heated argument. Mom, how can you say that? You're asking Deng Yuan to ask Xiao Feng for money. How is he supposed to live with that? Xiao Ling felt her mother had gone too far. Ever since Deng Yuan reunited with Xiao Feng, he had been helping him continuously. First, he drove away a group of thugs to save them. Then he covered their medical expenses, and just a few days ago, he found an excuse to give Deng Yuan hundreds of thousands. All of this had surpassed what many would consider friendship, yet Xiao Ling's mother still wanted Deng Yuan to ask Xiao Feng for more money, which left Deng Yuan in a difficult position. Asking for money and borrowing money are two completely different things. Besides, Xiao Feng had already given Deng Yuan a substantial amount. With that money, he could potentially start a business and make a profit. However, Xiao Ling's mother was too materialistic, boldly demanding that Xiao Feng hand over $1 million if she wanted Xiao Ling and Deng Yuan to be together. What is the problem? Isn't he rich? What is $1 million to him? Without $1 million, how will you buy a house or a car? Relying on him? I don't think he'll ever be able to do it, she fumed. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, completely disregarding Deng Yuan's feelings. Enough. Deng Yuan, lying on the hospital bed, finally lost his temper. He was set to be discharged in a couple of days and had intended to endure a little longer. But he could no longer tolerate Xiaoling's mother. You dare to yell at me? Xiaoling's mother jumped up, caught off guard by Deng Yuan's outburst, as if her foot had been stepped on. You little brat. You haven't even married my daughter yet, and you're already so disrespectful. Come on, Xiaoling, let's go. She grabbed Xiaoling's arm, gritting her teeth. Don't touch me. Xiaoling shrugged off her mother's grip, not wanting to deal with her at all. You're defying me. You want to even listen to what I say. Seeing her daughter disobey, Xiaoling's mother slapped her across the face. Both Xiaoling and Deng Yuan were startled by her sudden aggression. Smack! The loud sound of the slap resonated, and although Xiaoling had closed her eyes in fright, she felt no pain. When she opened her eyes, she saw that Xiao Feng had appeared in front of her, holding her mother's hand. Do you really think you deserve to be called a mother? Xiao Feng had overheard the argument and was displeased with Xiaoling's mother's attitude. In his view, a mother should be selflessly devoted, willing to make any sacrifice for her children. However, he saw none of those qualities in Xiaoling's mother. Instead, she resembled a vampire, trying to use Xiaoling to secure a better life. What Xiao Feng didn't know was that in Xiaoling's family, she had never been valued by her parents. Her brother, on the other hand, was the center of attention, with their parents doting on him. Xiaoling's family was a typical example of favoritism, where they raised her merely to marry into a good family and support her brother in achieving wealth. Her brother, spoiled by their parents since childhood, had been aimlessly living off them for years after leaving school. So, when Xiaoling's mother found out that her daughter was dating that poor guy Deng Yuan, she got really angry. Xiao Feng. As soon as Xiaoling's mother saw Xiao Feng, her demeanor changed instantly. At first, she looked down on him, but after learning about his background, she wanted to find a way to ingratiate herself with him. Someone like Xiao Feng could easily help her useless son secure a decent job. Humph. Xiao Feng scoffed and shook off Xiaoling's mother's grip on his arm. Xiao Feng. Deng Yuan felt quite ashamed when he saw Xiao Feng approaching at that moment. It's fine, Xiao Feng reassured him with a glance. To him, no matter how despicable Xiaoling's mother was, it wouldn't affect Deng Yuan and Xiaoling's relationship. After all, Deng Yuan was dating Xiaoling, not her mother. Tell me, what do you want in order to stop interfering with them? Xiao Feng asked Xiaoling's mother. Well, my demands aren't too high. Just give me $1 million, and if possible, a little more, Xiaoling's mother said with a disgusting smile. She wasn't planning to use the $1 million to buy Xiaoling a house or a car. It was meant for her only son. Her son was always idle and incapable of buying a house or a car. If she had $1 million, it would solve her son's marriage problems. Mom, can you just be quiet? Xiaoling felt embarrassed seeing her mother make a fool of herself in front of Xiao Feng. Don't interrupt. Xiaoling's mother shot her a glare. Oh, just $1 million? That does seem a bit low. I wonder what you plan to do with that money. Xiao Feng said with a faint smile, intentionally toying with Xiaoling's mother. Of course, it's to buy her a house. If I could get a bit more, I could also buy a nicer car, Xiaoling's mother replied excitedly upon hearing Xiao Feng's indifferent tone. Hee. Xiao Feng couldn't help but chuckle at her response. He could see right through Xiaoling's mother's intentions. It was obvious that Xiaoling didn't want this, and it was clear that her mother was the one after the money. She was saying all the right things now, but once the money was in her hands, she'd do whatever she pleased. Xiao Feng, don't listen to her. Deng Yuan shouted at Xiao Feng. If he accepted this favor from Xiao Feng, he would never be able to hold his head high again or face Xiao Feng in the future. Deng Yuan, it's just $1 million. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? Xiao Feng waved his hand, signaling Deng Yuan to calm down. I can cover that for Deng Yuan, Xiao Feng said to Xiaoling's mother, delivering the words that made her extremely excited. Really? That's wonderful. Xiaoling's mother was overjoyed, nearly jumping with happiness. However, since you mentioned buying a house and a car, I won't just give you the money. I'll buy Deng Yuan a house and a car directly, with the titles in both of their names. A smirk crossed Xiao Feng's lips as he continued. This way, it will not only silence Xiaoling's mother, but also ensure that the money doesn't end up in her hands. This won't work. I only want money. Upon hearing this, Xiaoling's mother immediately changed her expression and refused without hesitation. So what do you want? Xiao Feng asked, his tone turning slightly cold. I've said it before. I just want money. If you give me $1 million, I won't interfere anymore. Xiaoling's mother continued to speak confidently, oblivious to Xiao Feng's change in demeanor. She didn't understand Xiao Feng at all. There was no way he would simply hand her money. Doing so would be tantamount to trampling on Deng Yuan's dignity. It wouldn't be helping Deng Yuan. It would be humiliating him. Therefore, when Xiao Feng made that statement earlier, it wasn't really about helping Deng Yuan buy a car or a house. It was about extracting information from Xiaoling's mother. Chapter 153. The director's shock in the hospital ward. Xiao Feng's expression grew colder as he listened to Xiaoling's mother. Deng Yuan. Xiaoling, did you hear that? She just wants the money, not the house or the car. Xiao Feng sneered, looking at Deng Yuan and Xiao Ling before continuing, if I'm not mistaken. You're planning to use this money for your own family, right? Just tell me directly what you intend to do with it. If I find it reasonable, I might consider it. Otherwise, you won't get a single cent. Xiao Feng spoke with determination. If it weren't for Deng Yuan, he would have lost his temper long ago and wouldn't waste his breath with Xiao Ling's mother. Xiao Ling's mother was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Xiao Feng's words. If she spoke the truth, it would certainly crush her daughter's spirits. But if she didn't say anything, given Xiao Feng's demeanor, she might end up with nothing. After all, this matter had nothing to do with Xiao Feng. If he truly didn't want to get involved, that 100,000 would slip away. Thinking this through, Xiao Ling's mother stomped her foot, deciding to come clean. As long as she could get the money, it didn't matter if her daughter felt disheartened. Xiao Feng, I need this money to buy a house and a car for my son. So you can only give me cash. Finally, Xiao Ling's mother tore off the last facade. She had been pretending to be righteous, claiming the money was for her daughter. But now she finally revealed her true feelings. So you've been deceiving me all along. Xiao Ling couldn't hold back her tears upon hearing her mother's true intentions. Xiao Ling, your father and I raised you with the hope that you'd marry into a good family and help your brother out. Don't you understand this basic principle? Xiao Ling's mother said nonchalantly, as if this was the most natural thing in the world. I'm sorry, but I will only help my brother Deng Yuan. Even if I do help, it would be teaching him how to fish, not just giving him a fish. Asking me for 100,000 is simply impossible. Xiao Feng waved his hand. Now that Xiao Ling's mother had revealed her true thoughts, he felt no need to keep up the act. What did you say? Xiao Ling's mother thought Xiao Feng would agree after hearing her honest words, but she was caught off guard by his straightforward refusal. How dare you play me for a fool? Xiao Ling's mother shouted angrily, pointing at Xiao Feng. Weren't you told not to make a scene? What are you all doing here? The head nurse, once again annoyed by Xiao Ling's mother's voice, walked into the ward with a stern expression. At that moment, in the corridor outside the ward, the hospital director was walking and chatting with an elderly man who was none other than Professor Wang. Are you saying that Li Muyi's direct disciple is right here in Zhonghai City? The director's face showed shock upon hearing Professor Wang's words. In the Chinese medical community, Li Muyi was an unshakable milestone. Anyone who heard his name would feel a surge of admiration. That's right. You're my longtime classmate, which is why I'm telling you. I wouldn't share this with anyone else. Professor Wang nodded. He had been in Zhonghai City for several days, busy with various matters, and had not yet visited the hospital director, a place he had known for many years. Most importantly, he had learned a few techniques of the BNK acupuncture from Xiao Feng last night and wanted to show off to his former classmates. Despite his age, Professor Wang's enthusiasm remained youthful, especially in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Any breakthrough he made, he felt compelled to share with others. You wouldn't believe it. Last night, he personally taught me some techniques from BNK acupuncture. It truly enlightened me. I couldn't sleep all night, studying several key acupoints. And I discovered a great method for treating heart disease blockages, Professor Wang said proudly. He had combined the techniques Xiao Feng taught him with his own expertise in acupuncture and had found a new treatment method. Using those recently discovered acupoints along with his acupuncture skills, he could effectively treat patients with heart disease blockages, making it the best and fastest treatment plan he had at the moment. Really? You must teach me. The director's spirits lifted upon hearing Professor Wang's words, and he grabbed his hand tightly. The director was also highly skilled in medicine, though he could not match Professor Wang's level. However, his knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine surpassed many, making him one of the top practitioners in Zhonghai City. Haha, don't worry. This isn't considered part of the BNK acupuncture techniques. So it's fine for me to teach you, Professor Wang readily agreed. He remembered Xiao Feng's warning that the techniques of BNK acupuncture should not be shared. But the treatment methods he developed through related research did not carry the same restrictions. Professor Wang had also consulted Xiao Feng about this and received his consent. What's going on over there? Why is there so much noise? Professor Wang frowned upon hearing the commotion coming from Deng Yuan's hospital room. In a hospital, loud disturbances were a significant taboo. Oh, it's that patient named Deng Yuan. His girlfriend's mother keeps causing trouble. If it weren't for that young man holding the Black Dragon card, I would have kicked them out long ago. The director sighed helplessly. Let's go take a look. The director led Professor Wang toward Deng Yuan's hospital room. As he pushed the door open, they saw Xiao Ling's mother pointing at Xiao Feng and shouting angrily, "Nurse, this is our family matter. You have no right to butt in. Didn't you say you'd give me $1 million? If you don't, I'm not leaving today." Seeing that Xiao Feng was refusing to pay, Xiao Ling's mother, in a fit of rage, completely tore off her facade. Xiao Feng. Professor Wang was shocked to see Xiao Feng being scolded in the room and hurried over. "You shrew, what are you yelling about? Professor Wang pushed Xiao Ling's mother aside and scolded her. Brother Xiao, what are you doing here? Professor Wang looked at Xiao Feng in confusion. I came to visit my brother and ended up encountering a mad dog, Xiao Feng replied. Xiao Feng's expression was unpredictable. He had encountered many people like Xiao Ling's mother and felt no emotional response, as if he were watching a mad dog barking, completely indifferent. Professor Wang, do you know him? The dean couldn't help but ask, seeing how familiar Professor Wang was with Xiao Feng. He's the direct disciple of Master Li Mu Yi that I told you about. Professor Wang introduced Xiao Feng's identity. What? The dean gasped, his mouth agape in shock. He never expected that this mysterious young man holding the Black Dragon card would be a legendary figure in traditional Chinese medicine, the direct disciple of Master Li Mu Yi, the one who mastered the Bien Ke needle technique. Realizing Xiao Feng's identity, the dean recalled Xiao Ling's mother's behavior towards him, and an intense anger surged within him. Chapter 154. Lending a helping hand. Li Mu Yi holds an unparalleled reputation in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Almost everyone studying TCM regards him as a role model. As a direct disciple of Master Li Mu Yi, Xiao Feng naturally earns the respect of the hospital director. However, Xiao Ling's mother, in the hospital room, unleashes a tirade of insults at Xiao Feng, which deeply frustrates the director. Xiao Feng, this bitter woman has such a venomous tongue. We cannot let her off easily. Professor Wang glares fiercely at Xiao Ling's mother. As a doctor, he embodies the compassionate heart of a healer, but that doesn't mean he is foolishly kind. He is also someone who despises evil. Indeed, how dare she cause a scene in my hospital? She must be tired of living. The director responds angrily. As the head of the hospital, he has extensive connections and could easily deal with Xiao Ling's mother if he chose to. What? What do you want from me? Hearing Professor Wang and the director's words, Xiao Ling's mother's arrogance diminishes significantly, though she still tries to maintain a tough demeanor. Xiao Ling, Deng Yuan, how do you want to handle this? Xiao Feng turns to Xiao Ling and Deng Yuan, deliberately provoking Xiao Ling's mother to reveal her true feelings, aiming to help Xiao Ling see her mother for who she really is. I am my own person. My brother is my own, and it's impossible for her to use me as leverage to extort money from you. Xiao Feng is right. Ignore her, Xiao Ling says, exchanging glances with Deng Yuan, both showing their stance. You wretched girl, how dare you turn against me? I'll beat you to a pulp. Xiao Ling's mother, feeling cornered and furious, charges at Xiao Ling, ready to attack. But she is abruptly shoved aside by Deng Yuan, who rushes down from the hospital bed, causing her to fall to the ground. Help! Someone is attacking me. I'm dying. I can't take it anymore. Xiao Ling's mother, now on the floor, dramatically wails, trying to play the victim. Director, get her out of here. Just hearing her is unbearable, Xiao Feng says coldly. Understood. The director calls over a few security guards, who grab Xiao Ling's mother by the hair and forcibly drag her out. Are you rebelling against me? I'll sue you all for bullying an elderly person. Unable to break free from the grip of the guards, Xiao Ling's mother continues to scream in the corridor. If you have the guts, go ahead, the director sneers. If he couldn't handle a loudmouth, he wouldn't deserve to be a director. Director, Professor Wang, could you step outside for a moment? I need to discuss something with them, Xiao Feng says to the director and Professor Wang. Sure thing. The director and Professor Wang reply in unison and step outside. Xiao Feng, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Deng Yuan helps Xiao Ling sit back on the bed. Speaking bitterly, don't say that. Xiao Feng shakes his head, feeling uncomfortable seeing his friend so distressed. Xiao Ling, you've seen for yourself what kind of person your mother is. If you continue to let her manipulate you, you'll ruin your life. Xiao Feng looked at Xiao Ling, realizing that the key to this matter lay in her attitude. After all, she was his mother. Tears welled up in Xiao Ling's eyes. She truly despised her mother, but that was still the woman who had given her life and raised her. What could she do? She is your mother, and it's only natural for you to respect her. However, everything has its limits. If you let her have her way all the time, she'll only push her luck further. This time you listen to her, but next time, for your brother's sake, who knows what kind of trouble might arise. And by doing this, you're not helping your family. You're actually harming them. Xiao Feng spoke earnestly. He was speaking the truth. Xiao Ling's brother received too much care from the family and would eventually lose his ability to fend for himself. When their parents grew old, what would happen then? Xiao Feng had seen this scenario many times before, and most ended up as societal failures. Xiao Ling, what Xiao Feng is saying is what I want to convey as well. I may not have the money to buy you a car or a house, but even if I did, would it really be right to buy your brother a car or a house? You saw your mother's attitude just now. If you continue like this, you'll eventually be dragged down by them. Deng Yuan sighed. What should I do then? Xiao Ling lowered her head, understanding the implications of what Xiao Feng and Deng Yuan were saying, but she had no good solutions. I think you should temporarily cut off contact with your family. You and your brother should work hard together, and once you've built a life for yourselves, you can decide how to handle this situation then. Your parents and brother won't die without you. You need to plan for your own future, Xiao Feng expressed his thoughts. Deng Yuan, I came to talk to you because I have an idea I want to share. Xiao Feng turned to Deng Yuan with a faint smile. What is it? Deng Yuan looked up, curious about what Xiao Feng had to say. Aren't you studying market management and marketing? I have a good friend who might be able to introduce you to a great job. Xiao Feng smiled, believing that teaching someone to fish was better than giving them a fish. Offering money to Deng Yuan would be an insult, but introducing him to a job would allow Deng Yuan to strive for his own success. Really? Deng Yuan's eyes lit up at the mention. He had done well in school, but over the years, he had struggled due to his lack of social skills, often offending his superiors and facing backlash. Could I lie to you? If you're willing, I can help you inquire about it shortly. Xiao Feng nodded. Thank you, Xiao Feng. Deng Yuan grasped Xiao Feng's hand gratefully. What are you thanking me for? Just work hard and earn money, and don't let Xiao Ling down, Xiao Feng urged. Xiao Ling had gone so far as to confront her mother for Deng Yuan. This was a bond he would remember for a lifetime. After Xiao Feng and Deng Yuan reached an understanding, he stepped out of the hospital room, giving them some space to talk. Brother Xiao. As Xiao Feng exited, he noticed Professor Wang and the dean were still there, waiting for him. Brother Xiao, let me introduce you. This is the director of the hospital and also my former classmate. Professor Wang introduced the director to Xiao Feng. Hello. This wasn't Xiao Feng's first meeting with the director, and he shook hands with him warmly. Brother Xiao, I must admit I was blind to your greatness before. I didn't realize you were a disciple of Master Li Mui. I apologize for my ignorance. The director spoke with a tone of respect. His eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Xiao Feng. To become a direct disciple of Master Li Mui is a dream for countless practitioners in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. They had never heard of Master Li taking on disciples, so Xiao Feng could very well be the only direct disciple of Master Li Mui. Chapter 155. Seeking help from Chu Yunxi Li Muyi's only direct disciple. This title was, in the eyes of the dean, the highest honor. A dream he could never hope to achieve in his lifetime. The dean was serious. My brother is in the hospital, and I owe you my gratitude for your care. Dean. Xiao Feng smiled faintly, knowing that Professor Wang must have told the dean about his identity. Just a small matter. The dean chuckled, saying it was just a matter of a few words for him. Xiao brother, I developed a new treatment for heart blockage using the acupuncture techniques you taught me last night. Would you like to take a look? Professor Wang invited Xiao Feng. He not only wanted to show Xiao Feng, but was also eager to discuss it with him. As a direct disciple of Master Li Mui, Xiao Feng had exceptional skills in acupuncture, and perhaps he could offer some insights. Sure, Xiao Feng replied, intrigued, and followed Professor Wang and the dean into the studio where the dean usually conducted his research. I used the 2 acupoints you taught me, combined with massage techniques to stimulate the major meridians leading to the heart. This method can yield significant results in just 3 days, Professor Wang explained, demonstrating his treatment technique on a mannequin. What functions do these 2 acupoints serve? The dean, seeing these acupoints for the first time, was astonished, as if he had discovered a new continent, and inquired further from Professor Wang. These 2 acupoints are quite special, Professor Wang replied with a grin, elaborating on what Xiao Feng had shared with him. Who would have thought that the human body has such miraculous acupoints? The dean exclaimed in amazement. Your treatment method can indeed help patients with heart blockages effectively. However, if you add this acupoint, wouldn't it be even better? Xiao Feng pointed to an acupoint under the mannequin's armpit, which was also part of the BNK acupuncture technique, something both Professor Wang and the dean had never encountered before. This acupoint is called the yielding point. Stimulating this point alone can cause the entire arm to lose strength. However, when combined with the acupoints you mentioned earlier, it can change the flow of blood near the heart, speeding it up while keeping it steady. This way, even if the patient's condition is poor, there's no need to worry about their body not being able to handle it, Xiao Feng explained calmly. Let me take a look, Professor Wang exclaimed, his body jolting with excitement. He hurried over to examine the acupoint. The more he studied it in combination with the treatment method he invented last night, the brighter his eyes became. Eventually, he couldn't help but stomp his feet and exclaim, Xiao brother, you are truly remarkable. Professor Wang's old face flushed with excitement. When he invented this treatment method the night before, he had indeed had some concerns. Unexpectedly, with just a little guidance from Xiao Feng, he found a perfect solution to his dilemma. Can you explain it to me? The dean, whose skills in acupuncture were not as advanced as Professor Wang's, felt confused and approached him for clarification. Come, let me tell you, Professor Wang said, his spirits high as he eagerly pulled the dean over to discuss the matter. Looking genuinely happy, Xiao Feng saw Professor Wang and the dean engrossed in their research on acupuncture techniques and shook his head with a smile, quietly leaving the place. He was on his way to find Chu Yunqi. As the president of the Chu Group, she should be able to help arrange a good job for Deng Yuan. Driving his Phantom sports car, Xiao Feng arrived at a CAF near the Chu Group and called Chu Yunqi to see if she was available to meet. When Chu Yunqi, who was handling some documents, saw Xiao Feng had come to see her, she set aside her work, tidied up her outfit, and flashed a sweet smile as she left the Chu Group building to meet him at the CAF. "You look great," Xiao Feng remarked, noticing her refreshed appearance. Once that group left the Chu family estate, my worries disappeared, so naturally, my mood has improved, Chu Yunqi replied with a light smile. Recently, the members of the Demon Slayer Guild had been staying at the Chu family residence. Although Chu Yunqi was unaware of their true identities, she was troubled by Mo Shima's intentions to take her as a concubine and her father's indecisive attitude. Now that those people had left, her frustrations had eased. "That's good to hear," Xiao Feng nodded in agreement, pleased to see her in good spirits. "By the way, I wanted to talk to you about something and hope you can help me," Xiao Feng stated, revealing the purpose of his visit. "Just tell me. If I can help, I will," Chu Yunqi replied readily. "Well, I have a friend who studies market management and marketing. I wanted to ask if you could recommend any good job opportunities for him," Xiao Feng explained. "Let me think," Chu Yunqi said, her bright eyes turning thoughtfully. The Chu Group had many positions available, especially in the marketing department. She needed to consider what roles were still open. "Actually, I think the market development department is lacking a manager. Do you think your friend could handle that?" Chu Yunqi pondered for a moment before speaking. "A manager? If someone trains him, I believe he can get the hang of it quickly," Xiao Feng replied confidently. He understood Deng Yuan's character, knowing he thrived under pressure, especially after the challenges posed by Xiao Ling's mother. He was sure that with guidance, Deng Yuan would unleash incredible potential. "That should be fine. But I want to make it clear that this department is focused on developing new markets. It will be tough at first, and those who can't handle hardship probably won't last long," Chu Yunqi cautioned, explaining that this newly established department was specifically created to explore a new market, which would be challenging initially. However, if one persevered, they would earn the recognition of others. "You can rest assured, he can handle hardship," Xiao Feng said with a faint smile. "All right, here is my business card. Give it to him and have him bring his resume when he comes to see me," Chu Yunqi said, handing her card to Xiao Feng. "Thank you." Xiao Feng expressed his gratitude to Chu Yunqi for helping him solve the issue with Deng Yuan. "Compared to the favor you've done for me, this is nothing," Chu Yunqi replied modestly. Chu Yunqi's charming face broke into a captivating smile. Her words came from the heart. Xiao Feng had saved her several times, and she didn't know how to repay such kindness. Helping Deng Yuan find a job seemed like a small gesture in comparison. Furthermore, the Chu Group was currently looking for a manager in that department, so Chu Yunqi was merely lending a hand. Regardless, she still felt the need to thank him. Xiao Feng raised his coffee cup and clinked it with Chu Yunqi's. After spending time together, any misunderstandings between them had long been resolved, and they had both developed a good rapport. Chapter 156. The approaching date, don't mention it. Chu Yunqi smiled, clinking her coffee cup with Xiao Feng's as if they were toasting with wine. "In a few days, I'll be heading out on a long trip and might not be back for a while." Xiao Feng told Chu Yunqi that in 3 or 4 days, he would be leaving with the assassins from the Skeleton Guild to a mysterious ancient tribe, and he had no idea when he would return. "Is it far?" Upon hearing that Xiao Feng was going on a long journey, Chu Yunqi felt a sudden tightening in her chest, an uncomfortable sensation washing over her. "It should be quite far," Xiao Feng replied thoughtfully. The Skeleton Guild hadn't informed him of the exact location of the ancient tribe, but he speculated that it was surely far from Huaxia. "All right, please be careful," Chu Yunqi urged. "I will. If you encounter any difficulties, just let me know, and I'll find someone to help you," Xiao Feng reassured her. Although he would be leaving Zhonghai City, he could still contact people from the Tongtian Pavilion. With their capabilities, solving any of Chu Yunqi's troubles wouldn't be a big deal. Chu Yunqi nodded obediently, but hearing that Xiao Feng was going far away, a hint of melancholy crossed her face. Xiao Feng noticed the usually composed Chu Yunqi showing a flicker of sadness, and he felt a wave of understanding regarding her emotions. However, he couldn't be certain and didn't ask. After chatting for a while, they took a stroll in a nearby park, watching the gradually setting sun, both harboring unspoken feelings. "I'm leaving now." Xiao Feng bid farewell to Chu Yunqi and turned to leave. "Take care." Chu Yunqi waved goodbye, watching him walk away before returning to the Chu Corporation alone. Xiao Feng drove his sports car back to the hospital, handing Chu Yunqi's business card to Deng Yuan. He informed him that he was well enough to have an interview with Chu Yunqi. Upon hearing this news, Deng Yuan was overjoyed. The Chu Corporation was a major company in Zhonghai City, and if he could land a job there, his future would be bright as long as he performed well. Xiaofeng, thank you. Deng Yuan was at a loss for how to express his gratitude, all his appreciation condensed into that one sentence. Just do your best. I'm looking forward to you making a fortune and treating me to some good food, Xiaofeng said, playfully patting Deng Yuan on the shoulder and shaking it vigorously. I will. Deng Yuan nodded earnestly, promising with determination. Then I'll be on my way. Xiaofeng said his goodbyes to Deng Yuan and returned to the villa in the night. When he arrived, he saw Zhang Ling watching TV in the living room and walked over to her. Zhang Ling don't you have anything to do today? Xiaofeng asked curiously. He had wanted to remind her yesterday not to waste her days idly, as that would be a waste of time. Yeah, it's really boring. Zhang Ling shrugged, looking quite helpless. I think you should go to school. At your age, it's the best time to study. Don't waste it. Xiaofeng said in a tone resembling that of an elder. Ugh, don't even get me started. The classes at school are so boring and not challenging at all. I've only been studying for a month, and I've already covered an entire semester's worth of material. I can't be bothered to go, Zhang Ling pouted, looking quite frustrated. You finished a semester's worth of classes in just 1 month? Xiaofeng said, realizing that things seemed a bit different from what he had imagined. Yeah, I took a test at school a few days ago and got first place in the whole grade. It's so annoying, Zhang Ling sighed dramatically, as if she were being tortured. You spend all your time playing around, and you still manage to get first in the entire grade? Xiaofeng's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Zhang Ling always seemed so carefree. If she could achieve that, it was almost unbelievable. Don't believe me? Here, check it out for yourself. Zhang Ling grabbed her backpack from the sofa, pulled out a few test papers, and handed them to Xiaofeng. Taking the papers, Xiaofeng saw the check marks and nearly perfect scores, and he finally believed her. There are indeed people in this world who not only come from privileged backgrounds, but also possess learning abilities that make others envious. Okay, I'm convinced, Xiaofeng said, giving her a thumbs up. If he was a martial arts prodigy, then Zhang Ling was a genius in academics. He felt that if she applied herself, she would surely achieve great things in the future. Zhang Ling, there's something I want to tell you, Xiaofeng said, sitting on the sofa and looking at Zhang Ling's nearly flawless beautiful face. He wanted to inform her that he would be going away for a few days and that she should be careful while staying alone in the villa. Don't worry about me, Zhang Ling said boldly. Her personality was one that feared nothing, although she had become a bit more cautious after being kidnapped a while back. She quickly returned to her usual self. Even Zhang Lao, her grandfather, had no way of controlling her. Afterward, Xiaofeng went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. After they finished eating, he and Zhang Ling watched TV in the living room until late at night. Then each went to their own rooms to rest. Once back in his room, Xiaofeng quickly fell into a deep sleep. In a few days, he would return to the intense and exciting battlefield to carry out a mission. This time, the stakes were high, and he had a dual identity to manage. He had to be wary of enemies and watch out for potential betrayals from his own teammates. Xiaofeng needed to take good care of himself to get back to peak condition. This mission allowed no room for failure. If he failed, he would fall into a passive situation controlled by the Skeleton Guild. But if he succeeded, not only could he save his parents, but he might also gain access to the treasures of the legendary ancient civilization. A long night quietly passed. These days, Xiaofeng had been relatively relaxed, while everyone at the Tantian Pavilion was on high alert. The Tantian Pavilion in Zhonghai City even closed its doors to focus on finding Xiaofeng's parents. The headquarters and various branches of the Huaxia Tantian Pavilion were making every effort, and due to a lack of personnel, many branches were closed to send support to the headquarters. These days were a severe test of the Tantian Pavilion's capabilities, and this situation would continue until they discovered the whereabouts of Xiaofeng's parents. Xiaofeng had visited the Tantian Pavilion once and found the main gate tightly shut. He reached out to the elder of the pavilion and learned that such a significant effort was being made to investigate the whereabouts of his parents, which brought him great relief. Finally, the Tantian Pavilion was willing to spare no expense in this search, significantly increasing the chances of discovering his parents' location. Now, he was just waiting for good news from the pavilion. Xiaofeng murmured to himself that once the Tantian Pavilion found his parents, he wouldn't have to worry too much about the Skeleton Guild when he undertook his mission in the mysterious tribe. At critical moments, he could even seize the sacred artifact and turn the tables on the Skeleton Guild. This was also what the Tantian Pavilion hoped for. So they were all putting in their utmost effort to uncover the whereabouts of Xiaofeng's parents, and ideally, help rescue them. Chapter 157. Encounter with Thieves. If the Tower of Babel could rescue Xiaofeng's parents, then he would have no worries and could fully focus on his mission. Time flew by unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye, for days had passed. The day for the Skull Guild to execute the mission had arrived. As the sun rose high in the sky, Xiao Feng stood outside his villa, pacing as he prepared to leave. He had informed those around him that he would be away for a while and could be contacted via text if necessary. Whoosh! Xiao Feng stepped out of the villa and into a secluded alley, where two men in black cloaks swiftly appeared before him. King of the Underworld. The two assassins from the Skull Guild bowed respectfully to Xiao Feng. In the world of assassins, strength is paramount, and the title King of the Underworld is well known. Seeing the real King of the Underworld, they naturally did not dare to be careless. The guild has sent us to escort you to the mission site. One of the assassins reported, cupping his hands in greeting. Where's the mission site? Xiao Feng lifted his eyelids and asked casually. 4 days ago, he had arranged with the Skull Guild that he would be informed of the mission's location at the moment it was executed. In the northernmost part of Europe, deep within the territory of the Taya Empire, in a place called the Crimson Flame Forest, one of the assassins stepped forward and revealed the location of the ancient tribe, the Taya Empire. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng's expression shifted to one of realization. The Taya Empire was not particularly strong in terms of land area or military capability, but it was incredibly wealthy due to its abundant oil reserves and had close ties with many powerful nations. This was why the Skull Guild dared not launch a direct assault. Instead, they chose to send assassins to infiltrate the Taya Empire and silently deal with the ancient tribe to seize the sacred artifact. King of the Underworld, I have informed you of the location. We should move, the assassin continued. The journey from Huaxia to the Taya Empire would take some time, and the Skull Guild's assassins had already set off today to head to the Taya Empire. If they departed now, they would arrive around the same time. All right, let us go. Xiao Feng nodded and followed the two assassins into a car, heading towards the capital city to catch a flight to the Taya Empire. There were no direct flights from Huaxia to the Taya Empire. They would need to make 2 transfers. Beneath the vast, boundless blue sky, Xiao Feng gazed out the window at the azure expanse, remaining silent for a long time. Next to him, the two assassins were conserving their energy. It would be his first time visiting the Taya Empire, and he was quite looking forward to it. Thoughts of the information he had gathered about the Taya Empire brought a smile to his handsome face. The Taya Empire wasn't particularly developed, but much of its land was covered by ancient forests, home to numerous ancient tribes. As a result, the country was filled with many mysterious legends, both real and fabricated, which were intriguing. Before boarding the plane, Xiao Feng quietly sent the specific location of the ancient tribe to the people at the Tower of Babel using his phone. Upon receiving the information, the elders immediately reported to headquarters to initiate an investigation into the ancient tribe. With a goal in mind, the investigation at the Sky Tower progressed much faster. They might be able to uncover information about Xiao Feng's parents from this ancient tribe, which wasn't entirely impossible. Xiao Feng spent 2 days on the plane, part of which was wasted during layovers. Underworld King, we are waiting for the others at the Point Hotel. 2 assassins said as they got off the plane and approached Xiao Feng. The Skull Guild's headquarters had sent them to bring the Underworld King to the Point Hotel, where they would wait for other assassins from the Skull Guild who were on missions, and then act together. All right, Xiao Feng didn't refuse, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Whether the Skull Guild truly wanted him to carry out a mission or was trying to lead him into a trap would depend on the upcoming meeting. Under the guidance of the 2 assassins, Xiao Feng headed to the Point Hotel. The assassins informed him that the other members of the Skull Guild would take another half-day to arrive, so they suggested resting at the hotel in the meantime. I'm going out for a walk. Feeling bored in the hotel, Xiao Feng decided to leave and explore the night market in this foreign land. He found himself in the capital of the Taya Empire, where the night brought dazzling lights and a vibrant atmosphere, showcasing the prosperity of a peaceful era. This stood in stark contrast to the vast ancient forests in the distance. Most of the Taya Empire's territory was covered in forest, and even the capital was partially surrounded by trees. However, due to human development and logging, the forested areas were gradually shrinking. As Xiao Feng walked through the unfamiliar city, he was relieved that the common language in the Taya Empire was English. Having spent years overseas, he was fluent in English, making communication effortless. Tonight happened to be the Lantern Festival in the capital. The streets were crowded with Europeans, bustling with activity. A parade of several float-lit lanterns made its way down the street, while people embraced and kissed, exuding the warmth and exuberance typical of European culture. Suddenly, as Xiao Feng walked down the street, he was bumped into by a scruffy-looking man who hurriedly walked away, appearing quite suspicious. Xiao Feng frowned, sensing something was off, and instinctively checked his pockets. His wallet was gone. Realization hit him like a lightning bolt. That scruffy man had stolen his wallet. Don't run, Xiao Feng shouted angrily, unleashing an astonishing burst of speed to chase after the thief. The scruffy man, seeing Xiao Feng in hot pursuit, immediately took off running. further confirming Xiao Feng's suspicion that he was the thief. Humph, daring to steal my wallet? You must be tired of living. Xiao Feng scoffed, his speed increasing. If it weren't for the throngs of pedestrians blocking his path, he would have caught up to the scruffy man long ago. Seeing how fast Xiao Feng was, the scruffy man felt a surge of panic and fled desperately, ultimately darting into a secluded alley to escape. There's no way you're getting away. Xiao Feng charged into the alley, spotting the scruffy man veer left, and quickly pursued him. After chasing through 7 or 8 alleys, he was closing in on the thief. Swish! Xiao Feng chased the bearded man into a dead-end alley. As he burst in, the bearded man also stopped in his tracks, turning around to fix a cold, piercing gaze on him. Behind the bearded man stood 3 European men with unfriendly expressions. Upon seeing Xiao Feng alone, they all revealed sinister smiles, cracking their knuckles as they closed in on him step by step. These 3 were clearly the bearded man's accomplices. If his theft was discovered, he would retreat here for backup to deal with the trouble. Chapter 158. The Peculiar Jade Ring. Here comes another fool looking for trouble. The leader of the 3 men gripped his steel pipe tightly, a sinister grin plastered on his face as he stared at Xiao Feng. This kid is something else. Too fast for his own good. If it weren't for the Lantern Festival tonight, I wouldn't have been able to keep up with him at all. Lauscher Martin was panting heavily. He was known for his speed, and unless something went wrong, he usually wouldn't have been chased down to this point. This time, his theft had gone smoothly, yet he almost got caught by Xiao Feng, who was clearly dominating in terms of speed. Lauscher Martin knew that if it hadn't been for the crowd blocking Xiao Feng earlier, he would never have made it this far. No matter how fast he is, once he is here, he won't be able to escape, even with wings. Muir Jiasting sneered repeatedly. Now that Xiao Feng had chased him here, he wouldn't let him leave in one piece. Are you done talking? Xiao Feng interrupted their conversation, unfazed by their banter. Done? Now you can die. Muir Jiasting glared fiercely, striding towards Xiao Feng with a large hand outstretched to grab him. Europeans are generally taller and stronger than Asians, and Muir Jiasting was an exceptional specimen, towering at 2 meters tall. His hand, as big as a fan, was packed with explosive power. Not just any ordinary person, but even seasoned fighters would hesitate to take him on head-on. Xiao Feng, seeing the rapidly approaching hand, didn't choose to confront it directly. As someone trained as an assassin, he wasn't accustomed to going toe-to-toe with an opponent's advantage. Turning disadvantage into advantage was the core of Xiao Feng's fighting style. Whoosh! Xiao Feng sidestepped expertly, evading Muir Jiasting's attack, then seized his arm and yanked him forward, unleashing a powerful right hook. His speed was astonishing. Even other assassins would struggle against it, let alone a common thug. Bang! With one punch, Xiao Feng sent the towering Muir Jiasting flying, his hefty body crashing hard into the ground, shaking the earth beneath them. The remaining 3, witnessing their leader's defeat, screamed to rally their courage and charged at Xiao Feng with their weapons drawn. A bunch of punks. Xiao Feng scoffed, not taking them seriously at all. One punch for each of them, and they were sent sprawling to the ground, groaning in pain. After dealing with them, Xiao Feng walked straight towards the thief who had stolen his wallet. He dragged the fallen Lauscher Martin up, snatched his wallet back, and then delivered a powerful punch to his face, knocking him out cold. Dare to steal from me, and then lay a hand on me. You have to pay a price for that. Xiao Feng flashed a smile that sent chills down the spines of the remaining 3. He approached the struggling Muir Jiasting step by step, making the latter's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Hero, I was wrong. Please spare me. Muir Jiasting pleaded, knowing he was no match for Xiao Feng. Weren't you so arrogant a moment ago? Now you want me to spare you? Dream on. Xiao Feng's eyes radiated a menacing aura as he kicked Murgiston, sending him flying. Just then, a sound of rushing air came from behind him. A man lying on the ground grabbed a bottle and aimed to smash it over Xiao Feng's head in a surprise attack. Bang! Without even looking, Xiao Feng delivered a swift kick, sending the would-be attacker crashing against the wall, blood gushing from his mouth. I can't stand scum like you, who only bully the weak. Xiao Feng scoffed as he approached Murgiston, lifting him up with a fierce glare. Hero, please spare me this once. I swear I'll never do it again, Murgiston pleaded. His earlier bravado vanished. The murderous intent radiating from Xiao Feng instilled a sense of fatal threat in him, overwhelming him with fear that Xiao Feng might kill him. Murgiston couldn't understand why he felt this way. Unbeknownst to him, after leaving Huaxia, Xiao Feng had shed his inhibitions, and the intense killing aura he had accumulated throughout his assassin career was now unmasked. This aura was something Murgiston, a mere thug, could not withstand. It was only natural for him to feel a suffocating sense of terror. During his years as an assassin, countless lives had been taken by Xiao Feng's hands, and his body had developed an air of cold brutality, reminiscent of ancient generals who had slaughtered millions, instilling fear in all who encountered him. While in Huaxiao, Xiao Feng had preferred to remain inconspicuous, thus concealing this chilling aura. But now, outside, he had no desire to hide it. Bang! Ignoring Murgiston's pleas, Xiao Feng slammed him down onto the ground, breaking several of his ribs. The pain contorted Murgiston's face. These thugs had first stolen his wallet and then surrounded him to attack. There was no way they could escape without paying the price. Ah! Murgiston let out a scream resembling that of a slaughtered pig. The agony from his broken ribs was unbearable, leaving him pale and on the verge of blacking out. Hero, please spare me. I have a treasure to offer you. Just let me go. Though he appeared fierce, Murgiston was terrified of death. To escape Xiao Feng's grip, he pulled out a jade ring the size of his arm and held it defensively in front of himself. What is this? Xiao Feng asked, surprised at the jade ring Murgiston had produced. He walked over to examine it, noticing that it was made of jadeite, intricately carved with several mysterious creatures, giving off an odd vibe that suggested it was no ordinary object. I stole this from an old man. It looks like a jade ring, but it's indestructible. We've tested it, and even an axe can't break it, Murgiston desperately explained, trying to convince Xiao Feng to spare him. The ring was indeed remarkable, but he had carried it for 6 months and had yet to uncover any secrets it held, aside from its indestructibility. Murgiston had even consulted experts, but they claimed that while the jadeite was ancient, the craftsmanship was poor, and it wouldn't sell for more than a few $1,000s. Thus, he had kept it with him. The group of Murgisting had been stealing in the capital for years. Despite their appearance as small-time thugs, they were quite well off. He thought it was worth spending tens of thousands to save his life. Really? Upon hearing Murgisting's introduction, Xiao Feng felt curious. He took the jade ring and squeezed it hard in his palm, but it didn't budge at all. He then placed it on the ground and stomped on it several times, using all his strength to try to break it. Yet it showed no signs of cracking. There wasn't even a tiny flaw. What a strange jade ring. It was Xiao Feng's first time encountering such an indestructible piece of jade. Normally, jade is not very durable when dropped, but this ring was remarkably resistant to impact, indicating that it was definitely something special. Chapter 159. Accompanied by a beauty, Xiao Feng examined the jade artifact. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was definitely not ordinary. Perhaps it could bring him some surprises, who knows. All right, for the sake of this jade ring, I'll let you go this time. Xiao Feng waved his hand, signaling the group to leave. Thank you, hero. We're leaving now. Mu Er Jia Si Ting, seeing that Xiao Feng agreed to let them off, displayed a look of overwhelming joy. Despite the pain from his broken ribs, he and his companions took off at lightning speed towards the nearest hospital to treat their injuries. Crash. After they left, Xiao Feng used all his strength to smash the jade ring against the wall, producing a deafening crash that left a dent in the wall. Yet the jade ring remained completely unscathed. Was this jade ring truly made of jade? Xiao Feng began to doubt it. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that such a hard jade artifact could exist in the world, impervious to damage no matter how hard he struck it. Forget it. I'll keep it on me. It might come in handy. Xiao Feng tucked the peculiar jade ring away. It was about the size of an arm, so it didn't take up much space. He then left the secluded alley and stepped out onto the bustling street, taking in the vibrant atmosphere of the foreign festival. Unconsciously, he wandered into a lively bar. Feeling like having a drink, Xiao Feng entered the bar, squeezing his way through the crowded space until he found an open table. He ordered a few bottles of liquor and settled in to enjoy the upbeat music while sipping his drink. Hey there, drinking alone? A waitress approached him. Sir, your bill. Xiao Feng called for the waitress, preparing to settle up and leave. Hello, your total is 1,800 euros. The waitress informed him of the amount. 1,800 euros was nearly 10,000 RMB. The prices here were certainly high. Xiao Feng pulled out his wallet, having exchanged a good amount of euros before arriving in the Taya Empire. However, just as he was about to pay, he suddenly found that the money in his wallet had vanished. Oh no, it seems I lost it earlier. Xiao Feng shook his head helplessly. His wallet had likely been stolen when he was distracted, and the thief must have dropped the cash in their haste. Sir? The waitress prompted when Xiao Feng took too long to pull out the money. Hey, you little punk from the east, if you don't have cash, I can cover it for you. But I'll take those two ladies in return. Lawson Baron, who had been eyeing Xiao Feng and the two women at the table, approached with a grotesque grin. Lawson Baron was a notorious local gangster, known for his strong influence. People nearby would often anticipate a good show when he was around. No need for that. A mere 1,000 or so, I can cover it. Xiao Feng scoffed, pulling out the Black Dragon card from his wallet and handing it to the waitress. Oh, let me see what kind of bank card that is. Upon seeing the Black Dragon card, Lawson Baron's eyes twitched. It seemed familiar to him. He snatched the card from the waitress to examine it closely. Isn't that the legendary Black Dragon card? How could someone like you, with your Eastern background, possibly have such a card? I see you're just trying to use a fake bank card to avoid paying your bill. Lawson Baron sneered, instantly recognizing the fake Black Dragon card in Xiaofeng's hand. Whether my bank card is real or not is none of your business. Lawson Baron's words made Xiaofeng's expression darken. He didn't want to cause trouble. But if Lawson Baron was looking for a fight, he wouldn't mind putting him in his place. Say that again. Lawson Baron was no pushover either. Having risen to become a leader in the underworld, he had a ruthless character and sharp tactics. He stepped forward to confront Xiaofeng, clearly eyeing the two stunning women with him. Xiaofeng daring to retort only fueled his anger further. Get lost. Xiaofeng shouted back, unafraid of Lawson Baron, exuding a domineering presence. Haha, it's been years since someone dared to tell me to get lost. Very well. Lawson Baron's tone turned icy. And with a wave of his arm, a dozen tattooed brutes emerged immediately. Take him down. The hidden power behind the bar was immense. And Lawson Baron couldn't cause trouble without reason. Now that he had dirt on Xiaofeng, he felt justified in taking action. Seeing Lawson Baron getting involved, the waiter quickly retreated to report the incident, informing the bar staff that someone was trying to skip out on their bill and urging them to come quickly. Clearly, the waiter thought Xiaofeng was trying to dine and dash, believing that Lawson Baron wouldn't dare to mess with them. Charge. Lawson Baron called his gang to surround Xiaofeng, while he moved toward the bar, planning to take the two women with him, completely disregarding Xiaofeng. In his eyes, Xiaofeng would be seriously injured or worse facing off against his group. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, Xiaofeng was in a fierce brawl with the group. The sound of fists hitting flesh echoing in the air. Shadows flew out, crashing into tables and leaving chaos in their wake. Xiaofeng effortlessly sent the group of thugs flying with his punches. For him, dealing with these ruffians was as easy as drinking water. How is this possible? Lawson Baron, halfway to the bar, watched in horror as his men were dispatched by Xiaofeng. He realized he had picked a fight with someone formidable. Just as he was about to retreat to avoid Xiaofeng's wrath, Xiaofeng charged at him, delivering a kick right to his stomach that made him gasp and spit blood, crashing down onto the bar table and knocking over several bottles of liquor. You're finished. Anyone who dares to mess with the royal bar will pay dearly for it. 10 lives wouldn't be enough. Despite his injuries, Lawson Baron grinned maliciously at Xiaofeng. The bar's hidden owner was one of the most notorious figures in the city, commanding many strong subordinates. Even the legitimate forces had to show him some respect. Anyone who had crossed him never ended well. Once you're dealt with, those two women will be mine. Lawson Baron sneered to himself, knowing that Xiaofeng had held back in his earlier attack, not wanting to kill him, so his injuries weren't too severe. What is going on here? At that moment, a furious roar echoed through the air. The fight between Xiaofeng and Lawson Baron sent the once lively patrons of the Yahuang bar fleeing in panic, causing considerable damage to many expensive pieces of equipment and resulting in heavy losses. Chapter 160. Back to the Hotel Old Dragon. He tried to dine and dash. I was going to help you catch him before he got away, but not only did he refuse to surrender, he fought back and injured us. Lawson Baron's voice dripped with malice as he addressed the man known as Old Dragon. Old Dragon was a clone from the Royal Emperor Bar, a favorite enforcer of the club's shadowy owner, and possessed formidable strength. It was rumored that he was a retired assassin, with countless lives on his hands. No one who dared to dine and dash at the Royal Emperor Bar ever left alive. With eyes as large as lanterns, Old Dragon glared menacingly at Xiaofeng, his tone brimming with menace. When did I say I wouldn't pay? I was already pulling out my bank card to settle the bill when he started causing trouble. He got what he deserved. Xiaofeng chuckled derisively, knowing that this whole situation was just Lawson Baron stirring up chaos. Is what he said true? Old Dragon turned his furious gaze toward Lawson Baron. If Xiaofeng's words held any weight, it meant Lawson Baron was the one harassing his guest, and the one who needed to be dealt with was Lawson Baron himself. As the head of the Royal Emperor Bar, Old Dragon's primary responsibility was to ensure the establishment's profitability. If customers were easily bullied, how could they continue to do business? Old Dragon, don't listen to his nonsense. That bank card is fake. Do you really think someone like him could possibly have a Black Dragon card? Lawson Baron felt the murderous intent in Old Dragon's eyes and began to sweat profusely as he hurried to explain. In the grand scheme of things, Lawson Baron was just a local gang leader, significantly inferior to someone like Old Dragon. If he angered Old Dragon, he wouldn't come out unscathed. Black Dragon card. Old Dragon raised an eyebrow at the mention of the card. Anyone with power around the globe had likely heard of the Black Dragon card, knowing that only a limited number had been issued worldwide. To possess one, a person not only needed immense wealth, but also the right connections. Old Zhang had managed to obtain a black dragon card by enlisting the help of an old friend from the capital. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible for the Zhang family to acquire one on their own. Xiao Feng had received considerable favors from Old Zhang. When Old Zhang heard his friend mention the black dragon card, he paid a hefty price to have his friend procure one for him. The black dragon card had partnerships with over 90% of banks globally, allowing unlimited spending at those institutions. Thus, anyone who possessed a black dragon card was undoubtedly a person of extraordinary influence. Lawson Baron did not believe that Xiao Feng could own such a legendary card. While the number of black dragon cards issued was small, images and legends about them circulated online. Many knew what the card looked like. And Lawson Baron had done his research, which allowed him to recognize the black dragon card in Xiao Feng's hands immediately. After all, the gold-embossed black dragon card was too conspicuous. Anyone familiar with the card would have a hard time missing it. Is what this guest said true? Old Dragon questioned Xiao Feng, having also heard of the black dragon card, and similarly doubting that Xiao Feng seemed like someone who could own one. Yes, I do have a black dragon card, Xiao Feng replied nonchalantly, nodding his head. Kids, that kind of joke isn't funny. Using a fake black dragon card to mess with us will have consequences you can't bear. The old dragon's gaze grew increasingly cold. It seemed Lawson Baron hadn't lied to him. Xiao Feng really was trying to dine and dash. What's wrong with having a black dragon card? If you don't believe me, go get a card reader right now, and I'll swipe it in front of you. Xiao Feng sneered. At this moment, he didn't want to deal with Lawson Baron. He could see that Lawson was genuinely afraid of the old dragon, and he believed that once he proved the authenticity of his black dragon card, someone would take care of Lawson for him. All right, I want to see if your black dragon card is real or not. The old dragon waved his hand, ordering his subordinates to bring over a card reader to verify Xiao Feng's black dragon card on the spot. What a ridiculous joke. If my black dragon card were real, I'd livestream myself eating SHT. Lawson Baron scoffed. Haha, I'm looking forward to it. A smile appeared on Xiao Feng's handsome face. Since Lawson was so confident, he wouldn't let him down. Soon, the old dragon's men brought over the card reader and placed it on the table. Xiao Feng strode over, and everyone gathered around. Lawson Baron and his subordinates, nursing their wounds, also came closer, eagerly watching, wanting to see Xiao Feng's face when his deception was revealed. Swipe it. A fake black dragon card can't process anything. I want to see you get beaten by the old dragon. Then I can take my revenge. Lawson thought bitterly. Right now, he had temporarily set aside thoughts of the two alluring women. First, he wanted to get revenge for the beating Xiao Feng had just given him. Xiao Feng was indeed strong, but the old dragon was famously ruthless throughout the city. Lawson didn't think Xiao Feng would be a match for him. Lawson believed that the old dragon could easily take out this arrogant young man with a single move. Whether the black dragon card is real or not will be clear with just one swipe. The old dragon said, staring at Xiao Feng. A fake bank card obviously wouldn't be able to process a transaction. If Lawson was right, Xiao Feng's little trick would be exposed. Haha, keep your eyes wide open. Xiao Feng smiled, holding the black dragon card as he walked up to the card reader. In front of everyone's watchful eyes, he inserted the card, entered the amount, and quickly pressed the password. Almost immediately, a successful transaction prompt appeared. Boom. Xiao Feng's casual action struck all present like thunder. The successful transaction meant that the black dragon card was real. His black dragon card was indeed real. The old dragon's breath caught in his throat, and his gaze at Xiao Feng changed entirely. A person with a black dragon card had a terrifying status and background. Not only him, but even their boss wouldn't want to offend such a person easily. It's impossible. How could it be real? Lawson Baron's face went pale with shock as he saw Xiao Feng successfully process the transaction, shouting in disbelief. Got it. You were the one causing trouble just now. How to handle this? You can figure it out yourself. Xiao Feng put away the black dragon card and, leaving behind those words, headed back towards the table to take the two drowsy women away. Upon hearing this, Old Dragon's face darkened with intense hostility as he glanced over at Lawson Baron, who was not far away. Chapter 161. A major discovery. Old Dragon. It's all a misunderstanding. I truly didn't know that his black dragon card was real. Lawson Baron shivered under Old Dragon's murderous gaze, his voice trembling as he explained. He was making trouble for the guests at the royal bar and even wrecked my establishment. Dragged them all out and tossed them into the river to feed the fish. Old Dragon's eyes were cold as he commanded, and the thugs standing behind him surged forward, capturing Lawson Baron and his men and dragging them away. As Lawson was being pulled out, he pleaded for mercy, but Old Dragon didn't even spare him a glance. Instead, walking towards Xiao Feng. This guest, it was our fault earlier, and we are willing to compensate for the losses. Old Dragon said politely as he approached Xiao Feng from behind. He treated Xiao Feng with such courtesy primarily because of the legendary Black Dragon card in Xiao Feng's possession, hoping to alleviate any dissatisfaction Xiao Feng might feel and to establish a connection with him. No need, Xiao Feng replied. He was in the Taya Empire on a mission and had no interest in making acquaintances. He helped the two intoxicated and enchanting women to their feet and left the royal bar with steady steps. What an inscrutable person. Old Dragon watched Xiao Feng's departing figure, murmuring to himself. For some reason, he felt a mix of familiarity and fear emanating from Xiao Feng, as if he were back in the days of being an assassin, encountering a stronger killer. Xiao Feng managed to extract the address from the two unconscious women and hailed a cab to take them home. Upon seeing Xiao Feng supporting two stunning beauties into the car, the driver immediately broke into an inexplicable smile. "You're quite the brother," he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "Don't get the wrong idea. We don't know each other," Xiao Feng said, realizing the driver misinterpreted their relationship and explained helplessly. "Don't worry, I get it." The driver replied with a knowing expression, stepping on the gas and heading towards their destination. Soon, they arrived at the location, and the driver watched Xiao Feng leave with a meaningful look. "Ah, these young people are impressive," he sighed, reminiscing about the past. Xiao Feng helped the two women into the elevator and pressed the button for the 17th floor. Through his inquiries, he learned that the two women were twin sisters, which explained their striking resemblance. Ding dong. Xiao Feng used their key to open the door, expecting to find their family inside, but instead discovered the two-bedroom. One living-room apartment was empty. It seemed they lived together alone. Time to go back. Xiao Feng glanced at the dark night and called for a cab to head to the hotel where the two assassins from the Skeleton Guild were staying. Arriving just after 2 in the morning, Xiao Feng didn't rush into the hotel. He first observed the surroundings to assess the situation before entering. Even now, he was unsure of what the Skeleton Guild truly wanted, whether they genuinely needed him for a mission or if they were luring him in to ambush him. Although Xiao Feng had not entered the headquarters of the Skeleton Guild, by tomorrow, over 90% of the guild's top combat strength would gather here, making the situation slightly better than entering their headquarters. Even though Xiao Feng was very confident in his own abilities, he still needed to be well prepared. In case of any unexpected events, he wanted to be ready to counterattack immediately. Since he had come to the Taya Empire, Xiao Feng had no intention of returning empty-handed. Even if the Skeleton Guild aimed to deal with him before executing their mission, he was determined to make them pay a price and seek out the ancient tribe to find that mysterious holy artifact. Only by obtaining the artifact could he have leverage. Even if his parents were indeed in their hands, he could use the artifact to negotiate. Xiao Feng murmured to himself, deciding not to reveal the half-spirit sword he found in the ancestral hall for now, fearing it would cause unforeseen complications. If he could secure the holy artifact from the mysterious tribe, he could use it to barter with the Skeleton Guild for his parents. This approach would introduce significant uncertainties for both him and the Skeleton Guild, something neither side would want. Therefore, Xiao Feng placed great hope in the Tontian Pavilion. If they could uncover his parents' whereabouts, he could turn the tables, and even if he obtained the holy artifact, he wouldn't have to hand it over to the Skeleton Guild, but could use it to buy time. The Skeleton Guild would also be on guard against Xiao Feng, ensuring he wouldn't succeed in obtaining the artifact. Based on his speculation, even if the guild didn't act against him before the mission, they would likely use him as cannon fodder or leverage him to overcome obstacles, draining his value before abandoning him. Xiao Feng walked into the hotel and returned to his room. The two assassins from the Skeleton Guild had already gone to rest, conserving their energy for tomorrow's operation. By tomorrow, all the guild's assassins would arrive, and according to their agreement, they would head to the ancient tribe to deal with him, seize the artifact, and obtain the key to unlock the treasures of the ancient civilization. Lying in bed, Xiao Feng took a long time to fall asleep. Before he drifted off, his mind was rehearsing the potential unexpected events that could occur the next day, along with corresponding response plans. The nights in the Taya Empire were longer than in Huaxia, and dawn did not break until after 7 in the morning. When Xiao Feng finally woke up, he casually grabbed breakfast downstairs and sought out the two assassins to ask when the Skeleton Guild's assassins would arrive. "Lord Hades, they should be arriving soon. No later than 10 o'clock, one of the assassins reported to Xiao Feng. "All right." Xiao Feng nodded. Arriving before 10 meant he had about 2 hours left. He stepped out of the hotel and went to a park behind it, sitting on a bench to bask in the warm sunlight. Feeling bored, he pulled out his phone and saw a text message from Elder Go. To avoid drawing attention from the Skeleton Guild, Xiao Feng kept his phone on silent, and his text messages and call logs were password protected, so he hadn't noticed the message until now. As he opened the message, his expression changed dramatically upon reading its content. Is it really like this? Calm and composed, Xiao Feng revealed a flicker of emotion as he received the shocking news from the elder of the pavilion. after Xiao Feng informed the Tongtian Pavilion about the ancient tribes of the Taya Empire. The pavilion had devoted all its resources to investigate and uncovered a matter of great significance. The elder informed Xiao Feng that the Qian Forest is a place shrouded in mystery within the Taya Empire, with a long history and home to numerous ancient tribes. Among them is a well-known tribe called the Mahun tribe, infamous in the region and one that evokes fear in those who mention it. Chapter 162. The provocation of the war demon. The geographical location of the Meiho tribe is deep within the Scarlet Flame Forest, and its positioning is quite bizarre. Once outsiders step in, they cannot find their way out, making it a notorious death zone within the forest. The elders discovered that the target of the Skeleton Guild's current mission is none other than this ancient and mysterious Meiho tribe. Moreover, the Celestial Tower uncovered shocking news that left everyone astounded, especially Xiao Feng. This news revealed that Xiao Feng's parents, who had been missing for 8 years, were not with the Skeleton Guild but had entered the Meiho tribe 8 years ago and subsequently vanished without a trace. If the Celestial Tower had not received this intelligence from Xiao Feng, they would never have guessed that his parents were not in the hands of the Skeleton Guild, but rather in the distant and perilous Meiho tribe. Elder, have you been able to find out if my parents are still alive? Xiao Feng asked anxiously. The Meiho tribe is a local death zone, and he feared for their safety upon entering. Xiao Feng, your parents were forced into the Meiho tribe by members of the Skeleton Guild, and they have not come out since. Our people cannot enter the Meiho tribe, so we do not know the specific situation regarding your parents, the elder replied almost instantly, as if he had been waiting for Xiao Feng's response. It was already a remarkable feat for the Celestial Tower to discover that Xiao Feng's parents had entered the Meiho tribe, as their members were too afraid to step foot inside. The last two who ventured there lost contact the moment they crossed into its territory, and their fate was uncertain. I understand, Xiao Feng replied. After receiving the elder's intel, he glanced at the 2 assassins from the Skeleton Guild nearby, and his apprehension dissipated. Since his parents were not in the guild's hands, there was no need for him to be cautious. However, I still need to follow them for now, he thought. I need them to lead me to the Meiho tribe and see what tricks they are up to. It would be best if they could investigate the ins and outs of the Meiho tribe themselves. Xiao Feng contemplated this. The Meiho tribe is so strange and dangerous, but for the sake of his parents, he must step in. Therefore, he decided to follow the assassins from the Skeleton Guild, thinking he might even be able to use them. If he sensed any danger, he could simply detach from them. As he pondered, knowing that his parents were not in the hands of the Skeleton Guild relaxed him considerably, reducing his fear of the guild. However, a new worry emerged. What condition were his parents in after being forced into the Meiho tribe by the Skeleton Guild? Skeleton Guild, once this matter is resolved, I will settle the score with you for both old and new grudges, Xiao Feng vowed, a fierce glint flashing in his dark eyes. The Skeleton Guild had first kidnapped his parents and then coerced them into the Meiho tribe. Although many mysteries remained unsolved, his hatred for the Skeleton Guild had reached a boiling point. Once this mission was completed and he obtained the treasures of the civilized tribe, Xiao Feng would make sure to settle the score with the members of the Skeleton Guild. After a while, Xiao Feng sat in the park. About an hour later, around 9 o'clock, several cars drove through the hotel gates. A group of over 20 men stepped out, each dressed in various styles, clearly hailing from all corners of the world, gathered together for this mission. These men were evidently top assassins summoned by the Skull Guild. Among them were 8 ace assassins, who held a high status in the assassin community. Following them were a dozen or so powerful assassins, each strong enough to easily overpower typical members of assassin organizations, including guild-level assassins, who would find them difficult to contend with. This group represented the pinnacle of the Skull Guild's combat capability. Since its founding, the Skull Guild had never gathered such a large number of high-level assassins for a single mission. If this got out, it would undoubtedly shock the entire assassin world. Are they here? Xiao Feng's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Having navigated the assassin world for many years, this was the first time he encountered so many formidable assassins. However, instead of feeling fear, it ignited a deep-seated fighting spirit within him. If it weren't for the mission at hand, he would have liked to spar with these individuals. Is he the king of the underworld? The 8 ace assassins at the forefront of the Skull Guild included a man in a green outfit wearing a mask, who fixed his curious gaze on Xiao Feng and asked, "Is that him?" "That's right, it's him." The man next to him, known as Dragon Slayer, nodded in affirmation. Ever since he had been defeated by Xiao Feng, he no longer underestimated him. Instead, he looked forward to executing the mission alongside Xiao Feng this time. Is he really as formidable as the legends say? The masked man scrutinized Xiao Feng, his eyes revealing unhidden provocation and fighting intent. The masked man asked, while the other 6 ace assassins looked toward Dragon Slayer. It was Dragon Slayer who had invited the king of the underworld to join the Skull Guild. The stories about the king of the underworld circulated widely in the assassin community, revered by many as a god. However, since Xiao Feng rose to fame within the assassin organization, he was often looked down upon by even more powerful members of assassin guilds, especially the ace assassins, most of whom were skeptical of the king of the underworld's legends, including Dragon Slayer, who initially underestimated Xiao Feng upon first meeting him, only to be completely convinced after witnessing his combat prowess firsthand. He truly lives up to his reputation, Dragon Slayer said solemnly, refraining from mentioning his defeat at Xiao Feng's hands, primarily out of pride. Oh, then I suppose I should see just how capable he really is, the masked man said, his voice sharp as he approached Xiao Feng. Hee, I knew this guy wouldn't be able to resist. Ghost Path, one of the 8 ace assassins, noted that his strength was even greater than Dragon Slayer's, making him the top ace assassin among the Skull Guild. How strong can someone from an assassin organization really be? Just to show off. I really don't understand why the Skull Guild would choose him for this mission. I hope he doesn't end up dragging us down. Copper Tower's voice was hoarse, his combat ability comparable to that of Dragon Slayer. Let him make a scene. The rumors about the Underworld King in the assassin community have long reached mythical proportions. It's time to shatter the so-called legend and let the people in the assassin world know that the assassin organizations and the assassin guilds are simply not on the same level. Ghost Path sneered, remarking that the only person from the assassin organization who can stand on a pedestal is the Underworld King, revered as a deity. They even claim that the Underworld King can eliminate the assassins from the guild in an instant, rivaling the top assassins. To many in the assassin guild, this is nothing but a massive joke. Listening to their conversation, Dragon Slayer remained silent, secretly delighted in his heart. The strength of the battle demon should be comparable to the Underworld King, but his carelessness will likely lead to some setbacks. This is good. When they find out that I was defeated by the Underworld King, they won't dare to mock me anymore. Chapter 163. Defeating the War Demon, the Dragon Slayer chuckled to himself. In his eyes, the masked War Demon was stronger than him, and so was Xiao Feng, who he believed was just slightly superior. He thought that the War Demon and the King of the Underworld would be evenly matched. But the War Demon was too arrogant and completely underestimated the King of the Underworld. He felt that the War Demon was likely to suffer a loss. I've heard quite a bit about you. Come on, let me see if you're really as powerful as the legends say. If not, you might as well leave before you drag us down and cause us to fail our mission. The War Demon approached Xiao Feng, shouting dismissively. He believed that having the Skeleton Guild send Xiao Feng to join them was a mistake, and he wanted to take the opportunity to defeat Xiao Feng and make him leave so he wouldn't interfere with their mission. Clearly, the War Demon was unaware of Xiao Feng's true identity and sought to rid himself of this burden. How interesting. But just because you hail from an assassin guild, what is there to be so proud of? Xiao Feng sneered. He noticed that the War Demon had several other ace assassins with him and recognized the disdain in their eyes. This was a look he had seen before in the eyes of top assassins from other guilds. Those from assassin guilds often looked down on members of assassin organizations, and he was well aware of that. But just because you come from an assassin guild, let me show you just how strong an assassin guild member can be. The War Demon snorted, releasing a powerful gust of air from his nostrils, his feet pounding the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly beneath him. His nickname, War Demon, was derived from his unmatched strength and indomitable presence in battle. He had once single-handedly defeated dozens of assassins, like a War Demon that looked down upon all. He had gained fame for this feat, and those assassins were not from an assassin organization, but from the Assassin Guild itself, showcasing just how terrifying the War Demon's combat power was. Whoosh! The War Demon suddenly lunged forward, like a ferocious beast charging at Xiao Feng. He charged directly at him without taking any defensive measures, seemingly unconcerned about Xiao Feng's attacks, intending to defeat him with overwhelming force and demonstrate the true power of an ace assassin from the guild. Bang! As the War Demon rushed toward him, Xiao Feng felt a tremendous gust of wind sweeping through, realizing that the War Demon's strength was formidable, one of the most powerful he had encountered among assassins. This was not someone he could face head-on. The thought flashed through Xiao Feng's mind, and in a split second, he dodged the War Demon's punch. He attempted to grab the War Demon's arm, but was pushed back by an astonishing force, stumbling several steps away. Haha, is that all you've got? How weak. The War Demon laughed, feeling Xiao Feng's attack was no more than a tickle, completely devoid of lethality. He became even more reckless, swinging his massive fists at Xiao Feng. Each of his attacks was a straightforward charge, lacking finesse, but capable of unleashing his strength to the fullest. When strength reaches a certain level, it can break through any technique. No skills are needed to take down a formidable enemy. Humph. Xiaofeng skillfully dodged the attacks of the battle demon, seemingly retreating in a panicked manner, but in reality, he was making calculated movements, analyzing the speed and patterns of the battle demon's strikes. This kid, who had been spoken of in almost mythical terms, now appeared to be nothing more than a paper tiger. The tall and burly figure known as the Copper Tower let out a mocking laugh, and the others showed disdain, looking down even further on Xiaofeng. But don't underestimate him. He is not as simple as he seems. Among the 7 elite assassins, there was an elderly man clad in gray robes who was usually silent, but at this moment, he spoke up to share his thoughts. Upon hearing the elder's words, the expressions of the other elite assassins changed. It was clear they held great respect for him. In the world of assassins, strength was paramount, and their admiration for this elder was not merely due to his age, but because his power surpassed theirs. This elder was none other than Xiao Lao, one of the most formidable assassins of the Skeleton Guild, the strongest among those involved in this operation, and also its commander. Upon hearing Xiao Lao's words, Tu Long cast a deep glance at him. In the Skeleton Guild, Xiao Lao was a legendary figure, and even someone of Tu Long's caliber felt immense pressure in his presence, sensing that Xiao Lao was someone who had mastered the art of concealment. Boom. The battle between Xiaofeng and the battle demon had reached a stalemate. The battle demon's attacks were astonishingly powerful, but Xiaofeng moved with the agility of a snake, making it difficult for the battle demon to fully unleash his strength. However, from an atmospheric perspective, Xiaofeng's continuous retreat clearly indicated that he was at a disadvantage. King of the underworld, how much longer do you plan to hide? The battle demon laughed recklessly, relentlessly bombarding Xiaofeng and forcing him to retreat further, displaying an overwhelming dominance. The situation Xiaofeng was in was one the battle demon had encountered countless times before. Although Xiaofeng managed to evade his attacks repeatedly, there would inevitably come a moment of oversight. With his unimaginable strength, a single punch was all it would take to severely injure an opponent or even kill them on the spot. Thus, the battle demon was filled with confidence, knowing that if he landed just one hit on Xiaofeng, the battle would come to an end. Too weak. Guitu shook his head, realizing that the battle demon's strength was quite close to his own. If the battle demon could dominate Xiaofeng so easily, then so could he. And he felt an increasing disdain for Xiaofeng. Xiao Lao, it seems you've misjudged the situation this time, Copper Tower mocked. The elderly man simply smiled at the remark, offering no further explanation. His eyes were exceptionally clear as he observed Xiaofeng's evasive maneuvers. There was a fleeting glimmer of brilliance in his gaze. He is not so simple, Xiao Lao murmured to himself, while the others failed to notice that Xiaofeng's seemingly frantic dodges were, in fact, perfectly timed. Any more or less would result in a hit. Such exquisite footwork was something he believed the other elite assassins could never achieve. Boom. The battle demon grew increasingly excited. His fists, the size of sandbags, rained down like a storm, gradually cornering Xiaofeng. It's time to end this. The fierce face of the battle demon was filled with overwhelming malice. Xiaofeng, backed into the corner, felt like there was nowhere left to escape in his eyes. In a fit of rage, he let out a furious roar and swung his fist with astonishing power, aiming for Xiaofeng's chest. If that punch landed, it would surely mean death or severe injury for Xiaofeng. Such a brutal attack made the surrounding assassins flinch, as they believed Xiaofeng was done for. Chapter 164. The end of the Mahan tribe. It was indeed time to end this. Xiaofeng, who had remained silent until now, flashed a playful smile. After a series of encounters, he had almost figured out the speed and trajectory of the war demon's attacks. It was now time for him to strike back. Suddenly, Xiaofeng charged forward, not retreating but advancing, and forcefully slammed his arm against the war demon's right hand. His speed and strength were employed cleverly, landing precisely on an acupoint on the war demon's arm that could temporarily sap a person's strength. Although it was only for a moment, in a battle between masters, even a single second could change the outcome. Child's play. The war demon's right hand lost its power under Xiaofeng's attack, but he didn't panic. With a wealth of combat experience, he suddenly turned sideways and charged at Xiaofeng with his massive body, like a tank bursting with explosive force, delivering a tremendous impact. Too slow, Xiaofeng mocked as the war demon lunged at him. In that instant, he swept his right leg against the war demon's leg while grabbing the temporarily weakened arm, throwing the war demon to the ground. Bang! The war demon's towering body crashed to the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. Humph! Without a moment's pause, Xiaofeng followed up with a palm strike to the war demon's back, hitting a vital acupoint that affected the central nervous system. With that blow, the war demon felt his whole body go numb, racked with immense pain. Bang! 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 Xiao Feng unleashed a flurry of palm strikes against the war demon. Due to the war demon's formidable physical condition, Xiao Feng had to be far more ruthless than he would be against an ordinary opponent, targeting several critical acupoints. The war demon's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. "You're too weak." Xiao Feng's final punch landed squarely on the war demon's forehead, sending him flying back to crash into a large tree, causing a shower of leaves to fall and cover his stunned face. Gasp! The onlookers, who had seen Xiao Feng in a disadvantaged position, were taken aback as he suddenly turned the tide and swiftly defeated the war demon. They collectively inhaled sharply, their expressions shifting completely as they looked at Xiao Feng. He actually defeated the war demon. Even Dragon Slayer, who was aware of Xiao Feng's combat abilities, showed signs of shock. He had thought that Xiao Feng would only manage to make the overconfident war demon suffer a bit, never expecting him to make such a stunning comeback and decisively overpower the war demon. It was simply incredible. Hee. Among the crowd, the only person who wasn't too surprised was the elderly elder, who gazed at Xiao Feng with a hint of wariness in his eyes, lost in thought. "I refuse to accept this. Let us go again." The war demon, bloodied but undeterred, glared at Xiao Feng, wanting to challenge him once more. "I have no interest in fighting a defeated opponent." Xiao Feng cast a disdainful glance at the war demon, his expression provoking the proud warrior to the point of nearly spitting blood, yet he found no words to retort. "Kid, I admit I underestimated you. But I was careless before. This time, I will definitely defeat you." The war demon glared at Xiao Feng, determined to wash away his humiliation and defeat him. "All right, everyone stop. We need to set off for that tribe by noon," he commanded. Just then, Old Xiao spoke up calmly. As soon as he finished, the once furious war demon lowered his head and fell silent. Who is he? Seeing the war demon so wary of Old Xiao, a look of surprise flashed across Xiao Feng's mind. The war demon was indeed powerful, and he had only managed to defeat him by taking advantage of a moment. The elder, who could instill such caution in the war demon, must possess terrifying strength. "Old Xiao, we're about to embark on a mission. Can you at least tell us which tribe we're headed to?" Too Long couldn't help but ask. Aside from Old Xiao, no one knew the purpose of this mission. "You'll find out when the time comes," Old Xiao replied cryptically, waving his hand as he turned to leave. As Old Xiao departed, the other assassins from the Skeleton Guild gradually dispersed. Before they left, most of them cast deep glances at Xiao Feng, gaining a profound understanding of the legendary King of Hell's combat prowess. After this mission concludes, the news of the King of Hell defeating the war demon would surely spread like wildfire in the assassin community, further elevating his reputation to an elite level. The war demon was already one of the top assassins in the community. The fact that the King of Hell could defeat him indicated that very few could stand as his rivals in the vast assassin world. "King of Hell, just you wait. After this mission, I will definitely defeat you." The war demon spat out a mouthful of blood and glared fiercely at Xiao Feng, leaving behind a threatening remark. "Let us see if you can improve your strength first," Xiao Feng replied nonchalantly. Since the war demon initially didn't take him seriously, he didn't feel the need to worry about him. Xiao Feng's words infuriated the war demon, whose eyes turned red with rage, and he shot Xiao Feng one last glare before leaving in frustration. Gui Tu and several ace assassins from the guild exchanged meaningful looks with Xiao Feng, each calculating their next moves as they returned to the hotel, waiting for noon to arrive. "King of Hell, I didn't expect you to defeat the war demon." Too Long approached Xiao Feng after a few ace assassins and other top killers had left, giving him a thumbs up in admiration. "Is he really that strong?" Xiao Feng asked curiously, still unfamiliar with the war demon's status within the Skeleton Guild. He had only heard that this person possessed incredible divine power and had no rivals in terms of strength. He holds a high position in the Skeleton Guild, ranking among the top assassins. "Among all the ace killers we send out, aside from Old Xiao, no one else has the strength to defeat him," Too Long explained. "Only Old Xiao and Gui Tu could hold their own against the war demon. The rest of us, including me, are no match for him." "Oh, who is Old Xiao?" Hearing the name, Xiao Feng felt it was unfamiliar and couldn't help but ask further. Old Xiao was well known in the Skeleton Guild, but he was always low-key. So few in the assassin world had heard of him. This was the first time Xiao Feng had come across Old Xiao's name. Old Xiao, the elder who just reprimanded the war demon, holds a very high position within the Skeleton Guild, far beyond what we can compare to. Among the assassins of the Skeleton Guild, his strength is second to none. Even the leader must show him some respect. Too Long explained that the leader of the Skeleton Guild is like a god, commanding the obedience of all. In the global assassin community, he is a figure of immense power. Even national leaders dare not underestimate him. The fact that old Xiao can command respect from the leader speaks volumes about his strength and status. Chapter 165. The strong ones of the Mahan tribe understood. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng nodded silently, secretly marking Xiao Lao as a key figure to watch out for. The Skeleton Guild is one of the top 5 assassin guilds in the world, and its power should not be underestimated. Among them, there are several assassins that even Xiaofeng feels he cannot handle with complete confidence. According to Tu Long's description, he believes Xiao Lao falls into this category. The threat Xiao Lao poses to Xiaofeng is greater than that of all the other assassins combined. Assassins are not skilled in group attacks. They excel in assassination and hunting methods. During combat, they utilize everything around them and are almost all versatile fighters. Therefore, when assassins reach a certain level of strength, it becomes difficult to defeat them using a swarm tactic. In the world of assassins, it's not uncommon to hear about a lone assassin breaking through a group's defense to directly take the enemy's head. One of the most shocking events involved Xiaofeng, who once single-handedly breached the defenses of an entire squad, withstanding the protection of their fighters to complete his mission, which stunned the entire assassin community. This was his legendary battle, and since then, he has been revered by assassin organizations as a godlike figure, seen as the only person capable of challenging or even defeating the Assassin Guild. The king of the underworld has a mission to execute at 12 o'clock, so I'll be leaving first. Tu Long then chose to take his leave as well. They had traveled a long distance and needed to recharge before heading to that mysterious and dangerous tribe to carry out their task. He needed to adjust his state of mind. All right, Xiaofeng nodded. After the assassins from the Skeleton Guild had left, he sat back down, contemplating his plans. From the reactions of these people, Xiaofeng felt they indeed intended to take him along for the operation. If that were the case, he needed to be prepared. Since Xiaofeng knew his parents had gone to the Mahan tribe, he decided that at the right moment, he would break away from this group of assassins and enter the Mahan tribe to search for his parents. In Xiaofeng's heart, his parents were far more important than any so-called sacred artifact. Only after finding his parents would he have the heart to pursue the sacred artifact. So many years have passed. I hope my parents are safe. Xiaofeng thought about the fact that his parents had entered the Mahan tribe 8 years ago, and his heart sank. The Mahan tribe is notorious locally as a death zone, and with his parents having been inside for 8 years, he was genuinely worried. However, regardless of the circumstances, Xiaofeng had to search for them. His parents were the biggest knot in his heart. Without finding them, he would never find peace in this life and would forever live in guilt. As Xiaofeng waited, noon soon arrived. The group of assassins from the Skeleton Guild left the hotel, and Tu Long walked over to find Xiaofeng, taking him to gather with the assassins from the Skeleton Guild. The king of the underworld has officially joined the Skeleton Guild, and from today onward, he is one of us. Everyone must work together to complete the mission, understood? Xiao Lao stated calmly, standing opposite everyone. Understood. The many assassins of the Skeleton Guild responded in unison, and Xiaofeng nodded as well, indicating his understanding. The location for this mission is deep within the Qian forest. I've arranged the vehicles. Let us move out, Xiao Lao instructed. It would take just 3 hours to reach the Qian forest from here. Xiaofeng followed the assassins of the Skeleton Guild as they boarded a vehicle that sped toward the direction of the Crimson Flame Forest. Mahu tribe, here I come, he thought, his eyes filled with intense anticipation. His parents, missing for many years, were said to be in the Mahu tribe. Even if it meant facing a treacherous path, he was determined to venture forth. The vehicle rumbled along as the skilled drivers of the Skeleton Guild pushed the speed to the limit. What would typically take 3 hours to reach was accomplished in just 2, cutting the time by a third. Listen up, everyone, the commander announced. Our mission's destination is the ancient Mahu tribe. As we approach the area, we must exercise extreme caution. This place is notorious as a death zone. No one has ever returned once they stepped inside, except for the tribespeople themselves. Upon reaching the Crimson Flame Forest, Xiao Lao finally revealed the exact location of their mission to the other assassins. Apart from Xiaofeng, who had known all along, the others displayed expressions of surprise, filled with curiosity and anticipation about the Mahu tribe. Sounds intriguing. I'll see for myself if it's true, Jean-Emo scoffed. Casting a cold glance at Xiaofeng, he still harbored resentment over his recent defeat and felt he had been too careless. Proving himself by being the first to infiltrate the Mahu tribe was his way of reclaiming his dignity. Maybe you should tone it down a bit, Xiao Lao warned, giving Jean-Emo a stern look. Jean-Emo was incredibly powerful, but his overconfidence could lead to disaster if left unchecked. Everyone stay close to me. This area isn't just home to the Mahu tribe. There are other ancient tribes here as well, many of which harbor strong warriors. We must avoid disturbing them before we locate the Mahu tribe, or we could find ourselves in serious trouble, Xiao Lao cautioned. As the overall commander of this operation, he had done extensive research beforehand, gathering a wealth of intelligence about the Crimson Flame Forest. He knew this ancient forest was home to numerous tribes with histories spanning over 1,000 years, many of which had formidable experts. Given their unfamiliarity with the terrain, provoking these tribes could be extremely dangerous. The group nodded in agreement, though a few assassins, like Jean Mo, dismissed the tribespeople of the Crimson Flame Forest. They nodded outwardly but scoffed internally, showing no concern. When they faced the consequences later, they would understand the gravity of the situation. Xiao Lao noted their disdainful expressions and sighed internally, leading them deeper into the forest. Xiao Feng walked behind a few elite assassins, and behind him were other top-tier killers from the Skeleton Guild. Perhaps having witnessed Xiao Feng defeat Jean Mo had earned him their respect, as their attitudes toward him had shifted significantly, with many choosing to walk behind him voluntarily, showing their admiration. As they walked through the land of the Crimson Flame Forest, a rustling sound accompanied their steps, breaking the eerie silence of the surroundings. When they first entered the forest, they occasionally encountered locals chopping wood and gathering herbs. However, as they ventured deeper, the number of people dwindled, until finally, they saw no one at all. Chapter 166, Counterattack TikTok. As Xiaofeng walked, he suddenly felt large droplets of water, the size of fists, falling from above, soaking his clothes. He looked up and saw that huge leaves, the size of fans, were overhead, cradling massive water droplets. As several agile monkeys swung about, the droplets fell like rain, drenching them. Damn monkeys, get lost. Jean Mo, already in a foul mood, was further irritated by his wet clothes. He glared furiously and punched a nearby tree, the force of his blow causing the tree to cave in and shake violently, scaring the monkeys away. Jean Mo, what are you doing? Old Xiao, noticing the commotion Jean Mo had caused, looked displeased. If someone with ill intentions discovered this, it would lead to trouble. These monkeys are too annoying. I just wanted to scare them off. Jean Mo replied nonchalantly. He still didn't think much of the ancient tribe in the Qian forest, and didn't care about the noise he was making. Humph, you better behave yourself. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude, Old Xiao warned, his cold gaze finally making Jean Mo back down. He lowered his head and stopped arguing, though he was still quite unhappy. Let us keep moving. We should be close after a few more kilometers, Old Xiao said, pointing the way as he led the group toward the Mahan tribe. Wait. Suddenly, Xiao Feng's ears perked up as he heard faint sounds of movement. He spoke in a low voice, alerting the group. What's wrong? The others looked at him, puzzled. Someone is approaching us. Xiao Feng closed his eyes to discern the sounds and confirmed his suspicion. Impossible. If someone were coming, we would hear them. Gui too argued, not believing him. Just then, Old Xiao's eyes widened. He had heard the sounds too. Swish, swish, swish. Old Xiao had just noticed that several figures had appeared around them, standing on trees, armed with bows and arrows, glaring down at them. This is the territory of the Mahan tribe. Outsiders are forbidden to enter. One of the men shouted in halting English, clearly struggling with the language. What a joke. Who can stop me if I want to enter? Jean Mo scoffed, finding it amusing that these people were threatening them with primitive bows and arrows. He believed he could easily handle this group of savages. Without waiting for Old Xiao's objection, Jean Mo transformed into a blur and charged toward them, eager to unleash his pent-up frustration after being defeated by Xiao Feng. Well, if he wants to go, let him test the strength of these people, Old Xiao thought, resigning himself to let Jean Mo confront them. It would be a chance to gauge their power. When Xiao Feng saw the battle demon charging ahead, he regarded him as a fool. Just moments ago, he had assessed the situation by sound and realized that this group of men in strange attire was incredibly fast, even outpacing the monkeys that were trying to escape. The battle demon, known for his strength, would surely be at a disadvantage against such speedy foes, especially since they were on their home turf. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group from the Mahan tribe, upon seeing the battle demon launch his attack, began shooting arrows at him. Huh, you think these little things can hurt me? The battle demon scoffed, grabbing a thick tree branch from the ground and swinging it in front of him to swat away the slow-moving arrows. He then pulled out a handgun and aimed it at the enemies above him, firing a shot. Bang! After firing, the battle demon wore a smug smile. However, his expression quickly froze in shock as he realized that the enemy he had aimed at had vanished without a trace. In the next instant, that same enemy reappeared right in front of him, his fist covered in a green liquid, coming down in a furious strike. Get lost. The battle demon was taken aback, instinctively throwing a punch that sent the man flying several meters away. His explosive powers startled the other men, causing them to immediately retreat from him. Now you know my strength. The battle demon laughed mockingly at the retreating foes and then provocatively glanced at Xiao Feng. Let me show you my true power. Don't cry later. Xiao Feng's mocking voice echoed, igniting the battle demon's fury as he transformed into a blur, charging at the men from the Ma Hun tribe. Spread out. Don't confront him head-on. Use the environment to counter his attacks and strike back when you can, commanded the leader of the Ma Hun tribe, the one who had spoken English earlier. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 10 men from the tribe ducked behind trees and swiftly climbed up, evading the battle demon's assault. Climbing trees won't save you. The battle demon sneered, pulling out his handgun and firing at them. Unfortunately, their speed was too great. His bullets either missed entirely or struck the trees, failing to hit a single target. After emptying his handgun without hitting anyone, he felt a sting of embarrassment. "Give me a rifle," he shouted. A top assassin from the Skeleton Guild tossed him a German-imported AK-47. He shouldered the rifle and let out a furious roar, unleashing a hail of gunfire at the Ma Hun tribe. Swish, swish, swish. Unfortunately, the dense trees around him hindered his marksmanship, allowing the Ma Hun men to use the trunks as cover and escape unscathed when he fired. Just as the battle demon was feeling frustrated, a rain of arrows suddenly descended from the sky. Seeing such a massive volley, his expression finally changed. "Watch out, battle demon." Xiao Lao and the others were equally taken aback. This group from the Ma Hun tribe was hiding in the shadows, unleashing a barrage of arrows at the war demon. The arrows rained down like a storm, completely sealing off the war demon's escape routes, creating a seemingly fatal situation. Damn it! The war demon's expression darkened. In this life-and-death crisis, his qualities as a top assassin came to the forefront. He remained completely calm, almost instinctively pulling a spring-loaded iron claw from his multifunctional backpack. Pressing the switch, the claw shot out like a bullet, grabbing onto a large tree behind him. He pressed the switch again, and his body soared into the air, flying towards the sky. Chapter 167. Crossing the Chasm Splash. However, the arrows raining down were simply too many, and one of them struck the war demon in the thigh, piercing straight through. Blinded by rage, he hefted his rifle with one hand, ignoring the recoil as he opened fire on the members of the Ma Soul tribe. He caught sight of several tribe members in the direction where the arrows had come from, and under his relentless barrage, 2 figures fell from the treetops, blood staining the ground. After taking down the 2, the war demon used his momentum to land on the treetop. Gritting his teeth, he snapped the arrow lodged in his thigh, leaving just a fragment inside to minimize blood loss and avoid hindering his movement. Swish! The war demon fired off another 10 shots at the members of the Ma Soul tribe, then seized the opportunity to drop down to the ground and return to the camp of Xiao Lao and the others. "I told you to keep a low profile. Are you comfortable now?" Xiao Lao scolded sternly as he saw the war demon limping back. He had deliberately held back earlier to teach the war demon a lesson. "Humph. They lost 2 of their own too," the war demon grumbled in dissatisfaction. "You, the ace assassin of the Skeleton Guild, only managed to take down 2 after getting seriously injured. Is that something to brag about?" Xiao Lao's words left the war demon speechless. Despite his stern demeanor, he approached the war demon to help tend to his injuries. As elite assassins, they were nearly all-rounders, experienced in both taking down enemies and healing wounds. "Get him to a safe place. They're coming back, and in greater numbers," the usually silent Xiao Feng suddenly spoke up. The war demon's actions had seemingly provoked the tribe, and he could faintly hear the sound of arrows slicing through the air, increasing in frequency, an indication of their growing numbers. "Quick, carry him to the back." As Xiao Feng's command fell, the perceptive Xiao Lao also heard the commotion. He instructed the others to treat the war demon's injuries while he moved toward Xiao Feng. "King of the underworld, this group is elusive and fast. Do you have a good plan to defeat them at minimal cost?" Xiao Lao asked Xiao Feng. He had some ideas on how to deal with them, but given their numbers and strength, it seemed they would have to pay a hefty price. Seeing Xiao Feng's keen hearing, he increasingly valued his opinion. "My biggest concern isn't their speed, but the arrows they wield. I suspect those arrows are poisoned," Xiao Feng replied solemnly. The Ma Soul tribe members possessed extraordinary physical abilities, with some of them nearly on par with assassins. Coupled with their geographical advantage, they were in a precarious situation. "Not good. The war demon is poisoned." Just as Xiao Feng's words fell, a panicked shout came from one of the assassins. They saw the war demon's right leg rapidly turning black, spreading toward his body. "King of the underworld, I know you possess exceptional medical skills. Please, help the war demon." Xiao Lao's pupils contracted as he hurriedly sought Xiao Feng's assistance. In the assassin world, the legend of the king of the underworld included not only tales of his unparalleled strength, but also his extraordinary medical expertise, which was widely spoken of. "Fine." Xiao Feng rolled his eyes, but didn't refuse old Xiao's request. He wasn't ready to turn against the Skeleton Guild just yet. At least not until he found a way to enter the Mahun tribe. He couldn't afford to reveal his true feelings. Thank you, old Shio said gratefully. While he didn't like the battle demon and wanted to take this opportunity to teach him a lesson, he certainly didn't want anything bad to happen to him. The battle demon was one of the strongest assassins in the Skeleton Guild, a top-tier killer among elite assassins. Losing him would be a significant blow to the guild. Just deal with those people as quickly as you can, Xiaofeng said before walking toward the agonizing battle demon. Upon seeing him approach, the battle demon immediately bit his tongue and held back his cries, though his trembling body betrayed the indescribable pain he was enduring. The battle demon didn't want Xiaofeng to treat his injuries, but he also didn't want to die, so he ultimately chose to keep silent. If you're incompetent, stop trying to be a hero. What else can you do besides create chaos? Xiaofeng said coldly. His words made the battle demon clench his teeth in anger. Yet he couldn't find a retort. This time, he had indeed suffered a setback. He hadn't anticipated that the Mahun tribe would be so difficult to deal with. Despite putting in all his effort, he had only managed to kill 2 people. The other elite assassins of the Skeleton Guild watched in admiration as the battle demon was scolded by Xiaofeng without a word of protest. The battle demon had always been arrogant within the guild, looking down on everyone except for someone of old Shio's caliber. It was rare to see him in such a subdued state, especially being reprimanded by someone much younger than him. If this scene were to reach the Skeleton Guild, it would surely leave many people in shock. No wonder he was known as the Grim Reaper, feared by assassin organizations. With him joining the guild, it wouldn't be long before the name Grim Reaper would send shivers down the spines of assassins everywhere. The top assassins in the Skeleton Guild were filled with respect. The name Grim Reaper had circulated widely among assassin circles, and they believed that with Xiaofeng's inclusion in the Skeleton Guild, that name would soon resonate within their ranks as well. Gather together for a counterattack. Show them the strength of the Skeleton Guild, old Shio's cold voice rang out, prompting the assassins to rush forward to retaliate against the tribe members of Mahun. Old Shio commanded the Skeleton Guild's assassins to unite. They were the backbone of a globally ranked top 5 guild, and certainly wouldn't be intimidated by the Mahun tribe. Old Shio issued orders as the assassins spread out, armed with firearms, moving swiftly toward the source of the sounds. Each of them was a battle-hardened killer with keen hearing. Even if they weren't on par with Xiaofeng, they were still formidable. Bang, bang, bang. The assassins of the Skeleton Guild began their counterattack while Xiaofeng remained in place, treating the battle demon's wounds. I just need to suppress the poison. There's no need to fully heal him, or he might become a troublesome enemy later, Xiaofeng muttered to himself. He had no intention of curing the battle demon completely. He only aimed to control the poison. The battle demon was indeed powerful, and if he fully healed him, Xiaofeng worried that he would become a difficult adversary when the time came to confront the Skeleton Guild. Xiaofeng took out silver needles from his backpack and inserted them into the major acupoints on the war demon's legs. As he performed acupuncture, the toxins raging through the war demon's thighs began to be suppressed. As long as the poison didn't spread to the heart, the war demon would not die. Chapter 168. A critical moment, alright. For now, I've managed to suppress it, but for full recovery, you'll need to go to the hospital to expel the toxins. Xiaofeng clapped his hands and, after finishing, turned to head towards old Shio. The war demon hesitated for a moment, but decided to follow. Bang, bang, bang. In front of Xiaofeng, the deafening sound of gunfire was relentless. Old Shio, accompanied by the assassins of the Skeleton Guild, was suppressing the members of the Mahun tribe, steadily shrinking their territory. Each assassin from the Skeleton Guild was a sharpshooter, and the Mahun tribe found it nearly impossible to withstand their assault. Retreat. After losing several tribe members, the leader finally grew fearful and issued a retreat order. Fleeing deep into the forest, their whereabouts unknown. No need to chase them. Let us continue towards the Mahun tribe. Old Shio stopped his teammates who wanted to pursue. You two head in that direction and scout for any potential dangers. Old Shio pointed out 2 top assassins. While their strength couldn't match that of the ace assassins, they were excellent at reconnaissance. With them leading the way, they could avoid the traps set by the Mahun tribe. At this point, Old Shio and his team were already within the territory of the Mahun tribe, so they had to proceed with caution. Xiaofeng walked among the assassins of the Skeleton Guild, observing the surroundings. He noticed that the trees in the area were lush and towering, reaching high into the clouds, and the paths they could take were becoming narrower. In normal circumstances, this environment would be advantageous for assassins, allowing them to use the terrain to hunt enemies. However, they were up against an ancient tribe that had lived in this old forest for thousands of years, possessing an intimate knowledge of the area. Therefore, their situation was not very favorable. All personnel, remain alert. Old Shio snapped his fingers, and the members of the Skeleton Guild spread out in all directions, preparing for any potential threats. However, perhaps due to the combat prowess displayed by the Skeleton Guild, the members of the Ma Hun tribe were deterred. After advancing a kilometer, they had yet to encounter any enemies. Eventually, they arrived at a naturally formed gorge. Upon closer inspection, they found it to be several hundred meters deep, with no bridge to cross. It seems crossing this will not be easy. Xiao Feng looked up at the vines overhead, which were intertwined like a spider's web. It was likely that the members of the Ma Hun tribe used these vines to navigate in and out of their territory, moving with the agility of monkeys. For them, there was no issue, but for Xiao Feng and his team, these high and slender vines posed a significant challenge. A single misstep could lead to losing grip, and the price of that would be a fatal fall into the gorge. This area was already the core of the Ma Hun tribe. Beyond the gorge lay their stronghold, a place that locals had never dared to enter, as they would be killed by the tribe members on the way. Thus, the Ma Hun tribe was regarded as a death zone, entry allowed, exit forbidden. Although the chasm was difficult to cross, it was not insurmountable for Xiao Feng and his companions. Even if he were alone, Xiao Feng was confident he could make it across. However, he chose to remain silent, knowing that the assassins from the Skeleton Guild also had their own methods to cross. "You have 10 minutes to build a secure iron cable," Old Shio commanded. "The rest of you hide around the area to prevent any ambush from the enemy while we cross the chasm." Two assassins pulled tools from their backpacks, using modern technology to construct a safe and reliable iron cable for the crossing. Meanwhile, the others concealed themselves nearby, setting up ambush points. They were to open fire if they spotted any members of the Ma Hun tribe approaching. Old Shio's strategy was to avoid any arrow attacks while crossing the chasm. Their bodies would be fully exposed in midair on the iron cable, making it impossible to dodge arrows. Therefore, proper precautions were essential. Throughout this process, Xiao Feng stood silently in place, choosing not to participate in the crossing. Instead, his gaze was fixed on the grassy area across the chasm, where dozens of stone hills stood, each nearly 10 meters high. For some reason, seeing these stone hills filled him with an inexplicable sense of danger, as if they concealed unknown threats. Once they crossed, they needed to be cautious. It would be best to let the Skeleton Guild members go first. Xiao Feng thought to himself that the first person to cross would be the most vulnerable, so he planned to use the assassins from the Skeleton Guild to scout the situation. This was why he had not yet separated from the guild. With these individuals paving the way for him, his chances of entering the Ma Hun tribe increased, and the risks were significantly reduced. About 7 minutes later, the two assassins had successfully built an iron cable capable of supporting up to 1,000 pounds, roughly equivalent to the weight of 3 or 4 strong men. "You two go first and secure the cable on the other side," Old Shio ordered. The two assassins nodded, fastening safety ropes and gripping the cable as they began to cross. Whoosh! The moment the two assassins started crossing the chasm, an arrow flew toward them, shot by an archer hidden behind one of the stone hills on the opposite side. The Skeleton Guild's assassins had not noticed the threat at first. Bang! Just in time. Xiao Feng drew his handgun and shot the arrow, averting danger for the two assassins. He needed them to make it across to scout the area, so he couldn't let anything happen to them. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately, the assassins from the Skeleton Guild opened fire, eliminating the ambusher. The Ma Hun tribesmen hiding behind the stone hill could not escape death, as the guild's assassins were formidable fighters with a wide array of attack methods. They slid down the iron cable and immediately reinforced it to ensure everything was secure. "Old Shio, it's ready." The two assassins exchanged a glance and then shouted to Old Shio, "All right, everyone listen up. Pair up and cross the chasm in twos. The rest of you stay alert. Ambushes are still a real possibility," Old Shio commanded. Having spent many years in the world of assassins, he approached every task with utmost seriousness. His meticulous and cautious approach was a hallmark of his long-standing style. Chapter 169. The Stone Formation Understood. The numerous assassins from the Skeleton Guild nodded in agreement, and Xiao Feng also nodded, following closely behind this group of killers, ready to cross the chasm alongside them. Xiao Feng had to admit that the overall combat strength of these assassins from the Skeleton Guild was indeed formidable. With their assistance, he could easily traverse the chasm without breaking a sweat. The real threat lay in the stone mountains. Xiao Feng's gaze swept over the stone mountains, where he sensed a fleeting, subtle fluctuation. For some reason, these stone formations instilled a strong sense of crisis within him. This feeling was quite mysterious, yet it had helped him evade numerous life-threatening situations in the past, so he had always trusted in his instincts regarding such dangers. Better to believe in its existence than to dismiss it. This was Xiao Feng's mindset, and one of the reasons he had survived many overseas missions over the years. The assassins from the Skeleton Guild moved swiftly. In the blink of an eye, More than half had crossed the chasm and occupied the opposing side, spreading out to secure high ground and guard against any ambushes from the Ma Hun tribe. Perhaps the Ma Hun tribe was intimidated after witnessing one of their own being gunned down, as no one emerged to launch a counterattack, making it considerably easier for the Skeleton Guild assassins to cross the chasm. Lord of the Underworld, you can go now, Elder Xiao said. Observing that most of the assassins had crossed, he gestured for Xiao Feng to advance. Xiao Feng nodded, and, alongside Tu Long, stepped forward, grabbing the iron chain and using momentum to glide across to the other side. The crossing took merely a dozen seconds. As Xiao Feng charged against the biting wind towards the opposite bank, just as he was about to reach the shore, he suddenly felt a deadly aura surge within him. Instinctively, he turned his head to glance at the depths of the forest on his left, where he saw 3 arrows shooting towards him. These arrows were twice the size of the ones he had seen earlier, and their range exceeded his expectations. This was an ambush by 3 hidden members of the Ma Hun tribe, concealed so far away that the Skeleton Guild members hadn't noticed them. They never anticipated that arrows could be shot from such a distance with such precision. Not good, ambush. Shoot down those arrows. Elder Xiao's expression changed as he shouted angrily upon seeing the arrows approaching. He was the first to draw his handgun and fired 5 quick shots, knocking 1 arrow out of the air. The other assassins from the Skeleton Guild hurriedly opened fire as well, managing to deflect another arrow. However, due to the urgency of the situation, they failed to intercept the last arrow, which was now hurtling towards Xiao Feng and Tu Long. This arrow had an exceptionally tricky angle, targeting both Xiao Feng and Tu Long simultaneously. Its speed was astonishing, aimed directly at Tu Long's body. And given the force behind it, it would undoubtedly penetrate Tu Long and strike Xiao Feng next. This was a classic case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It was only at this moment that Tu Long realized the danger, but it was already too late for him to counterattack. He could only watch helplessly as the arrow flew straight at him. Bang! Just as the arrow was about to hit the Dragon Slayer, Xiao Feng suddenly tightened his grip and, using the resistance of the iron chain, leaped into the air. With his pistol in hand, he shot at the arrow, deflecting it just enough so that it grazed the Dragon Slayer's thigh and flew deep into the chasm, spilling a large amount of blood. That was close. The Dragon Slayer could clearly hear his own heart pounding. He had thought he was done for, but Xiao Feng had reacted so quickly and devised a countermeasure to save him. Well done. Old Xiao, seeing Xiao Feng knock the arrow away, revealed a satisfied smile. If Xiao Feng hadn't managed to intercept that arrow, both the Dragon Slayer and he would undoubtedly have perished, which would have been a tremendous loss for the Skeleton Guild. Take out those enemies. Xiao Feng shouted angrily, grabbing the Dragon Slayer and jumping to the opposite bank of the chasm, landing safely. He then dragged the Dragon Slayer behind a large tree for cover. Bang! Just as they hid behind the tree, a massive arrow pierced through it, striking the spot they had just vacated. If Xiao Feng had been even half a second slower, he would have been killed. The archery skills of this enemy were perplexingly powerful. Snipers, take them out. Old Xiao's voice rang out with fury. Immediately, a skilled sniper unslung his rifle, quickly setting it up. He used the trajectory and sound of the arrow to pinpoint the general location of the enemies, then adjusted his scope to lock onto them before pulling the trigger. Boom! A scream echoed in the distance as one of the Mara tribe enemies was shot down. Eliminate them all, Old Xiao said, his face lighting up with satisfaction. The sniper remained silent, taking aim at another target and firing again, killing that enemy as well. However, as he searched for a third target, an arrow suddenly shot through the sky, forcing him to dodge. When he resumed his search, the enemies had vanished without a trace. The Mara tribe truly lived up to their reputation. Old Xiao couldn't help but sigh in frustration as he realized even the sniper hadn't been able to take them all down. They had conducted thorough research on the Mara tribe before taking action, knowing their strength was formidable. That was why they had gathered enough powerful allies before launching their assault. Yet, they still faced threats one after another. If it hadn't been for Xiao Feng's timely intervention, they would have lost at least 1 ace assassin. Every ace assassin was an invaluable asset to the Skeleton Guild, and the cost of training one was unimaginable. Losing even a single ace would be a significant blow to the guild. You all continue crossing the chasm. You 2 use the sniper rifles to look for enemies. And the rest of you use binoculars. We can't let them launch another surprise attack, Old Xiao instructed. The range of the Mara tribe's arrows was beyond belief, making it difficult to spot them in the dense forest with the naked eye. Only with sniper rifles and binoculars could they effectively do their job. Understood. The assassins of the Skeleton Guild nodded in agreement. The 2 snipers positioned themselves in different directions, while the assassins crossing the chasm scanned for enemies with binoculars, ready to alert the group at the first sign of danger. Swish, swish, swish. The remaining assassins of the Skeleton Guild swiftly crossed the chasm, while those who had already made it over provided cover from the rear. Finally, Old Shio was the last to cross the abyss. At this point, everyone from the Skeleton Guild had successfully made it across the seemingly bottomless chasm without a single injury. According to the intel, once we traverse these rocky mountains, we will reach the stronghold of the Mahun tribe. Everyone perked up at the thought. After landing, Old Shio addressed the group, and as soon as he finished speaking, he vanished without a trace, slipping past Xiaofeng. Chapter 170. Entering the Ma Soul tribe? The old man Shio's discreet gaze didn't escape Xiaofeng's keen perception. He raised an eyebrow but resisted the urge to meet Shio's eyes directly. He didn't want Shio to realize that he had noticed his unusual expression. It seemed, he must know my identity. Xiaofeng thought to himself. From his brief interactions, he could tell that the assassins from the Skeleton Guild were unaware of his true identity. But this old man Shio, despite always being polite to him, had just revealed a fleeting look that raised his suspicions. King of the Underworld, I've heard your combat skills are quite impressive. Now that we are approaching the Ma Soul tribe, why not show us what you can do? Shio wore a friendly smile, resembling a kind old neighbor. However, no one dared to underestimate him, as this seemingly gentle old man was actually a terrifying figure within the Skeleton Guild. Shio's strength surpassed that of the majority of elite assassins. Even top-tier assassins like War Demon were no match for him. Sure thing. Xiaofeng readily agreed and turned to walk toward the rocky mountain, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Earlier, when he first laid eyes on the rocky mountain, he felt a surge of intense unease. Now, with Shio urging him to lead the way, he sensed a connection between the two, suspecting it was no mere coincidence. However, Xiaofeng planned to play along and see what was unusual about this rocky mountain, which would also help him avoid arousing Shio's suspicions. After all, they were at the heart of the Ma Soul tribe's territory. If Shio became suspicious of him, he would find himself in a perilous situation, caught between a wolf and a tiger. Haha, we'll be watching from the back, Shio said with a faint smile, leading the Skeleton Guild assassins to follow behind Xiaofeng. Shio, it's not appropriate for him to go alone. I'll go help him. Tu Long stepped forward, wanting to assist Xiaofeng. Hearing this, Shio hesitated for a moment. But when he saw Xiaofeng turning back, the uncertainty in his eyes vanished. Go ahead, Shio waved his hand, and Tu Long strode confidently toward Xiaofeng, walking alongside him towards the rocky mountain. Seeing Tu Long come to assist him, warmth surged in Xiaofeng's heart. It seemed his earlier act of saving Tu Long was not in vain. King of the Underworld, let's go. Shio is just overly suspicious. Even if there are dangers here, they shouldn't threaten us, Tu Long said as he walked beside Xiaofeng. They had already reached the doorstep of the Ma Soul tribe. Anyone sent to ambush them would either be dead or severely injured. He believed the Ma Soul tribe was only capable of this much, without the cover of the forest. They posed no real threat. Just be careful, Xiaofeng smiled and shook his head, reminding Tu Long to stay vigilant. He then took the lead toward the rocky mountain, with Tu Long quickly following suit. All units, stay alert. Shio commanded the other assassins of the Skeleton Guild as he saw Xiaofeng and Tu Long approaching the rocky mountain, instructing them to be on high alert and follow closely behind. As Xiaofeng drew nearer to the rocky mountain, his sense of unease intensified, eventually leading to a feeling of heart palpitations. This was not good. There was definitely something off about this rocky mountain. Xiaofeng stopped in his tracks, hesitant to move forward. He felt that if he pressed ahead, something disastrous would occur. What's wrong, Ming Wang? Tu Long asked, unable to suppress his curiosity upon seeing Xiaofeng suddenly halt. There might be danger ahead, Xiaofeng replied in a low voice. As soon as he said this, Tu Long's expression changed slightly. Previously, when the Mahun tribe had launched a surprise attack, Xiaofeng had sensed it instantly, even faster than the elder Shio. This indicated that Xiaofeng's hearing was far beyond that of an ordinary person, so Tu Long immediately became alert. Ming Wang, if you cross the stone mountains ahead, you'll reach the Mahun tribe's stronghold. Why are you stopping? Elder Shio urged as he noticed Xiaofeng's hesitation. Xiaofeng wanted to find an excuse to explain, but at that moment, the strange jade ring hidden in his chest suddenly vibrated. Let us go? Xiaofeng stroked the jade ring against his chest, a bold hypothesis surfacing in his mind. He swallowed the explanation that was on the tip of his tongue and led Tu Long toward the stone mountains. Heh, Elder Shio. Seeing Xiaofeng approach the desolate mountains once more, couldn't he help but sneer. He followed behind Xiaofeng and Tu Long with other assassins from the Skeleton Guild, keeping a safe distance and not getting too close. Xiaofeng soon neared the stone mountains, taking a deep breath as he stepped onto the grassland surrounding them. The grass was overgrown, reaching as high as an adult and swaying in the wind. Suddenly, with a rumble, As Tu Long stepped into the overgrown area beside Xiao Feng, the ground began to shake. To their astonishment, the nearly 10-meter-tall stone mountains started to move, operating in a certain pattern. Several of the stone mountains charged toward Xiao Feng and Tu Long, and should they be struck, the immense force would surely crush them instantly. Elder Xiao, what is going on? Jean Mo exclaimed in shock upon witnessing the bizarre movement of the stone mountains. He looked bewildered, and the other assassins also displayed expressions of concern, never having encountered such a mysterious phenomenon. This should be the stone formation mentioned in the legends of the Mahan tribe. They must have triggered the mechanism of the formation. We shouldn't get too close, Elder Xiao said, blocking the others and sharing what he knew. What about Tu Long? One assassin, who had a close bond with Tu Long, couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, as long as he follows Ming Wang into the formation. He won't be in danger, Elder Xiao confidently replied, his words leaving the other assassins puzzled. Ming Wang. I don't believe your parents won't come to rescue you. If they want to save you, they must deactivate this stone formation. Once it's dismantled, the Mahan tribe will lose its only defense, and that will be our moment to invade. Elder Xiao thought to himself, a cold smile spreading across his face. The reason they needed to find Xiao Feng to carry out their mission was to use him to unlock the stone formation of the Mahan tribe. Xiao Feng's previous two guesses regarding the Tongtian Pavilion were completely off the mark. The Skeleton Guild did not seek to capture Xiao Feng or use him to threaten his parents. Rather, they aimed to leverage Xiao Feng to open the stone formation, allowing the Skeleton Guild members to smoothly enter the Mahan tribe. The Mahan tribe has existed for thousands of years, and this stone formation is said to have been present since ancient times. This stone circle possesses an inexplicable and formidable power. 8 years ago, the Skeleton Guild attempted a forceful assault but was unsuccessful, suffering significant losses among their elite members. Chapter 171. Metaphysics. The Skeleton Guild couldn't decipher the principles of this stone array, unsure whether it stemmed from unknown science or something akin to Taoist metaphysics. However, they had to unlock the array because only by doing so could they capture Xiao Feng's parents, obtain the other half of the spirit sword, and acquire the sacred artifact of the Ma Soul tribe. Boom, boom. Within the stone array, Xiao Feng and Tu Long were facing a life-and-death crisis. Massive stone mountains moved rapidly, creating a thunderous noise that made their ears ring painfully. What should we do, Lord of the Underworld? Tu Long had considered many solutions, but found no answers, so he turned to Xiao Feng for help. I'll give it a try. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Feng pulled out a peculiar jade ring from his chest. He had snatched it from some thugs the previous night, and its impressive sturdiness left a deep impression on him. Especially when he approached the stone array, the ring had trembled a few times, leading him to suspect it was related to the strange occurrences here. He stepped inside, only to encounter this miraculous attack. Xiao Feng sensed that the trajectories of the moving stone mountains hid some mysterious and unknown law, reminiscent of the Taoist 8 trigrams formation. Although their shapes were entirely different, there were some similarities, and he wondered if this was indeed the formation spoken of by Taoist practitioners. What can that thing do? Tu Long was astonished to see Xiao Feng pull out such a fragile jade ring at such a critical moment. You'll find out soon enough. Xiao Feng wasn't sure how to explain, nor did he dare to confirm whether the ring could help them escape their predicament. Gripping the ring tightly, he charged directly toward the stone mountain that was turning towards them and struck it forcefully. Bang! The indestructible jade ring hit the stone mountain, leaving the ring unscathed while the stone mountain shook violently and unexpectedly changed direction, heading elsewhere. It worked. A look of delight spread across Xiao Feng's face. He hadn't anticipated the jade ring would actually be effective. What the hell is this? Tu Long was flabbergasted as he witnessed the stone mountain change direction after being struck by the jade ring. Follow me. Xiao Feng had no time to waste as more stone mountains came crashing toward them. They had to escape quickly. Okay. Tu Long nodded and hurriedly followed Xiao Feng, using him as cover. Gradually, they ventured deeper into the stone array and ultimately made a safe exit, disappearing from the sight of Xiao Lao and the others. Where did they go? Xiao Lao had initially overlooked Xiao Feng, silently waiting for the appearance of his parents. It was only when Xiao Feng and Tu Long vanished that he suddenly realized, but it was already too late. Xiao Lao, it seems they've left the stone array. Jean Mo had been observing Xiao Feng and Tu Long, and had witnessed Xiao Feng knock down the stone mountain with a punch before he and Tu Long disappeared from view. Impossible. Xiao Lao's face displayed immense shock as he spoke in disbelief. This stone array was the strongest foundation of the Ma Soul tribe. It had trapped the Skeleton Guild for 8 years, rendering them helpless until they discovered Xiao Feng's whereabouts and conceived the idea of using him to unlock the array. The members of the Skull Guild had indeed kept an eye on Xiao Anna, but in the end, They concluded that she had no blood relation to Xiaofeng. They believed that Xiaofeng's parents would not take such a huge risk for an outsider. So, they decided to wait for Xiaofeng to leave the mysterious organization in Huaxia before inviting him to join the Skull Guild, intending to use his identity to unlock the stone formation. However, at the moment Xiaofeng vanished into the formation, the cunning old Xiao was caught off guard, feeling as if he had thrown a punch into thin air with no leverage. What do we do now, old Xiao? The assassins from the Skull Guild, unaware of old Xiao's plans, curiously asked. Wait for instructions from headquarters, old Xiao replied, his expression darkening. He quickly contacted headquarters using his communication equipment to report the situation to the leader. The sudden turn of events caught both old Xiao and the leader off guard. They had never considered that Xiaofeng could pass through the stone formation. While they were pondering new plans and strategies, Xiaofeng, accompanied by Dragon Slayer, crossed a crystal-clear lake. Not far from them, wisps of smoke rose into the air, revealing a tribal settlement that exuded an ancient charm. Xiaofeng gazed at the time-worn wooden houses and other structures ahead, his eyes filled with intense excitement. He had finally arrived at the lair of the Mahan tribe and could finally search for his parents. It had been 8 years since he last saw them. Regardless of whether they were alive or dead, he was determined to find them. Alive, I want to see them. Dead, I want to see their bodies. Lord of the Underworld, that must be the Mahan tribe ahead. What should we do next? Dragon Slayer, noticing that old Xiao and the others had not followed, was eager to hear Xiaofeng's orders. Having been saved by Xiaofeng several times, he had unknowingly come to trust him completely. We'll infiltrate the tribe and search for the sacred artifact, Xiaofeng replied, not disclosing his true intentions to Dragon Slayer. He wanted Dragon Slayer to look for the artifact while he sought clues about his parents. Someone has intruded the stone formation. At that moment, a furious roar echoed from the Mahan tribe, and chaos erupted. All the strong men abandoned their tasks and gathered in the spacious area. The stone formation was the tribe's only defense, and if it fell, this ancient tribe, which had existed for thousands of years, would be exposed to its enemies. They're coming. We need to hide. Although Xiaofeng could not understand the ancient language of the Mahan tribe, he recognized that they were charging in their direction. He and Dragon Slayer quickly concealed themselves in the bushes by the roadside. As assassins, they were naturally skilled at disguise, and the furious tribesmen passed by them without noticing their presence. Dragon Slayer exhaled deeply once the tribesmen had left. These wild people are incredibly powerful. If I were discovered, I wouldn't stand a chance of escaping unharmed. In a one-on-one situation, the Dragon Slayer feared no one. Now, in the heart of the Mahan tribe, surrounded by so many fierce savages attacking, even he, as an ace assassin, felt a twinge of anxiety. Let's go. After the members of the Mahan tribe departed, Xiaofeng decisively chose to leave, turning into a shadow as he dashed toward the place where the tribe resided, with the Dragon Slayer quickly following behind. Chapter 172, The Dragon Slayer with a Swift Motion. Xiaofeng transformed into a blur as he darted towards the dwelling area of the Mahan tribe. His eyes shone with intense excitement, yet a fleeting shadow of worry crossed his face. Xiaofeng desperately wanted to find his parents, but he feared that he might discover not their living presence, but rather the grim news of their deaths. A mix of anticipation and anxiety swirled within him, creating a conflict of emotions. Taking advantage of the surrounding environment for cover, he successfully infiltrated the interior of the Mahan tribe. Due to an unauthorized intrusion into the stone formation, many of the tribe's strong men had gone out to confront the threat, leaving the tribe significantly less populated than usual, making it easier for him to search. Dragon Slayer. Let's split up the search, Xiaofeng suggested to his companion. He needed to find information about his parents, and it was best not to be with Dragon Slayer. Splitting up was the optimal choice. All right. Dragon Slayer nodded without hesitation and darted off to the left in search of the sacred artifact that the Skeleton Guild had tasked them to locate. The assassins of the Skeleton Guild had no clear description of this artifact, and even the top brass of the guild were in the dark. All they knew was that this artifact from the Mahan tribe could unlock the treasures of an ancient civilization, but its appearance remained a mystery. As Xiaofeng and Dragon Slayer parted ways, they each sped off in different directions, quickly disappearing into the dilapidated old houses. As elite assassins, both were highly skilled in stealth. I need to head to a crowded area to find someone important, Xiaofeng thought to himself. He planned to capture a significant individual for interrogation. This was an ancient tribe that spoke a language that had been passed down for thousands of years, and he needed to find someone who understood English to extract the information he sought. As he approached the Mahan tribe, he heard a man speaking in English. This led him to believe that the tribe had some level of contact with the outside world, and that some important individuals might indeed understand English. With a clear goal in mind, Xiao Feng used his keen hearing to navigate towards the back of the Ma Hun tribe, where boisterous voices indicated a gathering of people. Behind the tribe, various crops were cultivated for their sustenance, including vegetables and fruits. In the distance, several men were plowing the fields with oxen, planting rice. Rice here? Xiao Feng was surprised to see that the Ma Hun tribe cultivated rice. It was unexpected, considering this was a region more akin to Europe and America, and not Asia. The fact that even in such an ancient tribe, rice was being grown was quite astonishing to him. However, Xiao Feng didn't dwell on it for long. He concealed himself behind a large tree, quietly observing the Ma Hun tribe members in the back hills. The physical appearance of these tribe members was similar to that of typical Europeans, tall and robust, with women who were also statuesque. Their skin, however, was darkened from years of hard labor. Among the group of laborers, Xiao Feng spotted a middle-aged woman dressed in a floral robe, commanding the others with authority. It was clear that she held a high position in this area. She'll do, Xiao Feng decided, locking onto the middle-aged woman as his target. He planned to capture her for questioning, and if she didn't understand English, he would continue to search for another. Xiao Feng needed to find someone he could communicate with to inquire about his parents' whereabouts. After patiently waiting for about an hour, a woman in a green floral robe appeared, carrying a basket filled with herbs as she left the back mountain and headed towards the area where the Ma Hun tribe lived. Just as she passed the spot where Xiao Feng was hiding, he made a decisive move, covering the middle-aged woman's mouth and dragging her into an unoccupied wooden shack cluttered with various items, likely a storage room for a tribe member's belongings. As he released her, the woman immediately began speaking in a language Xiao Feng couldn't understand. "Speak English," he barked, trying to project an intimidating presence. Who are you? And how did you get into the Ma Hun tribe?" To Xiao Feng's surprise, the woman could indeed speak English, albeit with a local accent that made it somewhat difficult to comprehend. "You don't need to worry about that. Just answer me one question honestly, or I'll kill you." He tightened his grip around her neck to prevent her from shouting. 8 years ago, did a couple enter the Ma Hun tribe? He demanded, his eyes fierce yet filled with deep anticipation. "Let me think," the woman gasped, struggling to catch her breath. After a moment of thought, she recalled that very few outsiders had ever managed to infiltrate the Ma Hun tribe, and she quickly remembered the couple who had intruded 8 years prior. Yes, she nodded, confirming to Xiao Feng that the couple had indeed come. What happened to them? Xiao Feng pressed, excitement coursing through him as he gripped her tighter. They are still in the Ma Hun tribe," she stammered, taken aback by Xiao Feng's fervor. "Are they there now?" Xiao Feng's heart raced with joy at the thought of his parents still being alive. "They are," she started to reply, but was abruptly interrupted by a loud crashing sound from outside, close to the wooden shack where they were. "They have been living in the Ma Hun tribe and have integrated with us. As for where they are now, I don't know," she continued, trying to reassure him about the whereabouts of his parents. "That's great." Xiao Feng's handsome face lit up with uncontainable joy upon hearing her words. "You can go now?" Knowing that his parents were not only safe, but had also been living in the Ma Hun tribe for 8 years. Xiao Feng had no intention of harming any of its people. He gestured for the woman to leave, then moved to the window to look in the direction from which the loud noise had come. "I refuse to believe I can't take you down." As Xiao Feng approached the window, he heard a familiar roar. He saw the dragon slayer leap from the ground, charging towards a man clad in armor. This man was none other than the leader who had warned Xiao Feng and the members of the Skeleton Guild not to enter at the very beginning. His name was Doli Zandragon, a rare combat genius who emerged once in a century within the Skeleton Guild. Gifted with extraordinary strength, he could shoot arrows over 1,000 meters, with pinpoint accuracy reaching around 500 meters. His speed was terrifying, leaving him with almost no weaknesses. At just 28 years old, he was already the leader of the Ma Soul tribe's guardian squad, recognized as the strongest in the Ma Soul tribe. Just moments ago, it was Doli Zandragon's arrow that had nearly taken down the Dragon Slayer and Xiao Feng. But fortunately, Xiao Feng had successfully averted the crisis. Chapter 174, Fierce Battle Doli. The War Dragon pulled back his fist, capable of smashing trees, and swung it at Xiao Feng, who skillfully dodged the attack. "Is dodging all you can do?" Doli shouted, frustrated by Xiao Feng's evasive maneuvers. "Heh, you're wearing armor. How can I fight you? Take it off if you're brave enough, and let's have a fair match." Xiao Feng taunted, hoping to provoke Doli into removing his heavy golden armor. "You're right. Who can fight in that turtle shell?" Tu Long chimed in sarcastically, feeling that his inability to defeat Doli was partly due to the golden armor. "Fine, I'll fight you fairly," Doli declared, proud and unhesitating as he stripped off the heavy golden armor, which crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. "Come on, let me see what you've got." He beckoned to Xiao Feng, intrigued by the speed he displayed and eager to see Xiao Feng's true strength. As you wish, Xiaofeng replied, a smile crossing his lips upon seeing Doli remove his armor. He launched himself forward, kicking up a storm of sand, moving like a cheetah as he initiated the attack. Bring it on, Doli exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face as he charged at Xiaofeng. His overwhelming power surged into his fists, ready to unleash a blow that could smash through trees. The sheer force and destructive capability of his punch were unimaginable, capable of obliterating Tu Long's insides if he were struck. Xiaofeng, faced with Doli's terrifying punch, did not show an ounce of hesitation. He took a deep breath and reached out to grab Doli's fist, charging directly at him. Xiaofeng was going to engage Doli in close combat. Your Highness, that man's strength and speed are incredibly frightening. Close combat is not advisable, Tu Long exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat at the thought of Xiaofeng facing Doli up close. He had experienced Doli's close combat prowess firsthand and had been utterly defeated, fearing that Xiaofeng would meet the same fate. For someone with Doli's fighting style, close combat was their greatest strength, and challenging that advantage was not a wise choice. Haha, are you here to die? Doli scoffed, unfazed by Xiaofeng charging at him. However, the force of his punch was at its peak, aiming to crush Xiaofeng's arm. Bang! Xiaofeng's palm caught Doli's fist, a surge of terrifying power flooding through him. Even as he tried to use the force to throw Doli off, he still felt pain shooting through his 5 fingers. Now is the moment. Xiaofeng used his palm to deflect the punch from the dragon warrior Dori, leveraging the strength of Dori's attack as it just began. Before it could fully reach him, he charged right up to Dori, his right hand clenched into a fist with his index finger protruding, and struck fiercely at a pressure point on Dori's chest. Dori's expression changed drastically as he felt his internal organs almost explode. Although Xiaofeng's strength wasn't enough to shatter Dori's insides with one punch, the pressure point he targeted was crucial to the human body. The massive impact disrupted Dori's meridians and transmitted the force deep into his internal organs, nearly causing him to spit out blood. By utilizing pressure points in his attack, Xiaofeng was able to elevate the power of his strike to an extraordinary level. Without this technique, his punch would have only inflicted minor injuries on Dori, allowing him to quickly regroup and retaliate, putting Xiaofeng at a disadvantage. Staggering back several steps while clutching his chest, Dori gasped for breath, suppressing the excruciating pain and glaring at Xiaofeng with a serious expression. What kind of technique was that? Dori, unfamiliar with Chinese acupuncture and pressure points, couldn't he comprehend how Xiaofeng's seemingly simple attack could inflict such severe internal damage, causing him to grimace in agony. It's a self-created technique, Xiaofeng replied, shaking out his fist. Though he had injured Dori, he too had sustained minor injuries. Well done, King of the Underworld, Tu Long exclaimed, overjoyed to see Xiaofeng gaining the upper hand. A self-created technique. Dori's face twisted with a fierce expression as he listened to Xiaofeng. Come again. Taking a deep breath and ignoring the pain in his chest, Dori charged at Xiaofeng once more. This time, he kept his eyes fixed on Xiaofeng, wary of another strange attack. Swish! As Dori lunged at him, Xiaofeng also darted forward. Dori was indeed a formidable close combat fighter, unmatched in strength and speed. However, fighting at close range wasn't just favored by the strongest, it was also one of Xiaofeng's preferred styles. Attacking pressure points required proximity, and Xiaofeng had specifically trained in close combat techniques for this purpose, so he wasn't afraid of Dori's attacks. Boom! The moment Dori approached, he swung his massive fist down. Xiaofeng dodged just in time, aiming to strike Dori's pressure point. However, Dori was already prepared. He kicked aside Xiaofeng's attack, creating distance between them before they engaged in close combat once again. Bang! 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 In the heat of close combat, the exchange of blows was unavoidable. Xiaofeng possessed great strength, but against a monster like Dori, he still fell short. Each clash of fists sent him stumbling back several steps, feeling his blood boil and struggling to suppress the discomfort. While defending against Dori's relentless barrage of attacks, Xiaofeng seized every opportunity to target Dori's pressure points, causing Dori to feel increasingly tormented by the pain coursing through his body. I need to defeat him quickly. Dori's gaze turned icy. He knew he couldn't afford to drag this out. If Xiaofeng managed to strike a fatal spot, he would be in serious danger. As he thought of this, Doli Zhanlong suddenly changed his strategy while fending off Xiaofeng. With a surge of stored power, his left fist launched forward in an instant, aiming for Xiaofeng's ribs. Xiaofeng narrowly dodged, avoiding a potentially fractured rib, but Doli Zhanlong's attack still caught him in the waist, nearly snapping his spine. Humph! Xiaofeng braced himself against Doli Zhanlong's punch, feeling a rush of blood and adrenaline. Despite the pain, he turned and grabbed Doli Zhanlong's arm, yanking him closer and delivering a punch to his armpit. The hit landed solidly, draining some color from Doli Zhanlong's face. The pain from the pressure point was far more intense than a regular attack. However, just as Xiao Feng prepared to retreat after landing his strike, he unexpectedly noticed Doli Zhanlong stagger slightly, revealing a massive trap, causing Xiao Feng's breathing to become heavy. Chapter 175. Complete victory. Xiao Feng noticed that the Doral War Dragon staggered for a moment, exposing a fatal flaw. Instantly overjoyed, he abandoned the chance to retreat and charged directly at the Doral War Dragon, intent on pressing the attack. This time, Xiao Feng's target was a vital point on the dragon's neck. Just as he was about to strike, the Doral War Dragon suddenly opened its mouth, revealing a chilling smile that sent shivers down Xiao Feng's spine. This is bad. I've fallen into a trap. The smile on the Doral War Dragon's face changed Xiao Feng's expression drastically, and he instantly understood the danger. However, with no way to retreat, he gritted his teeth and intensified his assault. The Doral War Dragon ignored Xiao Feng's attack. From their earlier exchange, it realized that Xiao Feng's strikes would only leave him severely injured, but not dead. The dragon intended to trade injury for injury, aiming to knock Xiao Feng out of the fight with a single punch. Bang! Boom! Xiao Feng's fist struck the Doral War Dragon's neck, just as the dragon's punch landed squarely on his chest. The impact sent Xiao Feng flying backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap. While the Doral War Dragon staggered back only 3 steps, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of its mouth. Puffed, crumpled on the ground. Xiao Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the earth red. The Doral War Dragon's power was terrifying, and the sudden assault had left Xiao Feng gravely wounded. His chest throbbed with excruciating pain. While the dragon only bled slightly, Xiao Feng was coughing up blood, clearly indicating that he had lost this round. King of the Underworld. Seeing Xiao Feng fall victim to the Doral War Dragon's scheme and sustain serious injuries, the Dragon Slayer's expression changed dramatically. This battle had indeed been intense, but it was time for it to come to an end. The Doral War Dragon had to admit that Xiao Feng's combat prowess was formidable, even for him. Defeating Xiao Feng had been a challenge that came with significant injuries. Nevertheless, the Doral War Dragon had ultimately achieved victory, and he slowly approached Xiao Feng, intent on ending his life before turning to deal with the Dragon Slayer. Both the Dragon Slayer and Xiao Feng were too powerful. So powerful that the Doral War Dragon believed there was no one in the entire Ma Hun tribe who could match them, except for himself. Therefore, he could not allow them to leave alive, as they would pose a significant threat to the tribe. Is that so? Xiao Feng stood up with a smile at the corner of his mouth, wiping the blood from his lips as he fixed his gaze on the approaching Doral War Dragon. You are already seriously injured. The tide has turned. Accept your fate, the Doral War Dragon said nonchalantly. Whoosh! As soon as the dragon finished speaking, Xiao Feng's right hand suddenly flung several stones. The dragon instinctively shielded its vital areas, thinking it was some sort of hidden weapon. Thud, thud, thud. The stones Xiao Feng threw struck the Doral War Dragon heavily. However, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't defeat the dragon with mere stones. They only left a few bruises. Haha, is that all you've got? The Doral War Dragon, who had been somewhat shocked, couldn't help but burst into laughter upon realizing that the so-called hidden weapons were just pebbles from the ground. To him, it seemed Xiao Feng was at the end of his rope. Not bad, just this last resort. A mysterious smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Feng's mouth, causing Doli Zhanlong's eyelids to twitch. For some reason, he suddenly had a feeling of impending doom. Thud! In an instant, a dull sound echoed within Doli Zhanlong's body, and he felt his blood surge uncontrollably, spinning at an overload pace, accompanied by unbearable pain that exploded within him and spread throughout his entire body. The agony was so intense that even Doli Zhanlong couldn't help but let out a roar. His veins bulged, his skin turned crimson, and he felt as if his body was about to burst, especially in the areas where Xiao Feng had attacked, pain that far exceeded that of other places. What have you done to me? Doli Zhanlong, writhing in pain on the ground, shouted angrily at Xiao Feng. He had always believed that Xiao Feng's attacks would only leave him severely injured, but he never expected to suddenly experience such overwhelming suffering. The areas I attacked are all critical points in the human body, including the blood and meridians. Continuous strikes will weaken your meridians. And the last few attacks with those fragments of stone were the last straw that broke the camel's back. One of those stones would hit your Rinquan Dragon acupoint, and combined with my previous attacks, it would cause your blood to boil. Your meridians won't be able to bear this burden, resulting in unbearable pain. Furthermore, it will cause your meridians to rupture inch by inch. In no more than 5 minutes, your entire meridian system will be shattered. Even if you don't die, you will become a complete wreck. Xiao Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing the secret behind the matter. during his battle with Doli Zhanlong. His seemingly aimless attacks were all deliberate, with each strike targeting specific points. The final stone attack, which seemed ordinary, triggered disastrous consequences for Doli Zhanlong's body. In this fight, Xiao Feng emerged victorious. My god, there is such a combat style. On the side, the Dragon Slayer listened to Xiao Feng's explanation, his eyes wide with shock. It was the first time he had heard of such bizarre attack methods in this world, which were simply impossible to defend against. Chief, the members of the Mahan tribe, seeing Doli Zhanlong collapsed on the ground, turned red with rage and rushed to help him up. Kill them. A man from the Mahan tribe glared at Xiao Feng and the Dragon Slayer, wanting to take them down. If you don't want to become a wreck, you'd better make them stop. Seeing the murderous intent emanating from the Mahan tribe members, Xiao Feng spoke to Doli Zhanlong. He believed that making Doli Zhanlong a wreck would be far more painful than directly killing him. Everyone stop. Hearing Xiao Feng's words, Doli Zhanlong shouted to halt the actions of his tribe. This time I lost. You resolved my crisis, and I will let you leave. Doli Zhanlong was a man of his word. Having promised to let Xiao Feng and the Dragon Slayer go, he would not go back on his word. No problem. But I have one more request, said Xiao Feng. What request? Doli Zhanshan stared at Xiao Feng, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. He knew what the Skeleton Guild wanted, and if they intended to take away the sacred relic of the Mahan tribe, he would rather die than agree. There's no need to be nervous. I just need you to help me find two people, a couple who entered the Mahan tribe 8 years ago. Xiao Feng sensed the killing intent in Doli Zhanshan's gaze and smiled faintly, diffusing the hostility. The couple from 8 years ago? Doli Zhanshan's expression shifted dramatically as he looked at Xiao Feng, his eyes reflecting a profound change. It was only at that moment that he suddenly realized Xiao Feng's appearance bore a striking resemblance to that couple. Chapter 176 Reunion. Who exactly are you? When Doli the War Dragon heard Xiao Feng's request, the look in his eyes completely changed. Underworld King, who do you want to find? Tulong asked, puzzled. They had come to the Mahan tribe not to search for that sacred object. But why was Xiao Feng looking for a couple here? Just promise me, and you will naturally find out later, Xiao Feng explained to Doli the War Dragon, then turned to Tulong. Tulong, the situation in the Mahan tribe is not as simple as you think. As for what it really is, just keep watching, and you will understand. Xiao Feng knew he couldn't hide his identity from Tulong for long. It would eventually be revealed by the Skeleton Guild, so he decided not to conceal it any further. All right. As long as you heal me, I'll take you to see them. Doli the War Dragon agreed to Xiao Feng's request. Good. Seeing Doli the War Dragon agree, Xiao Feng walked over to him, took out silver needles from his backpack, and started acupuncture treatment. It was Doli the War Dragon's first time witnessing traditional Chinese acupuncture, and he felt quite confused. However, miraculously, as he felt the ordinary silver needles pierce his body, the pain gradually faded until it completely disappeared, and he returned to normal. All right, I've resolved your crisis. Xiao Feng pulled out the silver needles. He wasn't worried that Doli the War Dragon would go back on his word, because he had left a hidden means during the treatment. If Doli the War Dragon wanted to renege, he would pay a heavy price. Doli the War Dragon stood up, swung his fists a few times, and realized that his body had fully recovered. The shock in his heart was beyond words, and his wariness towards Xiao Feng deepened. Let's go. I'll take you there, Doli the War Dragon said to Xiao Feng, fulfilling his promise. Have someone escort him out of the Mahan tribe. Xiao Feng said as he approached Doli the War Dragon. No problem. You too, take him out. Upon hearing this, Doli the War Dragon's eyes sparkled with intensity as he immediately dispatched someone. Underworld King, we should go together. Tulong, unaware of Xiao Feng's identity, was unwilling to let Xiao Feng stay here alone. In his view, Xiao Feng was in a dangerous situation in the heart of the Mahan tribe. You can go out. Once you're outside, ask old Xiao, and you'll know my identity. Xiao Feng left this remark and followed Doli the War Dragon out. When Tulong chose to step into the stone formation alongside Xiao Feng, he had a much better impression of him and didn't he want Tulong to die in the Mahan tribe. He wanted to help Tulong leave. Tulong gazed deeply at Xiao Feng's departing figure, contemplating the words Xiao Feng had said before leaving. He seemed to gain some insight, and without further insistence, followed 2 tribesmen from the Mahan tribe, leaving the area and heading toward the stone formation. Are those 2 your relatives? Doli the War Dragon asked during their journey, voicing his speculation. Yes, Xiao Feng replied candidly. His parents had lived in the Mahan tribe for 8 years, and presumably, the tribe treated them well. Therefore, he felt less animosity and more gratitude towards the tribe's members. If that's the case, why did you come with the Skeleton Guild? Doli the War Dragon continued to inquire. They invited me to come along, Xiao Feng explained. He didn't reveal the full truth. His wariness lingered in his heart, unable to be completely set aside until he saw his parents. Doli Zhanlong nodded. choosing not to press further, and led Xiao Feng through winding cobblestone paths deeper into the Mahan tribe's dwelling. Along the way, the tribe members, upon seeing Xiao Feng's unfamiliar face, watched him with curiosity. The Mahan tribe consisted of people from the same ancestry, and it was rare for outsiders to step foot there. You've lived here for 8 years. You can go on your own now, Doli Zhanlong said, pointing to a small hill ahead. At the foot of that hill, a cluster of wooden houses had been built, where dozens of people lived. After giving Xiao Feng directions, Doli Zhanlong turned to leave. He needed to return to tend to his injuries. Although Xiao Feng had helped him heal, he was still significantly wounded. With the looming threat ahead, he had to maintain peak condition. The combat abilities of the Mahan tribe members, aside from Doli Zhanlong, were varied and not up to par with the assassins from the Skeleton Guild. So he needed to stay at the forefront of the battlefield. After Doli Zhanlong left, Xiao Feng, filled with excitement, walked toward the hill's base. As he got closer, his breath quickened and his emotions surged. No matter how strong one's resolve, there are always vulnerable and soft spots. For Xiao Feng, his parents were his greatest weakness. After years of separation, he was finally about to see them again, stirring a mix of excitement and anxiety within him. He couldn't help but wonder how his parents had changed after 8 years apart, and whether they were doing well in a foreign land. As Xiao Feng entered the small hill, he saw dozens of acres of farmland at its base, where some women were busy tending to the fields. The strong men had just followed Doli Zhanlong to the stone formation and had yet to return. Among the workers, 2 figures caught Xiao Feng's attention. A couple of Asian descent among a group of people who looked predominantly European, toiling in the fields, sweating profusely as they planted and weeded. Could it be them? Seeing the couple, a wave of nervous doubt washed over Xiao Feng. He had been separated from his parents for so long that he had forgotten what they looked like. If it weren't for a photo from 8 years ago to reference, his memories of them would be even more blurred. With a heart full of tension and excitement, he approached the field, drawing the attention of many workers. His appearance, especially his looks, surprised the Mahan tribe members, who wondered when this unfamiliar boy had joined their tribe. The Asian couple also looked up at Xiao Feng. When their eyes met, a jolt of recognition surged through all 3 of them, a sense of familiarity stemming from deep within their bloodlines that left them momentarily stunned. Is it you? Xiao Feng asked anxiously, his voice tinged with hope and trepidation. He had searched for 8 long years, and by a stroke of luck, found the Mahan tribe. If he had made another mistake this time, he would be utterly disheartened. Xiao Feng. Li Shui looked at the unfamiliar yet familiar face of Xiao Feng, her expression a mix of shock, anticipation, and nervousness as she inquired, "Is it really you?" Hearing his mother's familiar voice, a tear rolled down Xiao Feng's cheek. He rushed forward, sprinting toward his parents, who had been separated for 8 long years. "Have you been well all these years?" Li Shui exclaimed in delight, while Xiao Tian, Xiao Feng's father, also wore a look of surprise, tears streaming down his face as he watched his son running toward them. Xiao Tian had never imagined that they would reunite with their long-lost son in the Mahan tribe. Chapter 177. A family reunion. Over the years, I've been well. A genuine smile spread across Xiao Feng's handsome face as he approached his parents. 8 years had passed, 8 whole years, and he never expected to run into them here. Xiao Tian, looking at his son whom he hadn't seen in 8 years, felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. He studied Xiao Feng closely, noting how much more robust he appeared compared to 8 years ago, and how his entire demeanor had transformed. "Dad, Mom, what exactly happened 8 years ago?" Xiao Feng asked. Confusion etched on his face. This question had always puzzled him. Even though the Tongtian Pavilion had uncovered many clues, he still felt only partially informed about the events from 8 years prior. "This is a long story. Let us talk inside." Xiao Tian exchanged a glance with Li Shui and sighed helplessly. Xiao Feng nodded, and, under the curious gaze of the Mahan tribe members, followed his parents into their simple wooden house. It was here that Xiao Tian and Li Shui had spent the past 8 years. "Can we talk now?" Xiao Feng asked eagerly once they were inside. The mystery surrounding his parents' strange disappearance had always baffled him, especially the connection between his parents, the Skeleton Guild, and the Mahan tribe. "Have a glass of water. I'll explain everything slowly," Xiao Tian said as he poured a glass for Xiao Feng and took a seat on a wooden chair. He began to recount the events of 8 years ago. "To understand this, we need to go back to how your mother and I met," Xiao Tian said, nostalgia washing over him as he recalled the past. As if it were just yesterday, and he began to share the old stories with Xiao Feng. It turned out that Xiao Feng's mother, Li Shui, had grown up in the Mahan tribe, having been adopted by a kind elder who raised her after she lost her parents. Later, Li Shui left the Mahan tribe and, through a twist of fate, became an assassin. It was during her time with the Skeleton Guild that she met and fell in love with Xiao Tian, and they eventually married and had Xiaofeng. After Xiaofeng was born, both Xiao Tian and Li Shui began to entertain thoughts of leaving the life of an assassin behind. However, the Skeleton Guild would not allow it, insisting that they serve at least 10 more years before they could be freed. Fearing the Guild's power, they reluctantly agreed, juggling their responsibilities to the Guild while caring for Xiaofeng. As a result, Xiaofeng saw very little of his parents growing up. If it weren't for his peer, Xiao Anna, in the house, he would have felt even more lonely. A few years later, the elder who had adopted Li Shui passed away, prompting her to travel a great distance back to the Ma Hun tribe to pay her respects. However, upon her return, she uncovered a monumental secret. The Ma Hun tribe was far more mysterious than she had ever realized. It was not merely a tribe that had existed for thousands of years. They were descendants of an ancient civilization that had vanished into the mists of history. They were the guardians of the treasures of this ancient civilization, waiting for the royal bloodline of that civilization to come and unlock the treasures, to restore the glory of their lost kingdom. Even after waiting for thousands of years, and despite the possibility that all the descendants of the royal bloodline might have perished, they remained steadfast, unwilling to leave. After learning about the situation, Li Shui was overcome with greed. She quietly stole the spiritual sword from the Ma Hun tribe, the key to unlocking the treasure. This sword could be split into 2 parts. After taking it, she discussed with Xiao Tian about seeking the treasure. However, their plans were leaked due to a communication device, and the members of the Skeleton Guild discovered their intentions. The Skeleton Guild immediately sprang into action, ordering the capture of Li Shui and Xiao Tian. Faced with this crisis, they fled to Huaxia, splitting the sword in half. One half was hidden in the ancestral hall of Xiao Tian's village, while the other half was kept on them. This way, Li Shui and Xiao Tian could not escape the clutches of the Skeleton Guild and were captured. They were subjected to brutal torture. They knew that if they revealed the secret, the Guild would surely kill them to silence them. However, they were also concerned that if they remained silent, the Guild would target their only son, Xiaofeng. In the end, Li Shui and Xiao Tian made a bold decision. They told the Skeleton Guild that they had thrown the half-sword into the sea while fleeing, making it nearly impossible to retrieve. However, they mentioned that there was another sacred artifact in the Ma Hun tribe that could also unlock the treasure. Upon hearing this, the Skeleton Guild immediately dispatched a large number of assassins to the Taya Empire to attack the Ma Hun tribe. However, they suffered heavy losses in the stone formation. At this moment, Li Shui volunteered, claiming that she and Xiao Tian could open the formation. Taking advantage of the Guild's greed, Li Shui seized the opportunity to break through the formation and escape the Guild's control. She later recounted everything to the Ma Hun tribe, promising to retrieve the spiritual sword, and the tribe forgave them, arranging for them to live in the tribe. For the past 8 years, Li Shui and Xiao Tian tried many ways to contact Xiaofeng, but unfortunately, he chose to enlist in the military, later joining a mysterious organization in Huaxia, seemingly vanishing without a trace. During this time, the Skeleton Guild also managed to track down Xiaofeng. They attempted to capture him several times, but the strength of the mysterious organization in Huaxia deterred them, leading to failed attempts. Eventually, they chose to temporarily abandon their efforts, waiting for Xiaofeng to leave the organization to execute their plan. In other words, everything regarding the ancient civilization stemmed from their actions. After hearing his father's explanation, Xiaofeng suddenly understood everything. It was true. Their momentary greed had harmed the Ma Hun tribe, yet the tribe had forgiven them and allowed them to live there. This kindness could only be repaid with the spiritual sword. For the past 8 years, we have not given up on our training as assassins. Once the time is right, we will infiltrate the Skeleton Guild and steal that half of the sword, Li Shui said firmly. We have shared the background of our situation with you. Now, you can tell us where you have been all these years, why we have been unable to reach you, and how you managed to enter the Ma Hun tribe. Xiao Tian said, looking at Xiaofeng, voicing his several doubts. He could not understand why Xiaofeng suddenly appeared in the Ma Hun tribe and was able to enter as an outsider and find them. I owe my presence here to the Skeleton Guild. Xiaofeng shrugged and explained in response to his father's question. The Skeleton Guild found you. Xiao Tian's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. He knew all too well the power of the Skeleton Guild, with their strength. Dealing with Xiaofeng would be a piece of cake. What on earth is going on? You need to tell us everything. Li Shui urged Xiaofeng, becoming increasingly confused. Chapter 178. Xiaofeng's persuasion. It all started when Xiaofeng listened to his parents' inquiries and smiled faintly, recounting the entire story to them. From his enlistment in the military to joining a mysterious organization, and then being invited by the Skeleton Guild to join them, as well as discovering their presence in the Ma Hun tribe, he did not conceal anything. You mean to say that after joining the military, You became a killer for a mysterious organization in Huaxia? The most shocking revelation for Xiao Tian and Li Shui was that Xiao Feng had followed in their footsteps and become a killer. After years of being entrenched in the world of assassins, they had long grown weary of the violent lifestyle. When they had Xiao Feng, they made a firm decision to ensure he would lead a normal life, never wanting him to end up like them, living in the shadows as a killer. However, contrary to their hopes, the bizarre disappearance of Xiao Tian and Li Shui led Xiao Feng to enlist, and step by step, he became a killer. A dramatic turn of events. You've escaped the Skeleton Guild's control, but they certainly won't let it go easily. The Skeleton Guild will never back down until they acquire the key to the treasure. Xiao Tian sighed. Their family could have lived a normal life. But because of the Skeleton Guild's interference, they were forced to hide in the Ma Hun tribe and could not venture out. Even if they want to quit, they'll all have to ask me if I agree. Xiao Feng scoffed inwardly. Having successfully found his parents, he no longer had to fear the Skeleton Guild. It was now time for him to strike back. Xiao Feng, since you're here, you might as well settle in. When the right opportunity arises, I will leave the Ma Hun tribe to retrieve the spirit sword and return it to the tribe, Xiao Tian said to Xiao Feng. Okay. Xiao Feng didn't say much. He could tell his parents were very fearful of the Skeleton Guild. If he mentioned his plans to deal with them, it would surely provoke their opposition, so he chose to remain temporarily silent. The reunion of Xiao Feng with his family brought them all great joy. Li Shui used locally sourced ingredients and poultry raised by the tribe's members to prepare a lavish dinner. The family enjoyed a harmonious evening together, drinking and sharing meals. Xiao Feng, I haven't had a drink with you yet. Come, let us have a toast. Xiao Tian, in a good mood, raised his glass to toast with Xiao Feng. Cheers. Xiao Feng, unafraid, raised his glass filled with liquor and clinked it with his father's before downing it in one gulp. Take it easy, you two. Li Shui shook her head helplessly. Drinking liquor too quickly wasn't advisable. Hearing this, Xiao Feng and Xiao Tian exchanged smiles. Their dinner lasted nearly 2 hours, filled with eating and chatting, reminiscing about the experiences they had during the 8 years apart. Life in the Ma Hun tribe had been calm for Xiao Tian and Li Shui. But listening to Xiao Feng share his dangerous experiences as a killer made them break out in cold sweats every time he recounted a life-or-death moment. Only when he spoke of escaping those crises did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. They understood these were all things of the past, yet they still felt anxious listening to Xiao Feng recount them. They drank late into the night before finally calling it a day. Xiao Tian, completely drunk, collapsed on the ground and fell asleep. Li Shui covered him with a blanket and began tidying up the dishes on the table. I'll help you, Xiao Feng said as he assisted his mother in clearing the table. This was the first time in his life he had helped his family with chores. 8 years ago, he had never lifted a finger to help. Now, looking back, he felt a wave of guilt. Around 11 o'clock at night, both Xiao Tian and Li Shui were asleep. Xiao Feng stood alone on a rock at the foot of the mountain, gazing at the beautiful scenery surrounding the Ma Hun tribe, lost in thought. What are you thinking about? Suddenly, a male voice broke the silence. It was Duoli Zhanlong, the warrior of the Ma Hun tribe. I'm thinking about the sacred relic that the Skeleton Guild wants to seize, Xiao Feng replied candidly, revealing his inner thoughts. Before arriving at the Ma Hun tribe, his goals were to find his parents and to take the tribe's sacred relic. However, after learning about his mother's background and the kindness the tribe had shown his parents, he abandoned the idea of stealing it. Those who know about the treasure are like madmen. They won't stop until they get their hands on the sacred relic. Duoli Zhanlong said, sounding helpless. The stone formation is a defensive project left by our ancestors when they founded the Ma Hun tribe. The other areas of the tribe are steep cliffs and towering ancient mountains. Only the stone formation connects us to the outside world. As long as the Skeleton Guild cannot crack the formation, they won't be able to enter the Ma Hun tribe. Even the strongest formations have weaknesses. Do you really plan to sit back and do nothing? Xiao Feng asked, looking at Duoli Zhanlong. The Skeleton Guild is one of the top 5 assassin guilds in the world. If they were willing to go to any lengths, they could find a way to break the stone formation. Perhaps they might choose to go public with this matter, and at that point, the Ma Hun tribe could be wiped out by the entire world. Xiao Feng continued, the Ma Hun tribe holds the key to unlocking the treasures of an ancient civilization. If this information gets out, it would definitely cause a stir worldwide. Even those major nations would be tempted by greed. What are you trying to say? Duoli Zhanlong asked, locking eyes with Xiao Feng. The ancient civilization has been gone for so long that Earth has seen the rise and fall of several other civilizations. Do you really believe anyone would come looking for you? Xiao Feng replied, instead of waiting for your demise, why not seize this opportunity to unlock the treasure? Perhaps within it lies a way for your ancient civilization to be revived. Xiao Feng expressed his thoughts, believing that if the Ma Hun tribe acted in this way, it would greatly benefit them. Do you also want the treasure? Duoli Zhanlong asked in a deep voice. I do, very much, but I won't force it. Xiao Feng admitted honestly. The Ma Hun tribe has shown great kindness to my parents. If the tribe is unwilling, I would never take it by force. Think it over carefully. If you come to a conclusion, let me know. I can help you fend off those outsiders and assist the Ma Hun tribe in reclaiming the spirit sword, Xiao Feng promised. Why should I believe you can do that? Duoli Zhanlong raised an eyebrow, staring intently at Xiao Feng. Because you defeated yourself. Xiao Feng smiled faintly, a hint of joy flickering at the corners of his mouth. After hearing this, Dory the battle dragon fell silent for a long time, recalling the moments when Xiao Feng had defeated him today. The wrinkles on his brow softened considerably. I'll consider it, Dory said in a low voice before turning to leave, appearing burdened with heavy thoughts. The purpose and mission of the Ma Hun tribe is to guard the key to the treasure, waiting for the arrival of the royal bloodline of the ancient kingdom. However, too much time has passed, so much so that the Ma Hun tribe can no longer determine how long they have truly waited. Chapter 179. The Skeleton Guild's backup plan. The Ma Hun tribe had been waiting too long for the royal bloodline members, and inevitably, differing opinions began to emerge within the tribe. Xiao Feng's proposal did indeed pique the interest of Doli War Dragon, but he had many factors to consider, and the Ma Hun tribe was not entirely under his control. So he needed to think it over carefully. Well, if you're unwilling, I can help you drive those people away and retrieve the spirit sword, Xiao Feng said. He nodded. The spirit sword had been stolen by his mother from the Ma Hun tribe, and it was only right for him to help her get it back and return it to the tribe. Xiao Feng was a person who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment. He would never forget the kindness others had shown him, and if given the chance, he would find a way to repay it. Upon hearing this, Doli War Dragon turned to look deeply at Xiao Feng, his gaze revealing an inscrutable emotion. Finally, he turned away and strode off. It seemed he didn't quite believe me. Xiao Feng noted Doli War Dragon's reaction and shrugged helplessly. Indeed, it was hard to remain calm when faced with such a monumental treasure from an ancient civilization. Even he himself struggled with it. However, he had his own principles. If the Ma Hun tribe was unwilling, he would not force them. After all, the Ma Hun tribe had great debts of gratitude to Xiao Feng's parents, and he could never be the kind of person who repays kindness with malice. Xiao Feng then picked up his phone, unlocked the screen, and saw that the elder had sent him several text messages. He had kept his phone on silent for a while, so he hadn't been aware of the messages the elder had sent. Xiao Feng opened the messages from the elder, who provided him with the latest leads from the Tongtian Pavilion. In the past few days, the Tongtian Pavilion had uncovered 2 leads. One was just discovered today, and the other was from last night. They had tracked the spirit sword to the headquarters of the Skeleton Guild at the Sea Cliff Pavilion, which was guarded by a large number of sentinels 24/7, so much so that even a mosquito would find it difficult to enter. This lead had cost the Tongtian Pavilion a significant amount to uncover, and they were unsure if Xiao Feng could successfully enter the Ma Hun tribe. If he couldn't, they could always aim for the spirit sword. Although the Skeleton Guild only had half of the spirit sword, the people from the Tongtian Pavilion speculated that the other half was likely with Xiao Feng's parents, making the spirit sword a promising breakthrough point for them. As for the other lead, it concerned the Ma Hun tribe. The Tongtian Pavilion had learned today that the Skeleton Guild had suddenly dispatched more personnel to the Ma Hun tribe, and they had paid a hefty price to persuade some of the military forces from the Taya Empire. They intended to use the army's weapons to break through the stone formation. Clearly, after Xiao Feng entered the Ma Hun tribe, the Skeleton Guild's original plan had failed. In their embarrassment and anger, they no longer considered the consequences and were determined to breach the damned stone formation and seize the sacred relic. Finally, the elder inquired about Xiao Feng's situation, asking if he had stepped into the Ma Hun tribe yet. Everything is going smoothly. Xiao Feng replied in a text message to the elder, then closed the screen. He decided to share this matter with them tomorrow. Xiao Feng noticed that it was already late at night, so he decided to inform the Ma Hun tribe about the news tomorrow. The Skeleton Guild was approaching aggressively, and they needed to be thoroughly prepared, mobilizing the army's equipment. Xiao Feng's thoughts sharpened as he contemplated this. If the army's weapons and gear reached this ancient forest, the Ma Hun tribe would face the greatest challenge in its history. One wrong move could lead to their complete annihilation, and a tribe that had existed for thousands of years could vanish into the annals of history. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Feng entered the room his parents had prepared for him. The house was simple but fully equipped with everything he needed. He lay on the wooden bed, gazing out the window at the twinkling stars, and gradually drifted off to sleep. Outside the stone formation of the Ma Hun tribe, Xiao Feng and Tu Long's unexpected passage through the array caught Master Xiu off guard. He could only instruct the other assassins to stand by and wait for orders from headquarters. During the day, Tu Long, escorted by 2 members of the Ma Hun tribe, exited the stone formation and returned to the Skeleton Guild. Upon his return, Tu Long was bombarded with questions from Master Xiao and learned that he had been rescued by Xiao Feng, which surprised him greatly. Master Xiao was taken aback to hear that Xiao Feng had let Tu Long go while he remained in the Mahun tribe, indicating that he must be aware of the Skeleton Guild's intentions. With orders from the Skeleton Guild headquarters, they were informed that the Taya Empire would send troops to assist them. They were also well aware of the details of the mission and Xiao Feng's identity. To their shock, they discovered that the Underworld King was the son of that couple. Many were astounded by Xiao Feng's background, with Tu Long being the most shocked of all. He never imagined that Xiao Feng had such deep ties to the Skeleton Guild. If that were the case, wouldn't they be enemies? Tu Long hesitated, his expression wavering. Xiao Feng had saved his life several times. If they truly faced each other with weapons drawn, wouldn't that be repaying kindness with malice? Although Tu Long was brash and domineering, he was more conscientious than most assassins and understood the importance of gratitude. Sighing, he decided to take things one step at a time. Outside the stone formation, he waited with the other assassins of the Skeleton Guild for the arrival of the Taya Empire's troops. The fighting capability of the Taya Empire's soldiers did not concern them. What they were really looking forward to were the weapons and equipment that the Empire would bring, which were crucial for breaking the stone formation. According to the information from headquarters, the Taya Empire's troops could arrive within 2 days at the earliest, or 3 days at the latest. Given that the Mahun tribe was surrounded by mountains and located deep within the Crimson Flame Forest, it would not be easy for large armored vehicles and equipment to reach the outskirts of the tribe. To break through that mysterious stone formation, they would need these heavy machines to succeed. During this waiting period, the mission of the Skeleton Guild assassins was to intercept anyone trying to enter or leave the Mahun tribe to prevent the sacred artifacts from being taken away. As for the arrival time of the Taya Empire's troops at the Mahun tribe, the Tontian Pavilion had yet to receive confirmed intelligence, and it was estimated that they could only start gathering information by tomorrow. After all, the Tower of Babel is too far from the Taya Empire, and their ability to achieve this is already quite impressive. As for the demonic guild that wishes to intervene, they have been cut off from all leads by the Skeleton Guild, and for now, they are unable to locate the Ma Soul tribe. However, it's likely that when the Taya Empire's army launches an attack on the Ma Soul tribe, it will attract the attention of many factions. The demonic guild may very well receive news and rush to the scene. At that point, the situation in the Crimson Flame Forest will become incredibly chaotic. Chapter 180. The Chief's Decision. The once tranquil Qian Forest, which had remained calm for thousands of years, is on the brink of a global event due to the treasures left behind by ancient civilizations. The situation for the Mahun tribe, which possesses sacred relics, is becoming increasingly perilous. If they do not devise a solution, they will face a joint assault from the Taya Empire and the Skeleton Guild, along with other powerful forces that could join at any moment. The Mahun tribe is bound to crumble under such pressure, unable to withstand the onslaught. As the vibrant morning light broke through the sky, a long night passed. The members of the Mahun tribe lived a life of rising with the sun and resting at sunset. When the sun rose, they gradually got up and went about their daily tasks. Xiao Feng woke up around 7 o'clock. As he stepped out of his room, he saw his mother had prepared breakfast and was waiting for him. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, recalling the days when he was at home. Whenever Li Shui was there, she would make breakfast for him every day. He often overslept and had to rush to school with his breakfast in hand. This familiar yet strange scene made Xiao Feng feel as if he were in a different world. He shook his head with a smile and walked over to join his parents for breakfast. Is Xiao Feng here? Just as he finished his meal, Doli Zhanlong came looking for him. Doli Zhanlong, is there something you need? Xiao Tian asked upon seeing the legendary figure of the Mahun tribe. Doli Zhanlong possessed absolute invincible strength. Neither the members of the Mahun tribe nor Xiao Tian and Li Shui could compete with him. Xiao Tian and Li Shui were merely ordinary assassins in the Skeleton Guild, far from being top-tier killers, let alone being compared to someone as formidable as Doli Zhanlong. There is something I need to discuss with the tribe's chief, Doli Zhanlong said. The chief wants to see Xiao Feng? Why is that? Li Shui asked in surprise. The chief of the Mahun tribe was rarely seen, and ordinary members hardly ever had the chance to meet him. Why would he suddenly want to see Xiao Feng? This matter is of great importance, so I can't disclose it to you for now, Doli Zhanlong replied, shaking his head without revealing the truth to Li Shui. It's nothing. I'll be back soon, Xiao Feng said calmly as he stepped out of the house. Let us go? He gestured for Doli Zhanlong to lead the way. All right, Doli Zhanlong nodded and walked ahead, guiding Xiao Feng toward the chief's location. I feel like our son is hiding a lot from us, Xiao Tian remarked after Xiao Feng had left. Yes. It's surprising that our son was able to enter the Mahun tribe safely, and even had Doli Zhanlong personally escort him. And now he is being summoned by the chief, Li Shui echoed, her thoughts aligning with Xiao Tian's. She had planned to find some time today to have a good talk with Xiao Feng, but unexpectedly, Doli Zhanlong came to take him away early in the morning. How did your considerations go last night? Xiao Feng asked Doli Zhanlong as they walked, believing the chief's meeting with him was related to this matter. I think you were right, so I went to see the chief this morning. After hearing what I had to say, he expressed a desire to meet you. Doli Zhanlong replied. Doli the War Dragon spoke frankly. Smart. Xiao Feng smiled faintly. Currently, the Ma Hun tribe is facing a tremendous crisis. If they do not react in time and prepare themselves, they will undoubtedly perish in this ordeal. In no more than 3 days, the army of the Taya Empire will arrive. Faced with the terrifying weaponry of the army, no matter how strong the stone formation of the Ma Hun tribe is, it will likely struggle to withstand the onslaught. In the early morning of the Ma Hun tribe, the dew was heavy. After walking for a while, Xiao Feng found his clothes quite damp. He followed Doli the War Dragon as they navigated through moss-covered country lanes. Occasionally, a few lively children would run up. Most of the wooden houses in the Ma Hun tribe are single-story, making this two-story one quite rare. The chief of the tribe resides in this two-story house, making it easy to identify. Under Doli the War Dragon's guidance, Xiao Feng quickly reached the perimeter of the wooden house. The door was wide open, and Doli led him inside. As soon as Xiao Feng stepped in, he saw an elderly man with white hair feeding several sheep. Upon noticing Xiao Feng's arrival, the old man's face broke into a warm smile. Please, come in, the chief of the Ma Hun tribe waved. Inside the wooden house, he had brewed hot water and prepared tea, waiting for Xiao Feng and Doli the War Dragon to arrive. All right, Xiao Feng replied in English. He followed Doli the War Dragon into the wooden house and sat cross-legged on the cool wooden floor. Chief, you called me over this morning to discuss something? Xiao Feng asked after sipping a cup of warm tea. I've heard everything from Doli the War Dragon, the chief said, setting down his teacup and gazing at Xiao Feng with murky eyes. What are your thoughts? Xiao Feng inquired about the chief's stance. Doli's thoughts are shared by many in the tribe. However, as members of the Ma Hun tribe, we must not forget our mission, even after thousands of years, the chief declared. In his view, the treasures of the ancient civilization do not belong to the Ma Hun tribe, but to the descendants of royal bloodlines. Their purpose in this world is to protect these treasures. How could they take it upon themselves to unlock them? Chief, Doli the War Dragon exclaimed, clearly unwilling to accept the chief's decision. Doli, what use are worldly possessions? We have lived in this ancient forest for generations. We cannot abandon our mission for material things. The chief said earnestly. He had asked Doli to bring Xiao Feng here to dissuade them both from their ideas in person. As for that spirit sword, if you are confident you can retrieve it, our tribe will spare no effort to assist you, the chief added, turning to Xiao Feng. He continued, the spirit sword is the key to unlocking the treasure. While holy artifacts can also open the treasure, they have other uses, and it would be a pity to use them solely for that purpose. Patriarch, if you're certain about not opening the treasure, I can retrieve the spirit sword on my own. However, there is something important I need to discuss with you. Seeing the patriarch's resolute expression, Xiao Feng decided to keep his words minimal. He intended to share the intelligence he received from the Tongtian pavilion the previous day. If the patriarch still chose to proceed as he planned, there would be nothing more for him to say. Go ahead, the patriarch nodded. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng relayed the news about the Skeleton Guild teaming up with the Taya Empire's army to launch an assault on the Ma Hun tribe. He also elaborated on the potential chain reactions that could arise from this situation. Chapter 181. Cooperation in the Wooden Cabin. When Xiao Feng fully explained to the tribe leader and Doli Zhanlong about the events regarding the Tongtian pavilion and his calculations, both of their faces changed dramatically. Are you serious? The tribe leader's expression was extremely grim. The Ma Hun tribe had lived in this ancient forest for generations, and if what Xiao Feng said was true, the tribe would face the greatest crisis in its history, putting the lives of all its members at risk. Absolutely true. Xiao Feng nodded seriously, seeing his solemn demeanor. Both the tribe leader and Doli Zhanlong fell silent. It was clear now that the Ma Hun tribe not only had to consider their mission but also worry about their safety. Tribe leader, it seems we have no choice but to counterattack, Doli Zhanlong said with a fierce glint in his eyes. If Xiao Feng hadn't informed them, the tribe members would still be in the dark. By the time the Taya Empire's army arrived, they would be sitting ducks with no way to defend themselves. Xiao Feng, because of your parents, I believe what you say. Do you have a plan to deal with this? After a long silence, the tribe leader finally spoke again. He needed to find a way to defuse this crisis. Otherwise, the entire tribe would be doomed. It's simple. Before the Taya Empire's army arrives, we defeat the assassins from the Skeleton Guild, giving the Ma Hun tribe members time to relocate. Then we can crush the Taya Empire's army, Xiao Feng said confidently. Whether it was the assassins from the Skeleton Guild or the Taya Empire's soldiers, they posed a significant threat to any faction. However, as long as the Mahan tribe cooperated with him, he felt assured. During his years of carrying out missions overseas, Xiao Feng had led assassins from a mysterious organization in Huaxia to defeat formidable armies, far stronger than that of the Taya Empire. However, with the powerful assassins from the Skeleton Guild involved this time, the overall strength of the enemies Xiao Feng faced surpassed even that formidable army. Only assassins truly understood other assassins. The Skeleton Guild ranked in the top 5 globally, and to seize the holy artifact, they dispatched most of their elite members, including 8 ace assassins, one of whom was the enigmatic Master Xiao. They were the enemies Xiao Feng feared the most. Once he dealt with the Skeleton Guild's assassins, he would have a much better chance against the Taya Empire's army. After all, the Taya Empire's military strength ranked near the bottom internationally, aside from their advanced weaponry. The soldiers were not particularly strong. Simple, you say? However, Xiao Feng's confident words fell on the ears of the tribe leader and Doli Zhanlong as a source of skepticism. No matter how skilled Xiao Feng was, he was just one person. How could he possibly handle the assassins from the Skeleton Guild and the army of the Taya Empire? Xiao Feng, this matter concerns the safety of everyone in the Mahan tribe. Please don't joke around, the tribe leader said with a furrowed brow, thinking Xiao Feng was merely trying to lighten the mood. Tribe leader, I'm not joking. As long as the people of the Mahan tribe cooperate with me, I will be confident, Xiao Feng replied earnestly. A smile flickered at the corner of Xiao Feng's mouth. Most of the members of the Mahan tribe were born with immense strength and had impressive archery skills. Having grown up in this ancient forest, they also moved with incredible speed. With their help, Xiao Feng was confident he could defeat the members of the Skeleton Guild. Without the assistance of the Skeleton Guild's members, Xiao Feng would have to resort to taking them down one by one. Otherwise, his chances of defeating that group of assassins were slim. Among the assassins sent by the Skeleton Guild, the one he feared the most was the elusive Master Xiao. All right, since you have such confidence, I will trust you this once. If you can help the Mahan tribe defeat the assassins outside and buy us some time to retreat, I promise that once we succeed, we will join forces to unlock the treasure. The tribe leader pledged. By now, the secret of the Mahan tribe had already spread. Holding on to this treasure was like having a ticking time bomb that could bring disaster at any moment. Instead of that, it would be better to ally with Xiao Feng to unlock the treasure. Perhaps they could find the secrets left behind by their ancestors from the ancient kingdom that could restore it. Since the Mahan tribe could no longer wait, they might as well take on the responsibility of reviving the ancient kingdom themselves. No problem. Give me the map of the surrounding area, and I'll formulate a plan. We'll take the initiative tonight and catch them off guard. Xiao Feng's dark eyes glinted with murderous intent. The Skeleton Guild had nearly destroyed his life, and it was time to settle the score. Good. The tribe leader nodded firmly. According to Xiao Feng, the army of the Taya Empire would arrive in the Crimson Flame Forest in no more than 3 days, and at best, 2 days. They had little time left. Long Zhan, go gather the strong men of the tribe immediately. Have them stand ready and prepare their weapons, the tribe leader commanded. Understood. Long Zhan bowed respectfully and exited the wooden hut. Xiao Feng, here is the map of the Mahan tribe's vicinity, the tribe leader said. Then, Elder Zhang pulled out a crumpled old map from a drawer and handed it to Xiao Feng. This map had been created over 100 years ago for hunting purposes. As game in the Crimson Flame Forest dwindled, the tribe gradually stopped hunting and opted to domesticate poultry instead, leaving the map unused. Thank you. Xiao Feng accepted the map and studied the terrain around the Mahan tribe carefully, a plan slowly forming in his mind. Tribe leader, do you have a rough map of the Crimson Flame Forest? Preferably one that shows the path from the Mahan tribe to the outside world. Once Xiao Feng had memorized the map in his hands, he asked again. This map was crucial for planning against the Taya Empire's army. I'll see what I can find. The tribe leader was uncertain if they had won, as the tribe's members rarely ventured outside, and when they did, it was always with someone familiar with the terrain. They had never used a map. After searching the wooden hut for a long time, the tribe leader found nothing. How about this? You wait a moment, and I will draw one for you. The chieftain decided to take matters into his own hands and personally draw a map for Xiao Feng. Having lived in the Crimson Flame Forest his entire life, his mind was like a living map. He could create an incredibly accurate representation of the area due to his familiarity with it. That would be great, chieftain, Xiao Feng replied. The map was crucial for planning the battle, especially when facing a stronger opponent. Its importance couldn't be overstated. This was for the Mahan tribe, so trouble was hardly the right word. The chieftain chuckled and shook his head. He had a trusting nature and believed in the people he chose to work with. Since he had decided to collaborate with Xiaofeng, he held no doubts. He spent an hour meticulously drawing a detailed map for Xiaofeng.